Good morning, Cameroonians watching us at home and abroad. It is a special day, election day across the national territory. Cameroonians today are deciding who is going to be their leader for the next 7 years. Is it going to be continuity or change? That is the question. Today is a turning point in the history of Cameroon as over 8 million people across the national territory are going to be voting in what is considered as an unprecedented election in the history of the country. The stakes are very, very high. And given that many people are yearning for change, and the incumbent, who is now the oldest leader in the world at the moment, is also seeking for another term in office. That is the 8th term in office. And 92 President Paul Biya has ruled Cameroon for 42 years. And the majority of voters were born during his rule. President Paul Biya is facing 9 other candidates, as you can see on our screens, including Samuel Hiram Iyodi. We have Bello Buba Maigari, Issa Shoma Bakari, Domaino Joya, Pierre Kwemo, Cabral Libi, Joshua Osi, Serge Espoir Matomba, and Dr. Jacques Boha Hakbe. On Road to A2D, we will have continuous live coverage from different regions of Cameroon. We will also have experts sharing insights regarding the opening of polls, the voting process, and the closing of the polls. But what exactly is happening in the respective regions, and what are some of the issues at stake? When the program Road to A2D started, we had a lot of people involved in the whole process, but we'll be talking about it shortly, because we already have a correspondent in the littoral region of Cameroon, Gilles Numbisi, who is MMI's correspondent in that part of the country. Hello, Gilles. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. If you hear me, what is the situation on the ground?
Ouais, good morning, Mimi. Bonjour à tous les abonnés et aux millions d'abonnés de MMI. Comme vous pouvez le constater, on se lève ici sur Douala avec une grande pluie qui s'abat en ce moment. Mais ça n'empêche pas des Camerounais de sortir. Ils sont sortis en masse. C'est ce qu'on peut constater là en ce moment sur le terrain. Là, actuellement, je me trouve au lycée bilingue de Yala, à Douala, dans l'arrondissement de Douala, 3e. On peut dire, c'est une mobilisation, c'est une forte mobilisation en ce moment-là. Vous pouvez le constater, il y en a des Camerounais qui sont sortis en masse pour exprimer leur droit de vote. Là, en ce moment, nous sommes dans le bureau de vote A, comme vous pouvez le voir ici. Ça se bouscule ici. C'est ce que nous pouvons dire, malgré la pluie qui s'abat, vous pouvez le voir ici. Les Camerounais continuent de sortir pour exprimer leur droit de vote.
Yeah, that's quite impressive to see that Cameroonians were already up as early as this morning to cast their ballots. And thank you, Gilles, for mobilizing also from your end to ensure that we have all these images that we can see on our screens. Because if you certainly speak to any of them, they would certainly tell you that change is what they're expecting to see. But Gilles, I know for sure that many candidates are also casting their ballots in the littoral region. Have you heard from any of them so far?
Je vous ai pas bien écouté, s'il vous plaît. Vous pouvez un peu la question.
Oui, non, j'étais juste en train de demander que nous avons certains candidats qui vont voter dans la région de littoral. Est-ce que vous avez leurs nouvelles?
Bon, pour le moment, ce matin, pas encore. Le travail qui a été fait jusqu'à présent, c'est de sortir d'abord pour essayer de regarder la mobilisation qu'il y a autour. Mais ce qu'on peut dire, c'est que, oui, effectivement, il y a des candidats qui vont voter. Là, c'est dans d'autres villes. Si la pluie nous permet, on pourra rejoindre ces centres de vote-là afin de savoir si effectivement ils sont sortis. Et pourquoi pas essayer de les prendre en direct de cette émission pour qu'ils puissent donner déjà leur première impression par rapport à ce qui se passe depuis ce matin.
Et puis, tu as certainement parlé aux Camerounais dans la ville, on the streets. You've certainly spoken to Cameroonians on the streets. What are they saying? What is on their minds?
Oui, déjà, depuis hier, nous avons essayé de faire le tour de la ville pour savoir comment est-ce que les Camerounais devaient se mobiliser ce matin et si il y a cette volonté d'exprimer le droit de vote. Ce que nous pouvons dire, c'est que oui, effectivement, les Camerounais sont déterminés exprimé. Déjà depuis 7 heures ce matin, que nous sommes dehors, les premiers électeurs avaient déjà abordé les différents centres de vote. Ça témoigne effectivement que ils ont une volonté réelle d'exprimer leur droit de vote, et surtout, la plupart des personnes que nous avons interrogées sont favorables au changement. Donc, du coup, ce que nous pouvons dire, c'est que oui, Douala est vraiment mobilisé par rapport à ce vote. Et ce qu'on peut aussi dire, c'est qu'ils ont aussi décidé, exclusif, ils ont aussi décidé, n'est-ce pas, de voter, non seulement de voter, mais de surtout rester sur place pour surveiller le déroulé du scrutin jusqu'à la fin des dépouillements avant de quitter les lieux. Donc, c'est une mobilisation incroyable que nous pouvons confirmer ici depuis ce matin, ou du moins depuis hier, depuis le début de ce processus électoral.
Et puis, est-ce que c'est possible de parler à une dame là-bas ou quelqu'une qui est là pour voter? Est-ce que c'est possible? Ou are you still observing to see what happens so that we come back to hear from people who are voting? Is it possible to hear from anyone?
D'accord, je vais essayer de...
Mais
qu'est-ce
qu'est-ce que les jeunes dans la ville aussi disent? Quelles sont les attentes des jeunes dans la ville de Douala?
Les jeunes, vous, comme vous pouvez le savoir, Douala a toujours été une ville qui a toujours brillé par sa forte mobilisation autour du scrutin présidentiel principalement. Les jeunes sont beaucoup mobilisés ici pour exprimer leur droit de vote. Bon, je ne sais pas si c'est le lieu en ce moment d'indiquer exactement quelles sont les intentions de vote de ces derniers, mais ils sont vraiment mobilisés. Ils sont vraiment mobilisés, que ce soit jeunes, que ce soit les jeunes, que ce soit les personnes âgées. Tout le monde s'est mobilisé depuis ce matin pour exprimer son droit de vote. Et à ce moment, même dans les bureaux, à ce moment ici au lycée de Niala, où je me trouve en ce moment, la plupart des gens qui sont déjà là, c'est en majorité les jeunes. C'est en majorité les jeunes qui sont là pour le moment.
And you'll be going to other polling stations as well, right? You'll be visiting other polling stations like where Joshua Ose will be voting. We have Jacques Boahagbe also voting in Douala. And certainly you'll be going to those polling stations as well.
Oui, une autre information aussi, c'est que ce matin, j'ai bien voulu commencer par Douala Premier parce que c'est à Douala Premier que la plupart des candidats vont voter, mais la circulation était un peu compliquée. La plupart des taxis que j'ai essayé d'emprunter pour rejoindre ce côté de Douala Premier n'ont pas voulu aller vers cette zone-là. Bon, je ne sais pas trop pourquoi. C'est vrai que au niveau de la circulation, c'était un peu timide ce matin, mais au vu de comment est-ce que les choses se passent, je crois que la circulation est déjà établie. Donc, on va essayer de se rendre de ce côté-là pour savoir exactement ce qu'il en est. Et puis, une fois sur place, je vais forcément vous faire signe.
Thank you so much, Jaden BC, joining us from the littoral region where he is also going to be crisscrossing the city, different neighborhoods to just see how voters are going about elections in this on this 12th of October, which is a very historic day in the history of Cameroon. So we also have our another correspondent in the far north region who has been on standby to tell us exactly what is happening. But because we cannot have all the correspondents on video, we know that internet is quite limited today. We are going to be having him on the call if he is ready. We are just making our preparations to just have him live. We are going to have the correspondents back again to tell us exactly what is happening. But this live stream is going throughout the day. We'll be speaking to people in different regions of Cameroon. We are making attempts to get Marcus Dari in the north region. He is in the town of Garwa, where we hear that there is a lot of security mobilization and Cameroonians really eager to have the change that they have been talking about for so many years. But before probably we get to Marcus, we already see also our correspondent in Yaoundé, Augustine. Augustine, good morning. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Mimi. I'm doing very okay. Hope you're having a great day as well.
Good morning to you. And I should also, but before we get to you, Augustine, please, let's just talk to Marcus because He's joining us from Garoua because I have him on the phone now. We've been trying to get to him to no avail. Bonjour Marcus, comment vous allez ce matin?
Oui, bonjour à vous, merci, je me porte bien. Le climat est très doux, le climat est très agréable dans la ville de Garoua, dans la région du Nord.
Oui. Est-ce que vous avez déjà visité quelques bureaux de vote? Quelle est l'atmosphère de ce côté?
Oui, ce matin, déjà, nous nous sommes rendus dans quelques bureaux de vote de la ville de Garoua. Il faut déjà signaler que les bureaux de vote ont été ouverts effectivement dès 8 heures. Et actuellement, pendant que je suis en train de vous donner ces informations, je me trouve à l'école publique maternelle de Poulbéré, l'un des lieux qui abrite justement un bureau de vote. Et la particularité de ce bureau de vote tient au fait que l'un des candidats engagés dans cette élection présidentielle va passer tout à l'heure pour accomplir également son devoir citoyen. Et c'est l'une des raisons pour lesquelles ce bureau de vote attire vraiment de l'attention. Et actuellement, les forces de l'ordre sont également déjà disposées pour pouvoir justement assurer la sécurité des électeurs qui ont déjà commencé peu à peu à venir. C'est vrai qu'actuellement, c'est encore timide, mais les électeurs ne font qu'arriver petit à petit. Et d'ici quelques minutes, l'effectif de ces électeurs-là va grimper. On a déjà pu rencontrer justement les premiers électeurs qui sont entrés et qui nous ont fait savoir qu'ils ont accompli leur acte dans la sérénité. Tout y était. Et tout se passe bien jusqu'à l'instant où je suis en train de vous donner ces informations.
Ok, le candidat en question, c'est certainement Issa Chiroma Bakari. Est-ce que vous l'avez déjà aperçu? Parce que nous avons les informations depuis hier qu'il y a beaucoup des forces de l'ordre stationnées dans la ville. Quelle est l'atmosphère? Est-ce que les gens ont peur de sortir ou les gens sont courageux et sont en train de voter en ce moment?
Oui, je voudrais déjà vous apporter cette confirmation qui indique que le bureau de vote de l'école publique maternelle de Poulbéré est le lieu justement où le candidat Issa Chiroma du FSNC viendra justement accomplir son acte citoyen. Là, c'est déjà une confirmation. Mais maintenant, concernant le climat dans la ville, c'est vrai que les rues sont désertes actuellement. Ceux qui sortent de la maison, sont ceux-là qui sortent pour aller effectivement voter. Donc, il n'y a pas des personnes qui sont dans la rue pour vaquer à une autre occupation autre que celle de venir accomplir leur acte citoyen.
Est-ce que vous avez aussi parlé à certains d'eux? Qu'est-ce qui est leur état d'esprit et quelles sont leurs attentes?
Oui, l'état d'esprit des électeurs, du moins ces premiers électeurs que nous avons rencontrés, leur état d'esprit est serein. Il n'y a pas de perturbations qui tiennent. Et ils sont également rassurés, surtout ceux-là qui sont sortis déjà du bureau de vote, ils sont rassurés de ce que quand ils sont allés voter, il n'y a pas eu de complications. Leur nom était effectivement inscrit sur la liste électorale qui est affichée devant chaque salle du bureau de vote. Donc, il n'y a pas d'inquiétude qui plane jusqu'à cet instant où je suis en train de vous donner cette information.
Est-ce qu'on connaît l'heure exacte que le candidat Issa Chiroma Bakari va voter? Parce qu'on doit revenir en ce moment pour que les gens qui nous suivent depuis ce matin doivent vivre le moment comme on doit vivre dans d'autres régions aussi du pays.
Alors, selon les informations que nous avons recueillies sur place, le candidat Issa Chiroma devrait passer autour de 10 heures pour voter. C'est à titre indicatif, parce qu'il n'y en a aucune autre officielle qui confirme vraiment cette heure-là. Mais sur place, tout fait croire que c'est à 10 heures qu'il fera justement son entrée dans ce bureau de vote ouvert à l'école publique maternelle de Poulbéré. ici à Garoua.
Donc, Marcus Daré, merci beaucoup pour votre intervention et on va revenir vers toi d'ici peu. Surtout quand on va revenir. Je ne sais pas s'il y a quelqu'un, les gens autour de toi qui veulent parler, mais si ce n'est pas possible, on peut revenir vers toi d'ici peu.
Oui, pour l'instant, pas encore. Je vous reviendrai au moment opportun.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Okay, so that is our correspondent in the North region. He is in the city of Garoua in the polling station where he says that Issa Shoma Bakari will be voting in the next 1 hour. He is saying that people are out there already fulfilling their civic responsibilities, voting. The expectations are high. The call for change is general. People are mobilized to ensure that they actually vote and also get their votes counted. Like I said earlier, we also have Augustine, who is already here with us. Hello, Augustine. Good morning. Augustine Chaibi is our correspondent in Yaoundé, and he's certainly muted. You're muted, Augustine. Yes.
Oh,
Good morning.
okay. Good morning, Mimi. I think the major issue was actually not the mute, but for the fact that internet connectivity has been quite poor since yesterday. I think that's one of the things that any person, any of the candidates who happens to take over would have to resolve. But I think we can move on from here.
So has the incumbent cast his ballot yet? I mean, President Paul Biya, has it been perceived? Has anyone heard from him so far in Yaoundé?
Well, I think so far in Yaoundé, obviously he has not yet come out to cast his ballot. Normally, he usually casts the government bilingual primary school over there in Bastos. But for now, the reports around his imminent move to Bastos to cast his elections are still quite undercover. So we don't know when he is going to be perceived at the Bastos bilingual primary school. But elsewhere, I think just like other correspondents have rightly said, the movements around the ballot, around the polling units have remained very, very timid. And just this morning, I've already been in about two polling units, one at the government, at the public primary school over there in Tekase Yaoundé, and I'm currently at the Mendong Government Bilingual High School, where I'm equally supposed to cast my own vote. And the short thing is, a lot of people are very, very optimistic. That's what I can really tell you. Even though movement right now is still very, very, very timid. I can assure you that, because even before I could get maybe a means of transporting myself from home to these two polling units, it was really a tough ask, because the bike riders themselves, everywhere is locked anyway. Everywhere is completely locked. But the good thing is people are already turning up. From when I came in, people are turning up and coming in progressively. And one thing too that I've noticed is a lot of people who are coming in right now are more of the mature people, like the parents. The information I get is that most young persons, especially here in Yaoundé, are planning to come within the day, so that a lot of them will just have to stay over and then hold on till the election, till the voting has already been casted, and wait over for the vote count. So for now, that is the situation we have in Yaoundé. And equally, I think one of the other candidates to the information I got is the one of the candidates who aligned himself with Bello Buba, that is Ateki Seta Kaksin, is also set to cast his ballots here in one of the polling stations units here in Yaoundé, and that should be at the Jumping Jack High School over there in Obili. But for now, he's still awaited, and we are going to come back with that immediately we have more information on it.
Thank you so much, Augustine. And so many young people are voting. You've been speaking to some of them. What does this election mean for them?
Yes, exactly. The sensation we have had is that
Just
previous years.
exactly.
I remember in 2018, the euphoria around the election was really. Can you get me?
Yes, I can get you now.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. What I'm saying is that this year the young people are really, really enthusiastic about these elections. And I remember quite in 2018, the euphoria around the election was really, really low. A lot of persons were pessimistic about casting their votes, with many of them thinking it's going to make no difference. But this year, I've spoken to a lot of persons, not quite as a journalist, but as my peers, as friends, and a lot of people are really optimistic about this year's election. There are thousands of voters, millions of young voters who are going to be casting their ballots for their very first time. And I think the recent campaign trails, the recent mega rallies have spurred up a lot of Cameroonians to make them believe that even if things had gone otherwise in the previous elections, they believe that this year may really be different, and they are very, very optimistic. Most of them, most of them say they will hold on. Most of the people that I've spoken to say they are to hold on and vote and cast their ballots later in the afternoon, just like I already precise. Most of them want to cast their ballots in the afternoon so that they can stay over, because the message that has been going on from the opposition candidates, the unique message that has been going on from all the candidates, especially the opposition candidates, has been for these voters to stay back as long as possible in order to secure and count the votes, so that there are no so that there is no fraud. But one thing too that I have to note, or one thing too that skipped my mind in my earlier analysis, was the voting has already begun here where I am, but not every one thing that I've realized is not every polling agent for all the parties was actually present at the start of the vote, at the start of the voting, because a lot of the offices, a lot of the voting offices were very scanty at 8 o'clock when the ballots started being put in, because at 8 o'clock a.m. exact here in Mendong, the polls were opened. But in most of these polling units, in most of these offices, just about 3 or 4 polling agents were present in them. And but the short thing is, most of the polling agents that are really present are those of the CPDM and the FSNC. The other political parties are still lacking quite right now. And I think that is something that has to be resolved as soon as possible.
That's interesting. Thank you so much, Augustine, for joining us all the way from Yaoundé, and we'll keep tabs with the latest in that region as well. So please just be on standby, because we'll certainly be coming back to you as the day unfolds. Again,
Okay.
thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
All right.
To our viewers, we promised that we were going to not just talk to correspondents, but experts and also people who can analyze the ongoing process in Cameroon, give their opinions. And we just received this video as well from the littoral region of Cameroon. As you can see, it's just a very short video, but the person just wanted to show how the atmosphere is in the polling station. This morning, that was the polling station precisely in Yachika, that is in Douala, in the economic capital. We have a lot of people also trying to send in informations, but the disappointment of this voter was that not all the parties were represented, I mean, in terms of surveying the election. So he sent this information wishing and hoping that many of those who are supposed to be representing the various candidates are present, at least in polling stations where they in polling stations that are situated in the major cities like Douala, Yaoundé. If polling agents are not present in major cities, what will be the excuse when we have interior localities that are inaccessible with security challenges? But also we have Are Obenson, who is joining us now to really let Cameroonians know exactly what they should expect, what they should be doing He is one of the founding members of Project C for Change, C for Cameroon, and they have been working so hard, mobilizing Cameroonians from different fields, walks of life. They have been mobilizing journalists, actors of the civil society, politicians, to talk about the future of the country, the need for change in Cameroon. And they believe with Project C, I don't want to expatiate on that. He will come and tell us more about Project C, but they believe that we as Cameroonians can make it possible. Hello, Ari. Good morning to you. You are in the US, but you are joining us, so it's very late in the night still, but thank you for joining us. Good morning.
I am trying to figure out why my camera. Okay, it's on now.
We can see you now. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning. Yes, good morning. I guess it's morning as well on the Cameroon side.
Yes.
It's a pleasure for me to be here. It's pretty early here, but this is an important day, a historical day for our country.
Very, very historic. So what are your observations of what's happening in Cameroon right now? But before we know about, we get to know your observations, can you tell us a little bit about Project C, what you've done so far? Because you've done a tremendous job from, like, you started the initiative several months ago, and here we are on polling day. Can you tell Cameroonians what Project C is about?
Yes, Project C is really, you named it. We picked out this concept of C to represent Cameroon, represent change, represent communications, and just framed it as C. But it's an organic movement of Cameroonians in the diaspora who have as a mission to empower Cameroonians with the tools, with the mindset, with the communicate, with the information that is necessary for them to make an informed decision as they go to vote in Cameroon. Our goal is really saying that 43 years of bad governance is a status quo that we cannot accept. But for that to happen, people need to be, the consciences of our people need to be awakened. And since, about 13 weeks ago, we came together and started counting down the days to this election and trying to figure out how we could be helpful to our brothers and sisters in Cameroon. We worked with journalists to empower them to be able to communicate with us effectively. We're seeing some of the fruits of that investment. Then we worked with newspapers across the country to try to change the narrative within the country from an election of 12 candidates to a referendum on the government of Cameroon. And then we've employed different levels of engagements, from working with influencers on social media to also working with community radios, all with the goal to turn out the vote, because we believe that a massive turnout is what is going to determine how we move from this government and transition into the next one.
Yes, also we can already see the mass mobilization as early as the start of the the voting process. We saw a lot of people in Douala, and we could hear the atmosphere from Garawa, where we joined Dari. I just wanted to find out from you about specifically about Project C, what your role is in this election. I know you're partnering with a lot of organizations that would be scrutinized, not just, like observing the elections and also gathering data to ensure that Cameroonians who vote get to see the exact result of who they voted for. But can you tell us what some of the specific roles that Project C is also playing within the context of the current election?
Yeah, first thing, we have been able to mobilize the diaspora to raise funds to execute on the mission that I spoke about. And our role basically was to really be non-partisan in the process. and not really to go beyond the labels that have so divided us as a country. And we've been reaching out to other organizations, other groups of Cameroonians in the diaspora, and we have just been the coordinators of these various groups working together, so that for once we should not see ourselves in divided ranks, but we should see ourselves as collaborating. And as our conversations evolved with each group that we reached out, we tried to figure out how we, the diaspora, can play our part in just supporting work that is incredible work that people like you, Mimi, have been doing. How we are just supporting, working with Michelle Ndoki and the Diesel group. So we are all supporters, bringing resources to support the initiative, because we have a group of people that have different skill sets, and we're leveraging the various skill sets to be able to support work that is already going on. We're just amplifying the work and providing the support wherever needed.
Yes, and I just also wanted to tell the thousands of Cameroonians watching that Project C was able to make today's live stream possible for the MMI team. And I really want to thank you, Ari, Eric, and Elizabeth, the entire project. I know it's a huge network of people from different regions, from different language backgrounds that have come together to form Project C, but also to say that with the correspondents that you could see on the screens from different regions, we are still going to talk to some from Bamenda, from the West region, from the Southwest region. We were able to bring all of these reporters together and make work easier for them thanks to Project C. So again, Ari, thank you so much. Because it wouldn't have been easy for the MMI team to do this on its own. But I just also wanted to find out from you, what are your observations about the state of affairs in Cameroon at the moment?
Well, if you had asked me this question maybe 12 weeks back, I would not be as optimistic as I am today. I believe that the last 3 months has created an opportunity for Cameroonians to wake up, for people to accept their responsibility as citizens, and to be willing to want to take their destiny into their own hands. I have seen, even in the last 2 weeks, how there has been an increase in interest from the civil society, and as well as we are observing tremendous I don't know, anxiety on the side of the establishment, meaning from the government side, which has really been manifested by some of the things that we've been hearing from members of government or people within the establishment who, even respectable figures, people that we respected, some of the utterances that they've been saying really is demonstrate a measure of desperation from the government, and which I don't know that has been something that we've seen since 1992. For those of us who have been around for a long time. So I believe that Cameroonians have accepted to take their destiny in their hands. And this is really a solemn moment for us to speak to everybody that is playing a role in this electoral process, to remind them that they have a responsibility to the people of Cameroon. Today is the day when the bosses, who are the people, the masters, are the people, make a decision that has to be respected. So at all levels, and I'm saying this to every divisional officer that is listening, because we're hearing concerns about where the challenges will come in for for the electoral for the results to be manipulated. Every divisional officer has to be reminded. Every government official, every worker at Elecam has to be reminded that they work for the people, and today it is the people that are making a decision which will determine what their future is. In many cases, and this is something that has not been spoken, as right up till last night, at this moment when the polls open, the government of Cameroon is the people. That's a reality. Everybody who occupies a function, it actually ended at midnight. And
Yes.
today, it's the
And we and,
beginning of
and
a
we
new
hope
function.
that they don't get the jobs back. We hope
Yeah.
that it stays that way.
And that's
Yes.
why there's an electoral process, because at the end of this electoral process, it will determine whether we go back and give them their jobs. But as of today, they work for the people.
Thank you so much, Ari. And just to find out from you, I think when I attended the Project C meeting yesterday, where we were, it was like our last meeting or your last meeting. I feel already so much involved because everything that is being said there, it resonates with what I also stand for as a Cameroonian journalist. So I just wanted to ask, yesterday you were telling Cameroonians what they need to know, what the laws stipulates their rights as voters. Can you also just expatiate a little bit more on that for those who are watching, so that they know what are the things that are expected of them, what are the do's and the don'ts? They shouldn't limit themselves, because that was really the message that you were sending out yesterday.
Yes, thank you very much. I had to say that in response, because we've been seeing communiques coming out from the Ministry of Territorial Administration, from the Minister of Territorial Administration, and also a press conference that he held. Under normal circumstances, the Minister of Territorial Administration is not the Minister of Communications and is not the spokesperson of the government, and should not be having that press conference in itself. And all communications with reference to the electoral process should actually be coming from the director of Elecam and not the Minister of Territorial Administration. The Minister of Territorial Administration is supposed to play an impartial role in the electoral process. And unfortunately, that has not been the case. But we were really concerned when we heard that we saw in a ministerial order that was put out, which said that people cannot assemble at polling stations when in effect the electoral code in its section 109 actually says that people can be there. The voters at the polling stations can be there when the votes are being counted, provided the hall is large enough to contain them, which definitely means that some of them can be there inside and others can be outside. So the question of people not grouping at their polling station is in violation of the electoral code itself. And I heard from one of your journalists this morning talking about in Douala, saying that there's seeing long lines forming. What people must understand is that the voting period is from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And if there's a massive turnout, I can guarantee you that at 6 p.m. there will be polling stations that people will still be voting. The electoral code provides that if you are in the premises, if you are in line, you have to be allowed to vote, and the chairman of that polling unit will simply make a note as to when voting ended. It doesn't mean that at 6 a.m., if people are in line and they have not voted, they're going to turn them away. No, the law provides for them to stay, and that is the right of the people. And very interesting as well, we've heard the minister say several things about the publication of results. It is very clear in section 113 that the results are published in each polling station. So polling station by polling station, you can get the results. The results are certified by the Constitutional Council, but nothing stops any polling station from announcing the results. And if you have the results of 31,600 polling stations across Cameroon, you have the results of the elections. We don't know how, and if we can have that tonight, we will know who wins the election tonight. And tomorrow we would have a new president for in Cameroon. Bear in mind, there is a transition period that is clearly defined by the law. People do not know that, but it is clearly defined, and we actually published a full-page article in Messager and the Post about the transition period. And we defined clearly the roles of the military, the legislature, the civil servants, and citizens in that process. So people shouldn't have any doubt. We know what should happen once we have the results of the election.
So we're having the CPDM party issuing a release just before and late evening yesterday, and was warning that people, like panicking that people will be releasing the election results and saying that the election results that are released will be fake. So how do you intend to ensure integrity of the election, that you get the credible information, that you receive, the informations that you receive on the ground are actually credible enough for Cameroonians to avoid being them being described as false or fake or fabricated? What are the tools that you've put in place?
Yeah, it's interesting that CPDM would not want to know the results of the elections if they saw themselves winning. That, I think, is just an act of desperation. We are responsible citizens, just as the members of the CPDM, and we want to ensure that whatever we say, whatever we do, is credible. And so, with the platform, the DISO platform that we're going to be using, all election results are going to be cross-referenced. There's going to be a verification process that meets international standards. This is not new. The rest of the world has left us behind in
Right.
being able to implement leverage technology to implement reporting of results in such a way that people don't have to wait 2 weeks to be able to know who wins the presidential elections in our country. Even with a sample of results in many countries, here I live in the United States, with a sample of results, you actually know who has won. So you don't even have to have all of the results, the projections, the trends, the statisticians. These are all people that contribute to determining what the outcome of the elections are. But I can demonstrate to the audience how easy it is if we took one voting center. For example, one voting center may have 15 polling stations. And in that voting center, under normal circumstances, and I'm hoping that the ELECAM or the Electoral Commission in that voting center will do what is right. At 6 p.m., all 15 polling stations would begin counting their votes, and all 15 by 8 p.m. or maybe by 10 p.m. would have finished counting their votes. If the people who voted in those polling stations are in the polling stations and see the vote count, because the vote count is actually prescribed by law. Section 112 of the Electoral Code prescribes the way the vote count is supposed to take place. If at the end of that process, those 15 polling stations have their results posted, just as the list of the people voting in that polling station are posted at the door. If it's posted on all the doors, you have the results from that voting center, and nothing should change after that. So what is the issue there? Those results are the results of that voting center, and it's clearly established. Those are international standards. Now you can question whether the people reported the right results. But if you have 5 people reporting from one polling station that the results are the same, then that actually puts the power in the hands of the voters. So the voters are responsible for what happens. And so when those results are transferred to the divisional commission, they shouldn't change, because technically all the parties that participated would leave there. Every polling station is going to have 14 copies, or should have 14 copies of the elections. 14 copies, that shouldn't change. Each party would have a copy. One of those copies is supposed to be posted in front of the where they had the results, so people can see what the results are. Another copy is sent to the divisional office. It shouldn't change. If it changes along the way, then we have a serious problem in our country. And that's why sometimes we lose faith in the electoral process, because the results change along the way, which shouldn't be the case. Any objections to changes in the polling station, objections are made in the polling station. So if people see irregularities, they make a report, and the commission is supposed to establish that, document that, and forward it to the divisional office. And that's the only time there could be considerations for change. And what could that be? Say there are a number of people who show up, as I'm hearing in some cases, at their polling station. Their names are not on the list. They have their voters card. The commission decides, for example, that these are Cameroonians. They have their voters cards. They are supposed to vote in this polling station, but their name is not on the list. So they vote. We have to make note of that, because that's a decision that has to be taken care of after, because no Cameroonian with their national identity and with their voters card should not be allowed to vote in their polling station. If there is a clerical error, that has to be resolved, but they must be allowed to exercise their right to vote.
Okay, so yes, Ari, that is a very, very wonderful analysis there, making Cameroonians understand what they need to know. And it also tells us that we have a lot of people having their eyes on Cameroon, even when we are so far away from home. We have not turned our backs from our country. We are going to ensure that that change eventually happens. The change that we want to see from the end of this 12th of October, from this night. Many people will be questioning, oh, maybe this so is not verified. You cannot verify the information on this so and so on. But they forgot that before they start questioning, you already knew the questions that were supposed to be asked. You made sure that you cut the I's and dot all the T's, to ensure that everything is as apt as possible. We will be transiting from one host to another, because one person cannot be here for a very, very long time. So
Absolutely.
I'm already having indications that Pochi Tamba has just joined. Pochi, good morning to you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Mimi. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you very, very clearly. So the person we are seeing on the screen is Ari Obenson. He is one of the co-founders of Project C, which is the initiative we've talked at length about the role of Project C in the elections that is taking place in Cameroon. We've talked about some of the things that Cameroonians need to know as they're heading to the polls at the moment. Project C is actually C meaning C for Cameroon, C for change, C for communication. They've been working with a lot of journalists, actors of the civil society, politicians, and even activists to see how to put all the brains together for the change that Cameroon eventually is seeking, Cameroonians are looking for. I don't know if you have any question for Mr. Array before. Yeah.
I do not have a question per se. I just have maybe a comment. I've heard about Project C. And the only thing I would say is Cameroon and Cameroonians, we do need a lot of to whip up any form of conversation about the state of our country. So it's really a great initiative, and I would just say fire on. We do need it.
Thank you so much, Pochi. And Ari, are you going to be on standby so that we are going to come back to you again,
Oh,
please?
yes. Yes. No,
Yes.
I'll be here. We're
The
doing
whole
this
day,
together.
yes, we're
Yeah.
using the same link to get into the studio. So please just be on
Okay.
standby. We'll need you. Yes, speak to you just very soon. Pochi, we have our correspondent in Bamenda, who is joining us live now for updates from Bamenda. Maybe you continue the conversation from there with her.
All right, no problem. Is she on?
Yes, she is. She's on the screen there.
Yes, I am. Hello.
Yes. Are you, should I just go ahead and talk, or you have any questions?
Yes, so we just need to find out what the situation is in Bamenda, just have a conversation.
Oh, just an update from, all right.
Yes, updates from Bamenda, yes. Okay, so you're joining us from Bamenda. It's actually one of the correspondents that we have from Bamenda, where the situation is not very certain in terms of security and mobility. Can you tell us what the state of affairs there is now?
It has first of all been a very rainy day, a rainy Sunday morning in Bamenda, which has delayed the opening of some polling centers. In Bamenda, 134 polling centers will host the over 2,000 polling stations in the Northwest region. It is so because of the security climate that prevails in the Northwest region, a reason why for better security of electoral materials and even voters, polling centers were regrouped into polling stations were grouped into polling centers. According to Elections Cameroon, 787,464 people are eligible to vote. Amongst them, 4,611 persons with disability in all the 134 polling stations. In Bamenda, some kind of uneasy calm reigns in the city of Bamenda, given that there have been a lot of separatist threats and security uncertainties. But people have still been streaming at different polling centers. Echoes from the government school Old Town Bamenda polling center says that a lot of people have turned out at the polling center to cast their votes and respect their civic obligations. And most of them we spoke to off record are telling us that despite the security climate that prevails, they want to see change, and they believe that by taking part in the election is also a way of ensuring that there is change at the top job of Cameroon, that is the presidency. We equally have updates from the where there is timid participation at polling stations, polling centers, given that the local population, some of whom we've spoken to, say they are scared that separatist spies might be at the polling centers and target them after voting. Some of them have been going to these polling centers to cast their votes, but many of those who are some kilometers away from the polling centers say the risk is really not worth it, but they really expect change at the level of the presidency of Cameroon. We equally have updates from Way in Metro Division, where the members of parliament have voted. We also have the population who are turning out in Way to cast their votes. And some of them are also talking about change, while some of them think that to maintain the incumbent is the way to go. Also in Bangui, Momo Division, we have 63 polling stations that are lodged at the council hall in Bangui, and 14,826 registered voters are expected there, according to echoes from those taking part or those conducting the elections in Bangui. The turnout is impressive, though not as they would have loved it to be. Remember that every election day, economic activities are grounded. Cars are not supposed, public transportation is not supposed to function. But across the Northwest region, the separatist lockdown is also one of the scares here in the Northwest region. So far, those are the updates we're having from the field. The governor of the Northwest region is expected to cast his vote in the minutes ahead. And as the program goes on, we'll be bringing updates from different areas of the Northwest region.
Thank you so much. Pochi, do you have any question to ask correspondent in the Northwest?
No, not really. Though I do feel like after working in the media for so long that it is very important, especially for anybody reporting today, to try to not put emotions in what they say, because it's very easy for us, especially for to be found in the heat of anything, to forget that emotions can be carried not only in the words we say, but in how we say the words. And people listening to us tend to actually hear that more than they hear the words we say. So I'm just going to call on any media person doing any form of reporting today to remember that there is something very important at stake, and just really do work harder at giving a free and fair report of what's happening. Not to say the Bamenda reporter did anything of such. No, I just thought my first comment should be about media reporting.
Yes, that's also very important for us to know. That is why we make sure that the reporters that will be reaching out to are actually reporters who are on the ground. And thank you so much for that reminder, because I think the message goes out to all the reporters, I mean, generally that are on the field now, covering, reporting, relaying the information. We have to also make sure that there's accuracy in everything that goes out there. And for someone that I know, Pochi is someone that really, she puts everything into check. She makes sure that she verifies and when information is concerned. So thank you very much for that reminder. But what would you say? Is it looking at how the election coverage is going now compared to what probably prevailed in the past or the years when you were covering election? Is there anything that you've observed differently?
Thank you very much, Mimi, for that question. I would say I've covered presidential elections before, and I've actually been on TV to report and present results. And I would tell you, I'm one of those people in Cameroon who's known only one president. Okay, and it's made it in such a way that my opinion of how, or my vision of how elections happen is pretty. I can pretty much predict certain things and be right about them because I've seen them happen repeatedly over and over. So what I would say again would be to every Cameroonian out there that the media today has become a people's media where everybody can report something. So if you believe that something is happening that needs to be known, just first of all make sure you're safe, and then find a way to get sound bites or images of it, and you would know where to share them. Because one of the big problems we have is that we're really uninformed when it comes to critical things about our country. That's why when we are voting, I've seen people mortgage their future and the future of their children because they received money. My opinion about this is, listen, if somebody gives you money because they want you to vote in any particular way, I am very poorly placed to tell you not to take it. So I would say, yes, take the money because it is your money. This money would have gone to do projects for you and your children. So in one way or another, this is your money. But you are voting in that place alone. When you go there, vote with your conscience, vote with your children, and vote with your ancestors. Because if you are of voting age in Cameroon today, which is 20 and above, there is no way you would not have seen, you would not have heard, and you would not have felt something about your country. So you don't need someone to tell you who to vote for. I wouldn't even encourage you. Where we are today, part of the cause of this is that people tell people who to vote for. So we all have brains. We should encourage people to use those brains. We all see, we all feel, we all experience, and we are all Cameroonians of equal strength. There's nobody who is more Cameroonian than another. Nobody. As a matter of fact, those who claim patriotism more and loud are the least patriotic Cameroonians I've seen. So
Yeah.
if you are just working your farms, believe me, you're probably more patriotic than some of us speaking out there. So I would just encourage everybody. I've grown up to see people, generations I would call my fathers and mothers, sell their future and my future and the future of my children for nothing. And most of them are regretting in their retirement. I wouldn't want to be the generation that did the same. So if you want to vote, I truly do not care who you vote for, but I want you to be able to go back home and sleep peacefully with
Yeah.
yourself. And believe me, this has nothing to do with whether somebody gave you bread and sardine. If you're that hungry and they give you bread and sardine, eat it. If you are that hungry and they give you cattle meat or they give you, I don't know what they give you, whatever people give in elections these days, but take it, eat it, because we are that poor, we are that destitute, we are that sick, we are that hungry, we are that needy. But when you go to vote, remember, you are voting for your ancestors because when you die, you will want us to remember you. You're voting for your children, and you're voting so that we will look at you and say, this is the generation that did better than our fathers. So I don't know if this makes sense, but
A lot of
I
sense,
couldn't
of
think
course.
of a better way of putting this to Cameroonians. You are a Cameroonian. We cannot look at Burkina Faso or any other country. I'm in America. This country was built by some people. So if you do not carry the weight of your country on your shoulders, you will never really be in any position to talk about it. You will talk, but your conscience will tell you you are out of it. You know, you don't belong in it. So let's do this and stop complaining.
Yes, thank you so much for that reminder as well, Pochi. I always tell people that I know, I mean, people that whenever I'm talking about you, whenever I listen to you, there's always something I take home. There's always a lot of wisdom. And just urging Cameroonians to vote with reason, conscience, and not, they should forget about it now and think about the future. Not just their future, but the future of their children is very important. But certainly, since you say you are in the US, you must have been speaking to a lot of people from different, how can I put it, from different spheres, from different, Cameroonians. English speaking Cameroonians, French speaking Cameroonians. What is the general sentiment that you get when you are speaking to Cameroonians?
So I would say just before I answer you that I had to move to the US for reasons beyond my control. I came to this country sick, and that made me to kind of reduce my associations. So I'm not as in touch with Cameroonians as I would have been otherwise. But of course, as a Cameroonian, the conversations do come up in places I go to, in Cameroonian circles that I happen to go to at times. And I would say I constantly see that Cameroonians are very uninformed or poorly informed about Cameroon. In the United States, one of the things I see often, and it hurts me, but I've also learned to just, do my part and live my life. Don't die on the task. Do your part and live another day. So, in the United States, especially, you have people here who probably haven't gone to Cameroon like in the last 10 years, in the last 15 years, some in the last 20 years. And they are so aggressive when they talk about Cameroon, but yet they are really out of touch. All right. I always tell people if something is good enough to deserve your attention, it is worth you researching properly about it before talking about it. And more so if this is a country you call your own. Okay. And I would say I increasingly make the difference between people who say they are Cameroonians and they have long disconnected from the country and have a different passport, because those people they always have a plan A exit if there's a problem. So they are really different from those who still hold a Cameroonian passport and so have no choice when Cameroon is concerned. They don't have a plan A or plan B or plan C, they just have Cameroon. I don't know if you understand what I mean by that.
Certainly, yes, I do. Yes.
So when you have options, speak about Cameroon with caution, okay? Because you're speaking on behalf of people who do not have choices. So you do need to be able to speak for them or not speak at all. Yeah. So that's one of the things. Like we should get more information about the things we say. It's not because something is wrong that we are allowed emotions. Emotions are Emotions are like guns. Actually, emotions are producing guns now in our country. So we should be careful with emotions. And one of the best way to handle that is please get more information about what you're talking about, because at the end of the day, this affects the lives of real people. Real people get lose their jobs. Real people lose their lives. Real people stop going to school. Real people really suffer. Well, some of these people who talk, their kids, their lives, they go on elsewhere.
Yeah. So thanks so much, Pochi. I know that you certainly told me that you'll be coming in and out. Is there anything that you want to say before you go? And we'll certainly want to have you again during the day because this is going on the entire day.
All right, Mimi. So thank you very much for accommodating my very complicated schedule. It just happens that I'm at work, so it's not possible for me to be on video and for
Thank
long.
you, Pochi, for
Yes,
really
so
stepping in. Yes, thank you.
I had a screenshot from someone who actually looks like one of your listeners wanted to see a video of me. So I'm just saying this to their attention that I do understand you. I truly appreciate your concern and your interest, but we are all going to have to do this in one way or another. The
Yeah,
most important thing is please go vote. If you don't vote today, you don't have a say in Cameroon for the next 7 years. So
right.
please make your voice heard.
Thank you so much, Pochi, and we'll be so happy to have you again very shortly. Whenever you have time, just send in a message and say you're available again. We'll be glad to have you.
I appreciate you, Mimi. Thank you very much. And courage to everybody coming up. It's not an easy day, but I'm also a Christian. I believe the Lord goes ahead of us. It shall be fine.
It shall be well. Thank you, Pochi, and yes, Have a nice day and see you very soon. Talk to you very soon.
Thank you, my dear.
Thank you. And we now have the producer of Road to It Today who is joining us now. Hello, Jodica. Thank you for joining us. Where is your video? We need to see you. Hi, how are you?
Good morning, Mimi. I'm okay.
Yes, tell us, where are you now and what is happening?
Okay, right now I am at one of the polling stations here it's a polling center actually here in Buya, located at Ndongo. That is government primary school Ndongo. Just behind me here, you can see that people are already lining up and to get registered, to get themselves ready to go inside and vote. So some people as well are also setting their equipment just behind me here. And so many people are just trooping in, though in the very early, it was there was the weather wasn't good. It was raining, and I'm sure that is why might have prevented the delay in the opening of the polls at this particular unit here in Koya.
Yes, some people are describing the rain as showers of blessings, and I'm sure that should be the same situation in Boya. But have you spoken to some people there? What are their motivations? What are their expectations?
That's right. Not only just today, but since yesterday, been talking with a lot of people here in Kuya, and I can tell you that if we are able to see this number, then it therefore means that so many people are actually anxious for change, and that is what they have been telling me. They want to see change. They want to see change. Just before I entered here, I'm just receiving messages from people who are saying that they want to actually see change happening. And I think at this crucial moment in the history of the country, the people, the voters who are actually here, they want to see something different. We don't actually know the choice of their candidates, but I can tell you that everybody is really, really determined to actually come and vote here.
And then also, how is the general atmosphere like in Boya this morning? Are people skeptical? Are the places deserted? Is there security? Can you just paint the general atmosphere in the city?
Well, it's a very calm atmosphere, but I can tell you that it's just like elsewhere in the countries, the business premises are shuttered. There are no movement of vehicles. I've just been looking around and no movement of vehicles except for the police van that I saw drop some security personnel here. So the people who are not actually voting, some of them are indoors. But for the ones that I've seen here, when I arrived at this polling station, yeah, I saw them taking their names on the list that has been pasted on the wall there. And I can tell you that the town now is very calm, and I can tell you that it looks like the weather is going to be a bright one. So yeah, and I think that it's going to be okay here. So there are no issues. We understand that this election is taking place under a security challenge context. But as it stands now, in this particular place, we have not heard anything, and I think that is the prayer of many people that this election should really go on free.
Yeah. So what about the governor? Because when we were hearing from our correspondent in Bamenda, she was explaining that the governor was going to be voting shortly. Have you heard? Because I think that's the biggest administrator in the Southwest, the governor. I'm not sure there's any candidate voting in Boya today, or even in Limbe, if I'm mistaken. But have you heard anything about the officials where the governor would certainly be voting? And yes.
Currently, no information yet as to whether the governor of Southwest Region, Kalabulai, has voted or not. But it is likely that he will be voting at the government residential areas, government residential area which is located closer to the Buya Mountain. So I think, yeah, that's where most of the government administrators are located, and that is where his office and his residence is based. It is likely because according to Lakeham, and only put based nearer to the polling units, where you are resident.
Mm.
Governor and all the administrators, the higher administrators in the region will be voting just at the government residential areas in Buta.
Thank you so much, Jadeka. I should also note that you are the producer of Road to A2D. Can you all see me? Yes, okay, because the screen went just went dark. Okay, just to add that you are the producer of Road to A2D, this program that was conceived and has been going on for, I should say, 4 months. Is it 3 months now? Before today's polling day. You've been doing a fantastic job, and you didn't just sit at home today to say, oh, you'll be producing this program. You decided to also go to the field to talk to the people on the ground to hear what is happening, what the stakes are, to measure the temperature. And here you are reporting from the ground to show Cameroonians that we started this job and we need to complete it. Talking about a road to A2D, you've been able to do a lot in terms of shaping the narratives, shaping the views of Cameroonians, getting voices heard and represented on this program. I've always told people that it's just my face that they see, but you are one of the brains behind Road to A2D since it was conceived 3 months ago. So when people keep saying Mimi, 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 it's not Mimi actually. These are the people behind the project. Thank you, Dan, for the fantastic job that you've been doing. You've been so patient, very, very professional, making sure that we have all the questions ready in time, all the guests ready in time, that you ask just the right questions, and you've remained very, very objective. And you've also ensured throughout the process that all the candidates are represented, their voices are heard, the parties appear on the program, not based on where they come from or what they stand for. You just wanted Cameroonians to get to hear from different people across the board. What was the main motivation behind Road to A2D?
Please, a little bit, the weather isn't good here. Please, can you repeat your question?
Yes, the question is just, what was your motivation? What has been your motivation so far?
Well, it's actually a wonderful question there. When we sat down and started talking about this program, I'm just so amazed that today we are actually on day and this is happening. So the motivation behind Good to Educate has been looking at the previous election. We've noticed that most Cameroonians have always voted without actually knowing who the candidates are, what the candidates actually stand for, what are their manifestos all about, and so on. At times, people just end up, they are just driven by by certain things other than what the candidates are proposing, that when they will get office, they will do. And who are these candidates anyway? At times, people are just guessing this one and this one and so on. But I think that is what prompted to come to Route to A2D, to come with this show, Route to A2D. And so far, you have seen that we have been able to educate, inform Cameroonians on who these candidates are. What are these candidates offering? And we have not just only been telling them what these candidates are offering, but we have been able to bring these candidates on set to actually tell us their promises. Though we'll be coming to that, but how has the structure of the show been like? When we started 3 months back, it has been bringing experts on the show to actually tell us what are the electoral processes all about in Cameroon. And they have been educating people, getting so many Cameroonians engaged in this election. And from there, it came the submission of the convening of the electorate by a presidential decree, which was still reported, and then the submission of files by the various candidates. And I think during the submissions of files, we had 83 people, aspirants who were, vying for the post of president. But after a lot of scrutiny from Elekam and validation from the Constitutional Council, we arrived with 12 So, and now we are talking about 10. And I believe that so many Cameroonians, if you ask them on the street, they will tell you that there are actually 10 candidates, and these are the candidates, and these are the things that these candidates are actually pitching to them. And I think that can only be thanks to Rutu Etudi.
Yes. And so, why do you think that this program is important? Why is it important?
It is one of the biggest programs right now in Cameroon, as I can say, as the producer of the show, because this program has been able to actually show Cameroonians that, look, you don't just need to sit and live on hearsay and so on. These are the people. These are the things they are telling you that they will do. And aside from just us bringing these people and actually, talking to them and getting their policies, we have been able to give the viewers, the Cameroonians, the platform to also ask questions directly to some of these candidates. And I think that is an opportunity that many of them have always been looking for, to connect with with their leaders, with people who want to lead them directly. And just for that, I think that is one of the reasons why this show is so important.
Do you think that you've achieved your objective so far?
No, I don't think that we have been able to achieve the objective until we are completely done with the election. Today is just the voting day. We know that after this, we are still going to have several processes going on with the tallying of the result from the local level to the regional level and right up to the national headquarters in Yaoundé. And from there, we are still going to have election litigations at the Constitutional Council. From the Constitutional Council, we are going to see the declaration of the winner, and then and from there right up to November 6th. So we are going to have the swearing in of the president-elect. So it's just to tell these Cameroonians that, however, we have achieved so many things, but until this process is completed, then I will not actually boast that we have achieved that much, but actually we have been able to, to go an extra mile for the fact that we have been able to talk to 7 of the presidential candidates, and we have been able to talk to officials of all the parties represented. It tells you that this is a very milestone for not only for us, the producers, the presenters, but for the entire road to the team and the MMI reporters.
Yes, I also remember that there were. I just had something in mind to ask, but I just forgot because we were talking about the fact that our mission is not over yet. But if I remember, I would ask. The question that should come next is, how challenging has it been to bring this program to millions of Cameroonians?
Oh, Mimi, come on! It has been really. The late nights, the scheduling, the calls to and fro, getting back and canceling the show at 9 minutes. It has really been really challenging, and considering the fact that we have slow internet connection here in Cameroon, it has really not been easy. You get to these candidates probably 5 minutes to the show, they tell you that they won't make it. You get to this expert probably 5 minutes to the show, they tell you that they won't make it. Despite I can imagine the time you have spent, putting up the makeup and all of that, and the necessary resources in place for this show to to pull. I can tell you that it has not really been easy. At times we hold discussions right up to to midnight, ensuring that we give Cameroonian the best, as far as election is concerned. It has really been quite challenging, but the one thing that I can say is that despite those challenges that we have encountered, recording, going live and so on, we have been able to push through, and it's something we should really be thankful for that.
Yes, that's a good one. I remember when I would do makeup, because sometimes I'll just say, okay, let me do, we women, we can't just come here without doing makeup or dressing up or even doing some touches. And then you tell me that the guest is not coming. I'm like, oh my God, this is not happening. It happened so many times. We felt disappointed. And there were even times where we came and we did the lives ourselves. And I had to go back because probably the internet connection of the guest was not very, very good. But we are so appreciative that Cameroonians could understand all of this, some of these challenges, and still bear with us. Also, is the show ending after the polls end, after the election ends? If not, how long will Road to Etude continue to run?
The show is not ending for sure. I can tell you that. I think our viewers should be expecting this program right up to 2026. Probably the show will be ending when we must have known the winners of the municipal and parliamentary elections, because though along the line we will be expecting that the show might be rebranded. Yes, so for that one we are going to see a different shape of what Route to Etude is all about. We know that Route to Etude, because of the presidential palace, the Unity Palace, which is located there at Etude. But after the declaration of the winner, president-elect, on November 6th, the swearing in pardon of the president-elect on November 6th, what becomes of the show? Definitely, we are still going to continue. Remember that the regional elections, regional council elections will be taking place on November 30th this year. So we will still be there to be telling the people exactly who these regional council presidents are. What are they actually telling the people, and what have they done in the past mandate, and what are they hoping to achieve in the coming mandates if they are given another mandate again. And probably at that time, we'll be looking now to see how we can rebrand the show, because we will be going on with the municipal and the parliamentary elections, which will be taking place, I think, early 2026. Though we are still yet to have the decree company.
Yeah, but that time we would have arrived at today with a new candidate. So maybe the show would be rebranded and renamed or something like that, like you said. Okay. I remember you kept insisting that ask the candidates whether we can interview them and when they are elected. But unfortunately, we have just one candidate that we're not able to interview, which is the incumbent President Paul Biya. Also, you were talking about the atmosphere in Boya. Are there some changes? Do you think there are people who can speak to us for us to just hear from them what the state of affairs are right now?
I don't know. You are still staying here, so people are just trooping in. Let me just be able to show you there, so that you can be able to see what is happening here. Complete.
Yes, we can see what is
Yeah.
happening.
So, just a minute, and then we can go to. Okay. Now this is the first here, and then. So this is the situation here at Ndongo Primary School. So the people, is very timid, but I can tell you that many people are just coming in and verifying their names. Those white things that you are seeing, those are the lists that have been pasted on the wall. So you are seeing people just coming in and trooping in here at GS Wokoko. That is the name, but many people know it as government primary school Ndongo. So that is actually the situation of what is happening here. Definitely, I will be getting some people who would like to probably come and express, their views on camera shortly.
Yeah. So when you got into the polling station, what did you observe? Did you observe anything? How many ballot papers did we have? 12 or 10? What was the atmosphere like inside the polling station? Because I'm sure you voted as well, right?
No. Just after this live, this is my voter's card. I will just dive in there. I came and I checked already. So I've seen my polling units. Yes, this is actually a center. So there are up to I think 5 polling units in this particular center. So I'm still here to cast my ballots for that candidate that is in my mind. So yeah, after that, definitely we'll be having people, to tell us exactly what has been going on. But so far, Elecam officials have just set up their equipment right behind me here, and I can confidently tell you that voting has begun in this primary school.
Okay, is there anything else, or should we come back to you later? Anything else that we need to know?
Definitely, we'll be coming back later with more.
Okay, thank you so much, Jojika, for that inputs there. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Boya and producer of Road to A2D. We can only wish you all the best. But maybe when we come back to you again, we would like to hear from 1 or 2 persons so that we get the impressions from the ground, what the expectations of the people are. But thank you so much for joining us. Stay focused and please stay safe as well.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, so we are now being joined by another reporter still in Yaoundé, Nani Patricio. Good morning. How are you doing?
Sorry. Good morning, Mimi. Good morning, everyone. I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I'm reporting from Government Primary School, Olembe 2. I've just voted. It has not been easy getting my name, see my name in the list. Normally, I vote here since 2018, and getting my name, seeing my name wasn't easy. And a lot of people, I must say, Mimi, a lot of people will go without voting from my first impression, because one, the names are not seen, the names are in total disorder. You must be very patient to look to move all around the polling halls to check your name, and people are losing patience in that. The names are not really in alphabetical order, and people did not also receive their voters card. A lot of people, more than 40% of people here did not have their voters card, and they are still trying to look their names, find their names in the list, try to connect to the seat. So it's a lot of uh, lot of inches going on. And also in this particular center, some of the halls voting started late. I think in my hall, they started at 9:20. That's when they started. When I came, they were still trying to put on the ballot papers in place, setting the halls. Most of the halls they started here at 9:18, 9:20, an hour late, more than an hour late. So that is one of the problems here. But voting is going with serenity. No particular incident has been noticed apart from people having difficulties localizing their names. Then that's it. But for now, there's no problem.
So are there measures in place to rectify these errors that you've just mentioned?
Yeah, the polling agents from Elecam, they are doing their best. They are trying to direct people to how to look for their names, because I personally had to go through look for my name. It takes a lot of patience. You may see E and thinking that one of the hall may be having E, and then you have to go again to another hall to see E. So there's a lot of mix up in a lot of how names have been written, not in such a way you can just see it fluent. So you have to go through more than 10 voting halls here to check your name from the list. So you have to be patient, continue looking if you are sure of your center. Another thing they are doing is, I'm still going to have an interview with one of the agents. They are trying to find their names also online to locate their numbers, because once you locate your number, it's very easy for you to vote. So that's one of the problems. But there are people there to help enter into the Elecam site to make sure that who are having difficulties finding their names, so that they can be able to locate their their exact polling hall.
Mm.
But I must say that some people have started.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, I can get you.
Yes, so the question I
I
want
must say some people are already. Yeah.
yes, so yes, we are interrupting each other. So I just wanted to ask, and you've been speaking to some Cameroonians, of course. What is on their minds as they are going to vote? You probably spoke to many Cameroonians before. Yes.
Really, I've not first. My first assignment was to get myself to vote, and I had to get vote. I have to get voted. I have to vote also. So I was bent at first of all looking for my name. So it took me more than 1 hour to get to see my name in one of the halls. I just voted before I connected online. So now I have to go and ask a lot of people. There's a lot of enthusiasm, as I can see with people. People are very happy voting. Some voted and were shouting, "I've passed my GCE. I've already had my bag." You see a lot of, there's anxiety among people. A lot of, you can see it in people's, how people are coming out. A lot of people. I think really the impression is massive. Yeah.
Yes. So, would you be going to other polling stations, and what are you going to do after this voting? Would you stay there till
Now, after this, I have to go around and see whether, because most of the uh, polling stations, polling stations, they don't have representatives from other parties. From what I've just seen, mainly elected officials are there and no representatives from other parties. That's already one of the failures that I'm seeing here. So I have to see, and you can't just go in. I have to see who represents who represents who, and then I can see I move to the nearest polling station. But I'm seeing quite some few young men who are volunteers supervising. In some halls, we have 6, 7 people who are there taking into account, supervising also the vote.
Yes. So we would certainly want to get back to you again. And when we come back, we'll also be happy to hear from Cameroonians who are on the ground there voting. I'm sure that the internet has been interrupted. That is Manny Patricio. He is also one of those voting and also monitoring the situation on the ground for us in Yaoundé. Like we said earlier, we're going to have a lot of people coming from, every top of the hour to have this conversation, which is very important. Today is polling day in Cameroon. We see a lot of people already engaged in the comment section. People are not letting it go. People are, talking about the candidates that they are rooting for. Others are saying they have voted. Please keep us updated. Whatever is happening in your community, whatever officials are saying, opposition party leaders are saying, please reach out to us. We would certainly have to share our contacts with the viewers so that they can also send information through to us. We have a wide range of guests, the analysts that will also be joining us during this live stream. It's going to be an entire day just with you, and then different people coming from time to time to intervene and then go back. For those who have been sharing, we also want to appreciate it's Sunday, but we are all, gathered here to see into it that change happens in Cameroon, and no one can do it as an individual. Is a collective. It should be a collective effort. We will try to also still get our reporter in Bamenda. I can see and that she is there. Hello, welcome to you. Are there any updates from Bamenda so far from the Northwest?
Yes, so far we've had echoes of administrative authorities voting across the divisional headquarters of the Northwest region. We've also learned that locals in polling stations where we are not, you all know that at this on this day, particularly in the Northwest region, movement is highly, not just restricted, but highly restricted, but we were able to implant ourselves in different polling stations, and we've been having updates that the local population have been coming around to vote at the government bilingual school, Old Town, where it is host to a number of polling stations. One man who just voted told us that he really feels relief, given that he has taken part in this process. And many of them are expressing the desire that polling station results should be what is declared when the competent authority is declaring a result. So far, the rains have subsided, and people are braving the odds to get to polling stations, polling centers, and cast their votes. The governor voted at Upstation moments ago, and in an interview with the media, he said the voting process has is on a good footing across the Northwest region, and he is appealing that inhabitants of the Northwest region should go about this civic responsibility of theirs with the same serenity with which it has begun. So far, we've seen security patrolling the streets of Bamenda. It's not a regular voting process, given that it is taking place in a conflict situation with threats coming from different directions so far. Those are the updates we have for now. We are still monitoring the process, but looking at how the lists have been posted on the different walls of polling centers and polling stations, we discovered that persons with disability, especially with a visual impairment, are going to be having it very challenging. Imagine you with your sight going around, getting confused, trying to get yourself into the right polling station where you will vote. And then imagine someone with visual impairment. Those are some of the challenges. People with mobility impairment are having great challenges, even having access to some of the polling centers here in Bamenda. But many are hopeful that by 6 p.m., when voting is expected to end, many people would have moved to the different polling centers and stations to cast their votes. So far, we've not learned of any major incidents, but we are just monitoring the situation on the ground.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's great to hear that everything so far is going on hitch-free. We are trying to just get the image of the governor of the Northwest region, Adovle Lilafrik, voting just a few minutes ago, as our correspondent in Bamenda is saying. So we are trying to just get his image on the screen. So everything is going on hitch-free so far, but we also still have our ears on the ground. You can see this is the governor when he was voting in the early hours of this morning. And so far, he appeals for calm as the process continues across the entire Northwest region. We also have the Senior Divisional Officer of Ndonga Mantung, Mr. Basilican George Emmanuel, who has voted at the council chambers polling station in Kambe, that is in the Northwest region of Cameroon. Also, we have images of the city of Yaoundé on this election day. We are going to be bringing those images to you, our viewers, so that you see the state of some parts of Cameroon, especially as we are heading to the polls. Like I said, we have our correspondents in different regions. Thank you so much. Some of our reporters will come up here anonymously, others will come up here on video because and on audio because of connectivity issues. So please, guys, just bear with us. The most important thing that we need now is the information than anything else. I want to play a clip from the African Union Observation Mission. They already arrived Cameroon, and they were also urging for calm in the electoral process in Cameroon. So I'm just trying to make sure that I get the information right. The African Union Observation Mission to the country, expressed expectations. They said their expectations are high. They are expecting that the process will be free, fair, transparent, and that credible elections will take place in the country. And Cameroonians, of course, are going to the polls today to either elect a new leader or maintain the incumbent who has been in power for more than 40 years. The head of the mission was speaking shortly after meeting with the chairman of the National Human Rights Commission and his collaborators. The meeting took place in Yaoundé yesterday. So since arrival in Cameroon, the AU African Union mission has met with candidates and government officials, actors of the civil society. I mean, all the actors that are involved in the electoral process. So we are going to be listening to the African Union Election Observation Mission, Mr. Bernard Makuza, who was speaking to the media. That was yesterday.
African Union wishes elections which are very transparent and without the African Union wishes elections which are very transparent and without violence. We commend what is done for the time being, and we would wish to see this election to be conducted with fair play where needed, transparency as I said, and free, democratic, because the African Union encourages this kind of process in terms of democracy. Quand nous arrivons dans un pays comme mission d'observation, nous essayons de contacter tous les partenaires ou les intervenants dans le processus donc des élections. Nous sommes à la disposition des institutions nationales, nous sommes à la disposition de la société civile, nous sommes à la disposition des candidats ou des partis politiques pour échanger, parce que premièrement pour notre observation, nous voulons recueillir le maximum d'informations possibles, diversifiées, et pour que nous puissions nous faire une opinion. Mais nous aussi, nous observons nous-mêmes ce qui se passe autour d'une élection comme celle-ci qui est prévue le dimanche, à partir de cette période préélectorale, la campagne, mais aussi ce qui suit après le scrutin qui est prévu à un jour fixe. Donc l'Union africaine est présente pour notamment accompagner, soutenir les processus démocratiques au niveau des pays membres. Nous faisons une observation électorale, comme je l'ai dit, pendant les 3 phases. Nous faisons notre déclaration préliminaire le 14, vous êtes d'ailleurs bien invités. Mais aussi après un mois, il y a un rapport que nous rédigeons avec des observations. Mais on ne peut pas dire que tout simplement les observations sont des observations négatives. Il y a aussi des appréciations, il y a de bonnes choses qui se passent ici et là. On met toutes ces observations qui sont de bonnes pratiques dans l'un ou l'autre pays, mais aussi on met des observations et le pays est pour les prendre en considération pour une amélioration éventuelle.
Sorry, I was muted, sorry. So I was just saying that was the African Union Election Observation Mission, Mr. Bernard Makuza. He was speaking there. We can see that the African Union is actually represented in the electoral process in Cameroon. We also have other organizations involved Their role will be to survey and observe and monitor and make sure that the process is hitch-free and credible. And we just hope that everything goes well and we have the exact results at the end of the day. We also see that our reporter in Yaoundé joined again. We are not sure exactly what the situation is, but we'll try now to go to the West region before to the North. Okay, we also have Manny Patricio that has just joined again. Hi, hi Manny, how are you?
Yeah, Mimi, I'm coming back again with some updates now. Still at a government primary school, Olembe. I've just spoken to some agents, Elecam agents, and they just told me that the problem is the 10 polling stations that they have here, they don't have, most of them, they don't have representatives from political parties. And it is a problem. They are the ones telling me that. So you see, and I just asked a question. The political parties are not, so anything can be done, and the Elecam officials are, if they are putting that as a complaint, then this is a serious thing. So they just told me that most of the political parties are not represented in the halls. There are 10 halls, voting halls here, and not all are being represented by political parties. Another problem that he told me is that people don't know their polling stations. There are 2 polling stations here that are closer, and some people who are at Olembe Kamsik beside the stadium, they are coming to vote at the primary school. So they come here instead of going to Kamsik. So that has been another problem. As other problems that I highlighted with you is people locating their names. But the officials, as I just told you, one there is trying to indicate people where to go and vote. And the few people I spoke to about their reason for voting, everybody was just telling me that they just want change. Things are not going. They don't mind who wins, but they just want change at the head of the state. So everybody
So
is just here for
as someone who is really, because I can see from what you're saying that you're also really eager for change, having heard that some parties are not represented at the polling station, how do you feel about that?
I feel so bad because the elections we are not just announced just of recent. I think all the political parties could have done everything to make sure that they have representatives at their polling stations, at the polling stations. The SDF did something to galvanize 31,000 agents, but they are not enough. They are not enough. I've just had reports from Modemba that some of the SDF agents, scrutinies, have been sent out of their polling halls. I don't know how true that is, but I've just got from some of the SDF comrades who are telling me that. But the problem is, how can there be elections and then political parties didn't take the necessary measures to make sure that they are in their posts? And tomorrow they will be shouting if there is fraud. How will they know that there was fraud? Because they have not done anything to protect, to make sure that there is no fraud. Which means the level of seriousness is also questionable here.
Yes, that's a very important point you're raising there. Hopefully before the end of today, especially when the votes are being counted, they will have their representatives in the polling stations to ensure that the votes, the exact data is obtained. Also, have you spoken? How is the turnout? Are more people coming to the polling stations to vote?
The turnout is significant here. The turnout is really significant here. People are coming and people are voting and going. The turnout is really significant here. All the halls are having lines have started creating in some particular halls, but the turnout is really it's impressive. The turnout is impressive here.
Yes. Is there anyone that we can talk to? Is it possible to talk to anyone on the ground now?
Maybe I will try to get madame, please. Bonjour. Est-ce que vous pouvez m'accorder une seconde, une minute pour parler en ligne? Bonjour, monsieur. Est-ce que vous pouvez m'accorder une minute? Bonjour.
Bonjour, monsieur.
So maybe you just ask them what their expectations are for today, why are they there, and so on.
This is one of the elections officials here. So I want to get from him. Bonjour, monsieur. Vous êtes en direct de Minute Info. Quelles sont, depuis le matin, quelles sont les difficultés que vous avez rencontrées depuis le début des...
Non, aucune. Tout se passe bien. Les électeurs retrouvent facilement leurs cartes et puis les listes sont bien arrangées depuis le matin. Pas grand problème.
Certains électeurs disent que les noms ne sont pas en ordre alphabétique. Est-ce que c'est un problème?
Ça crée pas de problème. Je suis là pour ça. Si ce n'est pas en ordre alphabétique, on t'aide à lire les listes et puis trouver ce que tu cherches.
Okay.
D'accord. Et quelles sont les choses que les gens qui votent doivent prendre en compte? Mani, we really need to hear from the Elecam official, please.
Pour te dire, la personne que tu venais voter, le choix c'est dans mon cœur.
Non, on veut seulement savoir vos attentes. Quelles sont vos attentes et qu'est-ce que vous voulez voir après ce depuis?
Quelles sont vos attentes? Pourquoi?
Le changement, le changement. Tout, pour moi, c'est le changement.
Okay. Vous voulez sauf que le changement. So the impression is just general. Yeah, everybody wants change. Majority wants change. You don't know. I've not yet seen somebody who is telling me that he wants the actual president to remain, which means that I've not yet. Maybe I'm still to meet, but for now, everybody wants change. I've spoken to. So over to you, man.
Sorry. So yes, we are also trying to connect with Marcus Dari, who is in Garua now. We saw him indicating that there is another information that we need to know. Oui, Marcus, bonjour. Vous êtes déjà en ligne. Qu'est-ce qui se passe de votre côté?
Alors oui, merci de me passer la parole. Nous vous recevons à nouveau dans la ville de Garoua, la capitale régionale du Nord, précisément à l'école publique maternelle de Fulbéré, qui abrite l'un des bureaux de vote ouverts dans la ville de Garoua. D'ici quelques minutes, le candidat du FSNC est annoncé. Tout à l'heure, il sera donc entré pour accomplir son devoir citoyen également. Et depuis quelques minutes déjà, les choses ont beaucoup changé. Là, à l'école publique maternelle de Fulbéré, les électeurs de plus en plus gagnent le terrain. Ils viennent de plus en plus pour accomplir leur devoir, alors qu'à 8 heures, lorsque le bureau de vote était ouvert, c'était encore la timidité qui se faisait remarquer. Mais à l'instant, les électeurs arrivent, même si ce n'est pas dans une grande foulée, mais ils sont quand même là, les électeurs arrivent. Et toute chose qui indique au fur et à mesure que les heures vont passer, les électeurs vont justement gagner l'esplanade de ce bureau de vote où ils sont inscrits. Actuellement, je peux déjà vous dire que l'école publique de Marois, de Fulbéré, autant pour moi, enregistre environ 350 électeurs dans ce bureau de vote. Et actuellement, les choses sont en train d'évoluer de bon train.
Et est-ce que vous avez parlé à certains électeurs ou est-ce qu'on peut avoir les réactions sur la place?
Oui, justement, nous pouvons avoir la réaction de quelques électeurs, le temps de mettre la main sur quelques-uns d'entre eux. Le temps justement de recevoir déjà quelques-uns, nous allons davantage du moins se rappeler que sur place, les choses évoluent Actuellement, quelques électeurs sont à la recherche de leurs noms sur les listes électorales qui sont affichées devant chaque salle de bureau de vote et enregistrement continu. Nous allons d'un moment à l'autre pouvoir prendre un électeur, si vous permettez. Bonjour à vous. Je pas avec la réaction, vous électeur. Ok. Bonjour à vous. Bonjour. Je peux avoir une réaction, vous électeur. Je peux avoir une interview, s'il vous plaît. Une interview. Une minute, pardon. Alors, j'espère que vous me recevez. Je suis en compagnie d'un électeur. Il est en train justement de procéder à la vérification de son nom inscrit sur les listes électorales. Il va avec nous partager déjà l'état d'esprit dans lequel il va donc accomplir tout à l'heure son devoir citoyen. Vous allez vous présenter. On vous appelle comment? Alors, vous avez déjà retrouvé votre nom, Salut? D'accord. Et actuellement, quel est l'état d'esprit dans lequel vous vous trouvez?
Ma pratique était je n'ai pas de santé. Je viens vérifier si je sais le numéro de la carte. C'est là que je vérifie maintenant.
Est-ce que vous êtes confiant dans votre tête? Est-ce que ça va? Est-ce que vous avez une inquiétude particulière en dehors du fait que vous êtes en train de vérifier votre nom sur la liste?
J'ai une inquiétude. Parce que je vérifie, je ne sais pas.
D'accord, c'est beaucoup de courage, d'accord? Beaucoup de courage, merci. Allez, nous allons continuer avec d'autres électeurs. On peut avoir un petit peu, s'il vous plaît. Alors, vous allez vous présenter, vous allez nous dire également l'état d'esprit dans lequel vous vous retrouvez ce matin. Je ne sais pas, vous avez déjà voté?
Non, pas d'accord.
D'accord, vous allez nous expliquer, nous décrire votre état d'esprit, vous présenter à vous.
Il faut qu'il parle un peu proche du téléphone parce que le volume de son côté est un peu bas.
D'accord, vous avez retrouvé votre salle, votre nom, ça va? D'accord. Oui.
Et à l'écran, je ne peux pas encore voter parce que je suis là pour aider d'abord les personnes qui m'ont là. Je les aide à retrouver un bureau. Clairement, il y a des gens qui sont venus avec les cartes, c'était compliqué. Il y avait des cartes qui étaient faciles à retirer, mais comme il n'y a pas les cartes, on est obligé de chercher ça comme ça.
Ok, so it's a bit difficult. So c'est un peu difficile de l'entendre parce que Marcos. Allô, Marcos?
Peut-être que nous n'avons jamais assisté à ce genre d'élections. Avant, on savait que les élections, les opposants étaient, comme on disait, la plus bête qu'on avait avant, mais cette fois-ci, le peuple est réveillé. Et pourquoi ils doivent voter, que ça va passer dans de bonnes conditions.
Allô, Marcos? Oui, Marcos, tu me suis? Oui, parce que quand les électeurs parlent, le volume est tellement bas. Est-ce que tu peux nous donner, tu peux me faire le résumé de ce qu'ils ont dit?
D'accord, oui. En écoutant les électeurs qui se sont exprimés, l'on comprend d'une part qu'il y en a une grande sérénité qui installé et qui encadre justement cette élection à l'école publique maternelle de Fulbéré. Il y en a l'un des électeurs qui était toujours à la recherche de son nom sur les listes électorales. Il y avait également une inquiétude qui se lisait sur son visage parce que ça fait il y a quelques moments où il cherchait déjà son nom sur la liste. La peur de ne pas évidemment trouver son nom sur la liste et de peur de ne pas justement accomplir son acte civique. Mais il y en a également d'autres qui sont sereins, les noms figurent effectivement et qui attendent juste le moment pour accomplir également les devoirs civiques. De manière générale, le dispositif sécuritaire est déjà mis en place. Lors de règne, les électeurs viennent, essayent de retrouver leur salle de vote et accomplissent les actes. Tout à l'heure, je vous ai dit que le candidat Issa Thioboma du SNC va arriver d'un moment à l'autre pour accomplir son vote, mettre son bulletin dans l'urne tout à l'heure. Il n'est pas encore arrivé, les dispositifs sont en train d'être mis en place pour pouvoir encadrer justement son vote. Donc je vous reviendrai d'un moment à l'autre lorsque le moment sera opportun, davantage pour vous décrire justement l'actualité au sein du bureau de vote ouvert à l'école publique maternelle de Paul-Biya.
Merci beaucoup à Marcus Daré qui nous joint depuis l'école publique de Fulberi, c'est dans la région du Nord. Merci beaucoup. He was here. He's joining us from the government primary school in Fulberi, that is in Garwa in the north region of Cameroon. He says that in any moment from now, Issa Shoma Bakari will be casting his ballots, and that everything is being put in place to receive the presidential candidate. We will be having Ari Obenson in just a moment, but before that, we already have our correspondent from the West region as well. We need to take out the picture so that we can see him. He just joined us. Hello, Brand. Welcome. How are you doing? Was it easy to get connected? Est-ce que ça a été facile de se connecter?
Good morning, Mimi. Good morning to all of you. I'm very happy to see you this morning. C'est un jour particulier et la connexion est vraiment compliquée. C'est pas évident du tout. Donc, nous avons dû quitter le terrain pour se rabattre, question d'utiliser nos moyens propres pour essayer de vous rejoindre. Qu'à cela ne tienne, il faut dire que ce matin, il a beaucoup plu dans la région de l'Ouest, dans plusieurs régions du Cameroun aussi. Et c'est un jour particulier, comme vous le savez déjà. Qu'à cela ne tienne, nous sommes ici à Fumban, c'est le chef-lieu du département du Noun. Et c'est un lieu particulier dans ce sens où c'est un tout petit peu le fief de l'Union démocratique du Cameroun, puisque l'UDC de Patricia Tomaino Damjoya compte 6 mairies sur 9 dans ce département qui constitue quand même en matière de superficie 51% de la région de l'ouest du pays. C'est donc une ville de Fumban qui s'est réveillée de manière un peu timide quand même ce matin parce que cette pluie qui a débuté depuis 3 heures a quand même freiné les mouvements des uns et des autres. Nous avons parcouru quelques bureaux de vote depuis ce matin. Nous avons fait 3 bureaux de vote précisément. Et ce n'était pas encore la grosse affluence, compte tenu naturellement de cette pluie. Nous avons dû nous-mêmes nous vêtir de manière un peu particulière pour se rendre dans ces bureaux de vote où les différentes équipes sont installées, les représentants des bureaux de vote également. Et l'affluence était encore un tout petit peu timide ce matin pour la raison que je viens d'évoquer. Qu'à cela ne tienne, après ce câble, nous allons retourner sur le terrain parce que lorsque nous revenions pour vous rendre compte de ce qui se passe sur le terrain, on a aperçu quelques électeurs qui se déployaient déjà, question de se rendre dans les bureaux de vote. La deuxième particularité du département du Noun, et plus précisément de Fumban, puisque Fumban c'est le chef-lieu de département, c'est qu'il y a 2 partis politiques qui se distinguent particulièrement. Il y a donc l'UDC qui gère de manière majoritaire le département au niveau de la députation, au niveau des conseillers municipaux également, puisque c'est pas moins de 205 conseillers municipaux. Le Noun a, je pense, 17 conseillers régionaux. Vous comprenez donc son implantation, contrairement au parti au pouvoir qui a 3 mairies sur 9 dans ce département. L'autre particularité quand même, c'est que c'est dans le Noun qu'est logé, alors le Noun est le département d'origine du patron du comité central du RDPC, pour ce qui est de la région de l'Ouest. Vous comprenez donc cette particularité-là. Autre fait quand même marquant, c'est que vous avez Patricia Tomaino Damjoya, qui est l'épouse de Feu Adamou Damjoya, le frère, disons-le ainsi, de Feu Sultan Bombo Joya, et son fils qui a pris le pouvoir depuis quelques années est un fervent militant du Rassemblement démocratique du peuple camerounais. Eux, ils sont déterminés, avec le parti au pouvoir, à reprendre le Noun et l'Union démocratique du Cameroun qui ne se laisse pas faire, raison pour laquelle il y a quelques jours, on a entendu quelques éclats de voix, quelques cas de bagarre, quelques cas de violence entre les militants de l'UDC et bien sûr les militants du Rassemblement démocratique du peuple camerounais. Et depuis 3 jours particulièrement, c'est un air de fête, de célébration, puisque les rues sont bondées de monde, tant les militants du RDPC, tant les militants de l'UDC. On a aussi néanmoins aperçu quelques militants d'autres partis politiques qui sont passés par là, notamment Pierre Kouemo de l'Union des mouvements socialistes. Le parti FSNC de Issachiro Mabakari a également battu campagne dans les coins et recoins de ce département. Et donc, ce matin, de manière globale, pour ce qu'on puisse le dire, la température est encore morose à cause de cette pluie qui s'est d'ores et déjà achevée il y a à peu près 40 minutes. Les uns et les autres tiennent donc à sortir pour pouvoir exprimer leur devoir de vote. Mimi.
Et puis, tu as parlé de tensions entre l'UDC. Just to note as well that Brand Kamga is editor-in-chief of Naya TV, covering the election in the West region for our English-speaking audience. So he said in the beginning that he's been to 3 polling stations already, but because of connectivity issues, he had to move from there to another location so that he could come here and speak to Cameroonians and tell people exactly what is happening. So he's been on the ground since even last night, and the early hours of this morning, he's been on the field. You were talking about the tensions between UDC and the CPDM, and we also see that a video emerged that was last week showing the Sultan himself involved. You know, he is supporting President Paul Biya, but when you see a whole traditional ruler, somebody as important as the Sultan, trying to intervene, it shows how difficult and tense the situation there is. Is it in any way reflected in today's polls? Can we see that atmosphere, or is everything just going on normally?
Il faut dire que depuis ces tensions, quand même, on note une forme d'appel à l'apaisement, puisque le sultan Nabil Mbombo Joya, il a d'ailleurs fait une déclaration dans laquelle il demande au président national de l'UDC, Patricia Tomaino Damjoya, de se rapprocher de lui avant février 2026 pour qu'il y ait une forme de causerie profonde et de réconciliation. Je rappelle quand même qu'en 2020, par rapport aux législatives et municipales, on a enregistré 2 morts dans le département du Noun dû aux conflits électoraux, puisqu'il y a toujours ces bagarres entre l'UDC et le Rassemblement démocratique du peuple camerounais. Car cela ne tienne, nous avons quand même observé avant-hier et hier une sorte de déploiement pacifique entre les différents militants qui, au fur et à mesure, essayent de comprendre qu'au-delà des combats politiques, au-delà des divergences idéologiques, ils restent tous des citoyens camerounais, ils restent tous pour ceux qui sont originaires de ce département, des frères et des sœurs. On a quand même pu voir, et c'était quand même des faits marquants, où vous voyez d'un côté de la route les militants de l'UDC qui sont en train de manifester en chantant, en disant Damjoya victoire. Et en face, vous avez les militants du RDPC qui disent Paul Biya, c'est le meilleur, nous allons voter Paul Biya. Et bien, c'était quand même marquant, et tout cela s'est passé dans la joie. Bien plus tôt, on a quand même enregistré ce conflit où, sur instruction du sultan des Bamoun, les militants du RDPC sont venus faire des marquages sur la voie publique au nom du RDPC. Et juste après eux, les militants de l'UDC sont venus effacer tout ce qui avait été marqué pour mettre UDC. Donc, quelques échauffourées, mais dans le fond, on comprend qu'il s'agit d'un combat politique et cela ne devrait plus, puisque nous avons quand même échangé avec la candidate Patricia Tomaino-Damjoya qui estime qu'au-delà, n'est-ce pas, des divergences idéologiques, au-delà des différents bords politiques, les uns et les autres doivent travailler pour une paix durable dans ce département. C'est quand même marquant. Et l'autre chose, il convient de le dire pour tous ceux qui nous regardent dans le monde entier, on parle de part et d'autre l'importance de surveiller le vote. Et en la matière, le NUM est champion national. Ça, ce n'est pas pour lui donner les points. Eux, ils votent, ils restent dans les bureaux de vote.
So internet connectivity caught up again with us. Yes, we lost Brant. He is joining us.
Des bureaux de vote vers les commissions communales. Et une fois aux commissions communales, tous restent sur place, attendent que les résultats soient proclamés au niveau communal, puis au niveau départemental, et les PV signés par les différents représentants et approuvés devant les votants, devant les militants, avant que ceux-ci ne se dispersent. Voilà ce qui fait la particularité de ce département. Et en la matière,
So it's just always very amazing listening to Bran, because now he's looking at the geopolitical implications of the West regions, the different components that are coming together and what is at stake. He's talked about the CPDM, the UDC is the stronghold of the UDC, because we know that that's where Madame Tomaino Damjoya, the only woman in the race, is that's actually the stronghold of her party, where she is a mayor. She has represented the people in parliament still from that part of the country. Bran Onta, pour quelques minutes, je voulais juste te demander, on parle juste des LDPC et l'UDC. Qu'en est-il des autres partis politiques comme le SIF, le FSNC, I hope that's how it's called in French, the Cameroon National Salvation Front Party of Issa Shoma Bakari, the Social Democratic Front of Honorable Joshua Osi, as well as other political parties like that of Hiram and Pierre Kwemo. Are we getting echoes about the other political parties as well in the area, and Cabral Libi as well?
Yes, le dernier candidat à fouler le sol de Fumban, c'est Patricia Tomaino Damjoya, puisque elle vote à Fumban. Avant elle, il y a eu Pierre Kwemo qui est passé, qui a fait le tour du monde pour porter son idéologie, présenter son projet de société. Mais ça, c'était vraiment de manière passagère. Donc, sur le terrain, vous avez le déploiement de l'UDC, vous avez le déploiement du RDPC. Ça, c'est peut-être dans l'ordre, c'est pas de notre ressort de classer qui fait quoi. Mais de manière représentative sur le terrain, on a l'UDC, on a le RDPC. Et nous avons, en parcourant quand même quelques actes et de Fumban et de quelques autres villes du département, constaté qu'il y a un déploiement aussi remarquable du FSNC, qui est le Front pour le Salut National du Cameroun, de Issa Chiroma Bakari. Les équipes ont battu campagne hier. Nous avons quitté le terrain lorsqu'il était pratiquement 23h45, donc à quelques minutes de la clôture de la campagne, et les équipes de Issa Chiroma Bakari essayaient de parcourir plusieurs villes comme Makba, comme Massangam, Malamtouen, Bangouran pour essayer de convaincre l'électorat. Avant cela, on a quand même aperçu quelques éléments du PCRN de Cabral Libye sur le terrain, mais pas de manière vraiment aussi active. Donc, voilà un peu la coloration dans ce département. Sinon, en dehors du NUN, il faut dire que le STF de Joshua aussi a été beaucoup représenté dans la ville de Bafoussam, particulièrement avec un gros déploiement pour essayer de convaincre l'électorat. Les autres départements ont aussi vu passer les différents candidats, notamment Serge Espoir Matomba, qui a fait un tour dans la région de l'Ouest avec un arrêt peut-être un peu contesté par les uns et les autres dans la ville universitaire de Tcham.
Merci beaucoup, Brand. On essaierait de revenir vers toi encore. Peut-être en ce moment, on aura déjà certaines réactions aussi dans la ville de Fumban, là où vous êtes stationné depuis le matin. Allez encore sur le terrain et on va revenir vers toi. Et merci beaucoup avec, je ne sais pas si tu as un dernier mot avant qu'on se revoie encore. Oui.
Oui, nous allons essayer, pourquoi pas, de capter quelques images dans d'autres bureaux de vote, puisque la pluie est maintenant terminée. Et dans, je crois, à peu près moins d'une heure, l'unique femme qui est candidate à cette élection présidentielle, Hermine Patricia Tomagnon Danjoya, va donc exercer son devoir de citoyen et surtout de candidat. Son vote est prévu à 11h30 tout à l'heure. Et donc, nous allons essayer de nous déployer pour capter, pourquoi pas, quelques images et, si possible, des impressions.
Merci beaucoup, Brand, et bonne chance. À tout à l'heure. À tout à l'heure. And I know that Ari Benson is there. Ari, please just be, yes, Ari, I know you're there. Please just be patient because I can see the reporters are signaling. It means that we have an update from where they are joining us from. So I can already see you. I know you're probably tired. So sorry. So sorry. So, but we have to go now to Douala because Gio is already there waiting. And I can see Gio. Let me just add him to the stage. Hi, Gio. How are you? How is it going?
Oui, rebonjour à vous, Mimi, au studio. Rebonjour aux millions d'abonnés qui sont en ce moment connectés sur nos différentes plateformes. Oui, là, en ce moment, la pluie nous a un peu excusés, donc on a pu avancer et faire un peu le tour de certains bureaux de vote. En ce moment, je suis à l'école moderne bilingue de la fraternité à Bepanda, dans l'arrondissement de Douala 5e, où, comme vous pouvez le constater, il y a une mobilisation incroyable parce que là, beaucoup de personnes avaient été empêchées tout à l'heure par la pluie parce qu'il y a eu une forte pluie qui s'est abattue. Mais là, tout est revenu au calme et donc les gens continuent de se mobiliser. Il y a aussi un fait que je voulais relever, c'est que on aperçoit dans les différents bureaux de vote quand même la présence des bulletins de vote en braille pour permettre aux personnes malvoyantes qui ont des problèmes de vue de pouvoir voter. Donc, ces bulletins-là sont bien présents dans les bureaux de vote. C'est vrai qu'on n'a pas encore eu l'occasion de voir un électeur qui est dans ce genre de situation, mais on peut confirmer quand même que ces bulletins-là sont bien effectivement présents dans les différents de vote. Une autre chose aussi qu'on a relevée, c'est qu'on a reçu des informations comme quoi il y a certains centres de vote qui ont été délocalisés dans la ville. Donc, du coup, il y a l'information n'avait pas été communiquée au départ. Donc, là, vous pouvez voir quand même la mobilisation est là. Bon, je me fais interpeller par un gendarme, je ne sais pas pourquoi. Je vais aller savoir la raison pour laquelle il m'appelle. Donc, du coup, je vous reviens incessamment pour savoir pour la raison pour laquelle il est en train de m'appeler. C'est un gendarme qui m'appelle là. Donc, je vous reviens. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Soyez prudents et merci. Gilles Nombesi is joining us from the ground, and He is following the conversation live from the ground. I am just making sure that everything is okay with him from where he is joining us. We have to make sure that our reporters are 100% protected and that they are safe as they are reporting on the ground. So the live stream was briefly interrupted. We will certainly have to keep Cameroonians informed about what is happening. I'm not sure. Gilles, ça va? Ça va, Gilles?
Oui, 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 ça va, ça va. Bon,
Okay.
il voulait juste il voulait se rassurer que j'ai l'autorisation pour pouvoir exercer ici. Donc, du coup, ça va, tout est entré dans l'ordre. Donc, il y a pas eu d'incident.
Okay, okay.
Il voulait juste se rassurer que j'ai l'autorisation de faire les images ici.
D'accord, okay. Est-ce que did you have the time to speak to people and where Honorable Joshua Osei will be voting? Are you going to be going there? I mean, where some of the candidates will be voting today?
Oui, ici à Douala, à Douala Pédier, on va aller au lycée Georges où l'honorable Joshua aussi va normalement procéder à son vote. Donc, on devait d'abord aussi faire le tour de certains sièges, de certains camps de campagne pour savoir exactement comment est-ce que les équipes se préparent là-bas. Donc, tous ces trucs-là sont en train d'être préparés. On va faire le tour on va quitter d'abord les centres de vote pour essayer d'aller au niveau des camps de campagne des candidats pour savoir exactement comment les choses se mobilisent là-bas. Et puis, au courant de la soirée, on va revenir encore sur le terrain des différents bureaux de vote pour continuer avec notre tournée.
Merci beaucoup, Gilles. Signalez-nous au signal nous quand il y a if there's as soon as there's any major development, please let us know, please. Yes, we'll be happy to have you. Thank you so much, Gilles. For those images that we can see of people voting at the Douala 5 polling station that is in the littoral region of Cameroon, we'll certainly come back to Gilles when he'll be visiting other polling stations just in a moment. Okay, so now we have Are, who's been waiting for almost forever. Hello, Are. Thank you so much for your patience.
Okay. Mimi, I can't hear you for some reason.
Hello, can you hear me now?
No. I have lost. I could hear the journalist, but I couldn't hear you.
Maybe I just go out and. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So yes, thank you for your patience and welcome again.
Yeah.
So
it's my pleasure. My pleasure. I'm glad to do this.
Yeah. So you've been following the correspondence. We've had the West region, the Northwest, the Southwest, the littoral region, and the center, and the North region. 6 regions that we've covered so far since the early hours of this morning. What would be your reaction from what we've seen on the ground so far?
Well, I've been monitoring some of the conversations that you've been having and being distracted on the other hand by some of the issues that are taking place across the country, especially in the Northwest and Southwest regions, where I think that there's significant we're observing that there's significant irregularities taking place, especially so as you go remotely from the urban centers, you begin to see a lot of challenges. I've been monitoring our group here, and we've been seeing challenges in voting areas in the Northwest province, Messager, in the Womb area. We've been hearing of challenges. Either people are showing up with their voters' cards and their names are not on the list. People are showing up with their ID cards. They don't have their voter's card, and they are not being allowed to vote. The case of a woman who has her voter's card and an expired ID, not being allowed to vote. So there are those kind of challenges that we're seeing, and in some cases, the representatives of other political parties are not being allowed to play their role in the polling station. We've even seen a case in the north where the prefect is actually involved in a fight that had to have the intervention of the police forces. So there's lots of irregularities, but I see that it's trending more in the rural areas than in the urban centers, where I think that people have more eyes open. I'm also observing that I think the turnout is significant, that there's, despite apparently across the country, it has rained today. People are actually showing up and voting. We just issued an open letter actually to all the divisional officers, because we see that it's becoming challenges. Divisional officers, whilst they play a role in as part of the administrative apparatus, should not necessarily convert themselves to election officials. They should allow the election officials to do their job, and let the will of the people speak. I don't know why this cannot be a simple thing that our people, Cameroonians, can understand. Allow the will of the people prevail at the end of the day. So we're seeing those irregularities, but again, somehow in the urban centers, it seems to be working. But for a few, I've also seen a case somewhere in Douala where the election officials didn't show up up till 9 o'clock. There was still nobody at the polling stations. Those kind of irregularities are happening across the country, but majority of the urban centers are getting along well.
So I've also had reports, and we are yet to confirm because it came from a very, very reliable source. And he was indicating that there are some polling stations without the ballot papers of some of the candidates. That can be really worrying, and it can put the credibility of the election into jeopardy.
Yeah, which is bizarre. It's fascinating that they would. I've heard a similar report. I just saw that. I've not looked into it. We've asked people not to make sure they verify all information before sharing. But I've heard about that as well, which is bizarre. We know that every polling station has 500 voters, so obviously people that should have been the plan. Particularly, okay, but in places in the northwest and southwest, you now hear that some 14,000, 15,000 people have to go vote in one particular place. But that shouldn't make it any different, because every polling station at that voting center still has, by law, again, it's prescribed by law, should have 500 ballots of each of the candidates, which should allow for everybody who goes there to vote. These are things that, knowing that we've had elections, this is the seventh time that this regime is running these elections. They should have had this covered if they had the interests of the people in mind. And it's also bizarre that nobody is saying that the ballots that are short are that of the CPDM, right?
Yeah, it's weird. It looks like it's actually on purpose. But like you said, we are still trying to verify, so we cannot really pin our fingers on that exactly. We'll verify and come back to that, and also talk to the people concerned shortly. But also, I saw on the official Facebook page of the Ministry of Territorial Administration really campaigning for President Paul Biya today, which to many people is very alarming. is totally unacceptable, where on the official Facebook page of the Ministry of Territorial Administration, he was saying that motorbike riders and all the caravans are putting everything in place to give their support to President Paul Biya in today. What does this tell us about how things are manned in the country by the authorities that be, especially those that do not really understand what their roles are as administrators?
Yeah, this again, this would be this is why our country has been left behind, because we have people who have no respect for the people that they serve. At the end of the day, it's important for a strong message, a strong condemnation of this kind of attitude. The administrative authorities should not be. They have to be impartial in the exercise of their duties on behalf of the people. And to read this on the official page of the Ministry of Territorial Administration is unheard of. This should be condemned to this with the strongest terms possible, that they would be campaigning on behalf. And by the way, today there shouldn't be any campaigning taking place. On the day of the election, all campaigns were supposed to end yesterday. On the day of the elections, there shouldn't be any campaign. Nobody should be moving around with election material. That is the standard that should be observed. And to have the Ministry of Territorial Administration totally violate the law and ethics, even just ethically, it's wrong for the ministry to be doing this, and expect that the Cameroonian people will not object to this, will not strongly object to this, is fallacious.
Yes, and also another issue that we've noticed from the different correspondents that joined us from the 6, not all of them though, but we had the same remark from, I think was Yaoundé and Douala, where we heard from the correspondents that in some polling stations, I'm trying to recall what exactly, yes, and that, okay, the party representatives are absent. They were expecting to go there and see representatives of all the opposition parties. Is it surprising, or should we? Is it too early to expect a lot?
I think that it's to an extent surprising that all the parties do not have representative in our polling station. Whilst it is surprising because people are going to be voting on their behalf. People should have volunteered to fill those positions. Whilst that is surprising, it shouldn't be an issue, right? Not at all, because even if you have one or two people, you have somebody from the administration, obviously. You have somebody from Elekam. I mean, they should perform their duties to the country, even if there's no representative. It doesn't mean that if there's no representative in a polling station, the outcome should be any different, right? You should be hold yourself to the standards that you're supposed to respect, because the assumption that if you don't have the representative of, say, SDF in that polling station, it definitely means that the SDF will be cheated in that polling station is wrong, because the people who come to vote choose whatever political party, and they expect their vote to be counted. Whether
can the Cameroonians really trust like 100%? It's true that it's their duty to ensure there's transparency and fairness, but do you think Cameroonians can trust the elections governing body 100%?
No, of course. And I'm not saying this in
No, I
defense
like
of the
your
elections.
reasoning because you are making it clear that it's their duty, it's an
Yes,
obligation.
yeah.
But unfortunately, they fall short of these values. Over the years, Cameroonians have really questioned the credibility of the elections and, elections rigging here and there. We even had a lot of voter apathy in the beginning and now the enthusiasm. Do you think that they should be saying, oh, yes, we trust in Elecam?
This is so our battle, and I say this so that Cameroonians should hear me clearly. The battle for Cameroon doesn't end with elections. The biggest battle that we have is our mindset. That's the biggest battle. And if there's anything that I've done, for many years, I founded an organization called I Am Cameroon as well, which really has always been about this mindset. If we could just put the country first, then we would be prosperous as a country. And the biggest challenge that we have, more than just Biya and his regime, because if you take out this regime and we take the same mindset into the next government, it's going to have the same result. If we don't change our mindset and begin to think country first, and then each one of us, we will all prosper, because the rising tide lifts every boat if we can make this country succeed. So and my appeal has always been, when I spoke earlier, was that to every person who is playing a role in this electoral process, you have a responsibility not to party. You have a responsibility not to tribe. You have a responsibility not to yourself. You have a responsibility to the country. Your duty that you perform, whether it's as a polling officer, as a scrutineer, as part of the divisional vote counting commission or national vote counting commission, right up to the Constitutional Council, it's a solemn one, and that you perform it to this country, not to yourself, not to any tribe or any party. And if we could just apply ourselves to that very, very simple proposition, we will have free and fair elections. We will actually build a prosperous country. So that's the challenge. And I know because of that, we've not been able to have that culture. Then we don't have that trust that the polling officers can do their job, but they should be able to do their job. Everybody, we don't have to be in the spotlight to do what is right.
Policing them,
Yes.
and we don't have to be doing that. I see someone saying that we should focus on the videos that are circulating. There are many videos that are circulating that are not verified. So we cannot just jump on videos and we are publishing and talking about them anyhow until we are absolutely sure. You can see our numbers are on the screen. Please reach out with any information that you have and we'll take our time to verify before bringing it out to the Cameroonian public, because we have thousands of people watching now. I mean, close to 10,000 people watching across our different social media platforms, Facebook, MMI Facebook, Cameroon News Agency. We also have Rebecca Enonchong's X account and MMI's X account. So these are Cameroonians that are following very, very closely what is happening in Cameroon today. We also have our YouTube channel. We cannot just release information out of excitement. Like Pochi was saying earlier, we need to make sure that we verify, cross-check, and that is also something that Ari and Project C stand strongly for. And MMI as a newsroom, we hold that very highly. Ari, I have another question for you. What do you make of the fact that there are over 1 million votes at play in the Anglophone regions in what could be a very, very close race, as some people would describe it?
Yes, I have been saying in the last few weeks that I think this election is going to be determined in the Anglophone regions of Cameroon. And this is a region that has gone through about 8 years of the most challenging years in its history. We all know what those challenges are, but here we are at the verge of an election that is going to be won depending on turnout. And that any vote that is not cast is actually a vote for the status quo, because if you want to see change, then people have to actively participate in the process. And if we think about, we look at the last elections and see that the current president had about 1 million votes that came from the north. About 48% of his votes, and of the 2.5 million votes that he had, came from the north, the northern provinces, where we now have two candidates that are vying for those votes. He's not likely to have 1 million votes up there, so they have to find votes somewhere else, and it's likely going to be in the southwest and northwest regions. But if the people of those regions turn out and vote, then they will be making a strong statement of where they stand. The last election in 2018 was massively boycotted and essentially they mortgaged their future to the current regime. But now this is the opportunity, and there's all these calls for boycotts. There's insecurity, the feedback that we're getting from the ground, and challenges that people are facing, because now they've grouped all of these polling stations in distant places. At the same time, people can travel because there is this ministerial order that says people cannot move. So you put polling stations that are 10, 20 kilometers away, and yet expect people to walk 20 kilometers to go vote. It is that absence that worries me, because the absence of people participating creates opportunities for fraud. So it's very concerning that at the end of the day, this may be the region that actually maintains this regime in power, or if there is a massive turnout and participation, this may be the region that actually leads us into the Third Republic.
So, Ari, thank you so much. I'm going to call in as soon as I need you again.
Sure.
Thank you
No
for
worries.
just being there on standby. We already have Augustine Louis. Thank you so much, Ari, and speak to you just very soon.
Sure.
See you soon. Bye. And then we have Atiki, one of the presidential candidates who's voted in Obili, that is in the Yaoundé, the center region of Cameroon. Augustine is here joining us from Yaoundé. Hello, Augustine. Welcome. How are you doing? Augustine, I think you're muted. Okay.
Hello, Mimi.
Hello. How are you doing?
No, everything is quite good. Yaoundé is moving progressively. The weather has been good, and everything is good. Everything is good right now.
So you've also informed us that two candidates have voted in Yaoundé. Can you give us a bit of details? Can you tell us a bit more about what has happened so far?
Okay. Yes, I'm currently here at the Jumping Jacks Primary Nursery School in Obili, where one of the coalition candidates, Mr. Ateki Seta-Kakson, just casted his vote. And talking after the votes, he said he's really hopeful that this presidential election is going to bring something very, very different for Cameroonians. He says he has the confidence in Elekam. He has the confidence in the democratic process of the country, that whatsoever is decided by the people is going to be what what will be given on the day of the proclamation of the results. He says his campaign team and himself and the coalition with Belu Buba have done a very good job in their communication, and that he believes that they have done enough to convince their militants and other Cameroonians to choose the ABA coalition, that is the Ateki, Belu, and Akere coalition. And he says he is confident that at the end of the day, he are going to do well and carry the day.
Can you hear me, Augustine? Yes, so we are going to listen to Atiki Caxton, who voted this morning, just like Augustine said.
It's been a moment of patriotic pride and hope. This is just not a personal act.
The volume is a bit
This is a statement
low.
of
If
faith
you can increase the volume a little bit.
in our democratic process, as well as the power of the people's choice. I'm actually here today. I've done my part as a citizen, and I hope that the Cameroonian people will do theirs also, and I hope that they will be able to choose the path of peace, progress, unity, and good governance. Electoral process, well, during the campaign phase, today is the day of voting. I'm hoping that everyone will be able to participate honorably in this process. We have run our campaign. We run our campaign with dignity and conviction. Whatever happens from here, I think I'll be proud of the movement that we built throughout this process, and I trust that Cameroon has a bright future.
Talking about the process.
Participate in the process like this knows that we only have one winner at the end of the day. I think that the most important thing is not just about accepting who wins, is to ensure that the process itself is free, fair for everyone to see and to believe in. I think that is really what makes the winner. You know, when you win an election without winning the hearts of the people, without winning the confidence of the people, or to make sure that the process was something that actually legitimizes your victory, you just defeat the purpose of the process like this. So, yeah, we want to see that the process, you know, because we just finished the pre-electoral phase, now we're into the elections, and we still have a post-electoral phase. So I trust that the process would go well, and I'm hoping that, you know, ELECAM officials will be able to ensure that we have a credible process in the remaining phases of the election.
Alors, Président, dites-nous, vous venez de laisser votre voix, vous avez...
Okay, so we can hear from Atiki Caxton, who was voting in Yaoundé just this morning. And Augustine, are you still there? Because you are muted, yes. So
Yeah.
yes. So what was the atmosphere like when he went to the polling station this morning to vote?
The atmosphere has been really calm since morning. I think a lot of people are really concentrated on casting their votes and making their votes count. So far in Yaoundé, it has been low key. It has been low key. We have not had any major incidents, but across the polling stations which I have visited, I think this is the third polling station which I have visited. The only recurring problem has been voters trying to locate their halls. There are a lot of a lot of polling units, especially that have been crammed into some of these establishments, has made it very, very difficult and tricky for first-time voters, especially, who have to navigate through most of these barricades in order to locate their halls and to vote. And I've equally seen a lot of them who are a little bit very nervous when getting into most of these voting halls, and have to be guided by the officials on what to do. Some of them are quite confused, but at the end of the day, once they are done, it's just a happy moment for them. It's just a happy moment for them, and many of them have expressed their enthusiasm, their desire to see things change in Cameroon, and they are hopeful that this is really going to be the time for change. And I've seen a lot of people quite say that to them, they feel this is like the last bus stop. Like, if things do not change from here on, it is going to be difficult for things to change again. And so they are hopeful, and that this election this year is going to make a whole lot of difference. And that's why a lot of them are bent on casting their votes and staying behind to protect their votes at all costs.
Thank you so much, Augustine. We'll certainly come back to you because you have to stay there to follow the updates from the ground and get back to us. But we are having more images and more information from our different correspondents on the ground. So I want to bring again Manny Patricio on board. He's like one of our most active correspondents since the early hours of this morning. I saw a lot of people really enjoying his interventions and saying that, oh, he's very, very explicit. And we love the fact that he was able to even take his microphone to some of the Elecam officials on the ground and speak to the
Yes.
people. Yes, Manny, what are the updates? What is happening where you are and where are you now?
Okay, Mimi, I'm just here in the second voting station, second polling station at Olembe. This is Kangsik Olembe, where they have built the housing, what was supposed to be low-cost housing, which we know that has not been low-cost because it's not given to everybody. Anyway, that was an aside. This is just where the polling station is. And in that polling station, I've just got in there. Voting started there from the information I've gotten from some observers who happen to be from the CPDM. And as I earlier mentioned from the other president polling station where I voted, that not all political parties are represented. Here again, I can only find but CPDM observers. It is still a problem. So, and in this polling station, they have only two polling voting halls, and the number there is 293 voters. The turnout is very low. The turnout is very low, but the number is not much anyway. And from the indication, they said they started on time. They were not late. They started on time at 8 a.m. The polling station, the halls were already opened and everything was set. So the Elecom officials I met, I wanted these ones here are not so welcoming. The ones I meet here, I wanted to talk to them, and they were they were not welcoming. They were hostile. But I had to leave him and go. But I had to talk to few voters who are there, who said everything is going on well, no issues, no problem. From now, since they came, they have voted and they have gone, and they are expecting change. Everything they want change. Life is difficult in Cameroon. Prices of gas, of petrol, and everything is high. Why? Low. So they need a total change, and they don't mind who comes, but their problem is they want change.
So have you also, you've spoken to a lot
So
of
that
people?
is it for now. I think the atmosphere is calm here. There's serenity. No major issue is being.
Yes. Okay. So yes, Manny, it's always a pleasure hearing from you. So
Yeah,
we'll wait to get more
I've spoken to a lot of people,
Yes.
both male. Yeah. Okay. I'll come back to you if I have some other updates, please.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you, Manny. It's always a pleasure having you in this discussion because I see a lot of people saying that they really enjoy his spirit. And that is really what we want to see today throughout the day as we are covering the election in Cameroon. We'll certainly be swapping in a moment from now because another reporter will have to join in. I saw some people asking if I already had breakfast. Of course, I need to go and have a bit of breakfast before coming back. But yes, I can see that Serge Esquamatomba has also voted. According to the information that we have on the ground, he voted also this morning, and he actually cast his ballot in Douala precisely at École Publique de Bonamatumbe, that is in the Douala 4 subdivision in the littoral region of Cameroon. And of course, we can see him as he was casting his ballot this morning. And we also have that of Samuel Etofis. We already have his image also voting today, actually. And our correspondents have sent already an image of Samuel Etofis I thought it was already uploaded here, so we can have the image of Samuel Etofi's voting. Yes, it was already on stage. Sorry about that. So that is an image of Samuel Etofi's voting this morning. Yes, so that is the football legend and president of the Cameroon Football Federation, Samuel Etofi's casting his ballot today. Of course, I'm not going to ask what do you think is what he's going to be voting for, because we never know. People can come in the open and say they're supporting one person and they end up voting the other, because in that area, that section where you're voting is sacred and only you alone you know what kind of leadership you want to see in the country. I was still just looking to see, okay, we have our correspondents also in Bamenda. Our Bamenda correspondent is here. And thank you again for just standing by. Do we have any updates from Bamenda so far? From the Northwest, not Bamenda, from the Northwest. I think your mic is muted.
Yes, Mimi, we are currently monitoring some situations here, and we beg to follow the live while we get the updates, so that we get verified information for thousands of viewers on our different platforms.
Yes, can you tell us what the latest information is from the Northwest now? Have you been able to gather anything so far?
Voting is ongoing. The FSNC of Isatro Mabakari and the CPDM are represented in some of the polling polling centers rather. We see a situation where the opposition is, other opposition parties are largely unrepresented in some of the polling centers here in Bamenda. Permit us to drop now and monitor the situation, that we will be coming back up with updates.
Was I on the screen? Yes, I'm not sure if I was, but I was just explaining that we have different reactions as well as videos from different parts of the country, like this one.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The mayor of Zone Council. Yeah, campaigns actually stopped yesterday midnight, and yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. The mayor of Zone Council. Yeah, campaigns actually stopped yesterday midnight, and I actually appreciate my people for coming out massively today to choose their candidate, to choose their new president. And I'm very happy that the atmosphere here in this area is calm, relatively calm. I appreciate people that have come out massively to choose their president. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, please, you want to tell us a little bit about who we have on the screen? I think it's Mr. Njat Titus, just reacting after he voted this morning as well.
Yes, Mimi, that is the mayor of Zua Council. We've also had reactions from Senator Enwi Francis that our viewers will be having the pleasure to listen or watch it directly from the horse's mouth. We've also had the governor who has voted, but he did not just vote. He took the opportunity to call on the population of the Northwest region through the media to respect the rules of the game and to maintain the serenity that has begun the day. We also have the We have the parliamentarians from mainstream division whose interviews are uploading, and our viewers will have the pleasure to listen directly from them. But everyone else who has cast their votes today is appealing that people should exercise calm, and that the process should take place in all peace. Particularly at Old Town, the turnout is what many would describe as impressive. But we also have locations like in Tarinkun, specifically the polling center at the government bilingual school GMI complex, where the turnout is very low. People are yet to turn out, but well, it's still the beginning of the day. We are just few hours into voting, and there is still voting. Voting will still go on until 6 p.m. when voting officially closes according to the laws of Cameroon. That is only when we'll be able to say people actually voted or not. For now, the turnout is timid. We've heard in areas like in Pinyin, where last night gunshots have kept the people indoors, and many are hoping that after the tense moments, they can be able to go to some of the polling centers around them to be able to cast their votes. But most of these polling centers are really not accessible, especially in remote areas or hard to reach areas. Hard to reach not because they are too far away, but because the nature of the roads are terrible and unbearable for many locals. The distances have been increased, and many are hoping that they can be able to cast their votes so far. In the Northwest region, voting is ongoing smoothly in some areas and very timidly in many other areas.
So we have also seen the polling station, a polling station in Kumba that has also opened, and voters have started checking their names. We are having different polling stations gradually gaining momentum, and people going to check their names and vote. We are here for an entire day coverage, and we will certainly be bringing all the updates as soon as we have them. Thank you so much, and it's always a pleasure having you with us. Like we said earlier, we're going to just play a brief video that is coming to us from Fumban in the west region of Cameroon, sent by our correspondent, before we come back.
Sur le 25, non? Sur le 25. Elle arrive déjà.
An kan mun ga sal wa mu ko ka shi mun bi wori ya sal ne ku ti ka mun do kwada ba ya ajan da mu ya masa
Trooping in to that polling station to vote for who they want to see as their leader in the next 7 years. What is the outcome going to be like in this part of the country? Only the outcome of today's election is going to tell us. We are also trying to get other correspondents to join us. We'll also try to see how to get back to the northern region. The far north, our far north regional correspondent should be joining us shortly. The one in the far north as well. We would also be going to the south region, which is the stronghold of one of the strongholds of Honorable Cabral Libi. So we'll be certainly going there and back to the center region, where we are having information that President Paul Biya should be heading there in the next minutes or early this afternoon to vote as well. Security dispositions are already being put in place, as well as a live coverage being announced. So let us just wait and see what the situation is going to be like in Yaoundé and other parts of the country. I'm not sure if there is anything else to add, but also just to mention that we have election observation missions that are already in the country, like the African Union. We played that video to our viewers already a while ago, but I still want us to revisit this particular video, because it's very, very important to know that it's not just Cameroonians that are having their eyes on this election, but the world also is watching to see what is happening in the country. So the AU election observation mission to Cameroon arrived the country already. They've exchanged with members of the civil society, different politicians, and also the head of the National Human Rights Commission in Cameroon. They have also called for the need for a free, fair, and credible election in the country. The African Union Election Observation Mission, in the person of Bernard Makuza, spoke to reporters that was in Yaoundé shortly after he met them. So we are going to listen to him again, and when we come back, we'll have to try and move to the second segment of this live stream.
The African Union wishes elections which are very transparent and without violence. We commend what is done for the time being, and we would wish to see this election to be conducted with fair play where needed, transparency, as I said, and free, democratic, because the African Union encourages this kind of process in terms of democracy. Quand nous arrivons dans un pays comme mission d'observation, nous essayons de contacter tous les partenaires ou les intervenants dans le processus des élections. Nous sommes à la disposition des institutions nationales, nous sommes à la disposition de la société civile, nous sommes à la disposition des candidats ou des partis politiques pour échanger, parce que premièrement pour notre observation, nous voulons recueillir le maximum d'informations possibles, diversifiées, et pour que nous puissions nous faire une opinion. Mais nous aussi, nous observons nous-mêmes ce qui se passe autour d'une élection comme celle-ci qui est prévue le dimanche, à partir de cette période préélectorale, la campagne, mais aussi ce qui suit après le scrutin qui est prévu à un jour fixe. Donc l'Union africaine est présente pour notamment accompagner et soutenir les processus démocratiques au niveau des pays membres. Nous faisons une observation électorale, comme je l'ai dit, pendant les 3 phases. Nous faisons notre déclaration préliminaire le 14, vous êtes d'ailleurs bien invités. Mais aussi après un mois, il y a un rapport que nous rédigeons avec des observations. Mais on ne peut pas dire que tout simplement les observations sont des observations négatives. Il y a aussi des appréciations, il y a de bonnes choses qui se passent ici et là. On met toutes ces observations qui sont de bonnes pratiques dans l'un ou l'autre pays, mais aussi on met des observations et le pays est pour les prendre en considération pour une amélioration éventuelle.
C'est le 25, non? C'est le 25. Elle arrive déjà.
Kaya. An kan mun ga sal. Wa mu ko kya shi ndi ni wori ya sal ne wa ku ti. Ya ayan ga mu ya masa.
So the momentum is gradually increasing with more and more voters trooping different polling stations to vote. Just to note as well that we have been carrying a lot of online polls, and we are now so many thousands of people watching us across our different social media platforms, and we are also trying to get different correspondents from different regions of the country. Others are just telling us to hold on because something is happening where they are. We are here to inform Cameroonians, bring you the latest. It's very, very important that we get nothing but accuracy, which is what every Cameroonian would want to see, so that at the end of the day, we go home knowing, Cameroonians go home knowing that they did not only do their best, but they finally had the change that they wanted to see. If you see me hesitating, it's because a lot is happening now, and we are just trying to make arrangements to see who to bring on board first. I think that we should, at this juncture, be going back. I'm not sure if any of our correspondents is ready now, but I've just been told by the correspondent in the West region and also the center and the North regions that we need to hold on. Probably they are making arrangements from their end to ensure that everything goes smoothly. But we should be transitioning from this to another presenter. Another person should be coming on board to continue with the presentation. Now we have the producer of Road to HD now joining us from Boya. Hello, Dan Jadika. Thank you for joining us. So what is the situation in Boya now? Where are you? The roads are empty.
Yeah, right now I'm in front of Moliko Grammar School, government bilingual grammar school here in Buya. I don't know whether you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you 100%. Yes. Oh, we lost Jadika a little bit. I'm sure he will certainly be back here because people were already saying they want to see Boya, and then you just came, and then we are not sure what is happening. But yes, can you tell us where you are and what is happening?
Yes, actually I'm in front of government bilingual grammar school Moliko here, right here at the center of Buya. Yeah, voting is actually going here, and this is one of the biggest centers so far as the ongoing elections is concerned here in Buya.
Please, empty and orange, please.
Hello?
We need to set out B today. Yes, you were interrupted again. Do you want to start?
Yeah, let me rectify the situation and I get back to you.
Okay. So we will have to bring one of our reporters again on board, and a reporter in Bamenda who is having her ears everywhere and across the different divisions making up the Northwest region of Cameroon. Hello again, welcome. Do we have any latest on the ground now? Okay, so we have Jodika has joined again. Hello.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. I was saying that I'm here in front of bilingual grammar school Moliko, where voting is actually taking place. I've been able to witness several people going in and out. People are going in and casting their votes. And so far this morning, though the voting was delayed because of the poor weather that we experienced in the early hours of today, but as of now, the weather is, you can see just behind me here, the weather is calm, and a lot of people are trooping into the polling unit. This is actually the polling center that I'm visiting since morning. We spoke the other time in the morning when I was actually at the center here in Ndongo, or it's called Wokoko. Right now, I'm at the grammar school here, which is one of the biggest secondary school here in Buya. And I can tell you that I've been able to talk to the people inside there, and they have their different perspective. And one of the things that caught my attention is that there are people who are living from distant places actually to come and cast their ballot here, because earlier on people misunderstood the circular of the minister that vehicles should not be moving, of which the minister actually meant that there should be no inter-regional movement, and people misunderstood it, thinking that they meant city movement, and that is why since morning we can only see people trekking, and vehicles have been grounded. People just stayed at home with their vehicles. People just prefer to trek instead of using their vehicles because they thought that there were no activity, there weren't going to be any form of circulations with vehicles and so on. But just I'm standing here on the roadside. I think you can see behind me military cars, and some people are just coming to the realization that they could actually use their taxis. And I've been able to meet some people who actually, the time they registered and they relocated from the place where they were based and where their polling unit was allocated, and it has become very difficult for them to vote now because the distance from this particular, from where they went thinking that it was where their polling unit was, to go to where they are supposed to vote now is very, very challenging. However, there are some who are saying that no matter what, they are going to trek. I met an elderly man who just came here, and somehow he has trekked from a distant place, a long distant place, and to come and vote here. And out of a sudden, he fell because he said his eyes were actually turning because he has been moving under this sun, to come and actually cast his ballot just at this polling center behind me. That tells you how people are so desired, how people are so moved to see change in Cameroon, and they will do everything it takes. For the young people, I've been talking with some of them, say they are voting, but some have decided to go back home, to come in the evening hours, because schools are actually going to close at 6 p.m. Cameroon time. So it's at that time we are going to see what is happening. But right now, the movement is, there's live movement now in Buya.
A lot of people are asking if you voted. We can see you. We can see
Yes. Yeah, you are seeing this color. Yeah, it's because I actually voted just shortly after we had a conversation. Then I went inside. I performed my civic duty, and then I'm out on the street now. Getting the reactions of people. Yeah, about their issues. There are some people who are like, well, we don't know what will happen, but they are just praying, hoping that their vote will actually count. And I also met a visually impaired person who is voting and was complaining about the challenges of persons with disabilities that have not been taken into consideration. However, Elekam here in the southwest, they called the Elekam in the southwest here, reassured them that they should wait. They seem like they are for the provision of braille ballot papers for them to actually vote, because it would be very difficult for someone with visual impairment to actually identify who the candidates are. In the morning, you asked me if there are the number, if they will still encounter 12 ballot boxes on the table. And exactly that is what happened, because even though we know that there are 10 contenders, 10 people who are vying for the position of president now, because two, that is Akremona and Ateki Zeta Caxton, they back out and withdraw their candidacy, you know, and supported Bello Kuba. But when you still enter the polling units, you still see their ballot paper on the table. I think it was just yesterday when Ateki Zeta Caxton came out telling the people that though they are still going to see his name on the table, his ballot on the table, but they should vote for the person whom he has rallied behind, and that is Bello Buba Maigari. So all throughout, there is a lot of excitement, enthusiasm going on here, and I bet you the people who are actually coming and voting, they are so excited, because for them this is a defining moment in their life. So yeah, and I'll be bringing in a couple of colleagues here in the region, and as well as people who have voted to actually share their experience with us here.
Yes, it's so amazing. Please just be on standby, but we have the correspondent in the North region. Hello to you, Dari. How are you? Qu'est-ce qui se passe de votre côté?
La ville de Garoua, dans la région du Nord, où actuellement le candidat du FSNT fait son entrée dans ce centre de vote de l'école maternelle, de l'école publique maternelle de Poulbéré. Le candidat Issa Kirma Bakari, qui est justement accompagné d'une foule dès son entrée dans ce centre de vote, va allègrement se diriger vers le bureau de vote où il est justement inscrit. C'est une ferveur populaire qui accompagne justement le candidat du FSNT, et c'est vraiment une grande joie qui se lit également sur le visage de plusieurs personnes qui sont venues soutenir le candidat Issa Kirma Bakari. Et à côté de lui, il y a également d'autres électeurs également qui se prêtent pour pouvoir accomplir également leur devoir citoyen.
Et est-ce qu'il y en a d'autres personnes qui ont réagi après, depuis qu'on a parlé ce matin?
Vous pouvez répondre à la question, s'il vous plaît? Je ne vous ai pas bien suivi.
Est-ce qu'on a encore plus de réactions, les attentes sur les élections? Do we have more reactions from people on the ground?
Oui, c'est vrai que déjà, entre-temps, les avis ne diffèrent pas de tout cela dont nous avions fait l'interview, estiment justement que leurs attentes sont orientées vers la paix, vers la tranquillité, vers le calme, et l'état d'esprit qui les anime également, c'est une sorte de sérénité, parce que on vous l'a dit depuis ce matin, c'est un calme de fou qui règne. Le dispositif sécuritaire mis en place également permet de veiller au bon gras, de se rassurer justement que ce calme-là continue, qu'il n'y ait pas du tout de troubles. Et entre-temps, ce matin, on vous l'a également dit, l'ambiance était vraiment timide parce qu'il n'y avait pas d'électeurs depuis 8 heures à laquelle le bureau a été ouvert. Mais à l'heure actuelle où nous sommes en train de vous donner cette information, quasiment à la fin des premières heures de la matinée, les électeurs abondent le bureau de vote de l'école publique maternelle de Poulbéré, et tout évolue sans anicroche, sans difficulté. Et actuellement, le candidat Issa Kirma Bakari est à l'intérieur justement du bureau de vote pour accomplir justement son devoir civique, son devoir citoyen.
So, en termes de
également, à la fin de son vote, nous aurons également l'occasion de recueillir la réaction de M. Issa Kirma Bakari juste à la sortie du bureau de vote.
En termes de mobilisation de sécurité, parce que hier, on avait l'indication qu'il y avait beaucoup de surveillance dans la ville. Quelle est la situation en ce moment?
effectivement, le dispositif sécuritaire est vraiment visible dans la ville de Garoua, principalement la Légion de gendarmerie nationale du Nord, déjà ce matin, a fait le tour de plusieurs bureaux de route de la ville de Garoua. La Légion gendarmerie portée par le colonel Tinda, qui a également parcouru les bureaux de vote de la ville, notamment le bureau de vote de là où je vous communique cette information actuellement. Il est passé avec sa légion, sa troupe, à l'effet de se rassurer que sur le plan sécuritaire, tout va bien, il n'y a pas de souci, tout va bien. Dans la ville également, à côté de la gendarmerie nationale, il y a la police nationale également qui est déployée à l'entrée de chaque bureau de vote déjà. On peut les apercevoir dans la ville également, ils sont présents quasiment sur toutes les rues de la ville. Donc à ce niveau, jusque-là, il n'y a pas d'incident remarqué. Il n'y a rien du tout. Tout va bien. C'est la sérénité qui est là et qui règne.
Merci beaucoup à toi, Marcus Daré, pour cette intervention et nous attendons les réactions et même les vidéos sur place, si c'est possible.
D'accord, merci. Je vous reviens tout de suite. Dans moins de 5 minutes, je vous reviendrai.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm already been joined on stage by Mfo Hansen Chandy. Hello. Why are you looking so?
Hi, Mimi Mefo. Hello.
Why are you looking so serious? How are you?
I'm doing great. I hope you too.
I'm fine, thank you. You're most welcome. And we've been doing a lot of coverage since the early hours of this morning already. People joining from, we have correspondents in the Northwest. We've had someone from the Southwest so far. When there's any updates there, they come on board. We have Littoral. We have also the center, which is Yaoundé. We can just bring in the image of the Bastos area where President Paul Biya is expected to be also be voting in a moment. Just as a second, we can share on our screen so that we show the live coverage from Yaoundé there, which President Paul Biya is now. Just a moment, just bear with us. That is Bastos, where President Paul Biya is expected to vote. Hansen, maybe you can just continue with the discussion. Cameroonians have also been waiting for you to come on board. So yes, that is President Paul Biya actually voting at Bastos, that is in the center region. Hansen, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mimi Mefo. You can see President Paul Biya, who is leading his delegation. He is followed by Madame Chantal Biya, as her details are being checked there. And you can also see Elecam officials. It is a house that is very full. And Paul Biya picks first the ballot paper from the CPDM. Is he going to pick the 11 others? Oh yes, he will, because that's the rule for any elector that comes in. As you can see there, he is having his card, and also the cameraman has zoomed there just for Cameroonians to see that aside being president of Cameroon, Paul Biya is also a human being. So you can see he is going through the same process as everyone, even though he's aided by a heavily armed bodyguard and the Minister of State, the Director of Civil Cabinet, Vondo Ayolo. You can also see Paul Biya, who is going gradually. They are giving him one ballot to the other. And of course, like Mimi said, we will be getting to our reporters once they are ready on the ground, because this is kind of a marathon session. As reporters are ready, we bring them. As new information come in, we bring them. And like we said, the first results coming from China, which is a breaking news now, the first results coming from China, where it has just gone past 7 p.m. Voting ended there about an hour ago, which was 6 p.m. Their time. Just to note that we equally had other results that came in from other areas. A place like Dubai that started early enough than Cameroon. We will be bringing you details of this result just in a jiffy. That's the card of Madame Chantal Biya. You can see her there smiling from jaw to jaw on the card, and she is there now about to place her ballot in the envelope. And she has remained true to herself, the hairstyle, the flamboyant dressing. And even if you see her from a distance, you know that this is Madame Chantal Biya. People are now just waiting, looking on to see the presidential couple drop their ballot into the ballot box, their ballot paper into the ballot box. And that will be it for the kickoff as far as President Paul Biya is concerned, and is coming slowly. Is the ballot inside as white as the envelope that represents him? We don't know. And yes, here we go. President Paul Biya has just voted. He has just voted in Yaoundé, and he'll be followed by First Lady Chantal Biya, who also do her civic responsibility as far as voting is concerned. We having reporters on the ground who are everywhere combing the nooks and crannies to make sure they bring the latest information. You can see Samuel Vondo Ayolo speaking with Paul Biya just after the vote. That is First Lady Chantal Biya. Whoop, inside. First Lady has just voted also. And that's it. Usually when President Paul Biya votes, he comes out to give some interviews to one or two people. The last time we saw it was Sharon Dongo of CRTV that interviewed him, and a few people that benefited. And now is he going to tick his name having voted? And Paul Biya, as you can see, those who have never seen his fingers closely, those are his fingers. And the signature you usually see on documents, you can actually see that signature as he's signing. Njot Zeka is on standby, who will be coming in any moment from now. He is present with a journalist and a voter. Immediately after this session ends with President Paul Biya, we are going to be bringing in Njot Zeka, who will be coming in after this. You can see Paul Biya having that ink on his finger to prove that, yes, he exercised his civic responsibility. And after that is going to be the turn of the First Lady, Chantal Biya. And Chantal Biya's profession, as far as her ID is concerned, is wife of the president. Don't laugh. Yes, that's her profession, according to what we've seen after the zoom on her ID. Is wife of the president. You can see her voting with the thumbprint, trying to cement to show that she has passed there. And of course, the thumbprint being wiped there. Joseka will be coming any moment from now. After the video you see on your screen goes off, we shall be having him and a journalist and a voter who will also be telling us how they feel and what they've done so far today. The time is 10 minutes past midday, Cameroon time. That's local time. We have about 5 more hours and 15 minutes to vote. Hey, time is of essence and time is going. And we also will be getting Paul Biya when he gets off, and he's trying to greet some election observers. If I can zoom from where I am, well, there should be the AU observers. If not, yeah, I think so, because there are some AU observers who came in. You can also see Frank Biya, who is there. Frank Biya, who is also there to see. He has been everywhere. He was in Marwa during Paul Biya's campaign, first campaign outside A2D. He was in Marwa with them, and you can see journalists are outside trying to get pictures of the presidential couple. It's usually a blessing to those who actually have the opportunity. You see President Paul Biya talking with Minister Laurence Setundingwa and other ministers who are standing behind there. There may be some interviews, and if President Paul Biya, and that's Shandongo again, he usually has the opportunity to speak. Can we listen to what they are saying?
Cette élection 2025, vous y allez avec plus ou moins de certitude, plus ou moins de sérénité?
On n'embarque pas dans des sortes de prévisions. En tout cas, je suis heureux que tout se soit passé dans le cas.
Et quel premier jalon voudriez-vous poser si vous êtes réélu? Parce que rien n'est acquis.
Oui, rien n'est acquis. Attendons qu'on connaisse le nom de l'île. On verra. Je ne peux pas faire de projet sans être sûr d'être élu.
Merci infiniment, Président de la République.
Voilà. Paris réussi donc par Charles
So,
Dongo.
thank you, backstage, our technicians. Thank you for that, the IT guys. I got one thing from there. Paul Biya says he can't announce himself as winner now because nothing has been won yet, nothing has been lost yet. Njotseka, welcome.
Prince Hansen, thank you very much.
What's going on where you are? I can see a reporter with you, and you said you also have a voter who will be talking with you.
Yes. Actually, we are here. We are still here at in front of Government Bilingual Grammar School, Moliko, where there are about 7 polling units. Yeah. So I think this should be the polling center in the town of Buya. And we have been seeing movement of people in and out, people going in and voting and then coming out. With me here is a journalist, and he is also a Cameroonian. He has also put it. His name is Princely. Princely has voted, but unlike other person, Princely voted in a very different situation. So Prince, welcome to the program. For having me. Can you tell us first of all your overview of this election?
I think that the process in so far, we quickly mentioned that several places voting did not begin on time. Here at Bilingual Grammar School, where you and I are, voting did not begin until sometime around past 9 a.m.
Okay, you voted here?
Yes.
At what time? Can you tell us?
I voted here around 10 a.m. just before the governor came into the polling center.
How was the atmosphere like with the presence of the governor here?
I think what I observed from my end was an atmosphere that was tense, and especially because the governor was kind of in a marathon observation. It literally stepped in and walked out without speaking to anybody. So I feel that somehow people were uncertain what his presence meant.
Yeah, like I was indicating earlier, Prince is a journalist. He's also a journalist with visual impairment, and the Prince cast his ballot here. And unlike us who are following the normal process, I don't know, did you experience a different process considering that because I like I was saying earlier in the show, there are some colleagues, some persons with visual impairment who were complaining that they did not receive the bread.
That has been a general problem. It's a problem that I've experienced myself. Earlier, Elecam had announced the introduction of tactile jackets, which it said was going to enable persons who are prepared to independently change. When I went into the polling unit, unfortunately, that was not provided. I asked that it be provided, and I was told that it could not be provided because they were not sure that I would be voting in that polling station. Now, my question to Elecam is, if you have statistics of persons with disabilities, how are you unable to disaggregate and know where exactly they'll be voting to make these provisions available? Because again, voting is supposed to be a secret act. At the end of the day, whom I voted for is known to a third party.
Prince, do you have any question for Jokan here?
Well, I know I've been reading him on Facebook. I know he's really been an advocate and an activist for this. But do you think that visually impaired generally people with disabilities have been honored throughout this process? Generally.
Generally, I think that they have been sidelined. We've seen a few cases of a few candidates. I think Issa Shuruma Bakari, we recently saw him having an interaction with some persons with disabilities. We equally saw Cabral Libi do that, but those were very isolated incidences. I did an opinion piece which Cameroon News Agency published some time ago, and I was talking about the fact that no manifesto, for example, overtly mentioned what would be done to this category of persons. And that is just mission, because we are talking about close to 3.8 million persons that have not been mentioned, and nobody knows what any candidate has in mind for them.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Jotseka?
About to hear from Joaquin here, and just like I mentioned earlier, he is also a journalist. That tells you that he has been moving also from one polling unit to another, trying to see the situation for himself, and also take statistics of what is happening here, because he is also Joaquin, you told me earlier on that you just filed the first report.
Yes, I just filed in the first report for Elections Newsroom. It's part of UN's integrity project, part of the partnership that the LECAM has with the United Nations. And in that report, I was specifically about some of the things that you and I have just discussed, the fact that it started late, the fact that some of these special voting material have not been made available. And of course, the fact that the turnout, we have to comment on that. The turnout is increasingly becoming encouraging. Earlier, when I moved to bilingual grammar school, Moliko, I had a sense that perhaps not voter would almost putting on this.
I think we are getting some breaks there. Maybe in Jotseka, we'll be coming back to you, please. We'll be coming back to you. Meanwhile, you come around and see what's going on. Do you have the voter, the elector who was present with you?
Sorry, there was a little bit of noise. Please, if you won't mind.
I'm asking if you have that voter who was there with you.
Oh, no, yes, I mentioned Prince as a journalist as well as a voter.
Okay, and also a voter. Okay, yeah, he also voted in that capacity. All right, that was great having you together with Prince. We have our guest who is already around, and also we need to be going to the North Garwa, where we needing to meet Marcos Dari. So thank you so much. We'll be coming back to you, Jotseka.
Thank you.
And thanks for that. That was Jotseka in Boya. He's moving around to see what's happening. He was speaking there to Prince, who is physically challenged. And we have on board now Ndimancho. Mr. Ndimancho Michael, it's a pleasure reconnecting via this platform.
Of course, it's a pleasure talking with you again after I would say so many years for Hansen. I hope it is not that parable of someone going up the tree and not looking down because he's afraid someone will pull him down. Know that I've always been there to push you up. You should know that. Yes.
Mr. Ndimancho, thanks so much. We have always been patting each other on the back. Now we know that there is an ongoing poll, Mimime for Info's poll that is ongoing now, and voting continues across the country. We've been tracking the public sentiment about this poll now through ongoing poll on Facebook page, and with over 10,000 people that have already responded, and Issa Chiruma Bakari is leading with 87% of the poll. I know the figures must have increased, and Honorable Joshua Osei is trailing him, and Paul Biya with just 2%, showing a modest support among our online audience. Now, Issa Chiruma Bakari is leading with 87% in the online poll. What does it tell us about digital mobilization versus the actual voter turnout?
Well, I think that this is a new dawn, as I will call it, in Cameroon. And as we have said throughout this period, that there is always the right time for anything. And sometimes when the right time comes, you don't even need any effort. Many people have been wondering what is really happening or what has happened, that someone has come from almost nowhere to be somewhere, and we are like, mouths are gap and looking and just watching and seeing how things are turning up. For Cameroonians at this point in time. I was at a certain police stations in the morning. That is why I'm just joining now. I had to vote at Bonamusadi in Douala, and I love the excitement, the zeal, the enthusiasm. I must tell you, for Hansen, it is something I've never seen. Even the enthusiasm that led to this day. I remember I visited some Lekam offices earlier this week. And can you imagine that for the first time in history, Cameroonians are ready to pay money to get their voters' cards? This has never ever been noticed in Cameroon. And I think that from what I saw this week, and ranging from what is happening this morning from the centers that I visited, it is like people are having this urge. It is like a religion that they want to believe in today. You know, people feel that it is that kind of a responsibility that they have to carry out. And if they don't, appears something, the world is going to come to an end. And I saw people actually so emotional, very, very emotional. I've never seen this. I started voting in 1997, and I think that this is the first time I've seen Cameroonians with this kind of zeal, with this kind of enthusiasm. That and everybody is anxious to know what the outcome is going to be. This is very, very important. That as they vote, they are anxious to know what the outcome is going to be. I heard people saying how they will just vote, rush to the house, and be back to the polling station to see the outcome of during the counting. It is very, very important. Given to the online, the digital streaming. That the results that you are trying to pull, that you are trying to get. It is already something important that everyone is connected. Even the people who are in their homes, they have been asking how are we going to get the trains if we are not able to go back to our voting, because they have made it so impossible in Cameroon that, on a voting day like this, transportation is a problem, because getting from one point to the other is a big problem. The taxis are all grounded. Bikes that are usually in the town of Douala, many are grounded. To get from one point to another. But you have seen people trekking to go and vote. This is something actually that is new in Cameroon that I've never seen. So I think that it is very, very important for us in Cameroon. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be coming back to you to talk about how these online polls have shaped public opinion. Meanwhile, we'll be moving over to Garoua to meet Marcos Daré. Marcos, est-ce que tu es là et qu'est-ce qui se passe à cet instant dans la région du Nord? Is Marcos already there? If not, because I saw a signal that he was already around. Mr. Njimanto, the online polls are shaping public perception, or are they simply reflecting an echo chambers? You've been trying to analyze these two.
Oh, of course, this is a new thing. In the past, we were very, very analog in our way of doing things, in the voting and all of those counting, and the cheating and rigging of election was very possible because the online polls were not there. Now that people are able to count one by one and get on with the election as the voting as it is going, I think it is shaping a lot of mind, even with those who are rigging. Already you know that before you want to give your own trains about rigging or about the vote, they have already been surpassed by the online streaming, and that people have already known about what has come out from where. So already those who had that machinery of voting are now afraid, because they are now having that fear for the fact that if they know that if they have to maintain what they've been doing in the past, they will know that will be easily be discovered. And there's that a lot of fear. And let me tell you, I met polling agents at this point in time. I must appreciate what I've seen this morning, what I've never seen. There seem to be some kind of, seriousness out of the lackadaisical manner that we used to have in the past. There seems to be that renewed seriousness for what they are doing. And I think that one of the reasons is because people know that the online polls are there, and that they will be very, very careful to give contrary views, especially drastic, difference in the polls from what we will have from the online. So it is like hidden cameras that are there. The online poll is very important because it's a hidden camera for them, and that they think that they will not easily read and give some kind of tallies that are not going to match up with what you are having on the online. So it is a very, very important thing, and I think that this is going to shape the result of the elections of this year, because before any of those rigging machinery and whatsoever are now set this time around, they will be set in a relation. I mean, thinking about what is going to obtain when you will start giving your own tally or your own poll from the online trains that we're having. I think it's very important, and that many people are now confident in the electoral process. Let me talk about the issue of confidence, because in the past there used to be this lack of this disillusionment that the votes are exactly that the votes are going to be stolen again, and who is going to guard the vote and all that. But I think that this online polling, that many people learned about this, they say, okay, at least we have something to count on, and that even if they want to do what we know that at least we are going to have some result that will reflect at least our aspiration, our wishes, and what we voted today.
And definitely, if you must have noticed, the young voters or the youth are shaping this narrative online.
Exactly. This is what is happening, because no, people are. Let me tell you, I had yesterday what I call the wake of the elections, where I stay with some young people up to about 1 a.m. in the morning, and young people were on social media. I mean, trying to actually shape there is what we call the GOTV. Get out the vote. You know about that. It doesn't. I mean, the last touches of the election, the GOTV, get out the vote. And the strategies that they use is one of the strategies after the young people are on social media trying to sensitize and educate people on what you're supposed to do, especially on the voting day, on what you are supposed to do after voting. Young people are there sensitizing. Even I see people using their own personal credit, direct calls to call people from the hinterlands, from the villages where we do not have social media. And I think that this is already very important. And the prayer that I prayed with those young people last night was that we pray that there should be internet without interruption today. And I thank God up to now, we have not had any problem with the internet. And therefore, I think that it is going to go further, and the result, and I'm feeling in me that what we are going to obtain this evening will be something similar to what we have expressed as our views.
Yeah, given the youth involvement now, is it safe to say that there is a change in generational preferences so far in Cameroon?
Exactly. You see that as I said, sometimes certain things happen and you do not know why, but divine. We know, we leave it up to divine making. That the youth of Cameroon today have gotten some kind of reawakening that it is unheard of, and this didn't start since. It started just some few months back that you found that the youth, I do not know where this team has come from, but let me tell you that the youth in Cameroon, their eyes are open. You go out on the street and youth are saying, enough is enough, enough is enough, enough is enough. And I've even I interviewed some youth, I talked with some youth.
It's Mr. Njimanto we'll be coming back to you. Meanwhile, I think I lost you there. But then can you finish the last line? You wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just saying that I've met with some youth who realize that taking 7 years and youth have this desire, this desire is benefit.
Okay.
Because suffering, and this is the time for them to change what is happening.
All right, thank you. Though the gods of the internet are trying to play some fishy game, we will be moving over to Boya. Mr. Njimante, just hold on, be in the backstage. Njodzeka is with a voter to tell us how she voted, because I can spot there is a lady. Over to you, Njodzeka.
How she voted. Okay, Prince, I will just have to leave you so that you can ask younger Sandra her impression of the vote. She's just from casting behind us here at this primary school, so you will just have to get her impressions then.
I know whom she voted for, but I will not say it. Sandra, welcome. So how was the polling day like? Is she getting me?
It was peaceful. I think it's calm. All right. I think it's calm. I see a lot of enthusiasm in young people. I see so many people anxious about voting, which is the most exciting thing today. It's great. I see intentionality. I see people as happy as I am to vote, and so far it's calm. So far, I've not noticed anything out of normal.
Do you think that the youth, you've shaped the public opinion and perception as far as this polling is concerned? Because I've been seeing you on the social media trying to push people to go out and vote.
Yes, I absolutely think so, because in as much as on social media you cannot really know what somebody does, but you see a change of ideas. You see people who never even thought about voting going out today. For example, we are coming out of here and we just saw a 20-year-old. That is like, she's at the lowest. It means just one slightly below that, she wouldn't have been able to vote. But that is her excited about going into cast. That means at this point, people no longer see elections, people no longer see voting as if it's a particular set of people in the society. All young people know that it's part of them. I left from St. Therese before coming up here, and everywhere, 80% or 90% of the people I've seen are young people. I'm not sure it's ever been like that. So I believe that the advocacy, the raising of voices on media has been able to shape the perception of young people.
And how do you see the participation of women this year, or young girls like you, young ladies like you?
Please, can you come again?
How do you see the participation of women and young ladies like you this year? The women involvement in politics.
Okay, network got interrupted. Can you just repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I was asking, how do you see the participation of women and young ladies like you in this election?
The participation of young ladies.
Okay, all right. Participation of young ladies so far from the 2 polling stations that I've observed, or 3 even, because I went to former police before, I've seen a lot of ladies in things like elections, in politics entirely. Women are always like, it doesn't really matter. They can find 100 excuses to not do it. But when you go out, you see them. You don't only see them trying to fulfill all righteousness. You see young people, you see young ladies anxious about casting, the belief that their opinions matter, which is a really important thing to me, because the whole idea about women's rights, the whole idea about feminism has always been women being represented. And this time, representation is not because they were forced. Representation is because they understand what is at stake. They understand that their voices count. They understand that they are a part of whatever change that we expect, or whatever future that is coming to us. So I believe that women have understood their role. Women have understood that their contribution matters, and that's why they're filling the polling stations.
Okay, one last question. After this, what next? Are you going to go back home to eat your Kwakoko Bible, or are you going to come back to protect your vote?
I'm definitely coming back. Even if I'm eating Kwakoko Bible, I have my alarm that has to tell me when I'm coming back to the polling station. I think this is just a phase of today. Anybody who has gone out today needs to understand that the first phase is casting, and the second phase is securing it, making sure that things go right. Because the only opportunity you have to say something was done wrongly is if you were actually there to ensure that it was done rightly. So if you were not there, you really cannot say anything, and you really cannot blame anybody, because you don't have evidence, and you don't have any proof that anything went wrong. So personally, I'm definitely coming back to secure my vote and to ensure that what I did is being considered and everything is done rightly. Yeah, I'm definitely coming back.
All right. Thank you very much, Sandra. We'll be watching you on Facebook to see what you post. It was a pleasure talking with you.
All right. Thank you very much. And great work there. Thank you people so much for the work you're doing.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Njotseka, for that wonderful interview there. we'll be coming back to you. And Mancho Michael is live here with me, and we are live on several platforms. This is the presidential election tidbits from us to you. And as we said, if you have any information, you send to us, we shall broadcast them. If you have any irregularities in any of the polling units, you will send to us. If you also want to appreciate what is going on good, we are here for you. Mr. Ndimancho, how much do you think is funding an issue in this election?
An issue in this election, of course. What will I say? I think that the mobilization from the individual political parties, first of all, because we have to everybody talk about this, the individual political parties, they have not been able to mobilize, because we so much rallies, so much centered around the towns and all of those, and the villages were almost relegated to the background. Yeah, that is an issue. It means that mobilization, of course, wasn't really up to what we actually expected. Well, we understand too, elections too is money, is funding. And I talked to a few of them, and they complained the issues of funding. Last evening, we have had the issue of carpet crossing, of the slang of, the language of carpet crossing when it comes to elections and comes to party politics in Cameroon. We have had complaints here. We have heard complaints yesterday of some polling agents who were bought over. I don't want to call the names of the party that I got the complaint from, that their polling agents were bought over late last evening, and they stopped responding to them when they wanted to give them the last minute instructions, because the polling agent, it was confirmed that some of the polling agents were bought over by, I don't know, the party and power whatsoever. So these are some of the hurdles and some of the issues that we are having concerning this election. And secondly, this morning, as I talked about the issue of transportation, we have had quite some issues with transportation of polling agents, where some had to, we register one or two who even went late to the polling center. And when you go and the polling center is already set, you are automatically excluded. That is according to electoral law, that if you go late and it is already set and voting is started, you are no more allowed to. Agents are already disqualified. And once they are disqualified, what does it mean? That the party itself does no more have a say during that vote, which is already a major problem that we have to talk about. And that is why I emphasize very much on the GOTV strategies, of course, which are always to let the opposition party get things set and let their polling agents always be ready and put all the logistics that is available. I think that these are some of the issues that we actually found that we could perturb the smooth function of the election. But secondly, we can only look at the bad side of it. I would like to say that for those who went to vote, the voting, the identification was quite much better this time around. When you went, for those who actually had their photos on those, I think that this year we have a better improvement of things than what happened last year. It was very visible to find your name on the register, and we have photos that were much more visible than the last year, and even the kind of welcome and the cordial manner with which those in charge of the polling station were. I think that is something also to give a pat on the back on the organization this year. Without that, I think that it is all okay. It is just the beginning.
But do you think that some candidates were given more application than others? In terms of media coverage, do you think the media really paid attention to some candidates more than others?
Of course, that you should know that we realized that the ruling party, the incumbent, the CPDM, had much more coverage than many other parties. If you look at the national broadcaster, the CRTV, what they did with, especially Issa Chiruma, if you get through, if you watch the national station well, you will see that they gave Issa Chiruma a very little visibility. This is something that we talked about on the media yesterday. I'm always, I have to talk now because even Canada is waiting for me in a few minutes. I'll have to go with them live to talk about election. But these are some of the things that we have been complaining. We are complaining about this thing because the media concentrated more on the ruling party, the CPDM, and even when you look at the newspapers, we understand too that this is a time that publishers they make a lot of money, you know. But we think that it is also the time that journalists should show proof of real journalism, that objective journalism. That is one thing. It is not all the time that you think you should be monetized to do what you are doing, because we realize that mostly when you look at the newspaper over the week, you find that one party has about 85% of coverage on the newspapers more than the other parties, which is not normal. And when I inquired, they told me it is because they are monetizing it. But I think that this is a moment of objectivity, because when we are looking for change, it's not just the citizens as a whole looking for the change. I think that the media too, anything that happens good or bad in a country, it is due to what the media projects. And I think that the Cameroonian media has not really done some justice to some opposition parties. You realize too that some opposition parties that were not able to pay for their media coverage, they went extinct. I mean, this last week, we got just about 5 out of the 12 that were actually visible on the field. Those that we can read on newspapers, those that we can see on TV, those that we can hear on radio, there were just about 5 out of the 12 candidates that were running for the. Where are the others? Where did the others go to? It is the fact that the media has not been very objective in reporting them. They were underreported. And I think that this is something to correct in future for answer.
All right. Thank you very much. You said you want to leave now? You want to take your leave now?
Yes, I have about 5 minutes to go. Well, but if it is okay, I could go.
Okay, no, within these 5 minutes, let's talk about President Paul Biya's position in the poll so far that is being organized by Mimifo Info. 2% only. That's the position President Paul Biya has. Is this a symbolic fatigue with long-standing leadership, or do you think that Cameroonians have just decided to vomit him?
No, this is a replica. This is a reflection of what has always been. Thanks to you for what you are doing for your online posts and all of that. We were not able to uncover this in the past elections. Let me tell you, this is what usually obtains. But because these were not uncovered and there was no way, no mechanism in which we could be able to decipher and get this out, we always looked at Pobia to have 99.999%. I do not think that it's just so sudden that he has this drop. It is a drop that has always been. But it's just that there was never that detector, as we are detecting now, to be able to uncover, the rigging machinery that they usually have. So I think Cameroonians, since 20 years ago, had already vomited, the CPDM, because they know that their policy or their slogan, their mantra of rigor and moralization had long failed. And since that is failed, the vision of the ruling party failed. And therefore, Cameroonians had vomited. And they were just playing with it. And I know they were playing with the sentiment of Cameroonians. We were playing with the lives of Cameroonians. And I think that this is the right time, as I said at the beginning of this program, that there is always the right time. And this is the right time. And the right time that we're able to have this detector, this online poll, that is able to show us exactly what has been obtaining in the past. It is not as if it's just now Cameroonians have vomited. Cameroonians had vomited the ruling party ever since. I think that this is just a confirmation of what has already happened in the past. It appears because yes. I said internet is stable, yes, it is now they want to play fast on us.
I think Hanson's internet connection is not the best, but we are having our correspondent yes, in Mariwa, who is just joining us. Marcus Dari, bonjour, une fois de plus, bonjour.
Merci, bonjour. Bonjour à vous. Merci de me recevoir à nouveau à Garoua.
Mr. Dimanche, please stay with us.
Okay, all right.
Oui, allez-y, oui, allez-y, Marcus, Dari, allez-y.
Merci de nous recevoir ici à Garoua, la capitale régionale du Nord, où tout à l'heure, le candidat du FSNC vient d'accomplir son devoir civique et citoyen. Il est arrivé avec une clameur d'une multitude de personnes, ces militants, ces sympathisants l'ont accompagné au centre de vote où il devait justement accomplir son acte citoyen. Il arrivait avec une foule impressionnante qui ne cessait de prononcer justement ce statut qu'il est en train actuellement de rechercher, celui du président de la République. Il est allé dans son bureau de vote, il a accompli son acte citoyen, le candidat Issa Bakari, et à sa sortie de son bureau de vote, il a accordé une interview à la presse qui était présente. Dans son interview, il a remercié tous ces militants qui le soutiennent et il a également réitéré la confiance qu'il a à l'égard de ces militants, de ces sympathisants, parce qu'il croit à la victoire, il croit que ces militants vont le porter comme vainqueur à cette élection présidentielle. Voilà ce qu'il faut retenir de manière générale du passage du candidat du FFNC à Garoua dans son centre justement de vote qui est celui de l'école maternelle publique de Pulbéré. Il est également réparti donc de ce centre-là, toujours accompagné d'une ferveur populaire, d'une liesse de personnes qui telles qu'ils sont venus à Belgique, ont justement raccompagné avec la même effervescence, avec la même tonicité. Et tout simplement, retient qu'il repart de là en gardant toute la confiance de la victoire qu'il est justement en train de rechercher.
Et puis, est-ce que on a eu, est-ce qu'il a accordé une interview? Qu'est-ce qu'il a dit?
Oui, justement, il a accordé une interview à la presse. Au premier niveau, il a manifesté toute sa gratitude à l'égard de ses sympathisants, de ses militants. Il les a également rassurés qu'il a gardé justement toute la confiance parce qu'il sait que ces militants vont le voter. Il a également demandé à toutes les institutions qui interviennent dans le processus électoral, à savoir déjà le conseil régional de l'ECAM, Election Cameroon, ainsi que le conseil constitutionnel, de publier des résultats qui reflètent la volonté réelle des électeurs. C'est ce message avec lequel il est sorti justement de cette interview et il repart justement en gardant toute la confiance à l'égard de son électorat.
Avant de te laisser, quelle est l'atmosphère actuellement dans la ville de Garoua? Et est-ce que tu peux nous donner, can you paint the image of the north region of Cameroon today? Quelle est l'atmosphère générale dans la ville?
Alors, madame, l'atmosphère générale, il faut déjà apporter une petite précision selon laquelle toutes les boutiques commerciales, les marchés, tout est fermé depuis ce matin et ces boutiques et marchés vont s'ouvrir à partir de 18h, telles que prescrivaient les autorités administratives. Alors, les gens sortent, la population sort pour aller voter, uniquement pour aller voter. Il n'y a pas une autre activité qui tienne. Et la ville est un peu déserte ce matin, mais au fur et à mesure que les gens sortent de la maison pour aller voter, la rue est quasiment abondée de personnes. Mais les gens qui circulent, c'est pour aller effectivement voter. Et ce n'est pas pour faire autre chose en tout cas. C'est ce qu'on retient dans la ville de Garoua.
Hansen, et aussi, on a aussi notre collègue ici, Hansen Fo. Je ne sais pas si Hansen a une question pour toi. Hansen, this is Marcus Dari, our correspondent reporting from Garoua.
Oui, Marcus, mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Quelle est la tendance? Mais je ne parle pas de la tendance électorale, hein, autour de la maison.
The volume is quite low compared to, but I think that Marcus already said everything. Merci beaucoup, Marcus. Si c'est possible d'avoir les images et les interviews, ça sera très génial, s'il te plaît.
D'accord, merci. Je vous les enverrai plus tard.
D'accord, merci beaucoup et bonne journée. Prenez soin de vous. Bye.
So we also have Sone Bayeng, who is in Garwa. He went to Isa Chiruma Bakari's house, and Sone Bayeng said he will be joining us also, Mimi Mefo. In case he's live, we shall be talking with Sone Bayeng. I'm
Okay,
sorry, I went off.
does he have the broadcast link?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, Mr. Nzimancho Michael is here. We were just speaking to a correspondent who is in Garwa. He is making us to understand that Issa Chuma Bakari just voted, and he made a statement and thanked those who have been supporting him, but said that the election results should actually reflect the will of the people, what Cameroonians want to see at the end of the day. What would be your immediate reaction to that?
Of course, that should be the wish of every opposition leader this time around, that the election results should reflect actually the aspirations, the will, the intentions, of course, of the people of Cameroon at this point in time. Because there is an implication. And the implication is that once we understand with Issa Chiruma, because the stakes are very high. For those of us who are in Cameroon, we understand what we're talking about. The stakes are high. And that is why there is a mixture of fear, the feelings of fear, anxiety at the same time, because you realize that, like Douala, is almost militarized. And I don't know whether there's that fear for the unknown that the system is having. And that is why Issa Chiruma is making this statement to let the power that be know that when they manipulate the election, they have always done, but there is a time where they will not always do. And that this time around, the spirits are high and the people are gunning for this election. Everybody is on alert. And that is why the whole area is being filled with civil operative and all of those. And he's making the states, those in charge of election, know that if they mingle with the election this time around, it will not be usual business as they had in the past. That there are people who are ready to give up their lives to defend their vote. And we do not want a situation where it will go violent. We don't want a situation where there will be chaos. This is just what he is talking in a shielded manner. He just packaged it and letting the government know that everybody is on the alert and that it will not be the same as it happened in 1992. In 1992, where people went back to their home and they stayed and they were waiting for Godot, waiting for someone who no one could see. But that this time around, we are seeing and we are watching, we are looking, and all of us are actually involved in what is happening. And let me tell you that everybody, those who voted, are rushing home. And the rush home is to come back as early as possible to the polling centers to defend their vote. And therefore, any mistake that will be done this time around will be a fatal mistake and will not be good for Cameroon. This is just what he's talking about.
Yes, so I also have a question. This reaction was expected. This is someone who was bringing in the votes for the ruling government. Someone who, thanks to someone like Issa Chuma Bakari and Bello Boba Maigari, the CPDM could win without stressing in the northern regions. But it looks like the tables have turned, and we wouldn't expect any other different reaction from the CPDM party. I just wanted to find out from you, do you think that there is so much panic, how I can put it, because of how much popularity Issa Chuma Bakari has gained over the last few days? Are there some fears within the camp of the CPDM?
Yes, there are. I posted on my Facebook page yesterday and I said, it is only a devil that can defeat an archdevil. And of course, Issa Chiruma is an insider. Issa Chiruma knows about the rigging machinery. Issa Chiruma knows exactly the underhanded machinations that the states they used to manifest when it came to election. So there is this fear. And secondly, Issa Chiruma has made some utterances that may haunt him. And therefore, he is very careful. He knows that if he doesn't defend his vote, of course, as there's that population, that popular view that he will be the next president of Cameroon. If he doesn't stand tall on this, he knows that his place will be in prison. Remember the statement he made in Bamenda. And a lot of ministers have taken this for their gospel preaching all this time around. And it is just tapping from what he said in Bamenda. This is what has happened. And let the state also understand that Issa Chiruma, it is their python that they are fed. and the python has grown so fat and is now wanting to swallow them. And it's possible it's going to swallow them. This is what happened, and this is what happened in a system, an autocratic government like this. That this is where you feed your own python, and you do not know that tomorrow is going to turn against you. And that python that you have fed with the best milk, with the best food, selected kind of dairy food, and that it has gained power, and that power has superseded your own power that you have. This is something very important. And you know that usually in dictatorships like this, it is only someone who resigns from a dictator that is often more trusted, because someone who can stand and face a dictator means that he is someone who can defend the people. This is very, very important. So his popularity is not just to be taken for granted. His popularity is because Cameroonians have seen that this is a courageous man. Because in dictatorship, a dictator leaves you. You do not leave a dictator. And the fact that you leave a dictator shows that you are somebody with guts, and you show that you have bile, as we usually say. You show that you are somebody who is courageous, and therefore the population see in you that kind of, that harbor that you will be able, you can act like a pelican to them, that you have decided to wound yourself to feed their own young. This is what is happening with Issa Chiroma. So it's not by accident. Let me tell you, any other candidate would have been popular, but Cameroonians have made an analysis and looked from the past up to now, and they have seen that the lesser devil that they are going to have is Issa Chiroma. He's not the best candidate, but they have seen that this is the lesser devil that they are going to have. We will get this devil that the Bishop of Yahuda said, we will get this devil, and since we have been living with this devil, at least he is at least better than the angel that we do not know, and therefore we will get him and have him first, and then we know what will happen next.
Now, when you listen to the first part of his message, when he was speaking to, he responded to Paul Atanganji, he gave 5 points to the security forces. When you look at the 5 points, the message he sent to the security forces, do you see him as an intelligent man trying to emotionally play the mindset of the security so that if anything happens, the security might stay their ground?
Let me tell you, Hansen, one of the things with the security that we are talking about in Cameroon, they are not living in space. They are living in Cameroon, and they know the reality. Yeah, we know that there is this issue of obedience and honor and all of this for the state. But let me tell you that the security operatives themselves, the security agents too, they have hearts and they have minds and they have flesh. And therefore, they act according to what the population also. Let me tell you, there's a politician who said, at one moment, if you will bring the whole of French army in Cameroon, they will not be able to contain what is happening in Anglophone zone. It is exactly that. That the security know that once the population have turned out and they have said, this is what we want, they know that there's nothing they can do. Even if they bring all the arsenals that they have, there's nothing they can do. And therefore, Issa Chiroma is just trying to moralize them, speak to them, and speak to them heart to heart, and let them understand that apart from being and obeying the incumbent, they should also know that they have their own life and there's the future of Cameroon. Everybody goes and Cameroon remains. And therefore, you don't have to defend Cameroon as if it belongs only to you and some particular people. Remember that he is in the street today making campaigns and being insulted. Tomorrow, he will be the president. And the security agents too are aware of this, that power can change hands at any moment. And therefore, they cannot escalate every action that they are taking. They have to do anything they are doing with reservation. And Issa Chiroma is letting them know that nothing is eternal and nothing is permanent. You can be serving that master you are serving today, tomorrow I may be your master. And then you speak to them and say, if there is any action to take, please be mindful that your action they are taking is to build and is to defend the truth. And only the truth you shall defend. I think that this is exactly what he was trying to tell them.
And of course, when you, I didn't want to bring this up, but when you look at the comments online, you will see people trying to compare the Chiroma era and the Kamto era. The Kamto era was in 2018 when he declared that he had won the election, and he went ahead for protest against electoral hold-up, and he was subsequently imprisoned, and he came out. Do you see the Chiroma era being like the Kamto era?
Let me tell you, for those who, I don't even want to get into the details of the Kamto era because we know exactly what transpired in the Kamto era. People didn't follow Kamto with passion. People follow Kamto because of what they gained behind. Let me tell you, and that is why we had all those resignations afterward. I don't want to get into those intricacies. Let me tell you that the Kamto era was not a true era. I mean, it was not a true kind of action that actually led Cameroonians to follow him. When Kamto went even from his campaign and talked about la penalty, when he was going to shoot his penalty, how many people did you see clapping for that penalty that he shot? We are talking about someone here who is not even present, and other people are carrying campaigns for him. I think you have been watching what is happening in Cameroon for Hassan. We have seen something in Cameroon we have not seen before, that people are opting. I have my colleague who is part of the ISA team. Of course, I remained at the civil society because he didn't want to get into it. But I have my colleague who is over the ISA team, where he doesn't sleep because people are calling from every village and opting to lead the Isa Chiruma group and the campaign trail. And this is something that has never been seen. So we cannot be comparing these two. If you know the way the MRC was formed, and you understand that you cannot compare the MRC with the National Salvation Party of Isa Chiruma. I mean, this is a party that it has existed for long. But we know that the MRC was formed in order to carry out a fight. And that is why the president, MRC, was very, very careful the way he carried out that fight. And we have seen a lot of inconsistency in that fight that he is carrying out, which shows that that party was not representing the views of the people. Those who actually aligned to that party, let me tell you, it was much more regional. I'm sorry to say this, but this is a fact. Make your finding, I know that the party was much more regional. And that when you get into the names of even those who are in prison, you find that there are some people who are in prison. But we are talking about a party here. When you go from north to south, from east to west, you hear that is the national, the Salvation Party of Isa Chiruma, where people carry campaigns without even looking whether the money is there. So it is something quite really very, very different. And that one of the things that Isa Chiruma coming up is not like an opportunist, because you realize that they put down Kamto. And at the moment that they were putting that Kamto, thinking that that is the steep wall that the incumbent was going to have, this is when Isa Chiruma came up. So it is something that actually, I call it divine providence. And that these are two worlds apart. You cannot compare the two. Isa Chiruma. And let me say the second thing. People have been asking Mr. Kamto to actually endorse Isa Chiruma. And I'm very happy. Let me tell you, I'm one of the people who championed for the opposition coalition. I have letters I have written, and I spoke with almost all of the opposition parties during the process. I spoke with them, and I wrote letters, and the letters are there. And so one of the things that people really have to know is that I was the one who was one of the people who was against that Kamto should not endorse Isa Chiruma, because if Mr. Kamto endorsed Isa Chiruma, we would have been the saying today that he is the one who has the popularity to Isa Chiruma. I wanted Isa Chiruma to go as a virgin, as he's getting as a virgin in this politics. And he has entered as a virgin. Nobody will stand tomorrow and say that it is because of I or because of you that you are getting this popularity. Because this is what was going to happen. If Kanto endorsed Isa Chiruma, squabbles will have come out to say that they are the militants of the MRC that he gave him. And that is why he's trailing. And we are still going to use that in order to break him down. So thank the divine providence was there, and he has gone to look. So it's Isa Chiruma is a different breed. He is of his own breed, and let's just take him like that and get him going. We have already known that this is the kind of person who is coming. He has made his statement. He has come back to apologize. Good. That is how we study a character, from what he says and what other people say about him, and we have taken him for his word.
Okay, even though this is not campaign time, campaign has ended. We are just trying to analyze the outing of Chiruma yesterday, and we should also talk about other candidates. So, do you mean that Bello, who was seen before as a political heavyweight more than Chiruma, are you seeing these two sons of Garwa reconciling even after the election? Because there seem to be,
I think that
who was supposed to be the coalition leader today. What do you think led to the failure of this coalition deal?
Yes, there was a failure because the state mingled into the issue. Let me tell you, if you want me to talk about the insiders issues, the state mingled into the issue, and that is why Mr. Keremuna endorsed him, and that is why Caston endorsed him. There's this underhanded machination that after election, Bello Buba is going to be given some key ministries, and he's going to bring in those people who have endorsed him. This is what is happening, and you are going to see what is happening. Well, I'm just making a projection. These are projections which may happen. Of course, this projection have been gotten from what we are getting the insiders talk about. That is what is going to happen. And the first person who is going to actually announce and congratulate Paul Biya for his winning, even though he may not win, it will be Bello Buba. We watch and see what is going to happen. So politics is science, and we study it and we see what is happening. So you realize that Bello Buba actually, when his resignation came, he actually didn't resign. His resignation came just at the tail end. And you know why it came? It came because they are his militants who forced him to resign. His councillors, his mayors, and all those. They are those who forced him. He didn't want to resign. I'm talking about somebody who is an inside who spoke with many of them. So you find that he was not really a candidate who was going for what he wanted. He was a candidate who was just trying, and he knows that maybe he's at the end of the road. He's even surprised to see that he even has some little popularity. He's surprised. Let me tell you that he is surprised. And therefore, he didn't intend to resign from government, because he wanted to stay with that union that he has with the CPDM. That is what is happening. And that is why that coalition between them cannot happen. But let me tell you that what is happening now is that they are the people of the North, because we have got a letter from some wise people of the North who wrote engaging them to come together in a coalition. So it may not necessarily come from them, but it may come from the people of the North, because the Nordists also believe that this time the power will come back to them. And therefore, they do not want to miss this opportunity. And they think that the best thing for them is to come together. Even though it is very, very difficult, there's this egoism that they are having. I mean, both of them. Because I remember, I told you I've spoken with most of the opposition leaders. One of the leaders I spoke was Joshua Osi. And when Joshua Osi met Issa Chiruma to Joshua Osi to rather come and meet him for a coalition. And that when he wins one mandate, you give him the other. So it's all about egoism, all of these things. So we understand them that way. But I think that even in the hardest period of politics, a candidate in this situation can always win alone. And I think either Bello Buba, Chiruma, or whatever candidate, if he plays his game well, they play their game well, they will win the election. We are just at the beginning of the voting.
All right, thank you very much. Where did you vote this morning? Where did you vote this morning?
I voted at Loria, Loria Bonamusadi, at the heart of the Bonamusadi market.
Okay.
Collect Loria.
I don't want to ask you. I don't want to ask who you voted for. I can't ask whom you voted for, but my guess is very powerful.
Yes, very powerful. Of course, it's within my heart, and that is why I can't even answer this question, because I have been led by all my close collaborators in the civil society. I am informing you that all of them abandoned me to join party politics, and I refused. I'm the only one man standing who remained as a civil society. And I said, I will keep on sensitizing the population as I've always done. I'm not joining any partisan politics, and therefore I may not be able to tell you who I voted, but know that I voted for my devil.
Now, as an expert, as an analyst, what can you make of the fact that the smaller candidate who knew so well that they could not come close to defeating the president still refused the coalition? I'm talking of the newcomers like Iodi, Pius of Matomba, and others.
Listen, for Hansen, you know that it's not everybody who goes to elections that actually knows that he's going to win. Just that it's not all opposition parties who know that they will even ever go for election. Most of these people are actually doing some projections for themselves. You know how Kabal Levi got to get some 5 parliamentarians in the 2020 elections? It is because of his outing in the 2018 presidential election. He gained a lot of credibility by going for the presidential election, and he was preparing himself for the parliamentary and the municipal election in 2020. So many candidates who go are not aiming for the presidential election themselves, are not aiming for the presidency himself, but they are aiming for other things. It's like what we call in philosophy, the door on the step technique, whereby you're asking for a small thing, you go first by asking for a big one. And then you know that that small thing will necessarily be given out to you. This is the game they are playing. That they know they are not going to win, but they want to gain visibility. Many of them even want to gain contact. Do you even imagine the fact how some candidates even postulated to become presidential candidates, like even artists, musicians, they came in Why did you think they did? They knew that they will not get anywhere, but they want to gain credibility. So many people go for different aspirations. Remember, in one of the letters that I wrote to the electorate this year, I wrote about the three kinds of opposition leaders. The first opposition leader I wrote about was that we have in Cameroon the liberation theology opposition parties. Liberation theology opposition parties. Those were like in the 1990s opposition parties like SDF, who had the mantra, Paul Biya must go, and they have remained with the mantra, Paul Biya must go. That is a theology. They didn't build on an ideology, but they built on a theology which actually vanishes very fast and which loses steam so fast. And the other group of opposition that I named in Cameroon was the opposition of opposition. The opposition of opposition in Cameroon are those ones who are working for the government in place and who are only out to shatter the other opposition, to keep down the upper opposition. So, I mean, and now the third type is the opposition of proposition. These are those who are of the majority, the presidential majority, who want the incumbent to be there, but want the incumbent just to share with them what the incumbents have. They do not want the incumbent to leave because they know that once the incumbent is there, he keeps sharing with them what he has. So these are the kind of opposition. So many opposition, even those who went for presidential election, many went with selfish motives. We have classified about 4 types of opposition that went into for election. So those who actually gone for the presidency, we are just counting about 4 or 5 that are actually going because they mean to take the presidency.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Antimancho. Michael, you are always very, very wonderful in your analysis. I remember the good old days where at the Kinox TV,
that's right.
We used to talk, and sometimes when you started, you would be very angry, and people will come and meet me after and say, "That your guest, he speaks with so much anger."
Oh yes, it still happens today. They know I talk a lot of passion, and when I believe in my thing, I just want to say it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
so
right. That's
if you're
right.
watching us, this is Info, CNA, and other platforms that we are broadcasting on, and we are talking about the presidential election in Cameroon. We have reporters who are all over Cameroon and have been giving us the tidbits on what's happening. We've been talking also with analysts, and it will be a very long day, very, very long day, because we have other people and even other presenters who will be coming this way. So we will be getting to other people, and Manny, who is joining us, will be joining us any moment from now to give us details. Also, Manny on stage. Yeah, what's happening? Okay, you are welcome, Manitang. What's happening there?
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for giving me the opportunity again. I was just from leaving the other polling station where I was, going to the third one. That is government primary school, Olembe.
Yes.
I want to add concerning the polling station there. The polling center there is, we just had the visit. We just had the visit of the director of Elecam, Eric Esuse. He just left. I think the convoy is still going somewhere up. So he just left immediately, and he took more than 1 hour going from one hall to another. There are 10 voting halls there. He's moving around the hall. I could not interview him, because I don't have a professional badge. So I wanted to talk to him, but it was not possible. So he came on, he checked around and what was going on and gave some instructions. I saw him giving some instructions concerning the halls, how they should be rescheduled and all the not. One of the issues that was raised in that one of the problems I really noticed that there are still the names of deceased people who are still in that list. One man saw the name of his friend who had died, who died already, who is still in the list. So I was trying to ask the Elecam people that, did Elecam not do any renewing the list? Why is it that, what are they going to do with the name? Why are the names of deceased people still in the list? He said it is not of their competence. He can't answer me that question. But I told him I just saw a man showing his friend that died some few months ago, and the name and his picture is his name is still in the list. Anyway, that's one of the observations. And in
I
that, there is
guess these are one of the lapses that you identified in the morning. So far, we are at 16 past 1 p.m. Has anything changed?
yeah. Some of the lapses I did identify in the morning concerning the lack of representatives from political parties. I just went there now, and they are there. They have come in. Many political parties are already represented in the 10 voting halls. At least they have come in. So that is already an improvement. And there is already serenity. There's a lot of serenity in the ongoing there. There is no hinges. People are calm, people are voted, and people whom I spoke to now, they said they are just waiting for the count for 6 p.m. to arrive so that they should take part in the count. But one of the things that I observe is that there are a lot of polling voters' cards that have not been retrieved. There's one official that I spoke to. I saw him distributing. I was sitting and talking to him. There are a lot. There's still 100 because that center is having 388 voters. And I can see a bulk of people, of voters' cards still lying in front of him. He's distributing and people are not coming and looking for it. So that's a loss. I hope they come before the day runs out.
Yeah. All right. So far, the polling unit you visited, can you describe to us what you saw in terms of security? Was security robust, or was it just a normal polling day? People going in and coming out?
Yeah, I went the 2 polling stations. I went. This one is the most populated because there a lot of population, a lot of people come. That is government primary school Olembe 1. A lot of people are there. It has a huge number, and I could only see 4 policemen sitting there. 4 policemen sitting there. Nothing is going. There's no threat. There's conviviality. There's nothing like a tense atmosphere. No, everything is just normal. And the officials are really helping the people coming to vote, the electors. They are really doing much because once you are coming, they welcome you. They try to identify your name. They direct you because there's a problem locating names. There is a huge problem locating names there. So they try to help you, even assist people, try to locate your name. They have even numbered again because there was a problem of numbering. I saw there now that they have numbered again the list. But in terms of security, just 3 policemen that are sitting there, 4 that are just sitting in one of the offices outside. There is no tense atmosphere. The atmosphere is normal. There is nothing to be afraid. Everybody is just voting, chatting, and then sitting to see how the outcome will be.
Okay, one last question. You spoke definitely with some people around when you went there. What are the electors? What are the voters saying? What are their concerns? Are they concerned about anything? Give us some gist.
I have spoken with a lot. I've interviewed a lot, and for my previous interview, I said I've spoken with a lot, and everybody is optimistic. People want change. I've not seen anybody who does not want change. The people I've spoken to, everybody wants change. They said, no, I'm tired. There's one young man that told me that, do you know I have a master's degree and what I'm doing, I'm sitting in the house. I've been so frustrated. I don't have a job. I want my situation, my personal, I'm voting for my personal situation. Those are his words. So he wants something to change. He wants his life to change. And he says that change can only come from a different person because the actual government has not done anything to change his status. So, and many people voting, they want change. Some, they don't identify. They just want change, no matter who comes in. But the problem is that change should come.
All right. Thank you very much, Manny Patricio Tan. It was a pleasure having you. Please keep coming around. We shall come back to you subsequently.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. And we will be going over to Kribi dans la cité bannière, Joseph Abena. Joseph?
Merci, bonjour.
Bonjour, Joseph. Mais tu es dans la cité bannière. Ça fait quand même longtemps. Qu'est-ce qui se passe à Kribi cet après-midi?
Oui, le vote a commencé ici à Kribi très tôt le matin. À 8 heures, les bureaux de vote étaient déjà ouverts. sauf que le climat ici, dans la cité balnéaire de Kribi, est quelque peu morose, quelques averses, et puis le soleil. Actuellement, le climat est pratiquement morose. Mais les électeurs bravent quand même cet état de choses pour aller dans les bureaux de vote, notamment le plus grand centre de vote où nous venons de quitter, c'est la salle de fête de la salle de fête de la communauté urbaine de Kribi, qui compte à son sein 3 bureaux de vote pour un effectif de 615 électeurs. Et là, le préfet était le premier électeur de ce matin à se pointer à ce bureau communauté urbaine de Kribi A et a ainsi exercé son devoir de citoyen. La délégation préfectorale d'ailleurs fait le tour des bureaux de vote de la cité balnéaire pour se rassurer de la sérénité des opérations. Le préfet Bouba Aman est même allé un peu plus hors de la cité balnéaire. Il vient de rentrer de Lokundje, un autre arrondissement de l'entrée de la cité balnéaire du Kribi. En ce moment, nous nous trouvons du côté de Londji, à 10 km de la cité. Londji, qui est très cosmopolite, avec beaucoup de ressortissants hors de Kribi qui y habitent. Seulement, les opérations se passent dans la sérénité, notamment, mais quelques soucis ont été observés depuis ce matin pour des citoyens qui ont des cartes d'électeurs qui ne trouvent pas leur nom sur les listes électorales. Il faut préciser qu'ils ont fait le tour de plusieurs bureaux de vote en dehors du bureau de vote inscrit dans leur carte d'électeur ou dans leur récépissé. C'est vraiment une situation assez difficile. Plusieurs ont été référés dans les bureaux de l'ECAM qui sont également ouverts pour cette circonstance. On observe ici les 12 candidats ont des bulletins dans les bureaux de vote, mais l'engouement a été observé pour les candidats du Social Democratic Front, le FSLC, le PCRN et le RDPC, dont les coordinateurs départementaux passent tour à tour dans les bureaux de vote pour s'assurer de la présence de leurs scrutateurs. C'est donc une élection qui va connaître un certain engouement ici dans la cité balnéaire de Kribi, d'autant plus que la campagne électorale a été assez incisive pour des partis d'opposition et défiant ainsi cette priorité que le RDPC a bravée depuis plusieurs années. Et ce qui crée véritablement une certaine... et ce qui crée ici, dans la cité balnéaire de Kribi, un certain suspense pour le parti au pouvoir, le RDPC. Voilà en quelque sorte l'ambiance qui est observée ici dans la cité balnéaire de Kribi.
Ok. Abena, est-ce que tu as discuté avec les électeurs et qu'est-ce que les électeurs te disent? On sait que la région du Sud appartient à Paul Biya, il a gagné en 2018. Qu'est-ce que les gens te disent?
Actuellement, le RDPC est obligé de partager ses électeurs avec les partis de l'opposition cette année, cette élection présidentielle. Il faut dire que plusieurs ne jugent plus par le RDPC comme c'était avant. Plusieurs électeurs ont solennellement démissionné du parti au pouvoir pour rallier les rangs de l'opposition. Encore que après le PCRN qui gagnait déjà le terrain ici, il y a le FSNCC de Itachiroma Bakari qui a également fait une sorte d'intrusion dans ce climat politique qui était encore la chasse gardée du RDPC à l'époque. Aujourd'hui, c'est pratiquement l'engouement qui se déroule à ce moment ici à Kribi.
D'accord. Et la situation sécuritaire, on sait qu'il y a une base de billes à Kribi et il y a toujours les militaires qui marchent à Kribi. Est-ce que la situation est tense? Est-ce que la situation sécuritaire est légère? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Joseph? I'm sure we lost Joseph Abena.
Les articulations de la cité, oui.
Oui, vas-y.
voilà, les forces de maintien de l'ordre qui sillonnent, qui patrouillent les artères de la cité balnéaire de Kribi depuis hier déjà, et toute la nuit même, aujourd'hui, parce que les boutiques et bars sont complètement fermés. Il y a un calme qui règne dans la ville. Et pour l'instant, on n'a pas encore enregistré un incident et nous pensons que cela se poursuivra jusqu'à 18 h.
Ok, merci beaucoup Joseph Abena. Abena, il faut continuer à sillonner la ville et on va revenir vers toi à tout à l'heure.
Merci beaucoup. À vous là.
So that was Joseph Abena, who is a correspondent in the South region, precisely in Kribi, where he has been going to from one place to another, trying to see how the voting is ongoing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us now, share the live so that many people are going to join us. Those who are not able to be on the ground to see what's happening, those who are unable to watch TV channels, those who are unable to read newspapers, this is the platform. This is where you get every information on what's happening as far as the 2025 presidential election is concerned. We have reporters who are all over the national territory. We will be going to Garwa in a moment, but then we also want to let you know that the reporter in Bamenda is already online to Bamenda. Now, we saw the governor voted. We've also seen Etat Majors who have voted. What's the present situation right now in Bamenda, the chief town of the Northwest? Hello, Bamenda? I think the reporter in Bamenda, maybe Bamenda, if you are live, the floor is yours. Can you unmute yourself?
Hello, I'm for Hansen. Nice to meet you once again. The situation in Bamenda has not changed very much. It's still very difficult voting process in areas like in Tarinkun, where the ghost town, coupled with the restrictions in movement according to the laws in Cameroon, have kept people indoors. Also, away from that, while others are bracing the odds to be able to get to polling centers, some are really scared of going to polling centers. But reports from other polling centers in other divisions of the Northwest region indicates that people have been queuing up. It was a little timid in the morning period, given the uncertain security climate, but people are dashing out of their homes to go to polling centers to vote. Another observation we have around Bamenda is that the polling agents of the FSNC of Issa Chiroma Bakari are represented in some of the polling centers, as well as those of the CPDM and even the SDF. But we have noticed that opposition presence at most of the polling centers is so limited, meaning that the ruling party has been able to put people at polling centers, and the opposition has not been able to do that. This brings us to many calls by Cameroonians urging the opposition to come together so that while those who have strongholds in the northern regions are taking care of the northern regions, those who have strongholds in the northwest, southwest, center, east, littoral regions should be able to make sure they man those polling stations so as to limit the occurrences of fraud or ballot box stuffing. We've not witnessed that yet in the Northwest region. At least it has not been reported by those who have been deployed in other parts of the region. But Many here think that if the opposition had come together, they would be able to face squarely the ruling party, which has people in almost every division. So far, authorities like locals have been voting in Bamenda, while locals feel proud to have exercised their civic duties. Others are feeling scared of going to the polling stations, but authorities have been calling on voters in the Northwest region to be able to exercise calm and to continue the process in the serenity with which they started in the early hours of the morning. We've also noticed on social media that there has been the propagation of fake news. We've seen videos coming in from Gabon, purportedly yes, coming in from Gabon, and people have been reposting and saying that they are coming from Cameroon. We've just had time to verify one of them coming from Lycée Nazaire in Bolingi, which is actually not in Cameroon. The video is true, it occurred in Gabon, but it is the second round of the legislative elections taking place in that part of the country, and those videos were filmed before October 11, and Cameroon's presidential elections are taking place on October 12th. A clear indication that social media users are not relenting. And what we also notice is that this can cause a lot of scare and even violence in Cameroon's high-stake presidential election. High-stake because we have former allies of the ruling party who have divorced the marriage and are standing on their own. This means that there is a lot of tensions across Cameroon, more especially as especially the young people want change at the level of A2D. So we are using this platform to encourage people to verify before they are able to share information on social media, and to ensure that justice is done in the course of Cameroon's presidential elections. They should verify those violations before putting them out there, so that we don't base our assumptions or we don't base our judgment based on fake news.
Thank you. Now, Stella, while in Bamenda and while going round, have you noticed that there are people selling snacks around the polling unit for people to eat, selling like water, some sweet drinks? What's happening? Are people just going out and coming back without having some relaxation somewhere?
Usually we have relaxations in the neighborhoods and ghost towns on the streets, but on a day like this, it is equally very risky for many people to go around organize or having opening their snacks. The law says economic activities, transportation, meetings, subdivisions are grounded until 6 p.m. and many people are respecting that. Make a bet for those who are hogging things like popcorn, gâteau, chicken.
Yes, that's exactly what I
who are
meant.
going about such activities, you know, to go out of your house and stay from 8 to 6 p.m. Voting and staying there to defend your vote also means at some point you will get hungry. Around upstation Bamenda, some of the bars there are selling through the windows because they are also respecting the fact that economic activities should not operate, but people need to refuel. And so those who know are going through windows, through doors, and commanding maybe drinks under cover, I can say.
Okay, all right, thank you. And the security situation in Bamenda, have you had time to look at the security situation from the one and two polling stations you visited? Do you find people wearing security guard forces in mufti, or do you find them heavily armed to the teeth, or is it just a normal security, apparatus that have been deployed there?
We know that in a period like this and in the conflict-affected regions, security measures might seem normal, but they are not normal. In the region, security had been reinforced even during the campaign period, prior to this day, October 12th, that voters will be casting their votes. At Upstation, we have a lot of security forces mobilized, as well as downtown. Also, as we move around town, we've been seeing security forces patrolling the different streets and ensuring that people can be able to move around freely, and also ensuring that at the level of the polling centers, there should be no violence at the level of those polling centers. I would say that the security forces are mobilized. We see even the top heads of security services who are not in their offices like before today. They are all on the streets of Bamenda, making sure, giving commands and ensuring that they are executed so that people can go about the process freely. Gone are those days when people used to see security forces and feel intimidated. This time around, those who can are going out of their homes to be able to cast their votes. But of course, there are others who are unable to go around. Bamenda, the Northwest region, used to have over 2,000 polling stations, but these polling stations have been grouped into polling centers, and in the Northwest region, we have just about 134 of those polling centers, or polling centers. And this was arrived at during a meeting between Elekam, the administrative authorities, and representatives of the political parties. According to Elekam, they said they were able to map out these 134 areas based on what the law says, that it should be in a public space and in a space that some people can be able to access. But also, Elekam added something else, which is taking into consideration the security climate around the area. What this means is that people who used to leave from their houses and dash into their polling stations will have to trek for a while before they can get into the polling centers to be able to cast their votes. There are many who will not be able to dare, especially persons with disabilities. Elekam statistics show that amongst the over 700,000 people to cast their votes in the Northwest region, over 4,000 of them are living with disabilities. So we have different types of disabilities. We have mobility impairments, we have visual hearing, and it is going to be very challenging to have someone go through the terrible road situations in the Northwest region on a wheelchair trying to have access to a polling station. So those are some of the things that hampering or slowing down the participation here in the Northwest region. But authorities have continued to urge locals to go out to the polling centers and perform their civic responsibilities.
All right, thank you very much, our correspondent in Bamenda. Thanks a lot. When we come back to you in some minute or hour, we shall be asking you what the electorates have been telling you so far today. It was a pleasure. Okay, we'll be moving over to Marwa. We're moving over to Marwa to join Amadou Dairo. Dairo will be joining us from Marwa, and he will be telling us just so many things that have been happening. This is the first time we're moving over to the far north region of Cameroon, and we know that Marwa is like a battleground as far as this election is concerned. Is Marwa on the line? Bonjour, Amadou Dairo.
Oui, bonjour.
Oui, quelle est la situation à Marwa dans l'extrême nord cet après-midi?
Oui, la situation, on observe la calmie, tout va dans la sérénité, mais un problème se pose d'abord dès la matinée, avant même le déroulement de ces scrutins. On constate que le bulletin de Issa Tiroma et celle de Toumanunda Joya sont des bulletins jaunes où il y a eu confusion totale. Parce que pour ceux qui ne savent pas, nous avons rencontré quelqu'un qui a voté plutôt pour Tumandam Doya, croyant que c'était le bulletin de Issa Chiroma. Donc c'est un problème qui se pose avec ces deux bulletins qui ont une ressemblance totale qui portent la couleur rouge. Et de l'autre côté, il y a un problème entre les mandataires du FSNC et les mandataires du RDPC, où il y a eu des bagarres même dans l'arrondissement de Marois 12e. Alors, bien vu que tout est rentré dans l'ordre, mais on constate des vives tensions entre ces mandataires. Vous savez, c'est pas facile, surtout nous sommes à l'extrême nord du Cameroun. Beaucoup ont déjà à l'idée que le RDPC veut seulement, c'est-à-dire de truquer, même si ce n'est pas le cas pour le moment avec des surveillances qui sont serrées, mais on essaie quand même d'observer des petits points entre ce mandataire.
Oh, merci beaucoup. On comprend que l'extrême nord a eu beaucoup d'insécurité ces dernières semaines. Est-ce qu'il y a eu la situation où les bureaux de vote ont été déplacés en raison de l'insécurité?
C'est là le véritable problème. Le véritable problème, pour les déplacer, il y a un problème. Parce que pour ceux qui ont fui les exactions de la secte Boko Haram, pour se retrouver hors de leur localité, ne peuvent pas voter parce que beaucoup ne sont pas inscrits. Parce que pour celui qui fuit la guerre, n'a pas le temps d'aller s'inscrire. Et c'est le cas aujourd'hui parce que quand on prend à partir de Kolofata, nous allons à Gansé, Kerawa, en passant par Aptile, on contourne du côté de Mayo Tchanaga, vous prenez Tourou, vous prenez la localité de Koza, Magoumas. Tous ces gens qui ont quitté leur localité aujourd'hui ne peuvent pas voter parce qu'ils ne se sont même pas fait inscrire, fuyant la secte Boko Haram pour trouver refuge avec leur famille.
Donc ça veut dire qu'il y a certains bureaux de vote qui ont été déplacés alors?
Il y a certains bureaux, probablement il y a certains bureaux parce que c'est le même problème, c'est le problème aujourd'hui que rencontrent les différents responsables de ces partis politiques qui vont aux élections parce qu'il est difficile d'identifier certains bureaux de vote qui ont été délocalisés.
Ok. Mais maintenant, est-ce que, en raison de cette insécurité, est-ce que ça a beaucoup impacté le processus? Est-ce qu'il y a les foules qui viennent dans certains bureaux de vote où c'est un peu timide?
De ce côté, il faut dire que quand on parle de la timidité, nous pouvons aller à 80%. Parce que beaucoup ne sont pas sortis. Pour ceux qui sont sur la montagne, ne peuvent pas descendre. Nous prenons le cas de Tours aujourd'hui, où on sait que des milliers de familles ont quitté leur domicile, ont abandonné leur domicile, où les dernières attaques qui datent de moins d'un mois, avec 3 personnes qui ont trouvé la mort, qui fait en sorte que toutes ces familles ont quitté pour retrouver refuge dans la ville de Mokolo. Donc, de ce côté, on constate vraiment cette timidité. Parce que beaucoup ont peur de sortir, beaucoup ne veulent pas voter. Et l'esprit qui anime certaines personnes, c'est qu'ils ne veulent pas voter parce qu'ils ne sont pas en sécurité.
Donc, ça veut dire qu'il y aura un problème à l'extrême nord parce que c'est l'endroit où le président de la République a fait sa campagne et il y a beaucoup de gens qui disent Maroua, c'est un battleground avec plus de 1 million des électeurs qui ont inscrit. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, quand tu regardes la situation, l'atmosphère, est-ce que tu es content ou est-ce que les plus de 1 million là vont venir voter aujourd'hui quand tu regardes la situation générale?
C'est très difficile. Quand vous voyez la foule, nous prenons pour la date du 10 octobre au 11 pour fermer cette campagne électorale. Vous allez constater la foule, prenons l'exemple pour Issa Chiroma, la foule qui est derrière Issa Chiroma. Mais le véritable problème, beaucoup n'ont pas leur carte d'électeur. C'est ça le problème. Parce que même aujourd'hui, ce matin, c'est vraiment timide. Il est difficile de voir d'engouement comme en 2018 où on voyait des bureaux de vote où les gens sont pleins, alignés. Ce n'est pas le cas aujourd'hui qu'on constate dans cette ville qui est la région de l'extrême nord d'abord, qui est une ville vraiment peuplée dans le septentrion, où aujourd'hui, on retrouve que c'est vraiment timide. Dans les bureaux de vote, on aperçoit 5 à 6 personnes, mais il n'y a pas d'attroupement.
Ok. Merci. Et les femmes alors? Les femmes, quelles sont les dispositions qui ont été prises pour que les femmes aussi viennent voter? Ou est-ce que tu as vu beaucoup de femmes qui sont venues voter ou c'est seulement les hommes?
Non, on constate qu'il y a des femmes qui viennent. Mais pour revenir, je préfère encore revenir en arrière sur le problème, parce qu'il y a un problème qui se pose, un problème encore crucial. C'est sur les handicapés visuels qui viennent voter. Parce que là, on se rend compte que tous les handicapés visuels, ceux qui ne voient pas, qui ont des problèmes de yeux, sont conduits par des personnes. Seulement, maintenant, est-ce que le souhait de cet aveugle-là, s'il veut voter un candidat, est-ce que c'est le même souhait que celui qui peut voter pour lui va accomplir ce devoir-là? C'est là aussi se passe notre problème. Parce que ce matin, c'est ce que nous avons constaté. Dans un bureau de vote, un aveugle est venu, il est descendu, il a demandé qu'il veut voter, on lui a remis les bulletins, et puis avec le gars qui le transportait, il a remis tous les bulletins que le gars a voté, c'est-à-dire le candidat de son choix. Est-ce que celui qui a été envoyé aller voter, est-ce qu'il va accomplir le même devoir? C'est là aussi un autre problème.
Ok. Est-ce qu'il y a aussi les dispositions autour des réfugiés qui sont là-bas à l'extrême nord? Est-ce qu'il y a les dispositions pour eux? Est-ce qu'il y a aussi les dispositions sécuritaires dans le milieu où il y a les attaques? Il y a eu les attaques Boko Haram.
Oui, ici, c'est dans la système nord, on peut parler de cette faible mobilisation sécuritaire. On observe quelques gendarmes et policiers qui sont positionnés sur les grands carrefours et même dans les bureaux de vote, à proximité des bureaux de vote. Mais aujourd'hui, la ville qui est fortement militarisée, c'est la ville de Garoua où se trouve effectivement le président Bouba Maïgari de l'UNDP, Issa Tiroma Bakari du FSNC. C'est cette ville aujourd'hui, cette ville natale de deux présidents qui est aujourd'hui fortement militarisée.
Ok. Dernière question. Quand tu discutes avec les électeurs, qu'est-ce que les électeurs te disent? Est-ce qu'ils sont contents? Est-ce qu'ils te disent, bon, je vais voter pour celui-ci parce que je veux que ceci se passe dans le pays? Qu'est-ce que les électeurs te disent?
Bon, vous savez, il y a une partie qui est contente d'avoir accompli leur devoir. Pourquoi? Parce que cette branche de personnes ont soif du changement. Pour eux, sans doute, Issa Tiroma est le troisième président du Cameroun. C'est ce qu'ils ont en tête. Mais pour d'autres personnes, malgré qu'ils ont voté, ils ont toujours à l'idée que même si on vote, on ne vote pas, rien ne va changer. C'est toujours le régime qui revient.
Ok. Et puis, est-ce qu'il y a les gens qui votent et ils restent dans le bureau de vote ou ils votent et ils rentrent tous à la maison?
Oui, là, il faut prendre du cas, je prends toujours, il faut voir du côté des militants de Issa Tiroma qui sont restés sur place, malgré qu'ils ont voté, qui sont restés sur place pour attendre, qui ont décidé même ne pas aller manger à la maison, préfèrent attendre jusqu'au dépouillement, c'est-à-dire du scrutin pour voir qui est le gagnant. Parce que, écoutez, il y a certains même qui sont déjà prêts avec leur téléphone Android pour attendre le décompte et puis filmer pour avoir le résultat exact. Et je crois que quand vous essayez de voir dans tous les QG, que ce soit de l'UNDP, du SDF, ou du FSNC, dans tous les QG où vous faites tour, vous allez trouver qu'ils ont des données des personnes qui sont partout dans les bureaux de vote, même si ce n'est pas la totalité des bureaux de vote, mais sont dans certains bureaux de vote pour attendre la fermeture des histoires afin d'attendre les décomptes.
Ok, d'accord. Merci beaucoup, Amadou Dairo. Est-ce qu'il y a un dernier mot pour nous?
Non, pour le moment, nous attendons, nous sommes toujours sur le terrain et puis on attend s'il y a des inconvénients, je crois que la sérénité est là quand même, mais on ne sait pas ce qui peut arriver.
Et les observateurs, est-ce que tu as vu les observateurs des peut-être Union africaine, Nations Unies ou peut-être ONG? Est-ce que tu as aperçu eux?
Aucun observateur n'a été aperçu du côté dans les tours des bureaux de vote que nous avons fait. Mais seulement des sources indiquent qu'ils sont en train de sillonner. Mais pour le moment, nous, on ne confirme pas. On n'a vu aucun observateur pour le moment.
Ah, ok. Merci beaucoup, Amadou Dairo. On va revenir vers toi dans les prochaines heures ou les prochaines minutes pour voir ce qui se passe dans la région de l'extrême nord, là où il y a les gens de l'extrême nord continuent de voter, et aussi à Maroua, la capitale de l'extrême nord, où Amadou Dairo vient de nous dire que c'est un peu timide. Beaucoup de gens n'ont pas les cartes des électeurs, et il y a aussi les gens qui fuient les exactions de Boko Haram, qui ne peuvent même pas voter. Et il y a la situation sécuritaire qui est précaire dans la région de l'extrême nord. Thank you so much, Amadou Dairo. We'll be moving over to someone else. We're moving over to Jules, who is standing by now to tell us what's happening in your own area. Good afternoon.
Bonsoir. J'espère que vous m'écoutez. Bonsoir, M. Rancho.
Oui. Bonsoir. On vous écoute. Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Bien. Là, je suis le correspondant à Douala. Actuellement, oui. Je suis au Carrefour Yassa, parce que nous avons progressé. On est sur le point d'aller couvrir le vote de la représentante du PCRL ici dans la région du littoral. Je veux parler de la députée Laurent, qui va voter dans quelques minutes dans une école publique pas loin d'ici. Mais avant d'arriver déjà à ce lieu-là, je souhaitais faire un peu le compte rendu de ce qui s'est passé depuis mon dernier compte rendu que j'ai donné, parce qu'après ça, on a sillonné un peu quelques bureaux de vote. Bon, sur le terrain, nous avons rencontré quelques faits qui ont quand même été inédits, que nous avons partagés sur nos différentes plateformes, notamment à Bonamoussa, dans un centre de vote là-bas, où un jeune homme a été surpris en train de remplir 16 procès-verbaux. Et les électeurs qui étaient dans ce centre de vote-là, notamment au Government English Practicing School de Bonamoussa, le centre de vote, les électeurs de ce centre de vote-là ont décidé de s'en prendre à ce jeune homme qui, fort heureusement pour lui, a été escorté hors de ce centre-là par les éléments de la police. Bon, la situation a été tellement tendue que les électeurs ont exigé que la responsable du centre de vote détruise ces procès-verbaux-là, chose qui a été faite. Et aussi, avant que nous ne quittions les lieux, le sous-préfet de l'arrondissement de la 5e était sur place pour s'enquérir de la situation. Donc, avant que nous ne partions de là, les électeurs étaient en train d'exiger que le vote soit repris dans ce centre-là notamment. Donc, nous avons relayé ces images-là sur nos différentes plateformes. Les gens peuvent se connecter. En fait, ceux qui sont connectés vont forcément les voir défiler sur nos différents médias.
Est-ce que tu as vu le parti qui était dans les procès-verbaux là? C'était quel parti politique?
Bon, la responsable du bureau n'a pas permis qu'on puisse consulter ces différents procès-verbaux, mais ce que nous pouvons dire et nous pouvons confirmer, c'est que ces procès-verbaux ont effectivement été détruits devant toute l'Assemblée qui était là, tous les électeurs qui étaient là, et puis les observateurs et même les médias qui étaient sur place.
Ok, d'accord, merci.
Oui, un autre problème aussi que nous avons rencontré sur le terrain, notamment du côté de Panda, où nous étions aussi avant d'arriver à Bonamoussa, c'est que dans certains centres de vote là-bas, bon, on a d'abord remarqué que dans certains centres de vote, il y a ceux qui assurent la sécurité, parfois c'est les policiers, mais particulièrement dans certains centres de vote à Bonamoussa, ce sont à Panda, c'est les militaires qui sont sur place là-bas, qui ont proposé une fin de non-recevoir aux médias. Ils refusent qu'on prenne toute image. Bon, on ne sait pas pourquoi. Ils nous ont carrément menacés sur les lieux. Ils nous ont empêchés de faire correctement notre travail, ce qui fait qu'on n'a pas pu obtenir les images de l'affluence qu'on a notamment vue, qui a attiré notre attention dans ces centres de vote-là. Mais ce que nous pouvons confirmer quand même, c'est qu'il y a eu très très forte mobilisation dans les différents centres de vote dans l'arrondissement de Douala 5e. Également, nous étions dans l'arrondissement de Douala 2e, au centre de vote où le candidat Iram Iyouji était annoncé, notamment à l'école CBEC TSF. Mais malheureusement, on n'a pas pu l'obtenir parce que le centre de vote, nous avons un peu essayé de fouiller dans tout l'arrondissement. On n'a pas trouvé exactement de quel centre il était question. Mais on nous a fait savoir que c'est dans cette zone-là qu'il devait effectuer son droit de vote. Donc. Et aussi, dans cet arrondissement-là, on a aussi noté une forte mobilisation des électeurs qui continuent d'occuper les lieux. Ils sont vraiment sortis en masse pour exercer leur droit de vote. Et aussi, une chose importante qu'il faut relever, c'est que nous avons remarqué que la plupart des personnes qui sont sorties pour venir voter restent sur place pour attendre la fin du vote afin d'assister au dépouillement. Ça, c'est quelque chose de vraiment inédit parce qu'en 2018, comparativement, c'était pas comme ça. Mais cette fois-ci, on confirme que la plupart des personnes qui viennent voter, très peu sont ceux qui partent. Bon, généralement, ce sont les personnes âgées qui peuvent faire rentrer et tout. Mais les jeunes qui viennent pour exercer leur droit restent sur place pour attendre la fin du vote. Ils sont décidés à poursuivre le processus, à suivre leur vote jusqu'au bout. Voilà un peu en gros ce qu'on peut dire à ce moment.
En 2018, c'est Maurice Kamto qui a gagné le littoral avec 38%. Et aujourd'hui, est-ce que les gens te disent comment ça se passe? Est-ce que tu vois le littoral tombe encore dans les mains d'une opposition?
Oui, déjà, là actuellement nous sommes à Douala 3e. C'est vrai qu'on a commencé notre parcours aujourd'hui par Douala 3e. Nous sommes encore revenus par Douala 3e. Ce que nous avons remarqué depuis que nous avons commencé à 7 heures, c'est que la plupart des personnes que nous avons approchées, qui n'ont pas souhaité s'exprimer devant les caméras, mais la plupart des personnes que nous avons approchées avaient un penchant pour le candidat Issa Chiroma. Ça, c'est l'information que nous pouvons confirmer. Et la quasi-totalité de ceux que nous avons approchés ont un penchant pour ce candidat, le candidat du FSNC.
Et est-ce que les gens s'inquiètent par rapport au discours préélectoral, le discours du ministre de Minat et la réponse de Issa Chiroma Bakary? Quand tu aperçois les gens, est-ce que les gens s'inquiètent par rapport à ce genre de discours?
Non, honnêtement, comparativement aux années précédentes, les gens semblent ne pas accorder beaucoup d'intérêt à la sortie du ministre. Ils sont plutôt décidés à exercer leur droit conformément à la loi, parce qu'ils estiment que l'article 113 électoral estime que les résultats doivent être rendus publics après le dépouillement. Donc, ils sont déterminés à surveiller leur vote et à participer, à prendre part à ce processus de dépouillement-là et à publier les résultats. C'est l'information qu'ils nous disent. Donc, du coup, ils ne sont pas trop préoccupés par ce que le ministre leur a dit. Et certaines personnes que nous avons aussi quand même approchées pour prendre leur avis par rapport à la sortie, à la réponse donnée par le candidat du FSNC hier, c'est qu'ils sont plutôt d'accord avec ce que l'homme qui semble être en train d'adouber aujourd'hui, ils sont d'accord avec son discours. Donc, ils n'ont pas véritablement un problème avec ça. Ils sont juste déterminés à rester sur place, à suivre le vote et à participer au déploiement et à la publication des résultats.
Ok, avant de partir, nous avons les images que tu as envoyées là, les images de la situation, l'incident de Douala. Est-ce que tu peux nous décrire qu'est-ce qui est en train de passer là?
Oui, ce sont les images justement du bureau du centre de vote de Bonamous a dit que j'évoquais tout à l'heure, où un jeune homme a été surpris en train de remplir jusqu'à 16 procès-verbaux. Les personnes que vous voyez attroupées en ce moment devant la porte de ce bureau de vote-là, c'est les électeurs qui ont exigé à la responsable de ce bureau de vote de détruire les procès-verbaux concernés. C'est vrai qu'au départ, elle ne voulait pas déchirer les procès-verbaux. Elle voulait juste marquer un trait pour déjà informer à Hélé comme que ces procès-verbaux ont eu un problème. Mais c'était sans compter sur la détermination de ces électeurs-là qui ont exigé que ces procès-verbaux soient simplement détruits. Je peur que peut-être ça soit infiltré dans les procès-verbaux qui risquent de quitter ce centre de vote-là pour aller dans les antennes d'Élé Camdon. Ce que vous êtes en train de voir, c'est cette population-là, ces électeurs-là, qui ont exigé que ces procès-verbaux soient simplement détruits.
All right. Merci beaucoup, Gilles Numbisi. Tu as vraiment fait le boulot. Merci beaucoup. Il faut continuer à sillonner la ville de Douala pour nous donner plus d'informations plus tard.
Merci. À tout à l'heure.
À tout à l'heure. Okay. Thank you very much. That was Gilles. We will be going over to Boya, where I'm seeing some live images that are coming from Bunduma, some live images coming from Bunduma, where Njodzeka is there. The images you are seeing are live. They are live images as people bend to see if their names are on the electoral register. You can see there the time is 2 minutes past 2 p.m. This time around, people are coming bit by bit to flood the polling stations. And remember that each polling station need to have at least 500, but there are some that have less than that. And in some polling stations, there's usually a crowd, and that's why yesterday we were talking about have you going to vote early enough so that you will not be in a last-minute rush to vote, and then there might be stampede or something happen or heavy rains, and that can block you at home. But the images you are seeing now, they are coming from Njodzeka Kenyui, who is there in Bundumam. And as Njodzeka is showing us those images, I will be taking leave of you. I've been with you for 2 hours now. My colleague will be coming up to continue the live broadcast here on Mimimefo Info, Cameroon News Agency, and other platforms that are broadcasting live. Sandrine is taking the relay. Hello, Canada, à vous l'antenne.
Bonjour, Anson. Good morning. How are you? I hope you are doing well.
I'm good. I'm doing well. Nice having you take over. So I'm gonna have some hot tea.
I would like a coffee. You know, it's just like 7 in the morning here. So I just woke up. I'm like, okay, I have to do this.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's a
All
pleasure.
right.
Always a pleasure to see you.
A pleasure too. Ciao.
Ciao, bye. Ok, alors bonjour tout le monde. Merci d'être avec nous sur Mimimefo Info. Et c'est le 12 octobre au Cameroun. C'est une date assez importante, assez historique pour l'histoire du Cameroun qui pourrait écrire une nouvelle page de son histoire ou pas. C'est à voir à la fin de la journée d'aujourd'hui ou dans les heures qui vont suivre. Alors, un peu plus de des centaines de personnes se rendent aux urnes depuis ce matin pour élire le président de la République du Cameroun, le prochain président de la République du Cameroun. Et on pourrait le voir en image, des personnes qui se sont rendues. Ai-je appris massivement dans les bureaux de vote depuis ce matin. Je pense que nous allons prendre quelques correspondants et avoir certainement une consultante avec nous au cours de ce programme. Je serai avec vous, j'espère bien, pendant 2 heures. Et c'est un plaisir assez renouvelé d'être ici, de partager, de vivre, je dirais, cette passion avec vous. Alors, je pense qu'en image, j'ai vraiment envie de savoir dans quel bureau de vote est-ce que nous sommes pour bien se rendre compte de ce qu'il y a une certaine mobilisation des personnes qui n'ont peut-être pas reçu leur... Bouya, c'est ça? OK, merci. Oui. OK, là, nous sommes à Bouya, dans le sud-ouest Cameroun, bien, où plusieurs personnes qui n'ont probablement pas reçu leur carte d'électeur, ça à vérifier, pourraient effectivement voter. Si vous n'avez pas votre carte d'électeur, ne vous dérangez pas, rassurez-vous. Et si vous êtes certain que vous êtes inscrit sur la liste électorale, il est très possible que vous soyez capable de voter. Allez-y simplement dans un bureau de vote avec votre carte nationale d'identité. Et si votre nom peut être identifié sur la liste électorale, alors vous pourrez simplement passer au vote. Il y a 12 candidats qui sont en lice. Et parmi les 12 candidats, bien évidemment, le président Paul Biya qui essaye de briguer un autre mandat à la magistrature suprême, et avec lui un peu plus d'autres candidats, Bello Bouba Magari, Pierre Kwemo, Joshua aussi. On pourrait également citer Cabral Libi, Serge Espoir Matomba, Issa Chiroma Bakari et bien d'autres qui sont bien sûr à la course pour cette présidentielle. Si on se remémore bien sûr l'élection de 2018, on se souvient très bien des résultats. Oh, également, la seule femme qui est en liste, qui est Toumaino Damjoya, que nous avons reçue sur cette antenne il y a juste quelques jours, et qui affirmait faire tout son possible pour pouvoir continuer à rallier ne serait-ce que ses militants dans tout l'ensemble du territoire national. Et on a omis de citer tout à l'heure Hiram Iodi Samuel, qui se présente à cette élection pour la toute première fois. Alors, on pourrait donc, lorsqu'on regarde les candidats, voir que il y a des habitués de cette élection, on pourrait citer Joshua aussi, Cabral Libi, qui sont vraiment des habitués de l'élection présidentielle. Je dirais aussi l'honorable Patricia Tomaino Damjoya, qui, on le sait, a très bien suivi les traces de son défunt époux, M. Damjoya, qui avait été candidat en son temps à l'élection présidentielle. Alors, est-ce que cela augure qu'ils connaissent assez bien comment est-ce que le terrain fonctionne, en plus évidemment de Paul Biya, qui savent aussi comment est-ce que les électeurs vont se comporter? Ça, c'est vraiment pas chose très évidente alors que l'on peut observer une mobilisation assez particulière cette année. J'ai envie de me demander si c'est l'explosion des réseaux sociaux, si c'est vraiment la mobilisation qu'il y a eu autour de la campagne électorale. C'est vraiment à se poser de questions et à s'interroger sur l'engouement qu'il y a eu autour de cette élection présidentielle, et à dire également que on se prépare pour les élections législatives et municipales qui seront dans quelques mois maintenant. Je pense qu'on aura très bientôt un correspondant. Est-ce qu'on a un correspondant déjà avec nous? Juste le confirmer.
Oui, bonjour Sandrine.
Bonjour.
Oui, je suis à Yaoundé. Et là, vraiment, je peux vous dire que, comme vous étiez en train vraiment de dire, je pense que l'ambiance n'était juste pas dans les réseaux sociaux. Ça se voit aussi ici, là, dans les bureaux de vote, avec plusieurs personnes qui vraiment arrivent dans les bureaux de vote pour voter. Là, juste, je viens de sortir dans le bureau the polling station at Jumping Jacks, c'est ici à Obili où Monsieur Ateki Sekta Kaksuna a voté. Et il faut aussi dire ici là que dans cet quartier ici à Yaoundé, il y a beaucoup, c'est un quartier qui est plein des anglophones. Et il y a beaucoup des anglophones qui arrivent là-bas dans les bureaux de vote pour pour voter en fait. Et d'après ce que j'ai suivi de certains anglophones aussi, ils sont vraiment how can I say, they are really desperate to have change. Many of them, they are really desperate to have change. Many of them have said this year must be the year that something else happens. One of the things which they grew frustrated with, when they came to the polls, to vote, was that most of the polling agents and the Elecam officials, most of them could not even express themselves in English.
Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay, we will just come back to you in Yaoundé, like in a couple minutes. I would like to take off to Bran. Bonjour, Bran. Je suppose que tu es quelque part à l'ouest du Cameroun. Tu pourrais me corriger. Quelles sont les dernières nouvelles de ce côté-là et comment est-ce que ça se passe?
Oui, bonjour Sandrine. Très rapidement, je me trouve ici à l'école publique de Fontaine, c'est à Fumban. Vous voyez, c'est l'un des candidats à cette élection, Tomaino Damjoya, qui vient de sortir de cet établissement. Il y a une forte mobilisation ici. Pourquoi? Tout simplement parce que on a constaté qu'il y a eu deux bureaux de vote comportant minimum 600 électeurs qui se retrouvaient dans un domicile privé. Et donc, l'Union démocratique du Cameroun a plaidé pour que ces bureaux soient délocalisés. Et vous pouvez le constater, c'est le cas en ce moment. Le sous-préfet de Fumban vient de quitter les lieux. Il y a également un membre du conseil électoral qui est là pour se rassurer que ces deux bureaux de vote soient délocalisés en toute sécurité et en toute transparence. Ces bureaux ont donc été retrouvés dans un domicile privé, comme je le disais. Une situation qui est gérée avec maestria parce que le membre du conseil électoral d'élections Cameroun, Mohamedou Aboubakar, est descendu personnellement sur le terrain, question de se rassurer que les choses évoluent dans l'ordre. Et globalement, tout se déroule dans l'ordre ici, même si certains ne retrouvent pas le nom sur le fichier, tout évolue plutôt bien.
OK, alors question pour vous, Brand. Si ce bureau de vote assez spécial, vous l'avez dit, dans un domicile a été localisé, délocalisé, où est-ce qu'il se trouve en ce moment? Quelle est l'alternative qui a été trouvée?
Effectivement, l'école publique dont je vous parle est l'alternative, c'est la solution. Donc, en ce moment, la commission d'élections Cameroun est en train de déployer le matériel sur le site pour que les uns et les autres votent normalement.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Alors, dernière question peut-être pour vous avant de vous laisser partir. Qu'est-ce que vous pourrez dire en termes de mobilisation de ce côté-là? Est-ce que vous pourrez dire que dans le Nord, on observe une très forte mobilisation ou est-ce que c'est encore timoré?
C'est déjà la grosse mobilisation dans le Noun parce qu'après la pluie, les populations, les électeurs sortent massivement. Question de voter. Et en début, je vous ai montré ces images. Tous sont les électeurs qui attendent que le matériel électoral soit mobilisé pour pouvoir procéder à leur droit de vote normalement. Et donc, nous sommes en train de nous déplacer d'un point à l'autre pour pouvoir suivre ce qui se passe. Et dans les différents bureaux de vote, la mobilisation est très forte. Il y a déjà des files d'attente, question d'exercer le droit.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Brand. Merci pour ces dernières informations. À vous, du côté de Fumban, c'est très intéressant de savoir qu'il y a un bureau de vote qui s'est retrouvé dans un domicile privé. C'est assez atypique tout de même. Et merci aussi d'avoir relevé que cette situation a pu être résolue grâce à la maestria des autorités administratives, d'un représentant de l'ECAM et bien sûr de l'une des leaders politiques, j'allais dire même le principal leader politique qui se trouve du côté de Fumban, qui est l'honorable Patricia Tomaino Damjoya. On va retourner certainement à Yaoundé ou bien se retrouver dans un autre bureau de vote pour voir comment ça se passe. La mobilisation à cette heure de la journée. Il faut dire qu'il est quand même autour de 14 heures au Cameroun. Et en ce moment, si on devrait observer soit probablement des personnes qui se relâchent un peu, ou alors que la mobilisation a continué après que des personnes ont pu avoir leur repas du midi ou qu'elles s'apprêtent à recevoir leur repas de midi. Alors, on reparlait il y a un instant de l'élection en 2018 et on évoquait bien évidemment ces personnes ou bien ces candidats qui sont encore en lice pour cette autre présidentielle, comme cela a été le cas en 2018. On parlait bien évidemment du président en exercice Paul Biya, on parlait également de Serge Espoir Matomba, de Cabral Libi, de Joshua aussi, qui sont des forts habitués de l'élection présidentielle et bien sûr des autres élections aussi. Alors, on espère bien que tout s'est très bien passé avec ces candidats et leur vote. J'ai pu observer il y a quelques minutes seulement le candidat Paul Biya qui votait dans un bureau de vote. Permettez que je le dise de cette façon, du côté de Yaoundé. Et on a bien évidemment écouté son interview à la télévision nationale avec le directeur général de la CATV, Chandongo. Et M. Paul Biya l'a dit de façon assez sereine, calme et humble. Il n'est pas si sûr de ce qui peut se passer. Et il a dit, je vais citer ces mots, je ne peux pas faire des projets tant que je ne suis pas sûr d'être élu. Ça, c'est assez fort comme déclaration. Il a dit de façon assez simple et assez humble. Et il a également pu souligner la mobilisation des Camerounais en ce moment assez important de l'histoire du Cameroun. C'est une élection présidentielle. Alors, cela veut dire que toutes les choses et toutes les cartes pouvaient être rebattues à la fin de cette journée ou peut-être même à la fin du processus électoral. Souvenez-vous qu'il y a encore des étapes. On en est à l'élection présidentielle. Aujourd'hui, c'est jour de vote, mais nous, devront normalement avoir les résultats officiels et complets d'ici 2 semaines, le temps pour Élection Cameroun de compiler tous les résultats qui vont être envoyés depuis tous les bureaux de vote, en espérant bien évidemment que on espère bien que à partir des élections futures, qu'il y aura probablement des dispositifs qui vont être mis en place pour pouvoir avoir des résultats assez rapidement et permettre ainsi au processus de se dérouler dans un temps assez plus court, j'allais dire, plus précis. J'espère que Michel Ndoki sera des nôtres pour en parler justement parce que le processus électoral au Cameroun, on le sait, a également ce temps d'attente qui pourrait sembler assez long entre les dépôts des candidatures, la proclamation des candidats, ensuite la campagne et bien d'autres, mais surtout le temps d'attente qui, à notre sens, paraît assez long, c'est celui qui va entre le jour de vote et bien sûr la proclamation officielle des résultats. Alors, on pense bien évidemment que s'il y a un système informatique, ce serait peut-être quelque chose de résolu au point d'avoir des élections ou des résultats quelques heures seulement après l'élection. Alors, vous avez une image ici, pas ce logiciel, mais j'allais dire cette logistique qui a été créée par Michel Ndoki, qui était en live hier avec Mimi Mefo autour de l'élection présidentielle et qui porte évidemment sur la sécurisation du vote. Comment est-ce qu'il est possible de comptabiliser et puis de sécuriser les votes? J'espère qu'on aura Michel Ndoki pour nous rejoindre dans un instant pour nous dire comment est-ce que ce processus fonctionne à travers le Cameroun. Est-ce qu'il est effectif et comment est-ce que les Camerounais arrivent à s'en servir? Je pense que ce serait vraiment une très, très bonne innovation pour en parler et pour pouvoir dire peut-être un peu plus vite ou donner un peu plus vite quelques tendances à l'issue de l'élection présidentielle. On va accueillir tout de suite un vétéran du journalisme que j'aime particulièrement, Monsieur Eric Tchindje, qui va nous rejoindre dans un instant. Il est du côté des États-Unis. C'est normal, on a un peu la même heure et puis c'est pas très facile. C'est le matin, on se réveille, mais tout va très bien aller. On est là parce qu'on se dit que c'est un moment assez important pour le Cameroun d'où nous venons et aussi important pour ceux qui sont autour de nous pour qu'ils comprennent c'est quoi l'histoire d'hier, c'est quoi l'histoire d'aujourd'hui et puis pour qu'ils puissent bâtir la leur dans les années à venir. Alors, on aura Eric Tchindje dans un court instant qui va nous rejoindre sur ce live et je pense qu'avec lui, nous allons pouvoir évoquer la mobilisation. Je serais, moi, tentée d'évoquer avec lui je dirais, cette mobilisation que l'on a vue autour du domicile de M. Chiroma Bakari, mais aussi la déclaration de M. Paul Biya au sorti de son bureau de vote. Ah, OK. Alors, en image, certainement des électeurs impatients. Un représentant de l'ECAM, j'ai bien envie de comprendre ce qui se passe de ce côté-là. Alors, je regarde juste des images qui ont été prises par un téléphone pour essayer de mieux comprendre ce qui se passe. Je ne sais pas s'il y en a qui votent encore de ce côté, qui attendent de voter, ou s'il y a des irrégularités à pouvoir résoudre avant que le vote ne puisse se poursuivre. Bien, les forces de l'ordre qui regagnent l'extérieur. Est-ce qu'on est toujours dans le sud-ouest? Est-ce que quelqu'un pourrait juste me dire si on est toujours dans le sud-ouest ou dans quelle partie?
It's actually Douala where someone was caught filling out PVs and those PVs were, yes, he was filling them out and so they caught him and they had to get them destroyed because the voters got impatient and decided to say they won't vote until that is destroyed. So that was destroyed and the security forces then escorted the young man out. But what is curious is it's a criminal offense, but they didn't arrest him, even though he was caught red-handed. So Gilles Numbisi from Douala was here and he said they weren't able to establish who exactly the PVs were in favor of. But we can see that it's a young man, and sometimes we think that the fraud is committed by some old people in some dark basements. It's young people whose futures are being stolen who step up and do things like that. Yes, but it's good that other people saw him. It wasn't security forces, it was just the population that saw him and exposed him. So just for a bit of context for that video.
Okay, thank you. That's very strange. How could you please like feel the feel the PVs before the time? Okay, so bah, c'est une bonne chose qu'il a été rattrapé. Alors, juste pour expliquer aux autres qui sont de langue française un peu plus comme moi, c'est juste un jeune homme qui a été surpris en train de remplir des procès-verbaux. Il est juste 14 heures. Il y a encore 4 heures avant la fin de l'élection. C'est assez surprenant qu'on en soit arrivé là, à ce type de dérive. C'est à se demander qui est le responsable du bureau de vote, qui était les scrutateurs dans les bureaux de vote, pourquoi est-ce que cela n'a pas été remarqué ou qu'est-ce qui a dû se passer. J'espère que l'intervention des forces de l'ordre a permis de pouvoir gérer considérablement la situation. C'est autant d'irrégularités que l'on peut observer lorsqu'une élection peut sembler assez sensible, comme c'est le cas avec cette élection d'octobre 2025 du côté du Cameroun. Bien, j'ai été rejoint par Eric Chinje. Je disais que c'est l'une des personnes que j'admire particulièrement. Bonjour, good morning, Eric Chinje. You need to unmute yourself. You keep forgetting, I know. But it's okay, I can remind you.
I'm an old man, Sandrine, faut pas oublier.
I know, that's why I said I can remind you like every time. Don't worry about it. How are you this morning?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm okay. It is hard to realize that I woke up early this morning. It's Sunday, but it's okay. But I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. That's good.
Yeah. So I don't know which point you have, but I wanted us to talk a bit about two things that I observed like those couple hours. First, I saw that around Issa Chiroma's Bakari house, we had like a military forces and policemen around, and I think they were just decided by the population to just go away. So what do you think about it? So we talk about it first, and puis for sure we are going to talk about like I could say the statement of the President Paul Biya. I don't know if you hear about it, but I just saw him talking to Shandongo, and it was a great, calm and quiet time. And then Mr. Biya said, I cannot put up a project when I'm not sure to be elected. So it was so impressive to hear him saying that. So what do you think first about like Issa Chiroma?
Sandrine, I think we should do everything in Cameroon to bring down the temperature. Elections everywhere in the world raise the temperature. We should do everything to bring it down. And we cannot bring it down if even members of government, ministers, especially the Minister of the Territorial Administration, is working to take up the temperature. That's not necessary. Elections are a very tense period. That's one thing. The second thing I'll say is, at least they say we are in a democracy. In a democracy, everybody should expect change. Everybody in a democracy should expect change. So when you go into vote, whether you're Mr. Biya or you're Mr. Chiroma or you're Sandrine Yamga or you're Eric Chinje, we should expect change when we go into the voting booth and prepare our minds for it. So every citizen in the country today should be ready to wake up tomorrow with the possibility of a new president in Cameroon. Everybody, whether you, Mr. Ngongo, you should have packed your things already. If you have not packed, go back to your office and put them together. Chantal, think about the house you're going to be living in after tomorrow. Chantal Biya, the First Lady. Because you may not be First Lady after tomorrow. This is reality.
You seem so confident, Mr. Chinje.
Well, it's not about confidence. It's about it's about the reality of Cameroon today. There's nobody I know in Cameroon today who does not think that change has to come to the country. Do you think the country is good, as it's nice and beautiful as it is?
No, we all know that 43 years is a lot. Honestly, it is a lot. And then sometimes we need to have a change. So, but we also need to be realistic about what is going on and how everything has been built up, like since a long, long time ago now, since more than 20 years, like the election are running, I could say like in the same way, like with the same people organizing and then making things going.
Mm-hmm. You know, Sandrine, this is about country. This is about our country. God gave us that triangle called Cameroon. That's what we have. That's all we have that we can call our own. If we cannot take care of it, we may end up destroying it. And we all will lose. So I believe that today, every Cameroonian should be thinking about the country first. And it's normal for Mr. Biya to say, I will organize, if I organize elections, it is to win. It is normal for Mr. Biya to say that because he's the one organizing, he's the one who has the power. But it is not normal for Mr. Biya or anybody to say, je vais gagner coûte que coûte. No, it's not normal. It's not normal for Mr. Biya to say that.
But good thing this year didn't say that.
I'm sorry, no, it's not normal for Mr. Biya to say that. To say what he told Shandongo. It's not normal. A president should not say that because he can lose the elections, and if all goes well in this round, Mr. Biya will lose the elections. Why? Because he's unpopular. Listen. Mr. Biya is not popular.
Listening.
They've tried to buy votes.
Yeah.
But buying the votes, I don't know that they can buy 8 million votes. He's not popular. He's not done a good job as president. For the last 7 years, last mandate that is ending, this president has delivered nothing, zilch, nothing to the Cameroonian people. And he's asking for another 7 years. We all know that it's not Mr. Biya asking for 7 years. We all know that. So anybody who has not voted, and if you're about to go to vote, know that you're not voting for Paul Biya. Paul Biya is no longer there. Paul Biya is a shadow. You're going
But
to
you
vote
know
for
that he always has his supporters, right? What do you think about it? Because like
the people who
le
support the
RDPC a
president.
quand même une assez grosse représentation. Si on va sur le postulat que toutes les personnes qui ont été élues par le RDPC au niveau local, genre législatif, municipal, pourraient potentiellement voter Paul Biya pour cette élection présidentielle, pourquoi est-ce que c'est possible qu'il se retrouve en train de la gagner une fois encore?
Écoute, Sandrine, forcément, le RDPC existe depuis une quarantaine d'années.
Ouais.
Il y a un budget que ce RDPC, ce parti, enfin un budget qui dépasse 2, 3, 4 fois, n'est-ce pas, ce que les autres ont. Donc, il y a des gens qui bénéficient du fait de leur appartenance à ce parti. Tout à fait normal que ceux-là se battent pour protéger, n'est-ce pas, ce qui leur revient chaque mois. C'est tout à fait normal que ceux-là se battent pour garder le statu quo. Tout à fait normal. Ce que j'aimerais que les votants comprennent, c'est que ce n'est pas ça qui va faire du Cameroun ce pays qui, à un moment donné, était vu comme le pays phare du continent. Pourquoi? Parce que l'économie marchait, parce que les investisseurs venaient, parce que l'économie on crée de l'emploi. Les enfants qui sortaient de l'école, moi je suis sorti de l'école à cette époque-là. Le travail n'était pas difficile à trouver. Hein? Tout marchait. Imaginez-vous tout ce qu'on avait, que ce soit comme société d'État, comme entrepreneurs camerounais, des riches, des plus riches du continent africain. Aujourd'hui, il y a qui? Il y a quoi? Il n'y a même pas de route, il n'y a pas d'hôpital, il n'y a pas d'école, il n'y a rien. Non,
Il n'y a pas d'eau.
soyons sérieux.
Il n'y a pas d'électricité, au moins les choses basiques.
Il n'y a pas d'eau. Soyons sérieux. Non, ceux qui vont voter, allez-y, votez. Et si dans les 7 prochaines années, vous n'avez toujours pas d'électricité, pas d'eau, vous savez pourquoi? Parce que le pays est en faillite. Parce que le pays est en faillite. Après ces élections, ne venez pas demander une salle de classe dans votre village. Ne venez pas. Et sachez, rappelez-vous ce que je dis aujourd'hui. Après ces élections, ne venez pas demander une comprimée dans un hôpital. Parce que le pays n'a pas les moyens. Pour l'avoir, il faut changer la manière de faire, la manière de penser. La politique économique, il faut changer. Et puis, mettre en place des systèmes qui marchent pour attirer les investisseurs. Si déjà le système judiciaire ne marche pas, aucun investisseur étranger ne viendra au Cameroun. Donc, soyons sérieux. Où vous voulez que ce pays reparte. Il faut remettre ce pays sur les rails en changeant tout ce qu'il faut changer, ou on continue avec la gabegie et on va récolter la gabegie. Aussi simple.
Alors justement, j'ai vraiment envie de m'interroger, qu'on discute un peu sur ce qu'a dit M. Paul Biya aujourd'hui. Je pense que je fais probablement partie des personnes qui ont été assez surprises par la façon avec laquelle il a répondu aux questions de M. Charles Ndongo de façon assez calme, assez sereine. C'était vraiment pas le discours de « je suis certain de pouvoir remporter l'élection », mais c'est le discours de quelqu'un qui se dit « j'ai des personnes en face de moi et qui peuvent potentiellement remporter cette élection ». Je pense que cette phrase de « je ne peux mettre aucun projet en place lorsque je ne suis pas sûr d'être élu », c'est assez fort pour être souligné. Est-ce que M. Paul Biya serait probablement en train de se dire « les Camerounais ont compris qu'on a besoin de ce changement, peut-être que je ne serai pas ou serai plus la bonne personne pour eux ».
Enfin, s'il a compris ça, c'est tant mieux. Moi, je ne sais pas, je n'ai pas suivi ce discours-là, mais s'il a dit, c'est tant mieux.
Il a dit ce matin. Bonjour, Michel.
Bonjour. J'ai la même réaction, ni Eric. Nous, comme on dit chez nous, pour nous quoi? Vraiment, il dit là, aujourd'hui est un jour qui nous appartient. Sandrine, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Nous appartient. D'accord? C'est notre jour. C'est nous les patrons, c'est nous les décideurs. Si un candidat, qui n'est qu'un candidat, comme le jeune homme qui vient frapper à votre porte, il est serein, s'il est humble, s'il est sûr de... Vraiment, c'est lui que ça regarde. C'est vous qui décidez qui va venir vous ramener chez lui. Et nous sommes en train de nous concentrer sur choisir la personne que nous, on va ramener chez nous à étudier. Je crois que il faut vraiment que nous ayons cet état d'esprit-là. Parce que, bon, je saute dans la conversation, mais ce direct est une occasion pour moi de dire à mes compatriotes que le taux de participation ne me paraît pas là où il devrait être. Je ne sais pas ce qu'ils font chez eux. Dans le voisinage ici, j'ai entendu un jeune homme crier dans la rue « Sortez, allez voter ». Quelqu'un m'a téléphoné de Tico pour me dire que il était en train de sortir et puis il a vu des jeunes hommes passer avec les armes, ce qu'on appelle les Amba Boys. Ils sont passés et ils lui ont demandé que tu es en train d'aller voter et il a juste ri. Et il a fait demi-tour, il est rentré chez lui. Mais après, il m'a écrit pour me dire « Je suis en train de les entendre, ils sont en train de sillonner le quartier en disant aux gens de sortir pour aller voter. » C'est un moment qui nous appartient. Vous voyez, des gens de tellement... Qu'est-ce qu'il y a de plus différent de nous que des personnes, des personnes qui se proclament comme des séparatistes, qui se promènent dans les rues d'une de nos villes avec des armes à la main. Eh bien, ces gens-là sont en train de dire d'aller voter.
So that means we should maybe be afraid of the rate of participation at this point, because I thought that the mobilization was maybe a little bit higher than like in the past. So what does it mean? What can we think about that?
It's great that it's better than in the past, but we need to do way better than that in terms of ensuring that we understand what is at stake and how important it is for every single Cameroonian to go out there and cast their votes. You see, you were talking about the history of the country and things that you've seen in the past and the number of militants that CPDM has. Have you ever heard, since this man became head of state, that one day CPDM will issue a communique telling people that they are afraid of rigging? Have you ever heard of something like that? Ruling party issuing a communique to say, oh, we don't know why people are talking about rigging, but instead some people are getting ready to issue fake reports on platform, and this will be rigging. Ruling party saying that some people are going to rig, not saying whom. So they are accusing us, the voters. They've called us to come and choose our own candidate, and then they accuse us, the voters, that we are going to rig. This is to tell you that something big is about to happen. And I'm talking to every single Cameroonian behind this screen. I beg, take this screen, get out, go and cast your vote. You cannot miss this opportunity. It's not possible for us to miss this opportunity. Even the head of state is telling you. He started this year, because I remember his speech on the 31st of December, saying that he's very honored that we trust him. He went to Mawa saying that, I will not relent until I have done everything that I can for you. Then he comes this morning and says, I cannot make any plan for the future because I don't know what.
If I'm not sure to be elected. Yeah.
For the first time in the history of this country, 43 years down the line, Paul Biya finally admits that it is our call to make. So please go and make that call.
Mais qu'est-ce qui pourrait expliquer, Michel, que des personnes soient encore à la traîne? On peut le comprendre peut-être au nord-ouest, au sud-ouest, où il y a dans ces régions qui sont en proie à des situations sécuritaires un peu fragiles. Mais qu'est-ce qui pourrait expliquer que dans les autres parties du pays, qu'on ait du mal à se mobiliser pour aller voter?
Et c'est ça qui me fait mal. Tous les rapports que moi je reçois du nord-ouest et du sud-ouest sont des rapports de personnes qui sont sorties dès le matin, avant 7 heures, pour aller voter. On vous dit à tel endroit, il y a des coups de feu. À Missadje, ils ont pris des gens pour les amener ailleurs. Et ils disent, vous ne passez pas ici avec le téléphone. On vient de m'envoyer un rapport. Moutengene, on a déplacé le bureau de vote. Brusquement, ce matin, on a déplacé le bureau de vote. Dit aux gens, allez vous mettre de l'autre côté. C'est là-bas que vous allez voter, à côté des militaires. Et on arrache leur téléphone. Dans les endroits où ça tire, les gens sont dehors pour aller voter. Nous, à Douala, on n'est pas sortis parce qu'il pleuvait. À quel point voulez-vous que nos gouvernants nous prennent au sérieux? Nous-mêmes, nous ne nous prenons pas au sérieux. C'est la première fois depuis 7 ans et c'est la dernière fois avant 7 ans, peut-être, qu'on va vous demander votre avis sur qui doit vous diriger et la pluie vous gêne. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas de sens? C'est des questions. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas de quoi se poser? Ce n'est pas le nord-ouest et le sud-ouest. C'est en ville, c'est Yaoundé, c'est Douala. Oh, Yaoundé, Douala, le littoral, le centre, c'est au moins 30% de nos voix.
De l'électorat.
Et voilà des personnes qui disent qu'elles, il pleut.
Eric Chinje, qu'est-ce que ça peut vouloir dire? Est-ce que ces personnes se disent, OK, les choses vont peut-être rester telles qu'elles sont, peut-être qu'il n'y a rien de nouveau, peut-être qu'il ne faut s'attendre à rien de nouveau ou de bon de ce qui va sortir des élections. Et puis elles se disent, bah, s'il y a une raison de ne pas aller voter, tant qu'à faire, ne pas aller voter. Comment est-ce qu'on peut apprécier ce type d'attitude-là, alors qu'on sait très bien qu'au-delà d'un droit, voter, c'est quand même un devoir pour se dire, voici ma façon à moi de réfléchir pour l'avenir du pays. Comment est-ce qu'on pourrait interpréter ce type d'attitude-là?
Non, je crois que c'est d'abord, ça fait partie ça sort d'une certaine culture démocratique que nous avons développée depuis des années, n'est-ce pas, dans ce pays, où les gens se disent, bon, ben, voter ou pas voter, rien ne change. Pourtant, le message que nous voulons véhiculer cette année, que Michel donne depuis, c'est le vote d'un individu peut changer, peut tout changer, et les gens doivent comprendre cela et aller voter. Si nous votons en masse, le message passera. Mais si les gens restent chez eux, le changement qu'ils veulent, enfin, ceux qui veulent le changement vont voter. Ceux qui continuent à tergiverser, à se poser des questions, si ceux-là sont en majorité, rien ne changera. Rien ne changera. Et il faut qu'ils sachent, ceux qui ne vont pas voter, qu'eux font partie du problème. Nous cherchons des solutions à nos problèmes au Cameroun. Et honnêtement, comme je disais, je n'avais pas suivi le discours du président parce que, bon, pour multiples raisons, mais apparemment, lui-même, il a reconnu le fait, peut-être je me trompe, c'est ce qu'on vient de me dire, qu'il a reconnu le fait que lui, il peut ne pas devenir, n'est-ce pas, il peut ne
Absolument. Ouais.
Cette élection.
C'est exactement ce qui s'est laissé transparaître.
Ah oui, ça me fait, parce que c'est le Biya que je connais. C'est ce monsieur-là que je connais. C'est lui qui est capable de se surpasser. Parce que je crois que si c'est ce qu'il a dit, ça sortait de lui-même. C'est pas ce que les autres là ont voulu qu'il dise.
Lui en fait dire, absolument, absolument. Je pense que c'est exactement la réflexion que je me suis donnée parce que j'ai pris environ, c'était pas assez long, environ 1 à 2 minutes et j'ai pris le temps pour bien observer ce qui se passait. Je pense qu'il répondait, j'allais dire de lui-même, sans être influencé par une autre personne externe. C'était vraiment son ressenti au sortir de ce bureau de vote. Et pour moi, c'était assez... moi, de ce que j'ai vu depuis que je suis petit, lorsque je regarde l'élection présidentielle, c'est la première fois où je le voyais, pas très certain, pas assez sûr et de dire, OK, je pense que je vais gagner cette élection une autre fois. Vraiment dire que rien n'est acquis et l'admettre, je pense que c'est assez historique quand même.
Absolument. Non, je suis content de l'entendre parce que c'est tout à fait, n'est-ce pas, le genre de discours que M. Biya peut tenir. Et c'est comme vous le dites si bien, c'est la première fois, je crois, qu'il arrive à reconnaître, n'est-ce pas, la possibilité même. Parce que jusqu'ici, c'est pas lui, enfin, il laissait tout entre les mains de ses collaborateurs. Mais pour une fois, maintenant, M. Biya est d'accord. Il sait qu'il y a une certaine réalité que lui-même, il ne maîtrise pas. Et donc, j'espère que tout va bien se passer. Le changement viendra, on aura un autre président dans les jours qui viennent. Et le Cameroun, un président qui sera donc en mesure de remettre le Cameroun sur les rails. Et puis, les choses vont reprendre. Hein. On va se retrouver sur une autre trajectoire économique de développement.
Alors, Michel, vu de cette façon-là, est-ce que vous pensez qu'aujourd'hui, si on arrive potentiellement, je pense que tout le monde le souhaite, peut-être y compris Paul Biya, je pense, on arrive à un changement, comment pensez-vous que les choses pourraient se dérouler si l'on entrevoit cette possibilité d'avoir un nouvel élu au sortir de cette élection? Comment pensez-vous que la transition pourrait être faite?
Alors, je crois que on va assister à un regroupement des forces de proposition de cette nation. C'est comme ça que je le vois. Je crois que une des choses qui sont symptomatiques justement de la culture politique de notre pays ou de son absence, c'est que les gens, compte tenu de l'environnement dans lequel ils sont, ne sont pas toujours tous 100% prêt. C'est-à-dire que nous avons eu tellement d'élections où on avait le sentiment que c'était joué d'avance, que les gens vont se présenter pour la beauté du geste, plus que parce qu'ils sont persuadés qu'ils vont gagner. Donc, ils ne s'apprêtent pas. Ils peuvent rédiger un programme, ils n'apprêtent pas forcément une équipe complète qui peut prendre les rênes du pouvoir dès Et aujourd'hui, en quelques semaines, on a vu le Cameroun basculer. Parce que je crois que ce qui se passe aujourd'hui, on ne l'a pas vu venir. Il y a 3 mois ou 4 mois, on savait qu'on aurait des élections. On avait eu toute cette campagne sur inscrivez-vous, etc. Mais on n'était pas très convaincus que c'était nous qui décidions, vraiment.
Je dirais assez confiant même.
Voilà, c'était pas. Or, en quelques semaines, on a vu des candidats faire campagne, on les a vus durcir le ton quand on les empêchait d'accéder à des meetings, on a vu des populations soulever la voiture d'un sous-préfet pour la mettre de côté pour laisser le candidat venir faire son meeting. On a vu tellement de choses qui montrent que nos compatriotes maintenant considèrent que nous sommes ici chez eux. Et je crois que ça va rendre le leader qui va sortir des urnes beaucoup plus conscient de ce qu'il n'est pas un tout-puissant, qu'il n'est pas tout seul et qu'il a intérêt à produire du résultat. Dans cette phase de transition qui arrive, la paix et la stabilité retrouvée de notre pays dépend profondément de la capacité du leader qui va s'installer à donner le sentiment qu'il est un rassembleur. Il faut que ce soit quelqu'un qui aille chercher toutes les compétences là où elles sont disponibles et qui montre que, en fait, tous ceux qui peuvent contribuer à faire en sorte que l'on remette ce pays en état, qu'on remette les institutions en état, que l'on remette les infrastructures en état pour permettre aux Camerounais de déployer leur potentiel, que toutes ces personnes pourront être mises à contribution. Donc, je ne serais pas surprise à la fin du scrutin que nous ayons quelque chose qui ressemble plus à la coalition que nous avons appelée, ou certains d'entre nous ont appelé de leurs vœux avant les élections. Je ne serais pas surprise que maintenant que nous avons retrouvé ce sentiment d'unité nationale, vous voyez, ça tient à peu de choses. Maintenant, nous sommes en train de parler là d'un événement commun, de la destinée commune des enfants de notre terre, quelle que soit notre origine, notre sensibilité politique, etc. Maintenant que nous avons donc restauré ce sentiment d'appartenance, ou commencé à restaurer ce sentiment d'appartenance nationale, je crois que le leader qui va arriver au pouvoir emboîtera le pas de cette tendance et ouvrira les bras à tous ceux que le Cameroun compte de talent au niveau du leadership pour s'assurer que cette transition se passe dans les meilleures conditions possibles.
Put my mic. Okay. Eritinga, do you think that the Cameroonian that we have like the same democratic culture like in people in West Africa, like if something doesn't sound right, they know that we can go down and then we can say, no, this is our word, this is what we are thinking, and this is what have been done. So if we are not getting there, like having a new president, so do you think that the Cameroonian will do something?
Sandrine, c'est très provocatrice, ça. Okay, I hear you.
I'm just asking, just a simple question.
I am not going to send anybody down to the streets.
No, it's not about sending anyone in the street, but we might know like what is our politic, and then I will say like our culture and then the other cultures.
Yes, anyway, we are learning. You're right. I mean, we are learning. We're trying to build a better country than the one we have now. And as we do that, and we learn and we try to improve on what we are doing, One of the things we have to learn is to accept the other, is to, when we fail, we have to learn to accept it. It's not, you know, we have 10 candidates running to replace Mr. Biya, 11 candidates running.
Yeah.
10 will not make it, so only one will make it. So we have to learn how to say, okay, mais tu m'as battu, tu as gagné, je te laisse la place. We have to learn that. And this is the problem we have, and we have to, whether we like it or not, we're not going to have 2 presidents. We'll only have 1. So we have to learn to accept that fact. We have to learn to accept that fact.
Like even the government or like every people like around the actual government. So we all need to learn it, right?
That's right.
That thing can change.
I know that, you know, I mean, tomorrow I may wake up, I'm no longer the chef de service de Dieu seul sait quoi, you know, maybe somebody else. Accept it. Pack your things. Merci, du courage, monsieur. Et si vous avez besoin de moi, appelez-moi, je viendrai vous porter un coup de main, et ainsi de suite. We have to learn to give and take. That is Cameroon that we want to build, where we are more accepting of each other, where we are more willing to accept that we can lose or we can win, but we're willing to, you know, to allow the country to, you know, the problem is putting the country first. It's not easy, but we have to learn to put the country first. And as we go to the polls to vote, let us know that all of this is possible. Le pays peut changer demain, de leader et tout ça, anytime.
Yeah. Okay, but vu de cette façon, Michel, on parlait tout à l'heure des cultures démocratiques qu'il y a ça et là. On sait également qu'en ce moment, en Côte d'Ivoire, il y a également d'autres candidats plusieurs candidats pour l'élection présidentielle et que le bilan de Alassane Dramane Ouattara serait pour certains assez contesté. Mais l'on sait également que ce pays a connu une transition plus ou moins difficile dans les années antérieures. Si l'on regarde le cas du Cameroun et que l'on essaie de se projeter, est-ce qu'on se dit qu'on est véritablement, mais alors véritablement prêt pour un quelconque changement, une passation de service?
Je crois que les dernières semaines nous ont montré de manière indubitable. Je vous ai donné l'exemple tout à l'heure de ces jeunes, je crois que c'était à l'entrée c'était pas Tibati en tout cas, soit Bagno, soit Tibati, c'est dans la Damawa, qui ont porté la voiture du sous-préfet pour dégager la route pour que, je crois que c'était Bello Boubabari puisse rentrer. Vous avez vu les personnes qui, dans les 3 derniers jours, ont campé devant les bureaux de l'ICA Madouala et à Yaoundé en disant « je veux ma carte électorale ». Je crois que ça ne s'était jamais vu dans une élection auparavant. On voyait des reportages à la télé de personnes qui disaient « oui, je suis là depuis lundi, je suis arrivée à 5 heures du matin, je croyais que j'allais être parmi les premiers, j'ai trouvé la foule, etc. » Et on a vu comment certains candidats ont été accueillis en triomphe. Surtout, on a vu que l'intérêt des Camerounais pour cette échéance n'a pas faibli après les manœuvres pour faire sortir de la course certains candidats. Ça, je crois que c'est un élément très important. Au contraire, malgré que les candidats en liste ne soient pas tous ceux qu'on attendait, qu'il y en ait eu, qu'on attendait qu'ils ne soient pas là, qu'il y en ait eu qu'on n'attendait absolument pas du tout, qui se sont signalés, qui sont arrivés. Aujourd'hui, on voit que nos compatriotes vraiment sont intéressés et cela, il en est la preuve. À la dernière élection présidentielle, je ne crois pas qu'on avait sur MMI un live qui avait commencé le matin et qui se poursuivait pendant 6, 7, 8 heures avec des personnes du calibre de M. Eric Tchindjé pour parler à leurs compatriotes. Donc, est-ce qu'on fait tout ça pour rentrer chez soi, se coucher, si on n'est pas convaincu que cette voix que nous avons portée dans la difficulté, malgré les menaces, malgré ci, malgré ça, cette voix n'est pas respectée. C'est une question, c'est pas une question d'analyste politique, c'est une question humaine. Pour toutes les personnes qui sont derrière l'écran, comme pour moi, la question, elle est simple. Qu'est-ce que je vais ressentir? Qu'est-ce que j'ai fait jusqu'ici pour qu'en tant que citoyenne camerounaise, ma voix soit respectée? Que ma voix soit entendue? Et est-ce que, si elle n'est pas entendue, je suis prête à dire, bon, ben, c'est pas grave. Je ne crois pas. Et si nous sommes 20 millions à penser comme moi, il va falloir que les leaders écoutent. Hein? Parce que 20 millions de personnes qui parlent en même temps, même si elles chuchotent, je peux vous dire que ça fait du bruit. Il va falloir que les leaders écoutent. Et ils sont au courant. Pour moi, le meilleur révélateur, c'est ça. C'est M. Atangandji sur le plateau de la CRTV. Quand est-ce que vous avez vu ça? D'habitude, il organise des conférences de presse chez lui où il nous régale de tous ces bons mots et de ces petites formules, hein, où il rigole de sobriquets qu'on lui a donné qui n'étaient pas censés être flatteurs. C'est bien vraiment au Cameroun qu'on peut voir des choses comme ça. Une personne qui dit « Je suis une machine à écraser mes compatriotes, les gens pour lesquels je travaille. » Alors, comment les Camerounais ont réagi quand la machine à écraser s'est mise en branle? Et comment elle s'est comportée quand elle a vu leur réaction? Elle est allée sur un plateau de télévision pour s'expliquer. Et pour nous rappeler qu'en 1992, le président de la République avait respecté la voix du peuple. Donc lui, ce n'est pas quelqu'un qui... On avait besoin qu'il nous explique. En 92, je ne sais même pas quel âge il avait. Nous, on connaît ce Cameroun beaucoup mieux que lui. Hein? Donc, les temps changent. Et c'est fini l'époque où nous laissions les gens nous traiter de tous les noms d'oiseaux. Dire que nous sommes lâches, dire que nous sommes tribalistes, dire que nous sommes unis, dire que nous sommes égoïstes. On leur a montré qui nous sommes. Du nord au sud, de l'est à l'ouest, on leur a montré qui nous sommes. Et maintenant qu'on a commencé à se souvenir qui nous sommes, qui va nous faire oublier encore? Personne. Ce changement qui est en marche là, c'est inéluctable. Et le père de la nation lui-même est venu nous le dire. Lui-même est venu nous le dire. C'est le même qui, dans les précédents entretiens, vous parlait de petits partis. C'est le même qui, dans les précédentes élections, vous disait « Ceux qui pensent que je pars, je vous donne rendez-vous dans 20 ans. » C'est le même qui venait vous dire « Me voici donc. » Aujourd'hui, il est en face de la contestation de son pouvoir et d'une demande claire qu'il laisse sa place. Il vient vous dire « Je ne peux pas faire de plan pour l'avenir parce que je ne sais pas si je serai encore en fonction dans quelques jours. »
Tout à fait.
Si lui-même a compris.
À bon entendeur, salut.
Like any reaction, Eric?
Ah non, mais je crois que Michel a tout dit. Hein. C'est ma petite sœur là, que j'adore. Hein. Elle a toujours les mots justes et il reflète, n'est-ce pas, ma pensée, la pensée, j'imagine, de la majorité. Hein. Je crois qu'on est prêt pour le changement. Et je crois que ceux qui ne veulent pas l'accepter, je suis désolé, hein, on risque de les laisser au bord de la route et continuer notre chemin. En tout cas, ce qui est clair, c'est que le moment de changement est arrivé. C'est à nous, les Camerounais, de l'embrasser et de refaire ce pays comme il le faut. Il y a des choses, ce changement s'impose, il nous faut des nouvelles politiques, il nous faut des hommes capables de porter cette n'est-ce pas, nouvelle politique, et c'est pour le bien de tout le monde. Je crois que même le président Biya, il est sûr de ça maintenant. Si ces propos sortent de lui, et je ne peux pas faire des programmes sans être sûr d'être élu, si M. Biya le dit, c'est qu'il le pense. Ce n'est pas aux autres qui veulent à tout prix protéger leurs petits intérêts. Ce n'est pas à ceux-là de chercher à nous imposer un autre avenir. C'est bon, mais s'ils veulent le faire, ils ont le droit de vouloir le faire. À nous, c'est à nous, Camerounais, des électeurs, de leur dire non. Enough is enough, ça suffit. Aider le président à aller se reposer et laisser-nous bâtir notre pays et notre avenir comme il le faut. That's where we are. So I really hope that on Monday, those who are going to, I find out that Mr. Chiroma already has identified his government and they are ready to take over. Mr. Chiroma has identified his government and they're getting ready to take over and continue building the country dans la paix. Donc j'ai pris tout le monde, prophètes, soldats, gendarmes, police, tout le monde.
Yeah. So let's talk about like Issa Chiroma, like we were saying a couple of minutes ago. So I'm just trying to go back on during the campaign, what happened. And I know that many people were, I could say like maybe frustrated when it was I think it was in the Southwest region or in the Northwest. I can't remember where. And then he said that he is in contact with the Amazonian people. So it sounds scary, but what do you think about it?
No, but that's to tell you that Mr. Chiroma is ready to bring peace to the Northwest. He's not in contact with them to bring war. He's in contact with them to understand their thinking. He's in contact with Ayuk Tabe, who's in Kondengi. Mr. Chiroma has spoken to Ayuk Tabe, has spoken to Chris Anu, has spoken to all these Amazonians who are out of the country. Because he wants, dès le premier jour, commencer le dialogue avec eux. That's how we bring peace to a country. Mr. Chiroma is ready to bring peace to Cameroon. He's ready to get government working. Sans transition. He's ready to get this government back on its feet and going. That's what we want. We have a lot of things to correct in Cameroon, a lot. If Cameroon is being seen today as one of the most corrupt countries in Africa, one of the most corrupt countries in Africa, there's something that needs to be done. The problem is at the level of our institutions. It's at the level of our legal systems. We have one of our best lawyers here. She can say that. We have to correct a lot of things within our legal systems. And that's what we are talking about. We need to start now. And I think Mr. Chiroma is telling us, and I just heard this, that he is ready to start from day one. That's what we need. So let's calmly, and I think Mr. Biya is referring to that. Let us calmly go to the polls. Let us elect a new government, and I hope we have a new government come Monday. It will not be announced yet. It will be announced later. But the fact will be there that people have voted and they've voted out the CPDM. Ça, c'est une vérité. Et qu'à partir de lundi, même si ce n'est pas encore annoncé, on saura qu'il y a un nouveau gouvernement qui va s'installer. Et la personne qui est censée devenir, n'est-ce pas, le prochain président du Cameroun, M. Issa Chiroma, d'après ce qu'on dit, il a déjà un gouvernement, il a déjà identifié un gouvernement parmi lesquels, n'est-ce pas, il y a ceux qui sont dans le système aujourd'hui. On ne peut pas refaire le Cameroun sans cela. il y a des compétences dans le système, mais qui n'ont pas pu parce que le système était bloqué.
Yeah, assez vicieux quand même. Yeah.
Donc, je crois que M. Chiroma a identifié les meilleurs, il a identifié les gens à l'extérieur et à l'intérieur du pays, et il est prêt à démarrer dès l'annonce de son élection.
OK, so, on va y revenir avec Michel dans un instant. J'ai juste envie de prendre un électeur qui a accepté de se rejoindre à nous pour nous dire comment est-ce que les choses se sont passées. J'espère qu'il est déjà connecté avec nous. Je ne sais pas si Mimi ou toute l'équipe technique est capable de nous entendre pour savoir est-ce qu'on pourrait avoir le votant en ligne en ce moment. Hey, d'accord, on va aller du côté de Bamenda pour prendre le reporter de Mimi Mefo Info qui s'y trouve. Hello, hi.
Hello, Sandrine. Hi. Hello, Eric. Hello, Barrister
Hello.
Michel Noki. Welcome once again to Bamenda, the capital city of the Northwest region. A moment ago, we caught up with a visually impaired who described how challenging it was for him to cast his vote. According to the visually impaired, he thought that getting to the polling center, he was going to maybe see or be able to identify by himself the different ballot papers. But it was not the case because they were not braille sensitive. And so he had to depend on his aide who told him that this is this and this is this. And then he selected what he was going to vote. He said he is not sure if the candidate he had in mind was the candidate whose ballot was put inside the transparent ballot box, but he is voting for change. For someone with disability like him, it is very challenging for him to navigate the empty pothole streets to be able to get to the polling center where he cast his vote. This raises a lot of questions about inclusivity of the entire voting process. We'll understand that the nature of the roads in Bamenda is also a major hindrance for persons with mobility impairment, and given that the polling centers do not have people who can sign for those with hearing impairment, it becomes very challenging. If you go to the different electoral registers pasted on the walls around polling centers, you see how challenging is it for somebody who has his eyes, his ears, his legs to be able to know where exactly they are going to vote and move from one polling center to the other to be able to get their names. And then you can just imagine what will happen to somebody with visual impairment or somebody with a mobility impairment. And according to our understanding, that explains why across the region, Elekam has more than 4,000 persons with disabilities who are supposed to vote, but we are yet to see them at the level of the different polling centers that we have been covering so far. It is because of some of these challenges coupled with the security challenges. And people with disabilities do not do things on their own. They have to depend on others, and it is always difficult for them to make the right choices. The voting has continued in Bamenda. People are still streaming into the polling centers to cast their votes. Most of them were delayed in the morning by the rainfall that characterized a greater part of the northwest region. Rainfall, torrential rains were reported in Menchum Division, Momo Division, and in Mezam Division, where we are closely following up the presidential election this October 12th. So far, authorities have been appealing for people to respect the rules of the game and to avoid confrontations. We have also witnessed a rise in security deployments and a lot of patrols along the streets of Bamenda. Also, the governor of the Northwest region, after casting his vote at upstation Bamenda, has made a round to the polling centers, some polling centers in Bamenda 1, Bamenda 2, And downtown and Bamenda 3, he also went to Santa, still in Mezam Division, to observe the voting process, how the voting process is unfolding. So far, we've had very limited opposition presentation at the polling centers. We have some political parties who are very few at the level of the different polling centers. You agree with me that polling stations had been grouped into polling centers across the Northwest region due to the security climate, and it is challenging for some opposition candidates to have their monitors in all those polling stations, despite the fact that they are in the same polling stations. No polling stations, given the fact that they are in the same polling centers across the Northwest region. So far, we've not heard of any incidents, but for a situation in Pinyin, where we're still struggling to verify whether people have finally gone out to vote. But we had information from that part of Mezam Division of the Northwest region that due to gunshots that characterized the area last night, people have not been able to go out to vote, but we are closely monitoring the situation there, and we are going to be coming back as soon as we get verified information about the situation so far in that area. Generally, the turnout has been described by administrative authorities as impressive across the Northwest region.
Okay, so does it mean that the mobilization, like the mobilization is a little bit like higher than usual? So what do you think about the mobilization of women? You were talking about the impairment, like visual. Is there any minor accommodation for those people who are not able maybe to walk or to see clearly when they are going to vote?
I think that the fact that we've not seen them at polling center is just enough indication that adequate measures were not put in place to have them at the level of the different polling centers across the Northwest region. So far, we've seen many more young people going to the ballot, casting their votes across the different polling centers that we have visited here in Bamenda.
Okay, thank you so much. We hope to have you soon to know more about what is going on in Bamenda. So we hear clearly that during for security reasons, like some things have been changed in Bamenda, but everything remains calm. Is it what we need to understand?
We cannot declare if everything is calm, but the authorities say they are monitoring the situation and everything is calm, according to the governor of the Northwest region and other authorities we've spoken with in Menchum Division and also in Momo Division. They all tell us that the whole situation is going on calmly, but we are closely monitoring the situation. You understand that an election with a high stake like the presidential election is also a moment for rights to be violated. And we are certain that some of those things might come up for us to follow up and verify to determine their authenticities.
Thank you so much. So we hope to have you soon to have more updates on what is going on in Bamenda. Thank you. We are going to go from Bamenda, from the Northwest region, and then we are going to move to the Southwest. We have another reporter there that we might have soon in a couple seconds to see what is happening in the Southwest. So in my understanding, there were lots of rain around in Cameroon today. What's going on there? I'm just asking. We're in October. So hi, is Joseka in Boya. What is happening there? Hello, can you hear me? What is going on now in the Southwest region in Boya? Is everything going well? Est-ce que tout va bien de ce côté-là? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Sandrine, it seems like we are having a bit of network interruption. Okay, right here we are in one of the polling centers here that consists of polling units here in Buya. This place is called OIC Strangers, Buya. So I'm here with one of the voters. He's called Ponyo Rene. So he's just from casting his ballot here. We'll surely be getting from him here after casting his ballot. What outcome does he expect? What type of change does he expect? Rene, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure. So can you tell our viewers exactly what you are looking for after voting in this election?
Yeah, thank you so much for the privilege. I think this is an opportunity for especially the young people who came and made this same system to witness the change. And it is not going to be a strange thing to me if the change actually comes and we are voting for change. That is what we are expecting, and we are going to stay here to the count the result before they count the votes before we leave.
When you are talking of change, what specifically are you talking about?
I'm talking about the system, this old system. We are all familiar with what we have been expecting. We have not had them, and I think that we have given them enough opportunities to do some of those or to make us see the dream of Cameroonians come true, but we have not seen them. So I expect to see a new government that is going to be able to listen to the people and work with the people and deliver what the people expect from them.
While we were starting, before the coming live, this is not the first time you are voting.
Yes,
yeah,
this is actually the third time that I'm voting, and for the past years, we have voted to see that things are being put in place to that's for every Cameroonian able to dine with the ruling government. Let me put it that way, But we don't see that coming. We don't see that, and you cannot be sitting there with a system where you only take loans and you don't see executions of projects. You don't see anything going on. For example, just of recent, for you to leave Buya to Douala will take you at least 5 hours, 5 to 6 hours. As a businessman, how do you cope? We are not happy. People are not happy. You look at the faces of the young people around here. Nobody's happy. Nobody's happy.
You are a businessman. You are an entrepreneur. Yeah. And in this business, what are the challenges that you have encountered, and now you are working for change? What exactly are you looking for in this, in this business milieu that can make things go well for you?
Yeah. We have been system where you have to maybe see yourself progressing, maybe in the business, you have to belong to it, which is wrong. Every Cameroonian has a right, for that's to government grants, government loans, government that's everything that has to benefit an entrepreneur. We have young Cameroonians who are out there making millions, but they cannot come back here because of the system. The taxing system or the taxation policies are not friendly. Nobody should tell us a lie. We all know. I've been paying I pay tax all the years, but I don't see the money being used for the purposes. You understand? For you to live, I keep using this example because it pains me as a business person to leave Buya to go and source for material in Douala, and then I have the whole day wasted in traffic. Why? Because we don't have roads. We don't have we don't really have what it takes. You understand? It's not even like we don't have. We hear of government loans that they take for projects like this. But this is how many years since this government came to power. Have they thought this dollar? No, they kept on repairing it. That's just one example. The Douala Yaoundé road is the worst. We have increase in accidents just because of poor network, and it's not like we cannot do it. We can do it, but people keep embezzling money. We don't even know what becomes of the money when they even catch those people. What becomes of the money? So those are some of the worries that will make me not to put a current system.
I think we have a Okay, Joseka, can you please hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to say thank you to you and to our voter to be able to say like the amazing thing that he did. It was so amazing to hear that he was just voting for change, and then it's a good thing that he didn't like review what he did and then he was voting for, which is very, very great. So thank you to all of you from the Southwest and Boya. We might come back to you soon. As soon as you have something, please don't hesitate to come up, and then we are here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it's now time to introduce someone else, which is Mr. Ato Mucha. Thank you for joining us. I'm happy to have you here. Good morning.
Good morning, Sandrine. Good morning, Mr. Chinje. Happy to be with you on the phone.
Hi,
Thank
Ato.
you.
Good to see you.
So it's so amazing
Sorry.
to have you. Before I leave you, like maybe to exchange with Eric Chinje, I just have a one question for you. So what do you think about everything that is happening today, October 12 in Cameroon?
Well, I would proceed with a lot of caution. I understand how this regime works, and we, on our part, are already receiving disturbing news of what's going on, which I hope to discuss during this. But I am happy with the enthusiasm, the energy, and the outpour of by Cameroonians, to participate in this very significant civic responsibility to bring change to the country. I'm very impressed by that. Now, how the people who are trying to hold on to power try to play their game or undermine the wishes of the people is where I think the danger lies.
But do you hope or do you feel like confident as Eric Chinje that something might change? Or maybe we change. Not my, I think it's so confident to say that we
Well,
change. So are you confident at the same point?
Not without a struggle. I don't want to be sinister, but what we've gathered, for example, we've got first-hand information that Chiroma's representative in Lagos, Nigeria, where voting is going on, was not allowed to be at the polling station to monitor. The same is the experience with Chiroma's representative in Senegal, in Dakar, has not been given access. We understand that some of Chiroma's people in certain polling stations in the center province are not being allowed, which is a clear violation of what La République is trying to do. We understand that Chiroma's house has been surrounded by soldiers and gendarmes and police, and there are tanks every few meters at all strategic entrances towards his house. This is very disturbing. They claim it is for his own security, which obviously he didn't ask for. So they're already beginning to militarize. We know that certain roads in southern Cameroon are already militarized. They've closed the borders. And those are indicators which we have seen across other dictatorships that have tried to intimidate people once the ballot closes and they have something nefarious off their sleeves. They begin to militarize strategic locations, not to allow people to gather for a pushback. If this were a fair and free election, you would not be surrounding the house of the leading opposition you're so scared of. So that's why I'm not as optimistic as Mr. Chinje may be.
So, Mr. Chinje, are you keeping your optimism at the same point with all those factors going on?
You know, power is in the hands of the people. Power is in the hands of the people. And if my reading of what the people in Cameroon want today is correct, if my reading is correct, people in that country want change. Not all the threats. As Arthur was talking, I was reading the message from Issa Chiroma to Atanganji, which makes a lot of sense. If the people are right, all they can do is delay the march of history. All they can do is delay the march of history, but they cannot stop it. So I am convinced that there will be change in Cameroon. That change will be announced tonight. Based on what will come out tonight, the start, the march for change will begin in Cameroon tonight. It will not be declared now because it will take a while to count the votes. It may be declared as early as tomorrow, or maybe a little later. But the march of history is unstoppable. There is a tsunami that is sweeping through Cameroon. Mr. Atanganji, Ngongo, you name it, they cannot stop it. You suis désolé, they cannot. So I am confident that there will be change in Cameroon, whether they like it or not. There will be change in Cameroon. I think the only smart person in that entire team is Mr. Paul Biya, who's telling them, well, I don't know if I'll be elected or not, because he doesn't know. And for the first time since coming to office, the president is even willing to question his certainty of being re-elected. But all the other arrogant fools around him think that they can manipulate Cameroonians and continue to do so. Je suis désolé encore. There's no certainty. Change will come. So yes, I can understand where Atto is coming from. Atto has been in the United States for most of the last few decades. I go to Cameroon, I talk to folks in Cameroon, I'm in regular contact with them, I've been working. I'm no longer in the United States. I'm in a place where I can work every day with journalists in Cameroon. I've been working with them, with civil society folks, every day for the last 8 months. So I have my hand on the pulse of that society.
Mm-hmm. But do you think that everyone like understand what is going on? Because we were talking, I think last week, about, do people really know that it is their right, and then they have to express their right, and Michelle was saying that a couple of minutes ago, cast their vote. And at this point, we just have about like 2 hours or 3 hours to vote. So at this point, normally we should have like a lot of mobilization, and maybe the participation would be normally could be at this point like maybe 60%. So, but I don't think that we are going to that road.
But
we are not there.
I just heard something that more people are now going out. I don't know why people were not going out since morning, but if you look around, I don't know where you are, look around you, the numbers have increased significantly. Now, is it too late? I don't know. We've got 3 hours to go. Hopefully, more people will go out again and vote, because we need the numbers. We need for people to go out and vote, especially in the Northwest and the Southwest. So if anybody is following this program from both regions, please do not be afraid. Go out and vote. The people who have gone out since morning, they've voted and they've gone back home. Nothing is going to happen in the next 3 hours from what I know. And the current government is counting on you not going out to vote. They're counting on you not going out to vote because based on the polls that they themselves have, they've carried out opinion polls in Bamenda, in Boya, in the Northwest, in the Southwest, Kumba, Douala, Kumba, Tico, and so on. They know that the government is losing in both regions. So, it is. The polls are there, and they know it. So they're hoping that most of you in the Northwest and the Southwest regions will not go out and vote. They know, or they're hoping. So please, if you want change in Cameroon, if you want a government with which you can negotiate a change in your circumstances in the Northwest and the Southwest, if you want to see a different country, please go out and vote. We need, because this government has shown you in the last 10 years, or maybe 8 or 9, that they're not willing to negotiate with you. They're not willing to use the political instruments they have to bring about peace. They've demonstrated that. I'm not inventing this. You know that. 9 years, we've not been able to resolve a small problem in both regions. So you cannot continue on the same route and expect a different result. Please give peace a chance. For the sake of peace, go out and vote in a new government so that we can have this thing behind us, so that we can bring peace to the region. And that's what we're saying. Don't sit at home and then complain tomorrow that, oh, nothing is changing. No, you have the power. You have the power to change things. Que je le dise en français. Nous pouvons. Ceux qui ne vont pas voter aujourd'hui, il ne faut pas qu'ils disent demain que rien ne change au Cameroun. Nous avons la possibilité aujourd'hui de changer ce pays pour toujours. Donc, allez voter. Ceux qui sont à la maison, qui ne sont pas sortis, allez-y, allez voter, allez, n'est-ce pas, poser cet acte républicain. Je le dis à tout le monde. We must do it.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Mucha, so do you think at this point that like all the factors that you were like talking about like a few minutes ago, so Mr. Chinjes keeps saying that okay, everything will change, we have a new president like maybe from tonight or from tomorrow. So do you really like think about it?
I agree with what my senior brother John. Change is going to come. People must and have to go out and not be sinister about forward-looking. That we have to play our part to go out and vote. That will give us a basis, a trigger. But I know that people must go and vote to justify what would happen after tonight. There will be a winner. Chiroma will win this election. But we have...
how do you know?
Because like Mr. Chinje said, all the polls, the wave, you saw the campaign, you saw the people, you saw... for example, he didn't even go to Nkambe. But I saw videos of people in Kambe celebrating Chiroma in Binka. He didn't go to Binka. But
you know, Mr. Mucha, you can have a lot of people around you when you are doing campaign. You can have like 100 people. But are you sure that those people were registered to be able to vote today? Do they have the electoral cards? It can be a factor too.
It can be a factor, right? So if you extrapolate from these people and you said, okay, you have 100,000 people around Chiroma, did they all register to vote? No. But when you extrapolate, is it possible that 20,000 of those people registered? Yes. Now, if you look at Biya, he didn't even go out anywhere. So how do you extrapolate register for Biya, right? So you do, like an analysis of, the data you have, and you do, your statistics analysis and try to break down and have some idea. It's not an exact science, but you can tell where the momentum is swinging. My concern is that Cameroonians, beyond voting, have to come out to defend that vote.
Yeah.
Because Atanganji is a bully. Ngongo has positioned himself where there is no return for him. These people have destroyed lives. These people have ruined a country, and they are afraid. And the only weapon they have is the bee. They have this Iran-was Israeli guy who is Ngongo's friend, and the only reason Atanganji can run his mouth is because he thinks Ngongo is going to have the bee repress and oppress the people. So the people have to get to the point where they are willing to stand up to defend that vote. I think that's where I am looking. They have to vote. Yes, they will vote massively to defend that vote. That's where the real issue is going to be about who is the next president of Cameroon. If they do what they did in 92, if they do what they did in 2018, then they are not going to dislodge that regime. Do more than they did in the past year lost. The people did not come out to defend their votes. And the opposition leaders like Frundi made the mistake and Kamto made the mistake. If the people have voted and they decide they want to come out and go into the streets and defend their vote, please do not stop the people. At some point, because the biggest enemy of the people right now are the guys in uniform. The only reason Gongo and Atanganji can run their mouth because they are cowards is because they are hiding behind the people with guns. But we saw what happened in Madagascar a few days ago, where the military refused to take up arms or shoot the people and actually asked the soldiers to join the crowds to get rid of a corrupt government. That should be the mentality of our guys in uniform, because like Chiroma said, they too are suffering. We saw them in the southern Cameroons. Some of them were stealing food. Soldiers Biya sent there to go kill the people and oppress the people were left hungry, were left without where to stay. Some of them were sleeping outside on the streets. The videos are out there, the pictures are out there. So for God's sake, we need our uniform people. They say, what is that, their slogan? Honor and fidelity. Their honor and fidelity should be to the people, should be to their families, should be to their brothers, their sisters, their wives, their children, their parents, should be to the country. It's not about a dictator who is bribing the top ranks of the military, giving them billions so that they can feel good and then give others. Iran doesn't give a heck about any Cameroonian. He's there to make his money. He's buying houses here in the US. We have the pictures of his lodge in New York. His flat in New York. He has an house in LA. And the investigative reporting done by a UK paper says Cameroon is his only source of income. And then he buys multi-million-dollar houses in the US. If all the money he is making is from Cameroon, and he's buying $20 million houses in the United States, it's because Ngongo is allowing him to do that so that he can protect Ngongo when Ngongo's family is reportedly hiding. So Cameroonians need to be aware that Atanganji, Ngongo, Gregoire Owona, Ayolo, what's the other one's name, Baboke, Nathalie Mudiki, Chantal Biya are the people who want to take control of this country. And they are going to use the military, but the people must be willing to fight. I am confident that at some point, the military is going to turn on them, because that was the case in Romania in 1989 during the uprising. There was a soldier who was interviewed by the BBC, and I was asked, why didn't he shoot when the president gave the orders that the crowd should be pushed back? He said because he was afraid his son could have been in that crowd. And so they just refused, because it was their family, it was their children. He was not literally saying his son, but figuratively or even literally, his son could have been in that crowd. And he said he could not shoot because he would be killing his own son. So those people in the crowd, at some point, the Cameroon military needs to see them as family and not as enemies, and defend the institution and not the individuals. Because I believe a change in government is going to improve the lives of these same people who have been used 43 years and counting to suppress the people for the benefit of a clan. I rest. I hope I'm not going off too far, Mr. Eric. Sorry.
No, you're okay. Yeah, you're okay. So, Eric, do you have like any reaction about it before I move on to something else? Because I have, I think, maybe a last question for you.
Yes, I mean, all I want to say, Sandrine, is, I couldn't have said it as well as my young brother Ato has said it. This is, and did he say anything different from what I said earlier? No, I think that, and I'm glad you brought in what happened in Madagascar a couple of days ago, look, you can fool the people, most of the people, all of the people, maybe some of the times, but you can't fool them all of the times. I'm not the one who said this. You cannot fool the people all the time. So the time is up, I believe, for the same people he mentioned, from Ngongo to Ataganji to Mudiki and all of that. The time is up. Allow this country to benefit from the resources of the country, for everybody to benefit from the resources of Cameroon. And today is the time. So please, if you have not voted, go out and vote. We need the most people voting, because it's important that at the end of the day, that you're part of that tsunami that's sweeping across Cameroon. You're part of it. Do not stay home. And then, you know, hopefully tomorrow we'll be looking at a whole new Cameroon. Who is not excited? Who is not excited about the possibility of a new Cameroon? I'm sure even Mr. Biya, in his inner soul, wants a new Cameroon, because the president himself is tired of the people around him. I know that.
Yeah. OK, so allez-y voter. Il vous reste moins de 3 heures maintenant, juste moins de 3 heures pour être capable d'aller exprimer votre voix. C'est une façon à vous d'exprimer votre opinion sur l'actualité politique au Cameroun qui pourrait changer probablement ou pas. Cela dépend absolument de vous, vous qui êtes électeur, de ce que vous allez faire dans l'isoloir avec les 12 bulletins de vote que vous aurez dans votre main. C'est à vous de faire le choix qui vous convient pour ce que vous envisagez, pour comment est-ce que vous entrevoyez l'avenir du Cameroun. OK, so Eric Chindé and Mr. Mucha, I want to go back, so je veux retourner sur comment est-ce que la campagne d'elle, l'annonce de tous les candidats et de tout ce qui s'est passé. So we had that issue about the coalition. So what do you think? So if we had that coalition that people were talking about, so do you think that at this point we might be more confident about the change, or it doesn't matter if you didn't have a coalition or no? Mr. Mucha first.
I mean, every vote counts, right? And as many votes as you can get helps defend your position or your victory. It is unfortunate, but it was expected. We know from posture, from what they're saying, from what they're doing, is the habit of La République. Some of those candidates we knew before the election that they were on the payroll of La République. There is a story going around. I don't have the information, but there is a situation going around that they spent about 4 billion buying some of the candidates. That is not past La République. We had confirmed information that money was going out to buy people at the polling stations when they're doing the counting. That is not past La République. So those votes diluted, obviously, is not the best we would have loved to see. But
excuse me, Mr. Mucha, if you know how the election runs in Cameroon, you should know that like buying like people to vote or to buy their vote, it's not a new thing. It's not a new system there. So that's why sometimes I feel like a little bit skeptical about what's going on, to see how we can really move to the change if we still have some people or some citizens who are able to take 2,000 or 3,000 or 5,000 to do not like cast their ballot as they want to.
I think people have gotten to, yeah, I mean, you know, there are always hungry people, right? And there are always people who will take money and do what they need to do for whoever is paying the piper. But I think the overwhelming majority of Cameroonians are fed up. People are just fed up. People will take the money, but I believe when they go into the polls, most people are going to vote for, people want change. That is the one thing we have heard. People want change. It's only a handful of CPDM people who have said vote for Biya. Otherwise, you cannot say you want change and then you're maintaining a status quo. So although the opposition people did not come together, I think a lot of people, Cameroonians are smart enough to see that the wave is towards Chiroma. Yes, they didn't get Buba Bello to endorse him, but I think the MRC, Mamadou Mota, if I'm not mistaken his name, came out and threw his weight behind Chiroma. The teachers union, the biggest teachers union in Cameroon. Teachers, for example, have not been paid for months at all levels of the educational system. Some of them, from reports, have even left the country in droves. So they came out and endorsed Chiroma. So, you know, I think even without the coalition, I think the people of Cameroon have a clear idea, majority have a clear idea of who they would rather have than this Ngongo Chantal regime.
Eric, so is it like still matter coalition or no, or are we okay?
Well, you know,
Yes, okay.
we now
I was waiting for Mr.
at,
Chinje to say something.
we do have a people's coalition, as Arthur just said. We have a people's coalition that will vote for a people's president. That's what that's where we're going with this. We do not need a coalition, and I can tell you, I worked very, very hard personally, very, very hard to create a coalition in Cameroon. I tried to create a coalition of the young people, and they're out there. They can confirm this. Iodi and Ateki. I told them, come together. Let's work on a program for young people. But we're not ready for that yet. That's not, we're not ready for that. I came to realize. And then we tried to work with other groups for, to create this coalition. I was on the phone regularly with people, with the Fumban folks who met for that coalition. It didn't work out. And then, of course, I have access to Issa Chiroma and Buba Bello. I tried to get them together. I even got, and I can claim this, I got Mr. Bello, and he is around, he can confirm this. I got him to leave his house to go and meet with Issa Chiroma. That's to tell you how much I've been involved in the process. And I know that it was a mistake. We should not have been working to get a coalition of people. We should have been working to get a coalition of people. And the way you get a coalition of people is by focusing on a program. That's what we should have done from the beginning.
I think that at this point, do you think that everyone could have the same program? It's not maybe, like in my point of view, like making people having a coalition, just like to have all the forces together and to try to just put the thing around, like in the actual government or the actual system.
Sandrine, what I'm saying, and understand me, what I'm saying is, if Iodi and Ateki had agreed on a program that would excite young people, which is what I told them.
Absolutely, yeah.
If they had done that, then maybe the nature of these discussions would have changed. They didn't.
Absolutely.
When I was talking to Issa Chiroma and Buba Bello, I said, please agree on a program that excites the people of the North. The North has been abandoned for 43 years. Come up with a program that can excite them. And then the two of you then will agree on who should take the lead in that program. But, we're still emphasizing the need for two people to get together, and it doesn't happen. So we were wrong in our approach. The next time we'll do it better. But this time around, the people have spoken, and they've decided that it is Issa Chiroma. I endorsed him yesterday. That's the reason I endorsed Chiroma yesterday. Even though an announcement was made a week ago that I had endorsed him. That was Beris Berthold and his people who decided that I had endorsed Chiroma. But I endorsed him yesterday. Why? Because I believe that he is the people's president. And let's go with it. Let's not, faut pas tergiverser, il faut pas tourner en rond. Allons avec Chiroma. And he's ready to go. I hear he's working on a new government that will hit the road running. So let's go there. Before I go, I just want to, before you take the microphone away from me, I want to point to...
No, I was not taking the microphone away from you. I was just trying to ask you, like, yesterday, Mr. Chiroma was in the government.
Yes.
It was in the government. So what do you think that might have changed now?
Well, look, we can debate this for a long time. I know what has changed. I mean, Mr. Chiroma was in government, but never saw the president. There was never a vision for this country. As far as he was concerned, he did the best he could, and then he realized that we could not go into another 7 years when he, as minister, will not even meet the government, the president. He, as minister, will not even know in what direction the country is going. He knew that Mr. Biya is no longer able to run Cameroon. Ça, c'est la vérité. Monsieur Ngongo, si vous êtes en train de nous regarder là, Monsieur Biya n'est plus capable de gérer le pays. Ça, c'est la vérité. Hein? Vous utilisez le président. Vous utilisez son nom. pour arriver à la pour pouvoir continuer à gérer le pays. That's what's happening. Mr. Ngongo is using Mr. Biya's name so that he can continue to do, you know, the lousy things he continues to do. So that's why we are appealing to the military. We're appealing to the police. We're appealing to all the prefects. You know the truth. You know the truth. Please do not compromise the chances of our country to move ahead. Please do not do that. For your very petty interests, you will remain prefect. Maybe the governor will not remain governor because they'll need, you know, some changes at that level. But the prefects will remain prefects. The soldiers will remain soldiers. Nobody's going to take away. You know, but many of these other people, the higher levels, will not have the kind of access and buy the palaces they have around Cameroon and around the world. They may not have that anymore. So they are fighting to stay. But let's move on. Let's give the country a chance. And you know, the thing I wanted to say, Sandrine, before you know the end of this program is, I just, you know, it's about justice. Because we don't have a system, a legal system, a system of justice that works. Cameroon is being abandoned by all potential investors. And victims, I just want to mention a few victims of the poor justice system. And I want to mention them so that we think about them as we go into the polls. You know, I want to mention Ayuk Tabe. Ayuk Tabe has been in jail now for a few years, getting maybe to 6 or so, for no reason. Why is he still in Kondengi with the 10 others, Terence and the rest of them? Why are they still in Kondengi? When these are the people who should be leading discussions on peace in Cameroon. I want us to think about that. Anybody who's going to vote, the day Mr. Chiroma takes over, the very next day or within a week, Ayuk Tabe will be at the table negotiating peace. Peace in Cameroon. Anybody who wants peace in Cameroon should do that. And there are people even in government. I know that if John Gute were to become president today, he will get them out and begin the peace process. So there are people in government who want to do the right thing. Why is somebody like Amadou Vamulke still in Kondengi? Why? Out of, you know, this really, it should hurt any Cameroonian that there should be such blatant injustice. Why is Marafa Yaya still in jail? Why is Iya Mohammed still in jail? Why is Professor Foge still in jail? Bibum Nisak? Why? These are political prisoners who should be anywhere else but in Kondengi. It's a violation of their own rights. It's justice denied. And I think all we're saying, I put these cases, there are many, many more like this. There is my friend Felix Ngalim, there's Bibixi and so on. I just saw Mimi come, and Mimi, you came into the middle of my plea. That, you know, people should vote because they want to correct the errors of the past.
Of the past, yes, that's very important. And
government.
Eric, unfortunately, fortunately for us, we have a lot of time for you, but in the next 2 hours.
Very good.
But now a lot is happening in the polling stations, and we need to update the followers as well what is happening. Yes, Mr. Atto, we really, really appreciate your contributions and your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And Eric Chinje, as always, it's a pleasure. Please just be there, hang in there. We'll come back. And we'll be back with you, Sandrine. Thank you so much. It's been amazing.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Sandrine. Go and have your coffee. You can go and have your coffee. We'll have you back. Yes.
It's great that we both have pink. Oh, that's most of the pink now. Okay, good.
Yes.
If the parts, Mocha and Eric just stay around, then can come back again, get coffee and come back, that's still fine. Because yes, we're getting to crunch times when Mimi gives all the updates and this, because we can.
No, we have a guest. We have a guest coming at a guest is starting at 4, so we need to give some updates.
4, so me.
No problem. So we will see you soon.
Yes, see you soon. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Eric, Mr. Atto, see you very soon. Thank you.
Yes, I'll be following.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay,
Okay.
to our viewers, once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a special coverage. 10 candidates, including 92-year-old President Paul Biya, are vying for the presidency in Cameroon. Since the early hours of this morning, it's exactly 7 hours, 21 minutes, 26 seconds. We have been streaming live. Cameroonians have been coming on here and growing, but we have a steady number of about 15,000 people watching on our different social media platforms, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook. We really, really want to appreciate all your inputs and your contributions. But we have a lot of updates coming in, like first, I'm going to be showing our viewers some images that came in from Italy, where we are having reports of tensions there. Just 1 second. So based on what you're seeing on the screens, we hear that Cameroonians were not allowed, some Cameroonians were not allowed to vote at the polling station in Italy. We are trying to get updates of the situation, and we'll certainly be getting back to our viewers. But that's not, we'll certainly get updates on this situation, and we'll be getting back to our viewers. That's not the only situation, because we also have Madame Damjoya Tomaino, who voted. That was this morning in Fumban in the western region of Cameroon. But it was not just about voting, because she went and realized that some of the polling centers were in private homes, and she had to fight. She is one of the fiercest female politicians that we have in Cameroon. She had to fight and urge the ELECAM officials to ensure that they are removed from those places where they were kept in private homes and taken to where they were supposed to be. So that is the image, and we are going to listen to how she was insisting and speaking. It was a very, very tense atmosphere in Fumban. We have also reports from our correspondent there that the situation has seemingly come under control, but they are still trying to see how to really stabilize the situation so far. Like I said, that is the image of Fumban. So we are going to listen to what really unfolded there. Because we could have the... Unfortunately, it seems like we cannot hear Madame Damjoya speaking, Tomaino Damjoya speaking. But from the images, we can see that she is not happy about the situation there in Fumban, where she went and discovered that, let me just read the message in French. Situation critique à Fumban, 2 bureaux de vote dans un domicile privé et l'UDC impose le refus, la délocalisation à l'école catholique Saint-Joseph de la localité, dont la candidate Tomaino Damjoya et ses militants ont imposé à ELECAM le respect de la loi. So Madame Damjoya was insisting that the laws should be respected and that the polling stations should not be stationed in private homes. That is what actually happened in Fumban. So we now move to the north region, where the candidate, Issacho, presidential candidate Issacho Bakari, voted.
Ce jour est un jour fatidique pour moi.
He voted. That was early. It was this afternoon, and we saw a lot of people coming out to see him, listen to him. But after he voted, he also addressed Cameroonians. He spoke to the people. Let us listen to him.
Dès lors qu'il consacre ma volonté à dédier toute mon existence pour la protection et la promotion de notre nation en général et de son peuple en particulier. S'agissant du peuple camerounais, je m'engage également à réveiller en chaque Camerounais la valeur de l'honneur, de dignité, de service. Que chaque Camerounais du tréfonds de son âme, sente la nécessité de se mettre au service de cette très grande et cette belle nation pour qu'elle redevienne ce qu'elle n'aurait jamais dû cesser d'être. Je voudrais également dire une chose. Le Cameroun est un usufruit, c'est-à-dire quelque chose qui appartient à tout le monde, mais n'appartient à personne, ni à quelqu'un, ni à un groupe de gens. Que nous sommes tous des actionnaires à part égale, c'est-à-dire, dans le Cameroun, quel que soit votre être, vous avez les mêmes droits que n'importe qui, compris le président de la République, parce que c'est un usufruit. Je viens d'accomplir mon devoir, celui de pouvoir choisir en toute quiétude, en toute liberté, celui qui aura la lourde responsabilité de présider aux destinées de notre nation. Je viens de l'accomplir avec beaucoup de plaisir, mais beaucoup de gravité et de responsabilité. Cette élection se déroule au moment où toute la nation aspire au changement. Je dis bien, toute la nation aspire au changement. Je voudrais rappeler aux Camerounais que le changement est une construction. Est une construction. Le peuple donc qui veut ce changement doit s'impliquer dans la construction de cette dernière. Alors, un homme politique de renom a dit que dans le cadre d'une élection, quelle que soit sa nature, mais l'élection présidentielle en particulier, ce qui compte le plus, ce n'est pas les gens qui votent, mais les gens qui ont la responsabilité de compter les votes. Il faudrait donc que le Camerounais, qui tienne absolument à ce que le résultat qui doit être prononcé par le Conseil constitutionnel soit le reflet de ce qui sort des urnes, le peuple camerounais dans son ensemble. Parce qu'il tient absolument à ce que les urnes parlent du langage du peuple qui veut le changement. Il faut donc qu'il s'implique également dans la surveillance de ces urnes. Voilà donc en gros ce que je vais dire. Que l'Éternel continue à veiller sur notre nation. Amen. Que continue la paix et la concorde. Amen. Comme vous le savez, je fais l'objet de beaucoup de menaces. Amen. La première était venue de la DGRE qui, au nom du président de la République, est venue me menacer à mon domicile. La deuxième, c'est celle qui est partie donc du ministre de l'administration territoriale qui, de manière subliminale, a laissé entendre aux gens qu'il est en mesure de m'arrêter. Mais à tous deux, j'ai dit une seule chose. Ce n'est pas Chiroma qui est problème, c'est le peuple camerounais qui est problème parce que Chiroma se place sous la protection de Dieu et du peuple camerounais. Voilà, donc je suis chez moi, je ne bougerai pas. S'ils ont l'intention de venir me prendre chez moi, je ne bougerai pas, je suis Chiroma. S'ils ne savent pas ce que c'est qu'être Chiroma, je suis Chiroma.
Okay, for those who could not hear and understand what he was saying, he says that he is Shiruma himself, and that many people do not understand what it means to be Shiruma, and that he is not going to flee to anywhere. He will stay at his home and face whatever comes after the voting today, the voting process today, and that he is not going to be intimidated. We also have reports that his house was also surrounded by security forces. We are trying to get to a correspondent there who hinted us about an hour ago to find out what exactly the situation is on the ground. But before we get those updates, we have a guest who is also waiting, one of our very important guests for today. We will be having him in about a minute or two, but just to note that the Prime Minister, Head of Government, John Gute, also voted today. Those are images of the voting process that took place today as well. And we also have a situation that unfolded in the northwest region of Cameroon, where the city mayor, the renowned city mayor, was actually intimidating some of the voters at the polling station. That is the polling station in the CS Ntenefo in Bamenda, where he came and intimidated the voters, and some of them had to react. So let us watch the video from Bamenda. I think we compiled them already, yes.
Yes. She goes small from. Go from small. Yes. She goes small from. Go from small.
Police center for Ntenefo, yeah, CS Ntenefo. So the city mayor don't come. The way they take for talk for people, they hash we the police agents and the observers them. It intimidate we, they tell we say we get right for commode for here, we not get right for custom for this area. Moreover, I think say Cameroonian, any man, any place where you do, you get right for defending your right. We are all Cameroonian. So we should not be intimidated by people who ask us to do what they want us to do. No, we have the right. So may no man at the call on any youth Cameroonian who say way they may fight for your right. I mean no man no can intimidate you where you do work. Being you who at this point, are they at the gun point where you threaten say when the cash me go local, or when I be witness when I see what you pass? Because I don't see what you no be right at all. So we get for talk, we defend we right.
It's not just in Bamenda that we had a situation like that. We had them in other parts of the country. We are trying to kind of, put them together so that we can bring just the right informations to Cameroonians. But we also had it's an incident in Yaoundé. But before we go to Yaoundé, we already have Maxwell Bone. Maxwell Bone, hello, good evening. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Mimi. It's I've been watching your coverage now for about 6 of the 7 hours and 33 minutes, and it is such an honor to be here with you for this really historic day for Cameroon and the region at large. And thank you for allowing me to be part of it.
Thank you so much. And just to let our viewers know that Max is an analyst and writer on African affairs, who has long followed and written about Cameroon since he lived in Buea, in the conflict-hit town of Buea in the southwest region of Cameroon. And he is joining us from the United States as well. So Max, in a recent analysis, you actually argued that this election has merely delayed the looming question of what is potentially going to happen after President Paul Biya's passing, which is a natural situation, right? And that has inflamed existing, fragmentations, problems in the country. Can you explain why or how this election, which you described as predictable, can produce unpredictable chaos?
Yeah, absolutely, Mimi. So as I argued in the article, this election comes at a really unique time for Cameroon in terms of what is going on within the country. The coverage you were showing just before I came on really indicates that, and how you have in various key population centers of the country, be it Bamenda, which you were just showing with the Anglophone populations, be it in Fumbam with in the West region with populations there, and in the far north, where all of these different population groups within Cameroon that had been very much tapered over by the Biya regime through its patronage and divide and rule networks are really coming to the forefront now, in that you have political leaders from each of these main regions either leaving the government in the case of the North, or, as I also argued in the article, in various populations in the West becoming large national predominant political figures, in the case of Maurice Kamto, and other similar dynamics playing out in the Anglophone regions and elsewhere. And what I was really thinking about that led to me writing this article was how oftentimes during a time of national crisis, when something happens, it can either bring a country together or it can make it fall even further apart along existing fissures in society. And this is not something unique to Cameroon. It applies to my own country of the United States, where I sit now, where when events occurring such as the COVID-19 pandemic and other challenges that my country has faced since then has actually deepened divides and made things in some ways fall apart even more. And what really concerns me about the situation that I see in Cameroon is that Paul Biya is 92, almost 93. Biology happens, right? Any of us who have had family members at that age know that they can be fine one day and then the next day they do not wake up from their sleep. And what concerns me particularly is that this is going to happen, regardless of the results today, that this sort of a transition, it's going to happen soon. With it, I mean, I do not wish that it comes soon, but in all likelihood it is going to. And it will happen at a time that fissures and tensions within Cameroonian society, I'd argue, are the most inflamed and most tragically preventably inflamed in decades, right? Since the beginning of this century, and arguably since the fallout between Ahijo and Biya, with the elimination of with the creation of the CPDM. So what really concerns me is how fissures in Cameroonian society are being unearthed at this moment, and tensions are being heightened as the country will soon inevitably, be it through the ballot box or through other means, be it death or another mechanism, will enter into a transition. And as history shows and as countries around the world show, when something like that happens, oftentimes it can unfortunately not bring a country together the way that one would think, but instead inflame tensions and have dire impacts for the Cameroonian people and people of the world at large.
Okay, would you tell us how Cameroon is perceived now on the global scene? This is a 92-year-old leader. Like you said, very soon he'll be 93, and nature could take its course anytime. But this is also he's the oldest sitting president in the world. How is this perceived on the global scene? Are people skeptical, worried, or no one cares at all?
Funny enough, I think that the reaction that comes about in my conversations with policymakers here in Washington, and also friends and colleagues and family of mine, when we talk about this, it's very similar to the reaction that a lot of Cameroonians have about how tragically preventable this situation is. A lot of people really struggle to wrap their heads around the fact that there is an individual who is 93 years old, nearly 93, who is seen in public a few times a year, who flew to Switzerland for ostensibly for medical treatment the day that the campaign started, and who, as all your viewers remember well, completely disappeared from the public eye in 2024, and had discussion of him disappearing from the public eye criminalized. And the reaction that a lot of individuals feel is about the absurdity of this situation, that because of a man, a family, an inner circle around him, or a party's desire to maintain what, to be frank, is a parasitic grip on all organs of the state, that they're just kicking the can further along the road. And I have actually, I believe that these conversations, this is not a Cameroon problem. This is a very, very unique situation to Cameroon, but I have had several American colleagues of mine make the comparison to what happened a bit over a year ago in my own country, where a candidate who was much younger than Paul Biya, by the way, over a decade younger than him, in former President Joe Biden, was forced to step aside because individuals believed he was so old to competently do the job. So that is the initial reaction that a lot of people feel. In terms of the more policy response or policy conversations that are occurring on this matter, such as among those here in Washington, it's a more concern about what is going to happen to this country when Biya goes, because what's really tragic about this whole situation, and as your viewers have experienced personally, and I know you have as well, Cameroon has in many ways been sort of falling apart piece by piece over the past decade or so, maybe even a bit longer. First with the emergence of the Boko Haram insurgency, thereafter with the emergence of the Anglophone crisis, in public service challenges, be it the issues with the identity cards, the ongoing issues with the teachers' unions over back pay, the rise of urban gangs in Douala with the microbes that we've seen. Right? You've sort of seen this image of a country that used to be admired for being a stable outlier in a tumultuous region, really falling apart piece by piece in a way that is reminiscent of a person that was once healthy sort of decaying into ill health. And now all of this is being caused at the end of the day by one individual, and to a different extent, one political party wanting to maintain its parasitic grip on the state at all costs. And there's a lot of concern that the death of Biya could in many ways, be the breaking of the dam, that the notion of him in power has stopped other individuals within the government who would like power themselves, or who are other criminal and other elements who have nefarious interests. That's the one thing that sort of kept them at least somewhat nominally in check. And the fear that when he goes, that will be the dam bursting, and real concern about what can come, and particularly about, the forefront of my mind is the impact this will have on the Cameroonian people who I love dearly, and many of whom I consider family, who have suffered so much needlessly over the past many decades. And what really, so a lot of individuals react first regarding the absurdity of the situation, but then also about real concern about what this is going to be.
Yes, so another issue, you've raised a lot of problems there, but you've also lived in Buea, like I said earlier, a city that is affected by conflict for 10 years now and counting. How does this election relate to the ongoing crisis in the Anglophone regions?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It's something that I've been thinking about and talking with a lot of people about lately, particularly in comparison to the dynamics around the election in 2018. If in 2018 during the election, which is right around when I was living in Buea, actually, one had told me that the Anglophone crisis would still be raging the way it is, and that children would still be out of school, and that lockdowns would still be occurring. I would have been very sad that in that many years nothing could occur. But I would have been equally surprised that if I was told that the crisis is occurring, and that not only are government ministers, be it the prime minister, be it Taganji and others, campaigning at a much larger scale in the Anglophone regions than they were in 2018, but also that opposition candidates would be campaigning freely in the Anglophone regions and not being at least a realistic risk of being kidnapped. and also that you would see events such as the taxi drivers campaigning freely in Buya, as well as we saw yesterday for Chiroma. I would not have believed that that would be possible due to what was at the time the ironclad grip that the separatist factions had over the population. And that's not to say that that grip is still not exists, but it showed that it shows that it has weakened and that it has changed. And if one speaks to a lot of separatist leaders, for instance, in particular those here in the United States, they will, very begrudgingly admit that this does show that their control over the population and the ability of them to coordinate their boys to carry out attacks is diminished. Because everyone knows that the lockdowns have been called for and they are being adhered to a large extent, but they're not able to prevent campaign activity. And in a way that I was sort of thinking is somewhat similar to the AFCON tournament in Down Beach, Limbe, Victoria, it's not due to a lack of desire to prevent these events from going on. It's due to a lack of capacity and a lack of organization. So that is how I see it, in that it sort of demonstrates the challenges of internal division and the operational impacts that's having now on the separatist movement. But one thing that has given me hope is that you have seen now, in a way that has not been seen for at least 2 election cycles, candidates in the Anglophone regions mobilizing publicly Anglophone support, which gets to the question of how much Anglophones, well, the degree to which many Anglophones feel not valued by by Francophone Cameroonian populations. And to see now multiple candidates who are Francophone, be it Bello, be it Chiroma, in particular Chiroma, but making visits to the Anglophone regions and talking about the plight that the Anglophone populations of Cameroon have faced since 1961, and also receiving large-scale outpourings of support from public populations, shows that the idea of the Anglophone and Francophone populations joining together in a union that was envisioned in 1961 is not necessarily lost. And the fact that, individuals are getting excited about candidates and that candidates are actively seeking out Anglophone votes. There's a difference between a candidate who could receive a large amount of Anglophone votes, but candidates in the Anglophone regions campaigning there who actively talk about issues that are of concern uniquely to Anglophone populations and courting Anglophone endorsements from prominent figures such as Agbobala in his endorsement of Chiroma. It gives me hope, and I believe it is indicative that of both of notwithstanding the challenges that will emerge when Biya does leave the scene, but also the opportunities that will be there. So in short, it shows the challenges that the separatist movement is facing on the ground in terms of mobilization and how the divisions of the diaspora have impacted them at home, but also the dynamics of how some of the candidates are approaching this issue and talking to Anglophone populations in particular, and Anglophone populations mobilizing to support them in return. It shows that there could be a potential for this really tragically preventable crisis to be resolved within the state of Cameroon.
Thank you so much, Maxwell Bon, for your insights, because we also have a lot of updates coming from the ground. We really want to appreciate your time. People are admiring your shirt, and they said it really looks good. And
my tremendous shirt. I had to put it on. I put it on when I woke up today.
So look at it. So yeah,
solidarity.
Really, but thank you so much for your time, and speak to you very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mimi, and thank you for the really important work that you do.
Thank you, Max. Have a nice day. Bye. And also, we should note that the candidate of the Social Democratic Front, Honorable Joshua Osi, voted today in Douala, where he was insisting that they have their policies already known. Cameroonians already know what the Social Democratic Front Party has got to offer, and that the SDF is the party that will be able to address some of the economic, social, and political problems plaguing the country. So we could see that is the image of Honorable Joshua Osi voting today. So we also have a report that was sent to us by one of those monitoring aides.
Good afternoon, Mimi. Good afternoon to you guys in the studio. Here is, I am Theodore Mengot Ebaingo. I am reporting right from Jean Jaurès Nigerian Primary School here in Yaoundé, precisely in Yaoundé 6 subdivision. I think I was here as early as 7:00 a.m. and the voting started at exactly 8:00 a.m. and I was the first person to cast my vote in my own ballot box. And shortly after that, a lot of people started coming in, and right now some are just coming back from church, from their various denominations where they went to worship. And you can see behind me there are a huge there is a queue of line, a queue that people are still struggling to cast their vote. And this time around, I think Cameroonians are really desperate for a change. But beside that, we have gotten some little complication here as regarding the election. There are some people that their names have been erased from the electoral system, whereas they have their voters' cards, and there are some that they can't even find their names. There Mr. Fu, who has been voting with his electoral card for years. He came this time around on his number. He couldn't find his name. He saw but the lady's picture on the number, and when we tried to go online with the head of the Elecam official here, he went on to Google it to see if we can find his name in the system. His name was no longer in the system. So we don't know what really is happening. What is really happening with the system? Is it some kind of frauds? We don't know. And I myself, on my voter's cards, my number there is 196, but on the list there is 195. It means there are a lot of mix-up. So we don't know if it is a planned act or what. We can't tell. But all we know is, since morning I've tried to gather about 10 volunteers who are ready to work alongside with me so that we make sure we have a fair election today. So as I'm talking right now, I have about 10 Cameroonians who are ready to do voluntary observation alongside with me so that we have a genuine result this evening from our own polling station. So I think we are going to stay here till midnight, whatever time they will decide to start counting the vote. We are going to stay here. And one thing I want to assure you is that before we started voting, they made sure, the Elecam officials made sure they turned the boxes upside down, and we made sure there was no single envelope inside. So I think this is a time for change. Thank you guys very much. I am reporting from Yaoundé. I'm Theodore Mengot Ebaingo.
And thank you so much to Theodore Mengot reporting there from Yaoundé and highlighting some of the irregularities. We are going to have our next expert, who is not a Cameroonian. He is coming from Nigeria, but from West Africa. Nigerians are talking a lot about the Cameroon elections. We see some of them wishing us well and wishing that Cameroon eventually gets the change that Cameroonians get the change that they've they've been hoping for so many years. This is Mr. Paul Ejime. He is an expert in governance and a political analyst as well. So good evening to you, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Mimi, and congratulations for the good work you are doing.
Thank you as well. Can you tell us how the elections in Cameroon is being perceived from your end?
Well, Cameroon and Nigeria are neighbors. You know that. In fact, some of them in the southeast, they have families across, and even some, I know some Nigerian colleagues or people who grew up in Cameroon and vice versa. So in Africa, we are all brothers and sisters. You remember Bakassi, you know, they challenged the border issue and all that. But the thing that really connects many African countries is poor governance. And Cameroon and Nigeria are not, you know, they are sharing the same thing as all the other 54 or 55 African countries. That is the common denominator. But our grand frère takes the flower for being the oldest in the world, you know, at 92. You know, he has, in fact, if there were to be a Nobel Prize, I think he will take it, which is not a good statement, because you have millions of young Cameroonians. In fact, many Cameroonians don't even know that there used to be, and I decided to wear this type of cap to remind them that there was an Ahijo Babatura, you know, that was the president that gave them independence. And this Paul Biya, Paul, my namesake, South Amadou Babatura Ahijo. That was his name. He was a Muslim, and for some reason he served this brother, elderly brother too, Paul Biya, served as prime minister before he took over in 1982. But I don't know, many Cameroonians cannot remember that, let alone people from other places. And the other thing is that, of course, he came from the north. That is Amadou that I'm talking about, Ahijo.
Yes.
But handed over to somebody from the south, you know, who is a Christian, Paul. But what today, Cameroon is very much divided, you know, with the South trying to succeed, the English-speaking, the French-speaking. And Cameroon is one of the countries that had I don't know whether it's the fortune or misfortune, or being governed by three colonial masters, Germany, France, and then Britain. So that should have been something, that diversity is something that they ought to have harnessed. But what has happened, it has narrowed down to the French-speaking and then English-speaking. And then the same thing that you are having in Nigeria about the North and South. There is ethnicity, there is religion, you know, that has so divided the country that you will, I think our forefathers, those who fought for independence in Africa, will be, I don't know what they will do. Somebody will say maybe if they were around, they will die twice or even four times because of what the current crop of leaders are doing. They are not governing. They are just after themselves, their families. Paul Biya that spends much of the time in Switzerland and leaves the country running on auto drive. And then other countries are emulating him. They are going for medical tourism. They are going to go for medical treatment abroad. Why can't they build the same hospitals in their countries? He's not alone. Other countries, Nigeria, is also affected by that. That is just the tip of the iceberg, Mimi. Otherwise, of the kind of bad governance that they have bequeathed or they are going to leave, they have, you know, they brought on their people. in the 21st century. And so Africa is remembered by that kind of sit-tight leaders, corruption, war, military coups here and there, poverty, and so on and so forth. And that narrative, I thought we were coming out to come and change it. But this crop of leaders are not allowing us to do so.
They're not allowed to do so. So let's talk about the ability of Cameroon to deliver a credible election, which has been put to question for a long time. Can you tell us what your observations are, looking at the fact that in Cameroon there's a lot of intimidation, voter intimidation? We just saw that in Bamenda, where the people were being intimidated. We saw even a voter in Yaoundé saying that we are going to stay here even if it's midnight or tomorrow to safeguard our votes. We have also civic space that is also being restricted. There's no freedom of speech in the country. As someone who has observed transitions across some parts of Africa, do you believe that Cameroon's institutions can guarantee or deliver a credible election?
In fact, if an elementary school student can answer that question. But again, they say in politics, 24 hours is like, anything can happen. But it's almost certain that going by what has been happening for how many, this is the 8th time that Paul Biya is taking his, if I remember at this time, he even had to generate an AI, whatever, for his campaign, because he only appeared, I thought he only appeared once. But that has not changed the situation, because he knows he has the machinery, he has the structure. In Nigeria, we talk about structure. What is that structure? Getting people who can sing your song, hallelujah. And so he has always been coronated. There is no election, actually, if you ask some people. And that is the danger. It's not just in fact, Professor, I don't know if you know him, Odinkalu, Chidi Odinkalu, he used to be the chairman of Nigeria's National Human Rights Commission. He wrote a book recently calling it Selectorate. He says that that is how judges now decide who wins election instead of the people. So elections are no longer determined at the voting center or through the ballot box. There is what you call capturing, state capturing. There is vote buying. There is intimidation that you talked about. All these have combined to make sure that the people's will no longer matter. Elections, votes no longer count. So if you ask me, I think it will probably be easier to say that he will win rather than that any other thing can happen. So because of what has happened in the past, this is judging. And people say that you tell somebody who is going to rush the food by the way they wash their hand, because they'll be rushing. And then, or that maybe we say that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. But here, given what has happened in the past, how many years, 43 years, it's unlikely to remove him from power will be, in fact, it will be celebrated. And perhaps that should be what the opposition should have come together to do. But in Africa, many opposition, nobody wants to be in opposition. That is a fact, because they think that there is nothing there. It's a winner takes all. So once you are not on the gravy train, you are outside. So I think it's most likely that if he doesn't win, then that will be the surprise. And then he leaves Cameroon.
But what are your expectations? What do you want to see in Cameroon?
I will want to see Cameroon that he's not the only person, for Christ's sake. And there are people. There is change. At least let a fresh blood come in. Let there be newness. Because do you know what? We in West Africa, we have what you call the regional economic communities. There is the ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States. There is the one from East Africa called ECAS. But you know that ECAS is not functioning. ECOWAS, with all his problem, is miles ahead. ECAS is not for, I can tell you one thing. A colleague had a development partner. They were trying to, help a country, Gabon, who is also in that region, to a project to, improve on governance. After 6 months, nothing happened. That project had to be cancelled. That is what, because they talk about patron de pala. Patron is not on seat. That is the kind of thing that the French, I think the Cameroon taking a bit of the French colonial, mentality, and then maybe the British has not allowed them to really, fulfill their potential.
So you've talked about some people supporting President Paul Biya. When you see some people saying that they will die supporting a 92-year-old person and and help keep him in power, how do you feel about it?
Mimi, those are the people who are the greatest problem. They are the ones telling these our leaders or rulers what they want to hear, because they are benefiting from it. It's all, if in Nigeria there was a time a leader had almost died, but they didn't want to come out and tell the population that the ruler had died until they had to invoke what they call, what is it called, doctrine of necessity or whatever, I don't know what it is. So that even if the man had died or was still alive, let the government go on. Those what is it? We call them, what do you call them? Jobbers. And then hallelujah singers. Those who never see anything wrong in what the leader, they are the ones misleading them. They are the ones giving them the wrong advice. You notice in a place where the president had gone somewhere to make a speech, and then he came out, he probably didn't know where he was. But somebody was chaperoning him, taking him, and he was asking, where am I? Instead of that kind of person advising the president, say, sir, you are old enough, you go and stay with your grandchildren. They never tell them, because they are the ones benefiting from that. It's not only in Cameroon, it's in Nigeria, it's in other parts of other African countries, and that is the cankerworm that we have to exercise. The cankerworm that Africa must, pull out, so that government can be seen as for the people, by the people, but it's not what it is. Now,
we've seen situations like this in Africa, but the case of Cameroon is critical, because when you look at the age, 92 is a lot, 92, the President Paul Biya has been in power for over 40 years.
43.
Yes, if he wins, it means that he would have ruled the country for 50 years. God forbid he wins. But if he does win, it means that he will be ruling the country for 50 years, which that's something that many Cameroonians are really, really worried about. If you see people saying today that we want to secure our votes, we want to make sure that the person that we voted for actually wins, it means they've had it up to a point where they cannot digest it anymore. As someone who is watching from outside, because your perspective will be very objective and constructive at the same time, what are your expectations? What would you tell Cameroonians who are watching you right now?
That the ball is in their court. They have their destiny in their own hands. Nobody is coming out. The UN is not coming, no foreigner. Nobody loves Cameroonians more than the Cameroonians themselves. They owe it themselves a responsibility and a duty to make sure that they vote with their conscience, not because of whatever, crumbs they are getting. By the way, whatever a leader gives, or like Biya, what he has been doling out, his government is the people's money. It's not his own. Cameroon is not his own estate. So whatever he's giving those who are protecting him or who want to die because of him, and we have them all over the place, is because it's not they don't understand that it is the Commonwealth that is being frittered, but they don't care. They are bothered about the eternal now. Somebody calls it now, you know, but they are not concerned about tomorrow. That we have children who do not even, many of them are living Cameroon, they are living Africa. Some are dying on, you know, in the Mediterranean. Others are dying on the desert because they want to cross, they want to go to where they feel they are looking for greener pastures. Why would that be? When we have the resources, human resources, natural resources, oil is there, everything is there. Why would anybody? And when these countries now put up certain things, everybody is against Trump or the US, Britain, France, because they are trying to prevent immigrants from coming. But what are the African leaders doing? They are stealing from their own people and then stashing away that money abroad in these other countries. And these countries know it. So back to your question, it is left to the Cameroonians to do what they have to do. And what is that? The citizens. You have power. Let me give you an example. In Burkina Faso, you know, a man took over from Thomas Sankara after he killed him in 1987, called Blaise Compaoré, his friend. He ruled until 2014, when the population came out. If they are going to kill, somebody has to die. I'm not advocating. They are afraid. Let them come out and then rest power. Power belongs to the people. But if everybody is complaining in their bedroom, it's not going to work. The civil society, the NGOs, let them come out and do what some countries have done. In Liberia, in Senegal, I'm telling you now, in Burkina Faso, when they chased out Blaise Compaoré, he's now a fugitive. He's now in Cote d'Ivoire. They can do it. People power. I'm saying it has to be violent. No. I'm not saying the military should take over. No. In fact, as we speak, Madagascar has just fallen. The military has taken over after the people have protested for so many days. Now the military has stepped in. And that is what is happening. Once you allow military is not the solution. But if the Nigerians cannot deliver, the military now will use that as an excuse to strike. And when they are there, they will also do transition to go back to civil rule. So you see, it becomes a vicious circle. And each time that happens, the country is taking back about 20 or 30 years behind. There is no progress.
You've talked about something important, that Cameroonians should not rely on any foreign intervention, that they should foreign power, because they need to take their destiny into their hands. Yes. Does it mean that the international community is failing the country as well? Is that what it means?
No. Remember, let me tell you. Remember, you remember when they fought apartheid? Usually, the fire has to start from within. Mandela went to jail for 27 years. Okay? What was he doing? He was fighting apartheid. And it is because of that internal upheaval, and that is when the outsiders will support. I know I covered the Commonwealth, their foreign ministers group that was going everywhere to talk about sanctions. Even in Britain, Mrs. Thatcher then said sanction doesn't work because they were trying to make sure that the apartheid regime was brought on its knees because of sanctions. And that was what happened. Even American companies did not support the sanctions. But what happened? When the movement, domestic movement, the one within the country, that is what will now enable our people outside to join. But if you are waiting for them to be the one to start it, I think they will wait for Godot. They will wait for a very long time. So it is the internal dynamics that will, bring that paradigm shift and then encourage the outsiders to now add what they need to do. They are only
In the country, because you're talking about people doing things very peacefully, which is what many Cameroonians would be happy to do. But in a country like Cameroon, where even people going out, they are being threatened, but the minister is threatening people. We have a minister of territorial administration in the country who is really, really threatening even ordinary civilians. How guaranteeing? How can we guarantee their safety if they decide to take matters into their hands?
Yeah, Mimi, this is how it works. One person cannot do it alone. Thank God for social digital world. You can, without even meeting, you can connect, network, have your people, tell them. It's not only networking to show fun or how pageant, or well, I hope you don't like pageant, or other social issues. This is existential matter. So they have to find a way how you can call it a hashtag rescuing Cameroon, and then everybody takes it. I say, okay, we are all meeting at this place. They can only kill a few. That's where Fela of blessed memory. Remember Fela Kuti of he said, when people are saying you are afraid, I have my child there, my mama there, my children there, it won't work. You have to come and fight. These people will not give you the liver power, peacefully. You have to rest it. You have to fight to get it. It's like freedom. It's like your right. No dictator. In fact, you can see the one thing that is common about dictators is that they do not even prepare for to leave power or succession. Whoever will take, after 43 years, is it not surprising that Paul Biya has not even prepared somebody that will succeed him? Because they want to remain there, and they are afraid of after power, because they feel that when whoever comes might come after them, and they maybe jail them. That is part of the problem they have. Mo Ibrahim, do you know he has set up, his foundation set up a prize that will be given to African countries that they retired, that surrender power peacefully, and can show transparency and credibility and integrity. Some amount is waiting for them. And that money is, one is $5 million, and then you'll be paid about $200,000 a year for, reasonable, because at times they are afraid that when they leave office, all the things that they're enjoying will not be that. You have noticed that some of them, once they leave, they die quickly because there is no dispatch rider. There is no free medical attention. All the concubines and things for the men, all those things, because it's always about men. And also women, they should also be thinking about coming out. So because I'm a man, but I think they have, the jury has already come out on the fact that men are probably more corrupt. There is no empirical evidence to support that. But why don't you also try women to see how, how many countries have done that? You see Zambia now, there's a woman there. And how many women that are occupying important positions? So there has to be a change. We cannot be doing the same thing and expecting it every time and expect that there will be change. We have to change. And the change will begin with us. Let Mimi begin to contact other people who will be thinking aloud and say, listen, where we are going, there is no road there. Please let us organize. Let us organize ourselves and work for change. It doesn't matter whether you are from Baminda or whether you are from English speaking or French speaking, because that's what the politicians use to divide us. They bring religion, bring ethnicity, they bring their tribe. These are primordial things that when you now, what I will recommend: voter education, political education. It's not knowing this, and then supporting, going back to the values that we used to cherish, African values. Today we are no longer, they used to tell us that good name is better than riches. Today, those values are gone. You don't ask people from where they get their money. All you see is once you get the money, they flop. In Nigeria, you say, yeah, they you know, Baba, they start
Okay,
you.
let us just find out from you, Mr. Paul Ejime, what can Cameroon learn from Nigeria?
Okay, there are, you know, in election, I think they are now trying to change. They have actually changed the head of the electoral umpire, because for me, nothing is totally bad. Even from a bad situation, you can still find something that will help. Let them strengthen their electoral system to make sure that the vote can count. Let them go electronic. Okay, I don't know how far they have managed to do that. Just to reduce the chances or the possibility of rigging. Okay, and then Nigeria hasn't done that, to come heavy with penalties for electoral offense or electoral offenses. If you buy votes, you will pay for it. If you try to rig, you will pay for it. And then strengthen the judiciary. That's another thing. Judiciary is key to anything, because what has happened is not just in Cameroon, not in Nigeria, everywhere, is that the politicians now know they are buying the judges. So the judges will now, please, for Christ's sake, remember that what they are doing, in those days, we used to fear judges. In fact, from after God, they are the ones, because they are occupying what they call the temple of justice. They are talking about temple. And where do you talk about temple if not about God? So, but what has happened? Everybody has been politicized. They are now, let them fund the judiciary so that the judges and the judiciary can be independent. Okay? Also, in choosing those who are running the electoral commission, let them choose those who are political, you know, or get away, not the ruling party nominating somebody and then making sure that he does their bidding. No, but if you, like Ghana, I think Ghana, what they do, they advertise it and then let people apply. It becomes a competitive thing, and then set up a bipartisan committee to recruit those who will work in the electoral commission, and then also train the police and everybody, security agencies, about the fact that how to manage, what is it called, crowd. That the people, their duty is not to terrorize and abuse or, kill their people. It is to protect them, because government come and government go, but the country remains. In Nigeria, there is police that are supposed to, when police, you hear some of them complaining that after retirement, they can't get their salaries. And some civilians are now mocking them. He said, when you were there, you were terrorizing us, abusing us. Now you can see that you are not even, you have not been, you did not count. You were not.
Okay, now Cameroonians are voting today. And on the list we have 10 candidates, including the incumbent. So let's take out the incumbents, so 9 candidates. And what will you tell them from this evening to when they await the results?
Mimi, it's just to be calm. I think the election is not only rigged on the day of the election. In fact, at times, from my experience, it's rigged when you are registering, from the day of when you register voters. Because the politicians, they know what they do, how to circumvent the rule to make sure that for now, for this election, I think the horse has already bolted out of the stable. So we'll now be thinking about after the next election, what will it be? But it's not too late. Let those who have voted. I heard somebody who said he voted and then he will wait. Because at times it is the people who also enable these politicians to cheat them. Once they vote or once they stay on the queue for a few 1 or 2 hours, they say they are tired. they want to go. But that is only a days. You only is one day in an electoral cycle. Why will you not sacrifice? Because that is part of, and these politicians know that the Africans voters, they don't have the staying power. Once it stays, but you see in Europe, do you know that protests can go on for months or weeks? But in Africa, after two, 3 weeks, everybody is saying, I want to go and look for something to eat. And then the politicians know that. So you have to be consistent. You have to have the staying power. You have to persevere to make sure that you achieve the goal of what that you know. So it's not just for Cameroon, but for all the African countries. Nothing comes easy. Change will not come easy. You have to sacrifice. You have to pay for it. By what? When it is registered to begin with. You know, some people don't register. If it's an election, I don't care. But if you don't, you are already voting, because they won't mind whether, even if you boycott. In fact, it's the worst thing to happen. They will go ahead without you, and they will make law that will affect you. So involvement, citizen involvement is very important. So the number of opposition. Do you know that the ruling party is an experience you have? They are the ones supporting most of these people. Or these people are just there. Some of them has also run. So that when they are now sharing, they use it as a bargaining chip. You are a presidential candidate. It's okay to compensate you for running. Then they give you. You never see them staying on the course. In Nigeria, you find them defecting, moving to one party, moving to the ruling party. They don't want to take the heat, to stay in opposition. There is no ideology in what they are doing. So these are the things that they need to find out and put into their political equation. You know, and political party is not about if you don't win, then you disperse. No, in Britain, you know that when a party, there are two major parties. When one is in power, the other one has a shadow government.
Yes, so just as we are rounding up, many Cameroonians are so, because when you came, we just been seeing the numbers increasing, but we also need, because we need to get updates from the ground, from the correspondents. But I just wanted to find out what your final words are. What would you want to say before you go?
It's to wish Cameroon, Nigeria's neighbor, very well, to wish them well, to also let them know that governance, I'm not talking about whether it's democracy or whatever, call it whatever name. It doesn't drop from heaven. You have to work at it. You have to make it. Governance is about people's participation. It's not to leave it for the party. Somebody said that politics is too serious an issue to be left to politicians. Let the ordinary citizens be involved, to know that if they leave it to those who they say, it's dirty, because they say it's dirty. It's not dirty. It's only those who are there that are playing dirty. Let everybody come out, students, civil society, teachers, so everybody, because it's a multi-stakeholder issue. The security, you have to secure the votes to make sure that people vote, the secrecy of vote is secured. You have to make sure that people are educated on how to cast their vote. Because you have seen in some cases they have spoiled ballots. These are issues that we start with. Let the Electoral Commission do a good job. Remember that their legacy, history will judge them very harshly. Even if they say, let me support the party in power, they will pay for it from generation to generation. And you need to bequeath something that people will be, will be remember you by. Not because you built so many houses, not because you stole money, not because you were running away to have medical attention abroad. when you cannot build hospitals in your country. Not because people are running away to send their students abroad because there are no schools. No, they are running away because there is no security. They are running away because they cannot feed. There is poverty, there is hunger in the midst of plenty. That is not a good thing. I think all these things we have to be reversed. There's a reversal, a transformation, that we see, Cameroon, fulfill its potential and then play both in the region, in the continent, and then at the global level.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul Ejime, and it's always going to be a pleasure to have you. We have like above 15,000 people watching this live stream, and many Cameroonians have appreciated you so far. I can see in the comment section people really happy with those words that came from you, and you're coming from a country where we always, when we are talking about African democracy, we always have to cite Nigeria. Cameroon has a lot to learn from the country. It may not be perfect. There are things that are also going wrong in Nigeria, but Cameroon has a lot to learn from the country. Thank you so much for your time, and we hope to see you some other time again.
Thank you for having me, and then good luck, Cameroon, indomitable lions, if you remember football. If you can do that in football, you can also do it in politics. Thank you very much for having me. God bless. Yeah.
God bless you too. Bye. And we are now going to keep tabs with our correspondents. So we start with Georgica. He is already there. And also we have Augustine also in Yaoundé. We have two of our correspondents joining us from the ground. Augustine, Georgica, are you there? I saw you, but your image is not the best. Augustine, please, you can start. How are you doing now? This is 5 p.m.
Network is really bad in Cameroon since they've started shutting down the internet. So people should download their VPNs as much as they can. It's very, very important. If you have your VPN, then you might be able to still manage to. This Facebook has not been loading for most people across Cameroon. TikTok also has not been loading, because results have been coming in from other parts of the world and are being shared on social media. So they've started shutting it down. So just try to get you can see the reporters on the ground struggling to get in. Yes, the network is really bad. And those who have, you can see those who have.
Manny is here.
So,
now that we have him, let him just talk before.
Yes, let's talk. Yes.
Yes. Hello, Manny. How are you?
Mimi, I'm fine. I'm inside. This is my fifth polling station that I just visited, and if you can get me, I'm encircled by voters who came here and who have voted, and they are telling me a lot of things. They are telling me their frustration or what is going on. In that polling station, they have 363 voters, and in those 363 voters, voting is going on freely here. But the problem, what they have noticed is that they are not representatives of political parties are absent. Only the CPDM is being represented in all the polling halls, and they shouting, they are talking that if something happens, those political parties should not come and be complaining. They said they are going to send their representatives to supervise their vote, but there is nobody in the halls. So that is what I was talking to them, and they were giving those their frustration that they have voted, and they decided to come back so that they can be able to control their vote, since voting is going to end in 1 hour time. But there is no major issue security-wise. The environment is calm. There is no major issue here from this polling station.
Yes, so you want us to speak to some of them and also hear how they feel, what they have to say.
Okay, let me just give to one of them. So he's going to speak in French.
No problem at all. Bonjour, comment vous allez?
Ça va, madame, et vous-même?
Quel est votre sentiment comme électeur dans la ville aujourd'hui?
En tant qu'électeur dans la capitale de Yaoundé, ce que nous on constate, c'est qu'on est arrivé, on a voté depuis 13 heures et à notre grande surprise, il n'y a pas tous les représentants des autres candidats dans des bureaux de vote. Ça, c'est déjà les premières remarques qu'on a fait sur place. Et c'est donc pour ça qu'on a décidé de revenir avant 18h de la clôturation des votes pour nous-mêmes contrôler le déploiement. Parce qu'on a constaté que les opposants n'ont pas des spectateurs dans les bureaux de vote. Et nous, on a décidé de revenir pour contrôler le déploiement. Donc, c'est donc pour ça qu'on est déjà là avant l'heure. Parce qu'il est encore 17h passé. Dans une heure de temps, on va commencer le déploiement. On va arrêter d'abord les votants et on va passer maintenant le déploiement. Même s'il n'y a pas les spectateurs des partis politiques, nous, le peuple, parce que moi, je suis un citoyen camerounais. Je suis là pour contrôler qui a gagné dans mon bureau de vote. Donc, ça, c'est l'un des points que je peux remarquer dans mon bureau de vote, c'est qu'il n'y a pas eu. Tout se passe dans le calme. Il n'y a pas de frustration, il n'y a pas d'intimidation. C'est calme. La remarque qu'on a fait dans mon bureau de vote, c'est que je n'ai pas vu les spectateurs comme les opposants nous ont promis qu'ils devaient avoir les spectateurs partout dans les bureaux de vote. J'ai trouvé seulement 2 personnes dans mon bureau de vote.
Est-ce que ça vous dérange que ça aura un impact sur les résultats?
Ça me dérange parce que dans les années antérieures, j'ai eu à voter et rentrer à la maison et je n'ai pas eu la possibilité d'avoir la personne qui a gagné dans mon bureau de vote parce que moi, je ne fais pas confiance vu sur les tendances des élections passées. Hein? Je n'ai pas confiance. Donc, c'est pour ça que j'ai dit cette fois-ci, malgré qu'il n'y a pas les spectateurs des autres partis politiques dans mon bureau de vote, il faut que moi, peuple, moi, citoyen camerounais, je sois là pour contrôler. Pour contrôler le gouvernement. Et contrôler quand je suis là. Voilà l'une là où on met, mon bulletin de vote. Si on va pour amener ailleurs ou bien, donc être là pour être les yeux de ces opposants-là qui ne sont pas là et être les yeux de mon candidat que j'ai choisi, même s'il n'est pas dans mon bureau de vote, être là pour voir et de voir quand on va arrêter parce que c'est la fraude, c'est passé le temps. Il n'y a personne, on arrête là, on peut porter du monde, on amène quelque part et tout peut se passer. Donc, je vais être
mais il faut augmenter le volume. On a constaté que ce n'est pas le seul bureau de vote où il n'y a pas de représentants des autres partis politiques. Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez dire aux autres Camerounais? Quel conseil pouvez-vous donner aux autres Camerounais en ce moment?
Le conseil que je peux donner aux Camerounais à ce moment, c'est d'être là présentement. C'est d'être là présentement lors du déploiement. Il ne suffit pas. Parce que nous, on a soif du changement. Et nous, ce qu'on nous souhaite, c'est d'être là lors du déploiement pour contrôler. Tous les Camerounais ne peuvent pas être là. Mais la majorité qui va être là lors du déploiement, c'est ça qui va faire la crédibilité. La crédibilité du résultat de la personne qui aura gagné. Donc, moi, le conseil que je peux donner aux Camerounais, c'est de ne pas voter et rentrer chez eux comme certains peuvent le faire. Il y a d'autres qui ne se sentent pas bien, c'est vrai. Ils peuvent rentrer, mais ceux qui sont en santé, il faut qu'ils restent lors du déploiement pour contrôler qui a gagné dans les bureaux de vote. Parce qu'il ne s'agit pas seulement de voter et de rentrer à la maison. Il faut voter et de surveiller.
Yes, Eric, I can see you listening. Do you want to step in now and say something? Or okay, no. Okay. Okay. Do you want to say something? You're muted. Yeah. Yes. You're muted.
Yes. I'll send it to you.
Yes, so there's just a situation where we've noticed that many polling stations are without party representatives. So these young men that you can see are saying that they will do all it takes to survey, monitor, and also count be part of the vote, the counting process until the winner is declared at this polling station. And they were also urging other Cameroonians to do so in other different polling stations. I don't know whether you have maybe some words of encouragement to them because they are just there, just looking a bit a bit stranded, but very determined.
And are you talking about the poll, those who are covering the polls?
Yes, the polling agents are there, but there is no party representatives, and they were worried about how this could potentially affect the election outcome in polling stations where party representatives are absent. So,
how do we explain this?
Yes, so because we've had reports like that in many areas. So Cameroonians, as you can see, these are a group of young boys who have said they are going to stay there until the votes are counted, until they know exactly who wins in that particular area before they leave, and that they will not go home. That's why I decided to bring you on board, so that maybe you could give them some words of encouragement.
Absolutely.
And also maybe say something to other Cameroonians, and maybe in French, because they are speaking in French.
You know, Manny, how is it? Manny, are you listening to me? Yeah, what's the situation where you are? Does it reflect what you think is happening in other parts of the? You're in Bamenda, right?
It's in Yaoundé.
Oh, you're in
In
Yaoundé.
Yaoundé, in the capital. Yeah, in Yaoundé.
Sorry, I need to take up the volume. I wasn't hearing Manny at all.
Yes, it's in Yaoundé, actually, in Yaoundé.
Yes. So, Manny, can you just? Sorry to be asking.
Yes, Manny, please, you have to speak a bit louder, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, fantastic. Can you just, can you help me understand what has happened in the last half hour, for example, in the last 30 minutes, in where you are right now? Manny, did you hear me?
Yes, just explain what has happened in the last 1 hour where you are, Manny.
In the last 1 hour where I am was there was no major problem. There was no major problem. I went to a particular polling station where I was before coming to this one, and there was a young man who came there. He was like, I don't know whether he was drunk. The military had to bring him out, and he was like trying to shout that they are sending him away from that polling station because they want to steal the vote, which was then not the case because he was disturbing the serenity of the place. But in this polling station, I've seen young men. They have been sitting there for hours, and they are waiting for 6 o'clock to come so that they can take part in the counting. And one of the issues, as they were explaining to you, is there are no representatives of any party. That is their frustration, and it is easy for the votes to be manipulated.
I don't understand this. I hear in many of the stations, the parties, the opposition parties essentially are not represented. I don't understand this. Why is that happening?
So the most worrying situation is if this can be happening in
the capital, in Yaoundé.
Yes.
Yeah, and it is in Yaoundé. I am in Yaoundé 1. I'm in Yaoundé 1. That is the center of Yaoundé. I'm in Yaoundé 1. So if there are no representatives of political party, then that is a serious problem. It's really a serious issue here.
Mimi, do we have a sense? You've been hearing all these reports and people talking from around the country. Do you have a sense? Do you have a sense that this is being repeated across the country, or it's just
not
in a few
the
places?
same situation elsewhere because we cannot generalize it. We've spoken to other correspondents who didn't have the same testimonies, but it's quite worrying because we've had this from about 3 of the correspondents. Those who visited about 3 polling stations noticed that. So we could not deploy reporters like everywhere also.
Yeah, of course not.
In all the regions, but not in all the polling stations. So it's now just making us to wonder what is prevailing in the other polling stations. But Manny, we are going to come back to you. Is there anything you want to add, Manny?
Okay. No, there's nothing for now. If there's something, I will let you know.
Okay, very good.
Yes, so yes, Eric, thank you for stepping in, and sorry for that interruption. I know that you and I were going to meet in a moment, not now. So let me go back to the correspondent. During the discussions, we can bring this up and just see what could be the implications. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. So I also have George Kawu is there. Hello. How are you now? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Wow. Hello, Augustine, can you hear us?
Hi, Mimi. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So what is the latest from your end?
Yes. I won't say that right now in Yaoundé it has been a little calm. It has been a little calm, though it has not been the same situation elsewhere. Right now, before I left the polling station where I voted, that is in Mendong, uh, and went to where Ateki Seta Kaksin voted. That should be at in Obili. I think I realized the same problems, and it's something which Mani has already raised up. There are no party representatives. It's not just unique to where he is. It's something that I've already realized in several places here. And a lot of people are actually not happy. A lot of young persons are not happy about this. In Mendong, before I left, let me also put it as the fact that currently, unfortunately, 40 minutes to the election, it's already raining heavily here in Yaoundé, and a lot of people are concerned because they have to go back to the polls. But that notwithstanding, I'm currently seeing a lot of people who are braving the rains and going under the rains to these polling stations. But before I left Lycée Bileng de Mendong, there were clusters of young persons who had actually gathered themselves and were waiting and are seriously waiting for the vote count. The general consensus amongst them is they cannot leave without having gotten their result. A lot of them are voting for the first time and they want to see it to the end. And one thing too that I noticed while I was in Mendong, because I spent quite a lot of time in Mendong, it's that most of them are not only concerned about what they are doing offline, but most of them are following up online because there are a lot of reports already coming in from maybe the diaspora of vote counts already being done. A lot of them are sharing and talking about it, and a lot of them are equally very enthusiastic about it and are wishing to have that final change, which a lot of them are really desperate to have. And there was equally one situation, very something that happened, but it was diffused, I think, very quickly so that it will not degenerate. It was noticed in one of the polling stations, in one of the offices, that some persons voted and did not sign, probably because they were doing so for their first time and they did not know the steps. But now those who were around were not happy, and who found about it were actually started attacking the Elecam officials, because if someone who's coming in for the first time comes and votes and misses a step, you're supposed to guide them and tell them what to do. But that was not done, and a lot of people were actually saying, if you do it this way, then those names will have to be signed at the end of the day. So if they are signed at the end of the day, who are they going to be signed for? So it's something which happened, and a lot of people are not very happy with. But currently, people are still going to the polls. People are still going to the polls to vote, and from here 6 p.m. we'll just see what happens, and then we'll give you
What
more
happens,
updates.
yes, and of course we are going to update. So let's take Jodeka. We can see him clearly. Hello, how are you? Your volume is a bit low. We can't hear you properly.
But I can hear you very well. I don't know whether that's the
Yes,
same.
I can hear you now. Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, I'll say that. Thank you, and you're welcome back to Buya again.
Yes, so what is the latest from Boya? We are hearing of internet interruptions. What is the situation there?
Yes, actually, internet was slowed down along the line. I don't know what actually is the situation. I have to be switching from one network to another to ensure that I can get the stable internet connection to be able to talk with you right now. And we are I think, just some 36 minutes away from from the closure of the polls. And at that time, we will definitely be expecting a lot of things happening. I'm still here in one of the polling centers that is grammar school Moliko here, where people are coming in and voting. However, I've been able to move across 6 centers here in Buya, right from Wokoko to Damasco Moliko to Bunduma and Obesh, and then right up to OIC. And there you can see that people are so determined. I was in one of the polling units there at polling center Edo at that is at Bunduma, and I met an enthusiastic crowd there. People sat and they said that they are not going to leave until the counting, has been done. And they were just sitting there. They were coming, voting, and just looking for a place and sitting there. However, we have been able to have some people complain, especially here in front of this center, where I was able to talk to a couple of persons who actually said that, yes, they did have the voters card, but their names were not actually seen on the list, and that was already a challenge because it's an indication that they can't vote. However, there are also some people who came and then to realize that the name on their voters card, they don't actually know where the center is located specifically. They have to be moving from one center to another, one center to another, asking. Because owing to this relocation of polling centers, some people are actually confused where a particular center is. However, but Elections Cameroon has been able to do something by putting up banners in front of the routes, to indicate, especially for centers that have been relocated, for people. And I can tell you, we have been talking to the people who are coming and voting, and then I spoke to an old man here, an elderly man here a while ago, and he was saying that he found this election a crucial moment in the history of the country, but he was very disappointed that security measures have not really been put, for the voters. The turnout here is encouraging in Buya, but we don't actually know if there was no lockdown or we were not experiencing the ongoing crisis in this region. We don't actually know how the turnout was like. It was going to
Yes, I think that we also have Dairu who is going to be joining now from the far north region as well, because I certainly hope that we will be having all of you when it's either when the polls are being counted or after that. So that we just look at the atmosphere in different parts of the country. I know that you all have been working so hard since morning. This is 9 hours of live stream non-stop. And Jodika, Augustine, and Dairo has just joined us. Bonsoir, Dairo.
Oui, bonsoir, madame.
Quel est l'état des lieux? Quelle est la situation dans l'extrême nord ce soir?
Oui, ce soir, il faut dire d'abord, à quelques minutes de la fermeture des bureaux de vote, la situation devient de plus en plus tendue avec des cas de fraude signalés dans certaines zones rurales. Des individus ont été surpris en possession de plusieurs cartes d'électeurs, ce qui complique davantage le déroulement du scrutin. Face à cette situation, les forces de défense se mobilisent pour maintenir l'ordre et garantir la sécurité. Mais il faut dire par ailleurs, un incident notable s'est produit à Marois 3e. Une altercation aurait éclaté entre le sous-préfet de Marois 3e, Guy Roland, et le chef d'antenne et les camps de la même circonscription. Selon des sources concordantes, le chef du bureau de vote aurait été suspendu par le chef d'antenne de Marois 3e et selon des investigations, la présidente de ce bureau de vote est en réalité l'épouse du sous-préfet et en raison de son appartenance présumée au RDPC. Une décision que le sous-préfet de Marois 3e n'aurait pas digérée, provoquant ainsi une vive tension avec des bagarres où il a fallu appeler les forces de défense et de sécurité pour maintenir l'ordre. On peut déjà lire sur le visage des uns et des autres un sentiment de victoire avant même le déploiement. Cependant, seuls les décomptes détermineront le véritable vainqueur, notamment dans l'extrême nord, considéré comme la fille aînée du renouveau. C'est dans la seule ville au Cameroun que le chef de l'État Paul Biya a choisi non seulement de lancer sa campagne, mais aussi d'y passer 48 heures aux côtés de ces militants. Mais aujourd'hui, reste désormais une question cruciale. Maroua fera-t-elle le choix de Paul Biya? La réponse, elle demeure suspendue. Pour l'instant, tous retiennent leur souffle en attendant l'heure de vérité, ce moment historique pour des milliers de Camerounais qui espèrent connaître enfin le verdict des urnes.
Très belle question, Amadou Daïrou, sur la situation à Maroua, de poser la question si est-ce que ça sera la dernière fois que la ville de Maroua va voter président Paul Biya? Est-ce qu'ils vont décider de voter une autre candidate, peut-être Issa Chouma Bakary ou Bello Bouba Maïgari? On reste attentif pour voir ce qui va se passer dans les minutes qui suivent. Et Daïrou, tu seras là pour nous donner les détails sur ce qui se passe à l'extrême nord après les comptes des votes. Hormis ça, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres choses qu'on devait savoir sur la situation à l'extrême nord?
Non, pour le moment, comme je l'ai dit pour l'instant, tous retiennent leur souffle en attendant l'heure de vérité, ce moment historique pour des milliers de Camerounais qui espèrent connaître enfin le verdict des urnes. C'est pour dire que nous gardons l'antenne avec au moment de ce fin de déploiement, nous allons vous revenir.
Merci beaucoup, Dairo. On revient à toi à tout à l'heure. Merci. So, yes, that's our correspondent in the far north saying that this could potentially be one of the first times in history, like where President Paul Biya doesn't win in the town of Maroua. But we can only get the answer in the coming minutes. We cannot tell for now. And that everyone is so excited. People are happy. He says he's not sure why people are happy. Is it because they are sure or unsure that President Paul Biya is going to win? We don't know. Only the outcome of the elections will tell this evening. So he'll be getting back to us shortly because we'll have to go back to all our correspondents to find out what is happening in the different polling stations. But Jodica, you are still there. Before we take Are, who is still waiting because Are has some updates for us. Can you tell us, is there anything you need to add? Because we'll need to have you here again when the polls have been counted or when the counting process is ongoing.
Yeah, just to add that the consent which you heard from the reporters in Yaoundé about the representatives of political parties not present in the polling stations, we have actually heard those concerns being raised here because I've been able to talk to some of the representatives of the political parties and yeah, some even were decrying the fact that some of the agents even signed the resource sheet when the votes haven't been counted yet. And because they were also criticizing that why will electors all be presenting the results sheet when such things haven't been when the votes haven't been counted. And they say so, even though it's very difficult to verify, but as someone who has been able to monitor the past election and actually present in the polling unit from day one till the end, I can tell you that yeah, there was something like that whereby just at the start of the voting, I don't know it's called whether it's the process labor,
yes,
I know that is the resources. Yes, it's being brought by the elected representative that that you should sign, and then one moment if for those who are not actually knowledgeable, they will just go and sign instead of asking that, but what is this form actually for? Because that is something which is supposed to be signed immediately when votes have been counted. Those are some of the concerns that have been raised here, yeah, and for the fact that some of the agents are not located in the polling stations, and we don't actually know what could be transpiring in some of those polling stations. However, the town is highly militarized that we have been able to see most of the vehicles that are passing here just beside the road, and most of the vehicles that are passing here are military vehicles that have been able to transport people, yeah, to places that are somehow insecure, to guard them, to ensure that they secure. So I believe that probably they are going back to some of those places again to gather them and bring them. I mean, the elections officials, to bring them. selfless. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Jessica, and we'll certainly meet again. Is it 7 p.m. or 6 p.m., 6:30? I'm not sure. But as soon as you get some updates on the counting or the process, please let us know. We want to get the information firsthand. Yes.
The polling units to actually see, how the counting will be done, and then we'll
Yes, and then you keep us updated.
definitely
Okay.
be coming back to update our viewers on exactly what has transpired in those centers as well as the units.
Thank you so much, and speak to you soon. So Are is here joining us again. Hello, Are. Have you rested? You're muted.
Hi. Yeah, we're going
Hi.
to rest tomorrow, but today we're monitoring the elections.
Yes, you say you have some updates.
Well, essentially, there are a few things that have been happening. Before I was coming on, a certain Dendi Oben Jr. had been arrested in Douala by the gendarme and was at the gendarmerie in Bonandale, but I just got some information that he has just been released. That was really important because we told people to stay at their polling station and be sure to be there when the votes are counted. As I look at the time, I think in about 24 minutes, I think the polling stations are supposed to be closing. So it's really important to emphasize this. If you are in the premises of your polling station, if you are in line and it's 6 o'clock, you are by law entitled to vote. The polling station must make the decision to allow you vote. So they can't stop people who are in line to vote from voting, because we realize that many people went to church and many people are just getting to the polling stations. Secondly, when you do vote, at 6 or where voting is finished in your polling station, they would begin the counting. We're asking you, if you have voted earlier and you live in the vicinity of your polling station, it is time for you to begin to march back there or trek back there, so that you protect your vote and be there when the vote is counted. We have already seen people who have participated in the elections in various embassies around the world begin to share the results that are coming from various embassies. Every polling station is supposed to have those results published publicly at the polling stations for voters to know. And I wanted to overemphasize this. It is your right to be at the polling station and monitor the counting in your polling station. So please make sure you stay there to be part of this. It's such you have incredible responsibility to not only vote but to protect your vote and ensure that the will of the people count. Reports also reaching us said that the internet is being slowed down, and we realize that it's going to be continuously slowed down as that 6 p.m. hour hits, and people will begin to when the vote counting begins, because people will be sharing that information. And this is where we're asking people to have alternative means of communication so that they can be able to continue to share that information. And polling station to polling station, we can begin to have a sense of how this election is trending, as we are already seeing in various embassies around the world that are in different time zones and have already finished their vote count. That's the way elections in the modern day world are done. People don't have to wait 2 weeks to know who wins the elections. We're going to be monitoring and telling people polling station by polling station as that information comes in. Also, we've had some challenges. Reports reaching us about what happened in Barfoot in GS Adiati, where the military essentially kicked out the representatives of the SDF, and we actually have videos of them sitting outside and the military really manhandling the ballot boxes, which is unfortunate for our country. I saw earlier that you had an interview with the candidate Issa Chiruma, who had just voted. We're beginning to get very disturbing news as well that he's
surrounded. Yeah.
yes, he's surrounded and all of that. I don't know how verified that is, but it's incredibly important for us to put this information out as we get it. We also had instructions coming from the internet being slowed down in the Southwest is actually coming from somebody from the Southwest giving instructions that the internet should be slowed down. That's incredible that we are doing this to our own people, and that I want the people of the Southwest to note this. You have been very, very courageous today, and we are very proud at the turnout that we're seeing from people in the Southwest, but you have to defend your vote. And you will do that in the next 24 minutes.
Okay, so we've also seen some of the correspondents complaining that in polling stations, there are no party representatives. Is that a worrying situation, or having those young people determined to defend the votes and get them counted? Is it enough guarantee?
Yes, there is cause to worry. I mean, we spoke earlier about trust, right?
Yes, I remember.
There is cause to worry. And this is why the power is in the hands of the people, right? Because in the absence of representatives of the various parties, the people are actually going to be the ones who will do the counting of the vote. So anybody who is a voter in a polling station can actually be one of the 4 people that will be counting the votes. So if you go to your polling station, if you stay in your polling station, even if there is the absence of the representatives of the various political parties, you as a citizen and a voter has the ability to participate in the count. The only difference is that you may not leave there with a signed copy of the tally sheet, but certainly you can have a copy of that, either with your smartphone, or if 5 of you can document it with your smartphone. That in itself, it's enough evidence that you have the results of your polling station, and those results should not change anywhere along the way.
That's important. And also, I just wanted to ask you, we are seeing a lot of polls being carried out online, and some opposition leaders emerging in the polls. Can we say it's a reflection of what we could potentially see when Elekam declares the winner, or we are not sure whether to believe the online polls or not? I see you smiling, but yeah.
Well, you would think that if logic is something that we can go by, then yes, if logically the majority of the people are trending in one direction, you can actually extrapolate. I would say sometimes you take a sample. That's what statistics means. You take a sample of the population and you can extrapolate what the trends are, with certainly some margins of error. If the margin is very, very wide, obviously that even gives you more the probability of the polling being accurate is even better. It usually, when the margins are close and slim, then the margin of error is even small. It's bigger, right? So it can trend either way. And then you also have to say not everybody who is taking the online poll is a registered voter. You don't know whether they are living in Cameroon, things like that. So I would not, put too much weight on the online polls, but it's a clear indication of what is happening. That the people of Cameroon, the aspirations of the people of Cameroon is that they really want to see change. And today is a day of the manifestation of that desire that people want. And we hope that at the end of the day, as we begin to count we see the vote count, we can begin to see the trends. And it's those trends, but now pay attention, my fellow Cameroonians, pay attention to the next 2 hours. What would be happening, from intimidation to internet shutdown and all of that. No matter what happens, come rain, come shine, you have voted, you have done well for your country, and now you go to the next step, is to protect that vote and ensure that it counts.
So thank you so much, Ari, and we will certainly want to have you very, very shortly when we'll be analyzing the results. Our correspondents are on standby to tell us exactly what is happening. I'm sure that those who have been watching since early today are also tired like you and I, but like you said, we are not going to rest until it is done, the mission, until the mission is complete.
The mission is, we will. A luta continua.
Yes. So thank you so much, and speak to you just very soon. Speak to you soon. Yes.
Thanks.
Hi, Daily. We have someone in the house. Hello. You're coming to lighten my mood.
I know, Mimi. How are you? Can you hear me?
My mood. I'm all right. So good to see you. How are you doing?
No, standing ovation for you, my sister. I have to stand up. I have to stand up. Oh my God.
How are
you
doing?
are the bomb, sister.
Oh no, we all are. No, we all are.
No, quite frankly. Have you assessed? I know that you'll take out time after this just to assess the work.
I know that you were going to say these things, but yeah.
I mean, when I come to your page, I'm like, this is the Potter man. Let's get him. Let's get educated here.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Welcome.
I am so proud of you. I mean,
I'm proud of you
so
as well.
proud of you.
I'm so proud of you as well. We just trying to, if we don't do it, no one else will. So
who else, man?
So we need to really, really step up. And
I know.
that's one of the reasons we're also here. You would have told me, Mimi, I'm busy and I'm in church, or I'm busy with my baby.
I know, right?
So thank you for coming. You are an influencer in Cameroon. You are followed by different Cameroonians from different ages, young, old, and mothers. They call you mommy. You are the mommy. Even those that you are older than, people that you're older than them will call you mommy. Call you mommy. They don't know you're my sister, and that you're not even up to their kid sisters. So yes, the mommy is here today to also talk to us because she's an influencer, a Daily Singer. For those who don't know, many people who doesn't know Daily Singer Phillips, but I mean, just in case.
Nah, your following is too vast, man. So I'm getting to see most people who don't know me here. Come on.
So Daily Singer Phillips is an influencer. She is also and hosting her own programs on YouTube as well, enlightening Cameroonians about the right, wrong choices in life. She talks about relationships. She is a motivational speaker, and she coaches people as well on how to, to be able to make the right. And sometimes I see people criticize you sometimes and say, oh, you should be able to practice what you preach. And they forget to know that sometimes you can be saying those things based on your experience. But Daily, thank you for joining us today. I just wanted to find out, today is election day in Cameroon. We have a lot of young Cameroonians following you across the board in the diaspora and at home. What has been the sentiments when you look at your comment section, when you interact with Cameroonians? What are some of the things that you see and hear from them?
Well, thank you so much, Mimi. So I hope they're actually listening right now. When we started talking about election fever, everything election, I like to think that I was one of the influencers who spearheaded the campaigns for, encourage the youths to vote, to get their voters card. That campaign actually saw a lot of criticisms, resistance from especially the youths, based off of the past. So why should we vote? We are not voting. Mommy, you're abroad, you don't know what's happening in Cameroon, so you will not understand. It's a waste of time. We understand the system, it's the same thing over and over. So we're not voting. I actually got to a point, that I'm not a giveaway person like that. I had to initiate giveaways to say I'm going to give away for people who have voters cards.
Yeah.
And still some actually, uh, some came around, some still rejected the offers. That is very telling. This is the frustrations, and which is legit to say that. I mean, we've been here, done that. So what's the difference with this? Yeah, so I just had to give that background, and then coming up to this moment where the euphoria has changed. Matter of fact, there's never been a moment that Cameroonians, I mean, at least that you and I know since we were born, a moment where we get to vote a president. For ourselves, choose
Yeah.
somebody we think
Yeah.
at least,
Yeah.
is
That's a good
close to
point.
what
Yeah.
we want. Yes. So of recent, they're coming around. The ones who had their cards, had made their cards, and were thinking of not voting, actually went out to vote. I think social media has been so instrumental at giving them courage, to do this. And so those who did not get a card, you could see the frustration in, like, I wish I did, because one vote is one vote too many, and we could actually make the change. The youths they constitute of the vast majority of the population. I think if only the youths get to vote, then we can decide the future of Cameroon. So you see, now that's the angle with which I was trying to, educate them and show them that we have the power. Matter of fact, the future is now. We can take the bull by the horns and make the difference. If our forefathers have failed us. You see what I
Yes.
mean? And
Yeah.
yes, talking about what is happening right now, the comment section is one political candidate. I mean, we all know they keep chanting his name, chanting his praise. I mean, there's everybody has suddenly forgotten the what's the word,
The past.
the vexation that was
The
in
past.
our
Yes.
hearts. And this tells you that, yeah, though they say we're choosing between two evils, one is lesser, in that light. So the youths they're beginning to see that we could do something and we matter. Our voices count. One vote is, like I said, one too many. And yeah, they're voting. I was so impressed today to see some of my delicious come with, when you see a pink or a purple finger, you know what that means. And yeah, they were taking pictures and, putting it, sending in group chats that we are all in. But well, for the sake of the obvious, you don't want to put out these pictures too sometimes, except those who are courageous enough to put it out.
Yes.
They think, yeah, we are winning, we're changing the status quo. And it's as a mother, let me say, I know you don't call me a mother, but you have to start calling me. As a mother, I'm so proud of my
Do you call me a
children.
mom too? Do you call me a mom? I told you when he came, it was like a breath of fresh air.
I
It's
know.
just relaxing.
I know.
But I also saw you speaking to them. When you address these people, young men and women following you, it's important, especially at a crucial time like this in the history of our country. But also, your message was very clear that you wanted the people to take their destinies into their hands and make that decision,
Yes.
and a decision that they will never live to regret.
Yes.
Why do you think sending out a message like this at this juncture was important?
It was so important because of the fear that had gripped the youths. The status quo we've had for a long time. My status in the community as an influencer, and not just any kind of influencer, one that is trusted. So when I come out, I am saying, yeah, you can count on me. You can count on these words, If I'm doing it, if I'm leading, you can follow. And if you've trusted me all along, how about now? It was so important because of the diverse views, the confusion. Remember that these candidates that were chanting the praise actually just showed up. Like, this is not something we had previewed. You see? So and then they're like, Mommy, what do we do at this stage? Now we were looking at, following our Anglophone uncles and fathers. But at this stage, what we want to hear from you, the confusion about the rigging of the election, that we're not too sure. Based off of history, we're thinking, what is the point? I had to step up and say, you know what? Let's do it. I mean, let's try. Because I like to think that more than ever, youths are registered to vote. Now, if you do not vote, you don't vote for the people you want. Others will vote for the people you do not want. That was the key statement I made. So how about you vote? And voting would help limit the chances of rigging. If you do not vote again, you do not have any right to complain about the leadership. That is ongoing. That's it. And just the importance of you casting your vote. And I was having a conversation with Daddy Chinje yesterday, and he said, this is history making moment. You want to be on the right side of history. You want to be sure, because posterity will count you for those who stood on the right side of history. You want to be sure that if there was change, the change had to happen. I gave in my 1%. I gave in my own bit. I did what I had to do, just like you are doing. You're not saying we must win, but hey, more than ever, let's do something for once as youths and as Cameroonians,
Cameroonians,
that could possibly make all the difference. Yes.
So going forward, what would you tell Cameroonians? Many people I see people praising you in the comments.
Hello, my delicious. Hello, everybody. Hello, Cameroonians.
Yeah.
So good to
Yes.
be on here, and I'm happy to have you.
Yeah. So what would you want to tell them now that we are preparing to count the votes and know exactly, we'll start knowing from this evening who won in which polling stations?
Right. So one of the things I said was, you're not, it doesn't just suffice for you to vote. You want to stay there and be part of the counting, just so that, I mean, it is your right to participate in the entire process. Here in London, it started at 8 a.m. And then what's the time now? I think it's rounding up now. People are still standing to say, you know what, I want to see that the vote I casted is counted. I want to see these results. If it would tally with what will be read at the end of the day, you see. So those of you who are still there, you want to stay there and do it. But most importantly, for us to understand that we've done our bit and we leave God to do the rest. At the end of the day, change would happen in Cameroon. There is, matter of fact, this is change in essence. The fact that a lot of youths are beginning to see the possibility of using their voters card to make a change, that in itself is change. Because again, like I said, we've never had this much, except in the days of maybe John Frunzi, where we, as small as we were, we could feel, the movement, the campaigns, and all of that. Regardless of the results, we have made a statement. Now, this is a never again generation where the media is this open book. Now, there are loads, you talked about polls, right? We've done polls and we can declare winners already. However, we, of course.
But also, we've seen polls in the UK and it turned out differently, and in the US as well. We even thought
exactly. You see,
Hillary
so
Clinton was going to win the election in the US, but it turned out differently, and that Brexit was not going to happen. But yes,
exactly.
yeah, so yeah, the polls.
Yeah, we can't, again, we do this poll sometimes for the fun of it. We do it to test what actually could possibly come out, like the outcomes. But again, just so we know, these polls, come on, like we can't really rely on them, because I know some of these followers, I know some of these youths, they would use that as the authentic results. Understand that there's a lot of youths who did not register to vote, but they have access to the internet, and they are actually voting online without doing it, carrying on. So your
Yeah.
civic responsibility is not browsing. Your civic
Right.
responsibility is actually to get to the polls and do it. So yeah, we do it for the fun of it and just to test the waters to see, So whatever is close to the possible outcome we could get. But I'm saying, whatever the results, whatever the case, we have made a statement as young Cameroonians all across the world, that we can actually bring the desirable change that is needed. If we start now, just like Daddy Chinge is saying, think about next year. We're already thinking, every other person must have been, a right thinking Cameroonian must have been looking at 2032, because this has given us so much push. This has given us so much, that momentum, that belief in the system once again, that belief in the fact that, yeah, we too, we can do it. So please calm down, okay? Whatever the results, of course, we did our bit. We did our bit.
We tried our
And
best.
and,
Thank you
and
so
we and we're so proud of ourselves as it is. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, Daily. It was amazing and refreshing having you on board.
Thank
And
you so much, Marie.
please, let's have these conversations often,
Oh yes, we should. And you should come to the studio, by the way.
I
We
will.
have the Delhi TV studio in London. You should come here. Come and grace our platform.
Yes.
Let's do our chit chat, man. Let's keep politics aside.
Yes,
And just chit
yes, I
chat.
will come. I will
All
come. I will
right.
come with the babies. And you.
Oh yes, come with the big. Come with my very good friend and the
Yes,
babies.
I know. Thank you so much, Daily, and
I
God bless
do.
you.
I do
Thank
appreciate you, sister. You take care and
you. So
fingers
bye.
crossed. Fingers crossed.
Yes,
We're waiting. We're waiting. Shout
yes,
out
we
to
are
every
waiting.
Cameroonian listening to me, every delicious man. The clock is ticking. We're waiting. And God
And
bless
you
Cameroon.
just said the clock is ticking. I think we had Jojeka here. I don't know where he's gone to, but we want to have him again. Thank you so much, Daily, and speak to you very soon. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mimi. Thank you. God bless. Please kick me off the studio because I'm not sure how to get.
Okay. So everyone, thank you for your attention. That moment is now when the votes are being counted in some cities. We have Jojeka in Boya. Hello, Dan. How are you? What is the latest? What is the latest?
They seem to be having a bit of internet issue.
Yes, but we can hear you. We can hear you actually. Hello. Do we have any other correspondent who is ready? We are having a lot of informations coming in, but we cannot confirm yet until we hear from a correspondent on the ground, because we want to give Cameroonians, but the factual information, we cannot just go announcing to thousands of people watching us when we are not sure yet exactly what is happening. But we are not getting positive news from the ground. Hello, is it
Can you be able?
Okay, so we can see that it keeps freezing. Maybe the correspondents will have to start avoiding the videos so that it can be better than what we are seeing now. We just want to start having the updates from the ground to know what is happening in the different polling stations in Cameroon. Please bear with me. We have to look for other strategies to talk to the people. But there's some videos also that we would want to just play so that Cameroonians can watch.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mimi. Good afternoon to you guys in the studio. I am Theodore Mengot Ebango. I am reporting right from Jean Jaurès Nursery Primary School here in Yaoundé, precisely in Yaoundé 6 subdivision. I think I was here as early as 7:00 a.m. and the voting started at exactly 8:00 a.m. and I was the first person to cast my vote in my own ballot box. And shortly after that, a lot of people started coming in, and right now some are just coming back from church, from their various denominations where they went to worship. And you can see behind me there are a huge there is a queue of line, a queue that people are still struggling to cast their vote. And this time around, I think Cameroonians are really desperate for a change. But beside that, we have gotten some little complication here as regarding the election. There are some people that their names have been erased from the electoral system, whereas they have their voters' cards, and there are some that they can't even find their names. There Mr. Fu, who has been voting with his electoral card for years. He came this time around on his number. He couldn't find his name. He saw but a lady's picture on the number, and when we tried to go online with the head of the Elecam official here, he went on to Google it to see if we can find his name in the system. His name was no longer in the system. So we don't know what really is happening. What is really happening with the system? Is it some kind of fraud? We don't know. And I myself, on my voter's cards, my number there is 196, but on the list there is 195. It means there are a lot of mix-up. So we don't know if it is a planned act or what. We can't tell. But all we know is since morning I've tried to gather about 10 volunteers who are ready to work alongside with me so that we make sure we have a fair election today. Fair elections today. So as I'm talking right now, I have about 10 Cameroonians who are ready to do voluntary observation alongside with me so that we have a genuine result this evening from our own polling station. So I think we are going to stay here till midnight, whatever time they will decide to start counting the vote. We are going to stay here. And one thing I want to assure you is that before we started voting, they made sure the Elecam officials made sure they turned the boxes upside down, and we made sure there was no single envelope inside. So I think this is a time for change. Thank you guys very much. I am reporting from Yaoundé. I'm Theodore Mengot Ebango.
Thank you so much, Theodore. It's been a great pleasure having you from that end, Mimi Mefo. I was telling you a while ago that you need some rest.
Yes.
Because I've just taken 2 hours.
So thank you. Yes, thank you for coming. A lot is coming in because the correspondents have decided to send videos or call directly. So I would, with the technical team, would coordinate from the background to see how to have them. But I don't know if we have any. What is the latest? You've probably gathered a lot of information so far because we are very careful what to say. We have nearly 20,000 people watching, so you have to be careful what kind of information you give out there. So Hanson, what is the latest from your end?
So I just got some videos. That Issa Chiruma Bakari was surrounded in his vehicle by gendarmes for several minutes. Then when the gendarmes feared the crowd, because I sent you the two videos, you will see that the first one was a local who was reporting that Issa Chiruma Bakari was surrounded and that they were about taking him to somewhere. And in the second video, you will see where his vehicle is passing on top speed, and bikers surrounded the vehicle and going with him to somewhere which a person in the background says that they are taking him to a safe location, and it is alleged that he was almost taken away by gendarmes. You see that the situation in the north regional capital, Garwa, is actually a bit tense now. People have come out in their numbers and they are on the streets, and they are just waiting for the slightest opportunity to do, I don't know what to do, but we definitely should keep our eye in Garwa, because right now the information I got was that Chiruma Bakari was somehow surrounded. But then a few minutes later, I got another video and people shouting "Ile Libere," and he was going to a destination safer for him. Right now, our reporter has not yet confirmed that information, even though we have videos. So, like you said, we need to be careful with what we are declaring. That is why we put it in alleged and Romo, that it has been Romo that he was almost arrested. We know that prior to this, there were some promises made by the Minister of Territorial Administration, who said that the person who is planning to proclaim himself the winner should know that his door is not auto-immune to bullets. Or he said auto-blendé, if I want to put it in that French appellation. And so everything is possible as far as that declaration was concerned. And we have many people who are entering the studio, Mimi Mefo. We'll try to look at who is ready right now to talk as we continue to broadcast this. And there is tension in Boya. According to what we are seeing right now. Do we have the Boya report?
We are having a tense situation here at GS Wokoko here in Boya, because the voters are actually demanding that the counting should be done in the open. However, election commissioners from Elekam, they are actually maintaining that the counting should be done right inside. Just look across there, you can be able to see that these are people, they are agitating and they're having confrontation with policemen. And just from that unit, this is actually a center, and then you go right behind me here. You see it is almost the same commission, and we can see in one of the doors there a police officer is actually blocking, because in order to prevent people from entering, and it shows that there are already other people who are inside. They want to see exactly what is happening. And like in other polling centers where we have been moving and reporting, it is actually a call for change. They want to be part of the history that is making place in Cameroon now. And just as you are seeing, I think that is almost the same scenario that we are seeing in almost across the polling centers in Buya.
Des images qui viennent de Boya, la tension qui monte à Boya, Sandrine. Il faut dire que la tension monte à Boya, comme aussi à Garwa, la capitale de la région.
Yeah, je pense que j'ai un peu du mal à capter ce que le reporter voulait dire. Est-ce qu'il voulait dire comme like open space, like in front of everyone, or what?
Yeah, like outside.
Outside, but I think the voting just like outside. I think the counting just supposed to be like open to anyone, but not just being a like open space. Maybe they might have misunderstanding from what I know.
So the counting process in Boya, as you can see there in Boya, where people are were calling on Elecam to count the vote in an open space outside. These are some of the do's and the don'ts that we told our readers not to do. In some cases, voting, the counting of the votes cannot be done in that kind of open space in which they wanted it to be done, like what Sandrine said.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be just a matter of culture to know what is supposed to be done and where. So when we say that the counting should be open to anyone, it's not supposed to be in an open space. So it should remain that polling station. Yeah, polling station only. So you are able to join if you want to, but it's not like they need to go to the field and do that. But how? Doesn't make sense. Like if you have to pull maybe 15 polling station in the open field, I think that maybe some people doesn't understand what does it mean. And then that's another point of the election, is that everyone is talking about, but people doesn't actually know what is exactly supposed to be done, when, where, and what are the texts. Yeah.
Yeah. We're having information from Ben in Switzerland that Issa Chiruma Bakare in Ben had 60, Paul Biya 43, Cabral Libi 11. The others, we have Iodi who had 1 vote, and the others shared 0. We have Jacques 0. So we have only Iodi who had 1, the others 0. Issa Chiruma 60 and Paul Biya 43 in the capital of Switzerland.
Is that Switzerland, you said?
Yes.
OK, ça veut dire en Suisse, en ce moment, selon les premiers résultats qui sont sortis juste des votes, en Suisse, je suppose qu'il y a un seul bureau de vote, si je suis correcte, parce qu'au Canada, c'est juste un seul bureau de vote. Alors, dans ce bureau de vote-là, spécialement celui de la Suisse, Monsieur Issa Chiroma a récolté un peu plus de 60% de votes contre 43% pour M. Paul Biya et ensuite Cabral Libi. Je pense que c'est bien ça.
Sorry, we are multitasking.
I know. No, I understand. So yeah. No, so don't be afraid. I understand. And then here in Canada, still voting. I just hear from the stream of it now.
So this image is coming from Boya, I presume.
Okay, where's this one happening?
The style of the construction of primary schools.
And this is Boya.
I think the volume is a bit quite faintly there.
Yeah, I think this is a great video so that people can see it's not just supposed to be like in an open space on the field. This is actually what is supposed to be done, like just a polling station, and then they have just to count all the votes. And then this is so amazing so that people like even around the world can watch and see what happened when it's 6 p.m. like after the voting is done.
So this is Boya you're watching on the screen.
This is Boya. I think that maybe we might have
having an interesting situation where people have decided that they will not go home until they actually see who the winner of this election is. This is one of the polling units here in Wokoko, GS Wokoko Buya, and you can see the people just with their phones counting.
We are just from one of the units there where Issa Chiroma has just been declared winner, and you could see the people shouting Issa Chiroma, and then the moment came when the ballot of the CPDM was raised, and the people, oh, it's really an interesting situation here, as you can see just behind.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Ça, c'est justement à Buea, où effectivement, le décompte a commencé depuis environ 15 minutes maintenant. Et là, on avait une situation juste à Buea, dans la ville ou bien dans le bureau de vote de Wokoko, où le reporter de Mimi Mefo Info affirme justement que dans l'un des bureaux de vote, dans un bureau de vote, je précise, Monsieur Issa Chiroma Bakari devançait déjà Monsieur Paul Biya et ses autres challengers. Donc, je pense qu'on va attendre pour voir ce qui se passe dans d'autres parties du pays, que ce soit à Garoua, Buea, Douala, à Fumban, Sibrandi encore, et même ailleurs, pour voir comment l'ambiance est de ce côté-là. Et c'est, je pense, une fois très intéressant ensemble de voir que les populations commencent à comprendre comment est-ce que le processus électoral fonctionne. Et c'est justement ce que beaucoup d'hommes politiques et d'acteurs politiques demandaient, que les gens soient capables non seulement de voter, mais aussi d'être capables d'être là pour protéger leur vote. Et protéger leur vote, effectivement, signifie aller dans le bureau de vote où l'on a voté pendant le décompte des voix dès 18 heures pour voir exactement ce qui est fait. Et ils pourraient prendre des captures, être témoins de ce qui se passe, parce que demain, c'est un procès verbal qui est écrit. Alors, tous ceux qui sont dans la salle devraient pouvoir avoir les mêmes chiffres et à tous les mêmes endroits.
Yeah, exactly. A guest who came earlier, Mr. Ari Obensin, said that where the opposition doesn't have a representative, the people have to act as the representative. They have to film the process, take pictures, and send to the media or to other observers. And the picture you're watching right now is from Bern in Swiss. That's the capital of Switzerland. We read to you the scores a while ago. Comme tu peux voir, il y a 60 pour Issa Chiroma Bakari et 43 pour le candidat Paul Biya.
OK, absolument. Alors, il y a eu 348, si je dis bien, inscrits, mais il y a eu 117 votants. Et puis, il y a un taux d'abstention de 64%, ce qui est assez énorme quand même. Ça, c'est beaucoup d'abstention. Mais pour ceux qui ont voté, pour ceux qui sont capables de le voir à l'écran, on a dans les décomptes qui ont été faits, 60% pas 60%, 60 voix sur les 117 ont été accordées à Monsieur Issa Chiroma Bakari, 43 voix pour Monsieur Paul Biya. Ensuite, on a Cabral Libi avec 11 voix. Et Yodi Iram Samuel qui s'en sort avec une seule voix. Et puis le reste des candidats qui étaient en liste, 0 voix. Donc, ce qu'on pourrait juste, et je pense que c'est très beau de voir ça, qu'on pourrait avoir un décompte qui a été fait à partir du nombre d'inscrits et puis les nombres de votants et puis le taux de participation qui est juste environ de 35%. Honnêtement, c'est pas assez. On parlait ce matin avec, ou cette journée avec Eric Tinge et d'autres acteurs politiques, Michel Doki entre autres, du fait que jusqu'à 14h ou 15h, il y en a qui ne s'étaient pas encore présentés dans les bureaux de vote. Et bien, si on veut le changement, ça commence par là. En tant que citoyen, c'est de s'enregistrer, mais c'est aussi d'aller voter. Mais je pense que le taux d'abstention de 60, plus de 60% quand même, je pense que c'est trop. Mais on a au moins des résultats. Et je pense que ce serait correct si on a des résultats partout, de cette façon, de façon claire. Et je pense qu'à la fin, tout le monde pourra se faire une opinion de qui a gagné, qui est vainqueur, qui a eu quel pourcentage ou pas.
Okay, yeah, exactly. And we're having one coming from Holland, le Pays-Bas, with Issa Chiroma having 25, Cabral Libi coming with 13, and Paul Biya coming with 2, with 11, rather. EOD coming with 2, and others have 0. So that's the latest coming from Holland. Mimi Mefo, you have it at the back end in your inbox. Result from Holland. We're having several of these results.
I think Holland is Poland in French.
Holland.
Oh, Holland. Okay, okay. Pays-Bas. Yes, Holland. Okay.
Yeah. So the results are coming in, especially from the diaspora. So far, Sandrine Nyamga, on voit que le candidat Issa Chiruma Bakary est en tête.
Jusqu'ici, dans les résultats, oui, dans les résultats que l'on a pu avoir de certains bureaux de vote, oui, Issa Chiruma Bakary en tête des votes pour le moment. Et je pense qu'on devrait être circonspect et attendre d'avoir peut-être un peu plus de tendance dans l'extrême nord du pays, j'allais dire dans la partie nord du pays, et aussi dans le littoral et dans le centre, et probablement dans le sud, qui pourrait permettre de commencer à penser de véritables tendances. Parce qu'on sait très bien que le concentré de l'électorat au Cameroun va se retrouver dans environ 4 régions du pays. Et si on arrive à avoir de chiffres à partir de là, peut-être on pourrait se prononcer sur les tendances. Mais de ce qu'on a vu à Buya il y a un instant, à Woroko, ça c'est dans le sud-ouest, de ce que l'on voit dans la diaspora, où on a parlé de la Hollande et puis on a parlé également je pense qu'on est en train d'avoir les résultats des Pays-Bas. Si je me trompe, je pense que c'est cela que Mimi...
Oui,
okay.
C'est ça.
D'accord, ok, je pense que c'est un peu difficile pour moi de voir, mais je pense que j'arrive à voir que Monsieur Paul Biya s'en est sorti avec 11 voix sur les 52 votants qu'il y a eu. Ensuite, on a Monsieur Issa Chiruma Bakary a pris de l'avance avec 25 voix. Cabral Libya en a eu 13. Donc, et puis pour Biya 11. Et puis on a, je pense, Monsieur Ateki qui s'en sort avec 2 voix. Bien. Je pense que j'arrive à voir de cette façon-là. Bien. Alors, je pense qu'on a Gilles. Où se trouve Gilles en ce moment? Et on pourrait avoir comme le décompte en temps réel dans ce bureau de vote.
So you can get results. Results are being counted, then you can't stay the whole night. Because we have several other polling stations, and we have our agents, our reporters, and other agents who are lit out everywhere. That's why we bring you results in real time. Sandrine Yamga, we bring in results in real time, and that's just why we are here. We shall be bringing some other people who come to maybe talk so far as the diaspora result is concerned. I would have loved Senior Eric Chinje to come on and comment on how the result from the diaspora has been, and to say if this the diaspora is really tired of this regime, if that is the same feeling that he has been in the diaspora for a very long time, if that's the same feeling he had. As far as this is concerned, are the diaspora speaking his mind? I would have loved Senior Eric Chinje to come up. Maybe he will be coming up later. Sandrine Yamga.
Yeah, je suis totalement d'accord avec toi et je pense que ça peut se comprendre que l'on en soit là lorsqu'on se trouve à l'extérieur du pays, parce que plus on est dans l'extérieur du pays et la seule question que l'on a en tête, c'est qu'est-ce qui nous manque pour avoir, j'allais dire, 1/10 de ce qui se passe ailleurs. Et le 1/10, c'est pas de grandes choses, c'est juste des routes, c'est juste de l'eau, c'est juste de l'électricité. Pas forcément avoir de belles assurances santé que tout le monde n'a forcément pas lorsqu'on se retrouve en Europe, pas forcément d'avoir une grande maison, de grosses voitures, non. Mais je pense que tout ce dont l'on a parfois besoin, c'est d'avoir le minimum. Ça veut dire juste avoir des routes pour aller d'un point à l'autre, être sûr qu'on peut avoir des documents qui sont signés le jour même. Lorsqu'on parle de décentralisation, c'est frustrant lorsqu'on se retrouve hors du pays et que tu as besoin d'un document ou bien d'aider quelqu'un à avoir un document, que la personne doit passer 2 jours juste dans le bureau de la sous-préfecture. C'est incroyable à se dire qu'on passe beaucoup de temps sur des choses qui devraient être des détails. Et je pense que ce sont des petites choses qui peuvent pousser des personnes qui se trouvent dans la diaspora à se dire « c'en est trop » de vivre ce genre de situation pendant des années, pendant des décennies, pendant un peu plus de 40 ans. C'est quand même trop sans qu'on ait l'impression d'avoir bougé, d'avoir avancé et de se hisser même au niveau des pays qui sont tout autour du Cameroun. Donc, c'est une frustration qui, pour moi, est normale et tout à fait compréhensible, et on ne pourrait pas reprocher à la diaspora de se dire, si on a la chance de pouvoir changer le cours des choses, qu'on puisse le changer. Parce que là, je n'aborde même pas la question de la double nationalité ou de quelque chose d'autre qui peuvent être des questions beaucoup plus sensibles, beaucoup plus difficiles, mais juste le minimum. Être capable de pouvoir parler à ses proches au pays parce qu'ils ont une connexion Internet. Je pense que c'est tout ce dont on aspire à avoir lorsqu'on se retrouve à l'extérieur du pays.
And we bring in Bernard Ngalim. Bernard Ngalim, if you've been covering this election widely. If you look at the results that are coming in now, they are tentative results from the diaspora. You will see that Issa Chiruma Bakari is leading in terms of the tentative result from the diaspora. Sandrine Yamga was saying those who go out know better. When they compare the two countries where they are and Cameroon, they know better who is doing what. Do you think this result from the diaspora could also be a replica of what would be in Cameroon so far?
Hanson and Sandrine, thank you so much for having me on this platform. You guys have been doing a terrific job since the big debate that I watched with a lot of admiration. Hands up to you, Mimi Mefo, Neru Chinja, and all the rest who worked on this. Yes, I totally agree with Sandrine's impressions. What is happening in Cameroon is what is happening in diaspora is a direct reply to why Cameroonians leave Cameroon to live in the diaspora, because they have difficult conditions back home, so they move abroad to have a better life. Nobody leaves Cameroon because they are fed up with a good life in Cameroon. They leave Cameroon because they want a better life and they see better opportunities outside. And the results are not surprising. Even if the trend is evident, that is what is supposed to be happening in Cameroon. And for the few stations that we have already seen results coming out, we see that Chiruma is also having a lead in almost all the polling stations that have already been counted. You showed a video of Betwa a few minutes ago, and that is a trend. I've received some information from Ngaounderi and from other stations around the country, Marua, Garoua. So that is the situation, and the trend definitely is going to continue because, as you said, I've hosted a lot of dignitaries, or call them elites, or people who know the Cameroonian political landscape in and out on my podcast, and we've discussed this in great detail. And they identify the fact that Cameroonians are anxious for change. Change is not something that is only within the Cameroonian diaspora. It is also reflected with the Cameroonians back home. So I am not going to be surprised that the actual results, show that Chiruma wins, but then the official results could show something else, because official and actual are two different things within our context. But we know that Cameroonians want change, and Maurice Kamto's elimination from the race was a pivotal moment that twisted everything, where Chiruma, who was considered as the political villain of Cameroon, suddenly became a champion. This is not because Chiruma changed in any way. It is simply because Cameroonians were looking for that person who could say no to the current regime. And Cameroonians believed that was Issa Chiruma Bakari. When I hosted, I think that is Becky Enongchong, she was very clear to me that Cameroonians are looking for someone who is going to bring that change that they need. Cameroon is not looking for a leader. Cameroon is not looking for somebody who is going to make Cameroon better for now. We are looking for that person who is going to bring the change. And that echoes the words of the Bishop of Yagua when he said, even if it's the devil, we just need that change for the moment. Everything is going to be adjusted later on. And I was surprised when I heard Eric Chinja on the platform, and Eric Chinja actually told me that Chiruma is a very humble somebody. Chiruma is a committed somebody, and he believes that Chiruma is going to live to the commitments of the Union for Change 2025 as they agreed on their platform, a transitional government, constitutional amendment, national dialogue to ease the tensions and revive the country. And I think Cameroonians are not oblivious to this. Cameroonians are listening, Cameroonians are seeing, and Cameroonians are believing that change is possible. They believe change is possible through the ballot box. For those who are voting, they have already voted. For those who are commenting, they are commenting, all with the anxiety and with the determination that change is going to come. And they hope that change is going to come. Definitely, we are trending towards that side. One thing I wanted to talk about is a friend who is observing the results of the elections in Yaoundé. He sent this worrisome information, which is putting the credibility of the elections itself into doubt. He said, give me a second, let me pull that. So he said he is observing the elections at École Publique des Sources, and out of 234 registered voters who are supposed to have voted in that station, only 85 voted. So if only 85 are voting out of 234, it means there is a problem. if people decide to go vote or to go register to vote, and on the day of the vote, they don't vote, we need to ask ourselves if it is the person who registered to vote that has refused to vote, or if there are people registered on the electoral list that are not existent and cannot vote on that particular day. And I'll go for the second hypothesis. The reason is the electoral register has not been published. No one knows the exact content of the electoral register. Despite Emerson and Maurice Kam to go into the Constitutional Council to tell them to order Elecam to publish the electoral list, the Constitutional Council rejected the request, refused to order Elecam to publish the electoral list as required by law. Article 80 is very clear on this. But now we are seeing a huge discrepancy between the registered voters and the actual voters. Is the problem the voter, or is the problem the electoral register? Again, I'll go for the second hypothesis.
Hey. Bien, Bernard, j'ai juste une question pour toi. I don't know, can I say it in French and English?
Allez-y.
It's French, okay?
Yep.
OK. Alors, tu parlais justement des taux d'abstention, et je pense que c'est la remarque que je faisais il y a quelques instants aussi. C'est à se demander, mais si on veut du changement, comment est-ce qu'on peut expliquer les taux d'abstention aujourd'hui? Il y a eu un bureau de vote où on parlait tout à l'heure de plus de 100 personnes qui se sont inscrites, mais il y a eu un taux d'abstention de plus de 60%, ce qui est énorme lorsqu'on veut parler de changement. Alors, est-ce que aujourd'hui, ceux qui votent, est-ce qu'on pourrait se dire, c'est ceux effectivement qui pensent, qui se disent qu'il faut le changement, ou alors est-ce que ceux qui ne votent pas, c'est ceux qui se disent, tant qu'à faire, les dés sont jetés, puis on fera avec ce qu'il y a? Comment est-ce qu'on peut expliquer, au-delà des deux hypothèses que tu as évoquées, comment est-ce qu'on pourrait comprendre cette attitude des Camerounais? Parce qu'en culture démocratique, le vote est une partie essentielle. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on n'arrive pas à entrer dans ce jeu ou bien dans cette culture démocratique-là?
Bien que je n'ai pas prévu la troisième hypothèse, il faut que je développe ça tout de suite. Peut-être les Camerounais, certains Camerounais se disent que le vote ne sert à rien. Peut-être. Et effectivement, si certains Camerounais disent que le vote ne sert à rien, c'est parce qu'ils ont vu comment on a géré les votes dans le passé. Est-ce que l'ECAM, est-ce que le Conseil constitutionnel ont pris le temps de proclamer les résultats que les Camerounais voyaient, que les Camerounais ressentaient dans les urnes? Je ne pense pas. Donc, si les Camerounais se sentent abandonnés, la faute ne revient pas aux Camerounais, la faute revient à ceux qui organisent les élections. Et en tant qu'observateur, tout ce que je peux dire, c'est qu'il y a le travail à faire. Et on est à la recherche du bon diable. Et si on n'arrive pas à trouver le bon diable en 2025, on aura affaire dans l'avenir. Mais si on arrive à trouver le bon diable en 2025, je pense que le problème sera résolu à, disons, 95%.
Yeah, je pense que tu as discuté avec Rebecca et non, je pense qu'elle penserait comme moi. Je pense surtout que c'est un problème de digitalisation. Si tout le monde est capable d'avoir Internet et d'aller se faire enregistrer, je pense que ne serait-ce qu'au niveau de l'inscription, on verra que beaucoup de choses ont changé. Et effectivement, maybe il y a peut-être des personnes qui se disent, OK, je ne suis même pas sûre que mon nom se retrouve encore dans la liste et puis ils ne vont pas voter. C'est aussi une autre hypothèse qu'il faut prendre en compte. Et cela revient donc à se dire que la diaspora peut-être pense à ce genre de choses, donc juste des problèmes de digitalisation, avoir une connexion Internet qui permet de se faire enregistrer pour les élections, une connexion Internet qui permet même de procéder à des votes, parce que c'est possible de voter en ligne lorsqu'on peut le faire, et puis pouvoir avoir les résultats le plus rapidement possible. Yeah.
Tout à fait, you're very right. It's easy to digitalize these things, and especially with blockchain technology now, it's very easy to ensure that one person votes and you cannot repeat your vote, you know. But the first thing we need to do is to have an honest audit of the current electoral system. Because for Cameroonians to believe in the electoral system, for Cameroonians to believe that their vote can bring that change, we need to have a certain degree of transparency, you know. A few weeks ago, I wrote an opinion piece about the need for a multi-stakeholder management of the electoral database. If all political parties and stakeholders have access to the raw data on the electoral database, they would be able to know. I was watching a video where one gentleman in Yaoundé went to vote, and he saw that his name was already checked as voted. How on earth could that happen? You know, once you have the the biometric voters register. For that to be effective, you need to have the biometric voter verification when you come to vote. Either you verify with your fingerprint, or you verify with some other instrument, or with your card, or with your face. But you register with a colored image, and on the voters list that is posted at the voter station, the image is black and white. Okay, I don't know. Some people may misread your images, but just the fact that you do not verify the voter at the voting station, it creates doubt in the minds of people. But I totally agree with those who say just register and try to vote. There have been many difficulties over the years, but let's keep on going. Let's keep on pushing. Let's push to the limits. Let's push to the limits, because I think if there was internet in Cameroon today on this election day, it's because Cameroonians have spoken loud and clear that they fear that on elections day there's not going to be internet. Beginning 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock Cameroon time, people started complaining about weak internet connection. You know, that is, if they kept it throughout the days, because Cameroonians have spoken loud and clear about it. And international organizations like Access Now are also talking about it. But what is going to happen between 6 till the end of the day and tomorrow, where we expect all the data to be uploaded into the various platforms that are collecting raw data to manage? So those are the things that we are working on. But it doesn't end now. The defense of the vote, the protection of the vote carries on. And I was very impressed with Chiruma's statement. He said he's going to defend this. If you think you can send soldiers to frighten him, he's not going to be weak in front of you. He's going to defend his vote. And that is a message that Cameroonians should have. I heard Hansen talking about the population protecting Chiruma in the north. That is what we want to see. That is what we want to see. Just be ready to protect the vote, because Atanganji has spent all his time threatening everybody who is not of his own school of thought. That is wrong. Most of my guests have called him a brute, a bully, because he does not believe in the protection of, he does not believe in democracy. He does not believe in people's opinions. He does not believe in people doing what they want to do. And I'm very happy that Chiruma actually stood firm and said, you would only get to me if you want to. And if you want to get to me, you come over to try to get me. And the population has actually put that first wall that guarantees the rest of the country that they just need to support the population of Garoua to protect Chiruma and protect
Thank
the
you.
that they
Thank you very much, Bernard. We have results that are coming in from left to right. Mimimefo, if you are ready with the results, just be putting them on the screen so we can see. Sandrine Yamga, il y a un bon nombre de résultats qui vient. This one is coming from Wokoko. It's coming from Wokoko, GS Wokoko in Boya, where total vote was 69 and FSNC had 65. A whooping victory there for Issa Chiruma Bakari.
Okay. Bien, je pense qu'il y a d'autres résultats qui arrivent et je pense il y a, je peux juste voir, je n'arrive pas à voir le nombre d'inscrits et le nombre de votants, mais je peux juste voir des comptes juste de façon sur juste le tableau.
I need to be able to step away from this noise before I can be able to hear you.
So there's also, I got result from Geneva, where is the
I
fear
think we
for
have
yes, Jessica
Iboya.
is joining from
Okay.
Boya, please. Yes.
How is the situation in Boya this night or this evening, Jessica? Are you with us? Is there any update you can give us and our readers and our people who are watching? What's the situation in Boya? We've seen partial result coming from Boya, from at least 3 polling stations showing Issa Chiruma Bakari leading. What can you say wherever you are? What are you seeing and what have you heard?
Yeah, you might have like some connection issues over there, and then it's already night. And then I think that at this point, we might have maybe done with some counting in some polling station or unit at this point, because already like 15 minutes after 6. So and then it's starting to be super dark, and then that's the point that's so difficult in Cameroon,
when people they don't have like lights and stuff to
Judika,
make
can
sure
you
that
hear
they,
us?
yeah.
Yeah.
Hello,
So
Sandrine.
I was talking a
Hello,
while ago
Yes,
about
please, just go ahead
Geneva
and tell us what the
with
updates
600
are in
and
Buea.
376
Can hear me very well
registers,
now.
199
Yes,
voted.
Yes,
Paul
yes,
Biya
we
Julia,
had
you
can
can go
hear
ahead.
you.
100. Paul Biya had, okay,
Okay.
Edmund, Jessica.
Yes.
Yes, go on. What's happening? What are you seeing? What have you heard so far?
Okay, I'm just here at the Wokoko Center here in Buea, where voting has just been counted, concluded, and the votes have been counted already. I can tell you that it was quite a tense situation here because the people demanded that voting took place actually in the primary school, so people were voting inside. But at the time of counting, many people demanded that they should remove the boxes in the open just outside the premises of the school so that they can count with everybody seeing. However, that was rejected by the officials of Elekam. The people stormed into the various classrooms that represent the various units and ensured that everything was counted. And I could tell you how they were doing the thing. One ballot was being raised. Each time a ballot is raised, they call the name of the ballot. And we have seen some of the images I've sent indicating how the people have voted here. I think of all the we have A, B, C, D, E polling units here in Wokoko. It shows that Mr. Chiroma was able to win in all of those units. You can even hear just behind me here the people shouting, agitating, and they are saying that they really need to witness change in this country. That I even heard one person just saying that they are tired of having one person in place for more than 42 years. So I can understand what the yearning from the voters here. They stayed here. I voted in this particular center in the morning, and the population was a bit timid, but I and realize that so many people came and actually registered, and you can see the population is so much, though but the population is so much here, ensuring that what has been counted actually goes into the registers of Elekam. I even witnessed a situation where they were able to compel the election officials to sign the results in front of them. Couldn't get what the justification from Elekam people, but you could see that the people were really anxious. They want to ensure that everything is protected. And here they are not leaving despite the counting, because they want to ensure that aside from the tallies that we have seen on the blackboard, everything is being transmitted into the papers, so that they should represent what their decision that they have taken here is all about.
Thanks very much, Jessica. We shall be getting back to you. Meanwhile, we have a litany of results that are already with us. If the backstage can bring us South Africa, we have another result that's coming from the diaspora. The South African results. Rather okay.
The man, no hurry, that thing, no hurry, no hurry, no hurry. Ah, Jojo.
Don't write down.
Yes. Oh, mommy. See what? You have to close.
I don't put it. No, put it.
Pay attention, you know the follow people in the shout. Write them.
Yes, I'm with you.
That
Okay.
was Boya, the ambience from Boya. Always interesting to have such a scenario. We have quite a good number of the results that have been coming in. I was talking a while ago about South Africa. We know that Chiruma won in South Africa. I'm going straight to the results from that end. And several other results that have been coming in Sandrine Yamga. We have Chiruma who beat Paul Biya in South Africa. He had 33, Paul Biya had 17, and Bello Buba Maigari won. And in other places like Geneva, I was talking a while ago about Geneva, where Paul Biya won in Geneva with 100 votes in Geneva. Just quickly to see the
You
results.
said Geneva, right? Is it in Switzerland?
Yeah, in
Okay.
Switzerland. Yeah, in Switzerland. You know, there was Bern. The first result we read from Switzerland was from the capital Bern,
Okay.
where Chiruma won there. Now in Geneva, which is kind of a diplomatic capital of Switzerland, Paul Biya won there with 100 votes, and Chiruma had 78 votes, and the FDC of EOD 2, Cabral Libi 13. We have UDC 1, SDF 1, and invalid votes 4.
Bien, ok, là, c'était dans les résultats de la Suisse. Et je pense qu'on parle déjà de 2 bureaux de vote, un qui est à Berne et un autre qui se retrouve dans la ville de Genève. Et dans la ville de Berne, les résultats qui sont à notre disposition indiquent que le vainqueur, ou bien celui qui est le devancier, c'est M. Issa Chiroma Bakari, et du côté de Genève, c'est M. Paul Biya.
Exact. Exact.
Hey. Alors, et juste avant, je pense qu'on va avoir une autre vidéo qui va arriver dans un court instant.
FSNC. Calmez-vous, dis-moi. FSNC. 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 RDPC.
Ok, je pense qu'on va probablement y revenir sur ce bureau de vote. J'ai vraiment du mal à me rappeler où est-ce que ça se trouve. Est-ce que tu as une idée, Anton? Je pense que Mimi l'a dit, mais je n'arrive pas à me souvenir. Ok, bien. De toutes les façons, je pense que c'est assez intéressant de voir tous ces décomptes qui se passent autour de nos villes au Cameroun. OK, parfait. Ça veut dire au collège de Mendon, je pense que c'est ça, à
Ouais,
Yaoundé,
Government
ou
Bilingual
au
High School
lycée.
Mendon in
So,
Yaoundé.
honestly, I can exactly remember what's in French, like government bilingual high school. Is it college or lycée?
Yeah, high school, école bilingue.
De Mendon. So I'm just wondering, like high school should be like the lycée bilingue de Mendon. Yeah.
Oh, lycée bilingue, ouais, exact.
Yeah, lycée bilingue, lycée bilingue de Mendon, c'est à Yaoundé, où les élections sont terminées, où on a vu des images du décompte qui s'y passe. Et je pense qu'au fur et à mesure que les minutes s'égrènent, que les minutes s'écoulent, je pense qu'on aura un peu plus de tendance, un peu plus de résultats. Il est exactement 19 heures. Et juste pour rappeler à ceux qui nous suivent que le processus n'est pas encore terminé. Une fois que les décomptes sont faits dans les bureaux de vote, alors ces résultats sont compilés et vont être tous centralisés du côté de la base départementale d'Election Cameroun. Si mes souvenirs sont bons, ça veut dire que tous ceux qui sont à Douala vont se retrouver au département du Vouri. Et c'est ainsi que le cheminement va se passer jusqu'à ce que tous les résultats soient compilés au niveau national. Ça veut dire pour tous les 31 000 bureaux de vote. Donc, ce n'est pas encore fini. On est juste à la première étape. Il y a eu des décomptes. C'est vrai, c'est déjà excellent que les gens puissent être capables de pouvoir noter ce qu'ils ont vu, car plus tard, peut-être que cela leur servirait de pouvoir absolument défendre leur vote. Donc, il y a encore du chemin à parcourir et on espère que ça va être possible, comme pour les représentations diplomatiques, d'avoir vraiment des résultats dans les heures ou plus tard demain pour être vraiment fixé sur les tendances que l'on a ici et là.
Yeah, definitely. We have Japan, the result from Japan with Paul Biya, who won Japan with 10 votes. Issa Chiruma Bakari came second with 5 votes, and Cabral Libi came third with 1 vote. So we're having a major a first victory of Paul Biya out of Cameroon so far in Japan. Remember, he also won in Geneva, but the tally in Geneva and Bern will be put together in no distant time. So as the results come in, we send in to you as they come in, and we are now watching another results tally that is on our board.
Je pense que c'est dans le Fundi à Yaoundé, dans le département du Fundi, et j'essaie de dire autant que je peux. Mais j'essaie juste de me concentrer sur, je pense, les 5 premiers qui sont assez indicateurs pour moi, parce que je vois RDPC, PCRN, FSNC, et à juste essayer de compter, je vois que le PCRN en a eu environ 4 votes, le FSNC, plus de 40, le RDPC 10, oui, 43 exactement pour le FSNC, ça veut dire pour Issa Chiruma Bakari. Le FDC, ça c'est de Iram, 1 voix. Et puis, je pense que c'est ça, RDPC 10, PCN 4, FSNC 43 et puis FDC 1 voix. Je n'ai pas l'impression de voir d'autres voix. Je vois juste le SIF un peu plus bas avec 2 voix. Si ma vision est claire là-dessus, mais je pense que c'est exactement ceci. Alors là, on est dans une école dans le Fundi où M. Issa Chiruma Bakari, dans ce bureau de vote-là, pourrait déclarer vainqueur. Juste dans ce bureau de vote, pas pour toute l'élection, juste pour signaler.
And the results are also coming in from Limbe. Results are coming from Limbe, where Issa Chiruma Bakari won with 52 votes as South Defed Limbe, South Defed B in Limbe 1 subdivision. He also won in GHSB Limbe 151 for Issa Chiruma Bakari. This result will be going into our backstage so that our readers can actually have the results in real time.
Dairo is here.
And Issa Chiruma Bakari won in Sonara.
Est-ce que Amadou Dairo, est-ce qu'il est en ligne?
Dairo, est-ce que vous
êtes... Bonsoir.
Bonsoir, Amadou.
Et bonsoir. Ok, il faut dire que c'est l'effervescence dans la ville de motorisés qui font le tour des villes, même si les forces de l'ordre sont installées partout dans la ville. Mais les premiers résultats que nous obtenons aujourd'hui, avec comme au centre des affaires sociales, là où il se trouve pratiquement 5 bureaux de vote, où au début, il est bien vrai qu'au début, les bulletins du candidat Paul Biya avait d'abord commencé à ce jour où tout le monde était abattu, mais avec le résultat qui va de plus en plus, il s'assurément prendre le devant. Le premier bureau de vote qui a eu 461 votants, où il s'assurément en lui seul sur les 461 à 378, et le reste est partagé entre le RDPC et l'UNDP. Et de même, dans le bureau de vote, bureau B, où on a 742 votants, il s'assurément en lui seul à 583 votants. Donc ça veut dire dans presque tous les 5 bureaux de vote, il s'assurément remporte la majorité. Avec nos confrères qui se trouvent du côté du Maï-Saba, où nous venons aussi d'obtenir ces résultats, c'est Issa Tiroma qui prend toujours le devant. C'est pour vous dire qu'en ce moment, la ville, partout, les gars sont sortis dehors. On voit ceux qui sont couchés même à plat ventre sous le goudron, où les forces de l'ordre n'arrivent même pas à maintenir cette sécurité. Et à l'heure actuelle où nous vous parlons, personne ne connaît là où se trouve Issa Tiroma. Parce qu'après avoir voté, lorsqu'il est retourné chez lui à domicile, où il a trouvé que son domicile était déjà cerné par les forces de défense, où il a préféré encore ressortir pour aller sonner dans les bureaux de vote. Mais quand il n'a pas voulu rentrer, ils ont encerclé sa voiture. C'est là où il y a eu altercation entre les populations et les forces de défense qui ont changé de véhicule de Issa Tiroma et le transporté à une destination inconnue. Donc c'est pour vous dire, en ce moment, Issa Tiroma, personne ne sait là où se trouve Issa Tiroma, qui a été transporté par les militants farouches du FSNC. Mais la ville, il est difficile de maintenir sa sécurité parce qu'on retrouve la gendarmerie, les militaires, les policiers, mais le temps, c'est l'émotion vraiment. La ville, toute la ville jaillisse de joie, c'est l'émotion pour ceux qui ont voulu ce changement.
Merci Amadou Daïro, et on peut sentir vraiment l'émotion dans votre voix et dans ce que vous nous dites. Mais on retient 2-3 choses. Un, c'est que la participation semble être vraiment très haute du côté de la partie nord du pays, où on parle d'un peu plus de 300 votants dans les bureaux que vous avez mentionnés ou dans les stations que vous avez mentionnées. Vous avez également évoqué le fait que Issa Tiroma Bakari n'est pas sur place ne serait pas à son domicile, mais qu'il serait bien entouré des militants du FSNC, qu'il y a une forte mobilisation sécuritaire également de ce côté-là, à l'extrême nord du pays. Et de ce que vous nous avez également rapporté, c'est que le candidat Bello Magari a pu glaner quelques voix, mais pas autant que le candidat Issa Tiroma Bakari ou encore d'autres challengers à cette élection présidentielle. Merci donc pour ce point du côté de Marois. Je pense que c'est intéressant d'avoir des nouvelles de la partie nord du pays. On espère bien évidemment avoir les autres nouvelles de cette partie du Cameroun qui, on le rappelle, a quand même un assez bon électorat où il y a beaucoup de voix qui pourraient s'y retrouver et qu'on pourrait pouvoir compter dessus.
Nous devons retenir un point capital. Avant de vous remettre l'antenne, nous devons retenir un point capital. C'est celui de voir, et c'est du jamais vu, dans la région de l'extrême nord, dans la ville de Maroua, dont je suis originaire de cette ville, c'est du jamais vu où les votants restent sur place, ne rentrent pas, restent jusqu'à attendre les résultats définitifs. Ça, c'est un point capital et c'est du jamais vu.
Merci beaucoup, Amadou Daïou. Merci infiniment. Je suis hyper heureuse de t'entendre et avec la même émotion d'ailleurs. C'est très intéressant de voir ça et de l'apprendre d'ailleurs de ce côté de Maroua. Alors, à l'écran, je pense que ce sont des résultats qui viennent de la Sonara. Ça veut dire c'est un bureau de vote du côté du sud-ouest Cameroun. Et de ce que l'on peut voir également ici,
J'ai un peu du mal avec le nombre de votants, mais je peux voir déjà des résultats que l'on enregistre 44 pour M. Issa Chiroma Bakary. On a 2 pour M. Pierre Kwemo, 17 pour M. Paul Biya, 0 pour le PURS, l'UDC, 3 voix pour le PCRN, 2 voix pour l'UNDP, 1 voix pour l'Univers. Normalement, ça devrait être le candidat à Kirimuna qui, je pense, sera lié à celui de l'UNDP. Voilà. Je pense que ce sont des situations qui arrivent, bien évidemment. Et alors, dans ce bureau de vote, comme on semble le voir dans le sud-ouest, où on a un peu plus de résultats qu'ailleurs, M. Issa Chiroma Bakary semble prendre de l'avance.
All right, thank you very much. That was Sonara. And of course, we are having different results that are coming in from that end. We equally have a result that just came in also. We have results from Mokundi Community B, Limbe Hall. If that is available on the score sheet, we have the SDF with 3, CPDM 11, PAL 0, FSNC 32, PCRN 7, UNTP 1, and the rest have 0. So this is coming from Limbe. There are other results that are coming in as we go ahead. We shall be giving you the details subsequently.
Le candidat parle, il parle en anglais.
Ça va avec qui encore? Attends, il est où? Les autres sont... On a une vidéo parce que ça
nous usufruit la promotion de notre nation. Fatidique pour moi, dès lors qu'il consacre ma volonté à dédier toute mon existence pour la protection et la promotion de notre nation en général et de son peuple en particulier. S'agissant du peuple camerounais, je m'engage également à réveiller en chaque Camerounais la valeur de l'honneur, de dignité, de service, que chaque Camerounais, du tréfonds de son âme, sente la nécessité de se mettre au service de cette très grande et cette belle nation pour qu'elle redevienne ce qu'elle n'aurait jamais dû cesser d'être. Je voudrais également dire une chose. Le Cameroun est un usufruit, c'est-à-dire quelque chose qui appartient à tout le monde, mais n'appartient à personne, ni à quelqu'un, ni à un groupe de gens. Que nous sommes tous des actionnaires à part égale, c'est-à-dire, dans le Cameroun, quel que soit votre être, vous avez les mêmes droits que n'importe qui, compris le président de la République, parce que c'est un usufruit. Je viens d'accomplir mon devoir, celui de pouvoir choisir en toute quiétude, en toute liberté, celui qui aura la lourde responsabilité de présider aux destinées de notre nation. Je viens de l'accomplir avec beaucoup de plaisir, mais beaucoup de gravité et de responsabilité. Cette élection se déroule au moment où toute la nation aspire au changement. Je dis bien, toute la nation aspire au changement. Je voudrais rappeler aux Camerounais que le changement est une construction. Le peuple donc qui veut ce changement doit s'impliquer dans la construction de cette dernière. Alors, un homme politique de renom a dit que dans le cadre d'une élection, quelle que soit sa nature, mais l'élection présidentielle en particulier, ce qui compte le plus, ce n'est pas les gens qui votent, mais les gens qui ont la responsabilité de compter les votes. Il faudrait donc que le Camerounais, qui tienne absolument à ce que le résultat qui doit être prononcé par le Conseil constitutionnel soit le reflet de ce qui sort des urnes, le peuple camerounais dans son ensemble. Parce qu'il tient absolument à ce que les urnes parlent du langage du peuple qui veut le changement. Il faut donc qu'il s'implique également dans la surveillance de ces urnes. Voilà donc en gros ce que je vais dire. Que l'Éternel continue à veiller sur notre nation. Amen. Que continue la paix et la concorde. Amen. Comme vous le savez, je fais l'objet de beaucoup de menaces. La première était venue de la DGRE qui, au nom du président de la République, est venue me menacer à mon domicile. La deuxième, c'est celle qui est partie donc du ministre de l'administration territoriale qui, de manière subliminale, a laissé entendre aux gens qu'il est en mesure de m'arrêter. Mais à tous deux, j'ai dit une seule chose. C'est pas Chiroma qui est problème, c'est le peuple camerounais qui est problème parce que Chiroma se place sous la protection de Dieu et du peuple camerounais. Voilà, donc je suis chez moi, je ne bougerai pas. S'ils ont l'intention de venir me prendre chez moi, je ne bougerai pas. Je suis Chiroma. S'ils ne savent pas ce que c'est qu'être Chiroma, je suis Chiroma.
Issa Chiroma Bakari, who is confirming that he is in his home. He will not leave his home. We've gotten the interview there. And remember, we told you a while ago that he was surrounded by gendarmes who came and almost took him away, and the population had to come to his rescue. And you heard from Dairo that Chiroma has gone to a destination that they don't know. So we will be bringing you some of these details, as we get them, we bring it to you, Sandrine Yamga, because things are happening very fast. We will join our colleague from the Naha.
Je pense qu'on va prendre Brand qui va nous donner, je pense, les dernières nouvelles du côté de Fumban, je pense bien. Et avoir peut-être les premières tendances de ce côté-là et nous dire comment est-ce que le décompte s'est déroulé. Salut Brand. Brand, est-ce que tu nous écoutes?
Bonsoir Sandrine.
Bonsoir à toi. Alors, quelles sont les dernières nouvelles de ce côté-là? Comment est-ce que le décompte s'est passé ou se passe encore? Et quelle est la suite?
Alors, je suis à présent à l'entrée du quartier général de l'Union démocratique du Cameroun. Le décompte finit à peine et vous voyez donc quelques responsables de l'IDC qui font donc leur entrée pour rendre compte du dépouillement dans les premiers bureaux de vote à Madame Damjoya, qui est donc candidat de l'UDC à cette élection. Globalement, d'après ce que nous avons vécu il y a quelques instants dans les bureaux de vote où nous nous sommes rendus, c'est l'UDC qui part en première position. Et curieusement, il y a cette sorte de bousculade entre Issa Chiroma Bakari du FSNC et le président sortant Paul Biya dans la majorité des bureaux de vote du Noun. Ailleurs, hors du Noun, puisqu'il faut le dire, c'est serré parfois entre Issa Chiroma Bakari, Paul Biya du RDPC et bien d'autres candidats qui viennent largement en arrière. Voilà de manière globale ce qui ressort des bureaux de vote que nous avons parcourus dans quelques localités de la région de l'Ouest et dans le Noun particulièrement où nous nous trouvons. tout va sans dire puisque nous n'avons pas l'intention d'avoir parcouru les 697 bureaux de vote que compte ce département, mais de manière large, c'est l'UDC qui va favoriser. La situation n'est pas la même dans les 57 autres départements du pays, ça il faut le dire. Je l'ai dit, dans les 7 autres départements que compte la région de l'Ouest, il y a des bureaux de vote où Issa Chiroma Bakari arrive largement en tête et des bureaux de vote où c'est Paul Biya du RDPC qui domine à l'issue des décomptes effectués. D'une manière globale, les choses se déroulent plutôt dans le calme, même si cet après-midi, je le disais tout à l'heure, il y a eu cette scène d'un bureau de vote qui se trouvait dans un domicile privé. Finalement, après moult interventions, y compris avec les membres, un membre du conseil électoral, finalement, le bureau de vote a pu être déporté pour l'école catholique Saint-Joseph de Fumban. Voilà l'incident majeur qu'il y a eu cet après-midi, mais finalement, tout est rentré dans l'ordre. Et tout à l'heure, juste avant que nous ne rejoignions votre communauté, il y a eu ces jeunes qui ont débuté avec des lumières, des torches et bien d'autres encore, à faire le tour de la ville de Fumban pour célébrer la forte domination du candidat Patricia Tomanon Damjoya dans ce département du Cameroun.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. And so definitely, Patricia is leading in her own fief. So far, the security situation. Have you been able to come around and see how security is being taken care of?
Oui, vous savez que nous sommes principalement à Yaoundé et nous avons suffisamment d'informations qui nous remontent au niveau de notre rédaction centrale. Et du côté de Yaoundé, la situation est globalement sous contrôle. Tout est calme, même s'il y a quand même l'effet Chiroma qui domine, ça il faut le dire, dans plusieurs bureaux de vote. Il y a quelques instants, nous étions en direct dans d'autres bureaux de vote, notamment dans le 6e arrondissement de Yaoundé. Et de ce côté-là, il y a plusieurs bureaux de vote où Issa Chiroma Bakari arrive en tête. La situation pour le moment est sous contrôle. Les décomptes finissent par bureau de vote et on sait très bien que par la suite, il y aura compilation dans divers centres, puis acheminement au niveau des commissions communales.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Thanks so much for those details. I'm joined by Eric Chinje, who is here. Eric, I know you've been monitoring the results so far. Is this a surprise getting results from the diaspora and the victories so far by Issa Chiroma Bakari? Did this surprise you?
Well, not really. I mean, if anybody's been following what's happened over the last few weeks, I mean, we saw this for once. We saw the tsunami coming. We saw the waves, that were driving Issa Chiroma's campaign. Very, very strong and active. So this is not a surprise. And I think if people had paid attention about the demand for change in Cameroon over the last few months, if anybody had paid attention, you'd have seen that the outcomes, what we are seeing now, would not have surprised anybody. So the hope is, based on all the reports we're getting from around the world and from different parts of Cameroon, I think the verdict is in. All we have to do now is, obviously, wait over the next few days and hope that the institutions charged with announcing the outcome will not change anything. They really cannot. The good thing about technology is that we've been able to see in voting booth after voting booth, the facts are there.
Yeah.
And the good thing
Okay.
about it is that technology allows us to count these ballots as we are going. So I think we're almost there. The technology is there to help us out. The facts are there on the ground, and it's important that everybody now sits back, prays that the country, that we all, put on the heart of reason, and do not act in ways that compromise peace and security in the country. I think that's where we are, and it's a good thing.
All right. Okay. So I hand over to you as we take some break now, so you can continue giving quality feedback to our readers. Over to you.
I hear, yes, thanks, Hanson. I hear you've been around all day and you're tired, but you should not be. You shouldn't. There's a lot going on. You should be going out to call and then come back and tell us what's happening. Anyway,
yes.
So who's coming in?
So you are coming in, or you are in already?
Yes.
You are in already. Sandrine will be coming back anytime from now, and I will also be coming back while I work in the background.
Oh, okay. Please collect.
Yes.
Try to see what's happening around Cameroon,
yes,
and come back and let us know. All
yes.
right.
All right.
Okay. So it looks like I'm alone now, and totally scared to be alone, but I can handle myself. So we will be looking at what's coming from around the country. We have a sense of what's coming from around the world already. We know what's happening one embassy after the other. I'm told that the only country where we have an embassy that has not declared for Issa Chiroma, the only one, is Moscow. And if there are any people following us in the Soviet Union, in Russia, please let us know what the real situation is. And I have a call coming in. I have a call coming in from someone who's in a position to know. Hello, I am on air right now, but I'm listening to you. Okay. Okay. So we have results coming in from from Mundemba, Kupe Manenguba. If there's any one of the journalists in Kupe Manenguba, please come on in and let us know what the outcomes are in that part of the country. Okay, I'll make that call. Thanks. We have folks on the ground who are who are monitoring the situation, and they'll be telling us exactly where things stand. The ballots in Kupe Manenguba have been counted, so hopefully we'll know what that situation is. And again, these are results that are coming from folks who are at around the ballot boxes. These are not obviously the role that Elekam will be playing, and nobody's taking away the authority from Elekam. Elekam will compute all of those results and make the official announcement. But we clearly have a sense of the trend, where things are going. In all the areas that have been counted and the results are known, hopefully, Elekam is not going to change any of that.
Bring them!
What you're seeing, and you can, as you can see, Issa Chiroma is at 80, and everybody else, including the CPDM, they're less than 10. And I think, I'm not exactly sure where this is, but it's on your screens and you can see it. And this is exactly what we're talking about. You can see the population clearly jubilating and obviously aware that a new president for Cameroon may be announced soon. And the count is being made public. It happened publicly. So the ballots were coming out of the ballot boxes in this area. They've not finished actually. They're still counting, and it's overwhelmingly going in the direction of Mr. Chiroma. And this is democracy at its best, because we have the public. Yeah, welcome, Kingsley. That's you. Thank you for coming in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, as I say, this is democracy at its best, isn't it? Look at the, it's all public.
Yeah. No, it is. It is. I've been following the results since they started coming in from the different embassies. I think from China, when China first reported. I think they were the first, and then we went on to Saudi Arabia, then we went on to Kenya, then, so we've been having all those results coming in, and it's been an amazing trend. Amazing in the sense that you can see the aspirations of Cameroonians, especially in the diaspora, because I was significantly disappointed in 2018 to see that people who fled Cameroon were said to have voted the system that made them to flee. That didn't make sense. But when we look at what has been happening today, we can see that people are. The voting has been reflecting that. I mean, of course, Russia came as a surprise. Yeah, but it's a very small vote. But then the margin wasn't much, 45 to 54, I think so.
Is that what it was? 45 to 54 in Russia?
Yes, and Issa Chiroma had 45, and I think this person has 54. Yeah, had 54, so it wasn't much. 54 and, but in the places where he led in the diaspora, the margins were always big, very big. Yeah, just another trend that we've been noticing is also low turnout.
Please,
yes,
guys, take Jodeka. He's on the screen. Jodeka is here,
yes.
please.
Yes,
okay, yes, and Jodeka is here.
Welcome. Do you want to update us?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir.
Yeah,
good evening.
How are you? Any news for us?
Yes, actually, I just got back home now, and I can tell you that it has been an interesting day out there. When you look at the results, especially at one of the centers here, among the centers that I visited, in one of the centers here, that is, I think we had up to 5 polling units, and I can bet you that I saw something that I've never seen in my life. How people were so determined for transparency, and they were so determined to see change. These people voted. They stayed in this polling unit right up till I left when some of them were still there. They ensured that every ballot was counted, and they ensured that the Elecam officials were able to, to actually put the results in the paper and sign them in the presence of everybody. And they ensured that the agents who were actually there, their names actually entered the system. Everything was done in the presence of the huge crowd of the population that gathered, and we had a situation where when the polls closed at 6 o'clock, the people were asking that the counting, should be done in the open because it took place in a primary school. But Elecam refused that. However, they were able to push in and enter those classrooms to be looking, to be ensuring, to ensure that what was being, raised up was actually being counted. And it was so marvelous. And I tell you, and when you look at it, you really see that people were actually anxious. They are yearning for change.
Wow. Tell me, Jessica, where exactly was this? Was this in Bui?
Oh, no, that is a polling center. It's called GS. Yeah, the polling center is called GS Wokoko. But in that, Wokoko Buya. So there is a name that is popularly known in that place is called GS Ndongo. But what enters in Elecam registers is GS Wokoko. And there we had polling units A, B, C, D, E. Yeah, those are the ones that I observed in that particular center. And I can tell you some of the results. Yeah, I was able to send some of the results in all in this unit. Yes, the results were actually alarming, and the videos even speaks for themselves. You know, everything. Cats Chiroma, 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 Chiroma. And that was basic. I was able to witness the counting in all the units. And that's actually what took place here, because the people, I believe that some of them are still to live because they are living from that particular center should be a reflection, yes, of the voting, to be a reflection of their decision that that came out from the ballot boxes.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any
Yes,
other?
Jodrika, I think I've got Jodrika's sheet here, which he just shared. I just have some of the figures from that polling unit you're saying, where Issa had, a total of 397, and Biya had 34. Is it 34? 84. 84. So in 1, 27 to 8, 32 to 3, 71 to 2, 33 to 4, 35 to 2, 19 to 2, 24 to 0, 25 to 2, 44, 5, 89, 6.
So
that
total,
is
Wakako area,
Biya had 84, and Issa Chiroma 397. That's a landslide. And to think that is in the heart of Boya, so it really means a lot. And I mean, I have just want to commend Jodrika for the coverage today. I mean, I felt like I was in the heart of Boya, because he kept moving from there, talking to different people. It is proven. It's passed a lot of messages. It's not for Cameroonians. It's 43 years of bad governance, everything. But for the people of Boya, people of the Southwest region, that, and in addition to that, 9 years of hell. So it's yes, to see that sentiment, to see people come out today in defiance of a lockdown that meant you are out, you could be killed, because that's what happens most times with lockdown. So they were taking a risk that could cost them their lives. But it's not just Boya, and I think that is something that other else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, thanks, Kingsley. Thank you. And Jodrika, I don't know, Kingsley, do we have any other? You're monitoring a lot of these things. Do we have any other statistics coming from anywhere?
Yes, of course. We have results from other parts. I think it's also in Boya. We have from Bukwai Community Hall A. Again, the FSNC won with 48, while Biya came with 22, and then the UDC made some headway there, 8, CNC with 4 votes, and then UNDP 4 votes, the SDF 2, Cabral Libi 1, and then yeah.
This is amazing.
Yeah. So yes, that's again in Boya. We have this one is Kachum Dami College in Bafoussam. Yes, Issa Chiroma with 149 votes, Biya with 29.
Where is this?
Yeah,
where is this?
It's in Bafoussam.
Oh, Bafoussam.
That's in Kamchu Dami College in Bafoussam. Yes, again, you know, a huge landslide there.
What does Chiroma have?
The Chiroma 149.
Yeah. And Biya.
Biya comes there down with 29.
Wow,
then I think at polling station F at the same college, yes, polling station J, that was polling station J, polling station F. Chiroma again had 50, then this time followed by Cabral Libi at 32, then Paul Biya at 19.
19. This is
so we are seeing a trend, and in the most unlikely places, yes, John Khan seems to have.
Yes. I see that Hansen is back. Hansen, and you have some results. Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
I see. Where is this? Hansen.
I'm not here
Looks
for
like
this
is this
result,
in
but then
Bota?
this should be. Let me read
Looks like
the
Bota, where
details.
Chiruma is at 101, and Biya
Yes,
is at
with 40.
40.
I have some result which is quite a bit surprising from Kambe in Dongamanton, which many people know is in the hands of the CPDM. From Sash Hall being Kambe, Isa Chiruma 46, Paul Biya 17, Joshua Osi 2, Bello Buba 2, Sesh Espoir 1, Sash Hall Kambe A, Isa
This is
Chiruma
in Kambe?
52. Yes. Isa Chiruma 52, Paul Biya 25, Joshua Osi 3, Bello Buba 3, Jacques 1 and Seta 1. In GTT Sinkambe A, Isa Chiruma 37, Paul Biya 30, Bello Buba 1. Physio Sanctuary B in Kambe, Isa Chiruma 27, Paul Biya 26, Joshua Osi 4, Cabra 1, Bello 1. Sash Hong Kambe C, Isa Chiruma 45, Paul Biya 15, Bello 4, Ateki 1, Joshua 1. Market Square in Binshwa, Binshwa A, Isa Chiruma 5, Paul Biya 15. Binshwa Health Center A, Isa 3, Paul Biya 10, Bello Buba 1. In Binshwa Health Center B, Isa 11, Paul Biya 19. In Kambe, GPS in Kambe B, Isa 25, Paul Biya 7. CMPS in Kambe A, Isa 60, Paul Biya 27. GBS in Kambe A, Isa 29, Paul Biya 9, Joshua 3, Kwemu 1, Buba 1. GS Njema A, Isa 37, Paul Biya 17, Joshua 1, Bello 1, Muna 1. Physio Sanctuary A, Isa 35, Paul Biya 26, Cabra 1, Bello 1, Joshua 5. CMPS in Kambe C, Isa 12, Paul Biya 6. CMPS in Kambe B, Isa 64, Paul Biya 16. Binshwa Market Square B, Isa 3 and Paul Biya 7. So the total score for Kambe, excluding from Kambe town, excluding some far-off villages like Tabinken, Wat, will give you Isa Chiruma 491, Paul Biya 272, and others share with 50.
Illegal platforms My God, that's totally amazing. And thanks for updating us, Hansen. If there's any more information, please let's have it. And I see that Bernard.
Hello, please, can I come in briefly just to say something briefly, please? Yes, we have the impression that our studio has been invaded. It might not be the best word to describe it, but we have the links. I don't know how people got the links, and they have been getting in. Maybe people like part of the family, maybe part of us, but they have been getting in. Maybe we can watch from Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, because it's now full and other guests cannot come in.
Well, if Mimi, I don't know. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do if we're taken off the air. I guess that's
no, not us, but for some people that are not supposed to be in here, but because we keep removing them, they keep coming. So
okay, what I'll do is I'll ban them from the studio, which will mean that it will require me to turn on a security setting that we need to activate. We need to just validate with either YouTube or Facebook if we go out. Yes, so I'll just do that now for those people. I've spent all afternoon trying to get them out. So I've started banning them out. I can ban them from the studio. They can't come back in.
Yeah, so no, I think they are our people, but please, sorry, we cannot have people in the studio so we can watch.
No, but they are not talking. They've been there all afternoon. They just come in, sit there in the background.
We try to add some of them.
I'm actually hosting Mimi Mefo's program now. It's kind of tricky for me.
Okay, so we'll just take
that's it.
For that, yes, because other guests have to join, and it's
okay. Just come on. Yeah, call me then. Call me.
Okay, thanks.
I'll make sure someone continues in my seat. Yeah. Sorry, Kingsley. Bernard, you're here. So
yes, I'm back.
I'm going to step out and just quickly. No, I'm not stepping out. I'm just sitting here and I'll provide.
Yes, Kingsley.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you've been seeing Bernard. I mean, what are your impressions so far? I mean, I'm sure you're not surprised because you're one of those who has been following the trends, talking to everyone, and I'm sure you must have seen some of this coming. But I think it's too early for us to get excited.
Absolutely, it's extremely very early for us to get excited. And when I look at Hanson's face, I'm not sure if it is fatigue or he's just keeping his cool
It is
and
fatigue.
reserving his anxiety and joy for the last moments of the day. But I know the results we get from comeback actually signal something that we are seeing across
but
the
you
world.
know, I wasn't surprised with comeback because when I saw them organize a campaign for Issa Chiruma, I was surprised to say, well, these guys are not just saying we would support Chiruma. They actually went ahead to create campaign materials, organized a campaign, and came out. And I think we saw that also in Womb. In Womb, that was a well-coordinated. There was a crowd there bigger than the crowd that the CPDM put in Douala.
Yeah. I personally was surprised. We know that despite the tension around the crisis over the years, Nkambe has always been a little bit more free, and even the CPDM has been organizing events in Nkambe. But to see that within a short 2 months, Chiruma's people, or people who feel the zeal of having Chiruma, because Chiruma wasn't there, but these are people who just organize themselves to have a campaign event on Chiruma's behalf in Nkambe, says it all. And the message, actually, the message goes out. Chiruma has created, how will I put it? Chiruma has created a certain feeling within Cameroonians that he is the person to bring that change that Cameroonians are looking for. Nobody cares to think about Chiruma's past. Nobody cares to think about Chiruma's previous communication. Everybody's focusing on the now. The tomorrow is a different question. Yesterday is a forgotten question. The now, Chiruma is the man. And I think we are seeing that from the results coming in from the various polling stations. And collation of results could bring a different story, but what we are seeing and the trends that we are seeing, I don't think we would have a different trajectory altogether.
And when you say that, I know that people will probably be looking, and Hanson is everyone will just be thinking, but Kingsley, what about this? So it's good I just addressed that. Yes, we have two systems that we created that were meant to collect these results and get incidents in real time. But we have, I mean, this is the first time we're doing something of that nature. So, of course, you would expect with technology, deploying it in a place where we had to bring in several layers of security because of the environment and all that. Today, when they were both deployed and there was a surge, not that they went down, they were there, but we saw a lot of issues. But the primary challenge that we faced since Monday was that Elecam released the list of polling units on Monday. And in doing so, they did it on social media, on Facebook. And on Facebook, they did it as images. So more than 1,500 to almost 2,000 images of data that they are passing across. Now, I just went to their website today and I saw they disabled the site, the section where you can see registration statistics. So that's where they normally would upload that, and you can download it as a PDF or as an Excel file. So they didn't do that this time, and I think it was deliberate because I want to just give credit to Rebecca Enonchong, who stepped up from Tuesday or Wednesday morning. She hasn't really slept. She was putting together, cleaning up that data, and as she was doing, we started finding out why Elecam did that. The Northwest and Southwest were monsters. Once you put them together, the numbers were then added up with Elecam's own total tallies that they had given. So these are reports that we will be giving. But I am just saying that it's not all lost. The platforms are there. They are ready to collect data. We just want to make sure that the data people send to it is credible enough. So we want it to be robust enough so that it can stand scrutiny. So we will be getting it online. People, all the results that you see people collecting, showing everywhere on Mimefo Info, on CNA, on the Zimanto, those results are very important. But keep them on your phones. Keep those pictures, keep those images, because once we have that system, we want to ask Cameroonians to be able to upload for their polling units so that the system can crunch their numbers for us to be able to have the actual results. So we are hoping that it might be tonight, but if not, then it might be not later than tomorrow, because it's very important. We are seeing the results. We are seeing, and this is what happened in 1992. What many people will not remember. I was a kid then, but I remember people were listening on radios and getting as Nijon was winning and going and going and going, and then at one point it stopped. They stopped hearing the result, and then now the magic was done in the background, and then we had 35 more years of this monstrous regime. So we are.
I think we should also remind viewers that all the information that is being announced on this station is actually cross-verified through different stakeholders on the ground to ensure their veracity. So if you hear any information read by Hanson, Kingsley, or any other person on this platform, that information has been cross-verified to be sure that it is real and it is what is coming out of the polling station. So don't freak out, because I know that the information out there is going to be selective information is being published or unverified information is being published. That is not the case. This it's a whole network that's been put together for at least 3, 4, 5 months. And Kingsley and Michelle Ndoki and Abdurrahman Baba and a whole group of stakeholders have been working tirelessly on this to get it done. And as he said, Rebecca Nongchang, the tech giant of Cameroon, for those who don't know that that's what she does for a living, you understand how much technology has gone into this to bring in these results at this point. And the essence of this is just to cross-verify what Elekam is going to declare as official results. Once we have the raw results that we are declaring here step by step, Elekam is definitely the legal authority to declare the results. But we are also going to have results to cross-verify and say, hey, Elekam, this is what we had directly from the field on that same day. What caused you to change that information? So stay strong, stay faithful, remain committed, and remember that the population of Garoua is out there protecting Chiruma, and they will not do it alone if change needs to come. It's supposed to be a collective effort to ensure that Chiruma is protected, the votes are protected, and the results are secured.
Yeah, great, wonderful. And we have Mr. Ato, who is here with us. Yes, Kingsley. I was about saying we have Ato.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, you've been following up the development of the results so far, Ato. Maybe you unmute yourself. What's your impression? We don't want to say Chiruma is at the head, but the major announcement that we've had so far, Chiruma is leading in most of the polling stations that have been announced.
Well, thank you for adding me to the conversation. Yes, I have been in touch with people around Chiroma, and what Bernard just said is very true. I just cannot share images of my phone, but we have received something from one of the districts out in the Marwa area where, yes, Chiroma seems to be leading over there. He was going back to his house, and for his own security, took a crowd of about 200 people with him. And we have the videos. The military surrounded his residence, probably with the intent of, sequestrating him under house arrest. And when they saw the people with him, they wouldn't let him get into his house. So he's in a safe place now, and the crowd around Garoua is growing. And there is movement from Marwa coming down to Garoua, which is big. The tension is really palpable up there. They're already using tear gas up there. So that's what I can report confirmed from around the candidate Issa Chiroma.
And we also have some unconfirmed reports that
I also got something. I don't know if you guys have verified in one polling stations in Agia. Did you guys confirm that where people were sent out and boxes? Okay, all right. If you got that, then that's fine.
We confirmed that the vehicle was set on fire. A gendarmerie vehicle was set on fire in Garwa. I saw that on the profile of Luke Perewanji, who has worked with the CRTV, but we are yet to independently confirm as a media to confirm that information. But I saw video where a vehicle similarly to that of the National Gendarmerie was set on fire, and a crowd of people who were onlooking. Just to know that we have a result that just came in from Edinau, where we have Issa Chuma, who had 66 in the group 2A, Biya 32, and Edinau also in group 2C, Issa 60, Biya 25. In group 2D, Issa 36, Biya 9. In group 2E, Issa 143, Biya 39. In Fireborn Club, which is the B center, Issa 24, Biya 37. This gives you reasons why he won, because the B are there, and we've had the information before the elections that the B and others and the police were being forced to vote for President Paul Biya come back and show their ballot cards. And in Fireborn GS in Ingia A, we have Issa 45, Biya 7. Those are the total results from Edinau that I got from a very reliable source that is based there.
Okay, that's good.
Kingsley?
Wait, did you say Bicam where Biya lost there?
No, Biya, he won 37 against 24 for Issa. Population in full control after the UDC victory. That's what we are seeing on the screen right now. The people in Fumban are jubilating after the UDC victory. We know that people have always likened Fumban to the UDC and UDC to Fumban. It's not strange that the UDC has won there. But then we are talking about presidential election and not parliamentary or municipal. And so there is still a very big fight that Tomaino Ndamjoya will have. But then this also shows that her fief, she has covered her fief after having this victory in Fumban.
I think that helps. Because,
I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just about to say that. Well, I don't know whether you all...
I'm talking with an observer who is observing in Yaoundé, and he tells me that Chiruma is leading in mostly all the polling stations. That's what he just texted to me right now. He says École Publique des Sources 3B, Issa Chiruma has 75 and Biya has 53. So he's going around the stations. He's the one who told me that that some stations had less than a 40% participation rate by registered voters. Over.
Yeah. I think that what we are seeing is also a reflection, because one of the problems that I think needs to be highlighted is Cameroon doesn't have a birth and death system, registration system. So if someone dies, there's no mechanism where they can actually inform Elecam. That there's no system where it's recorded, no birth death certificates and all that. In fact, children don't have birth certificates, so you can imagine how harder it would be to have death certificates. So there can be a lot of people who are not still alive and they appear on these lists, and so it looks like people simply abstained, but these people are not even there. Some have moved, some have traveled. I mean, I don't know. One politician said recently, I'm not sure if that's verified. I don't know if you've verified that, Anson, that there are about 7 million Cameroonians abroad. That's I was like, okay, the number abroad is already more than the total, almost equal to the total number of the electorate.
Exactly. I was thinking about that this morning, and the number of IDPs from the northwest and the southwest who've gone to Yaoundé, are they still registered in their homes? Are they entirely registered in Yaoundé, in Douala? Because when you look at the list, the most recent list, the central region has the highest number of registered voters than the littoral before the extreme north, which it never used to be the case. So how did it move around? Are they still registered in their hometowns? Are they registered now in the central region? I think those are facts that still need to be considered in the analysis of the results, because the results currently do not represent the results do not represent the actual situation on the ground. Nobody knows the exact number of voters as it stands. So let's just watch and see the outcome at the end of the day.
Let's wait and see the outcome at the end of the day. Only about 28,000 of the people in the diaspora actually registered. It was really a big embarrassment, as people have been asking, is it that there's kind of a voter apathy among the diasporans? But then we've seen the result from the diaspora is in the favor of Issa Chiroma Bakari, even though we've not had all the diplomatic destinations. We've not had all the results from them, but then the majority we've seen Issa Chiroma Bakari leading. Paul Biya won in Geneva as well as in Japan. He won just by 5 votes. And in Geneva, he had 100, while Issa Chiroma was coming with 75. Those are the only 2 places where we've seen Paul Biya leading. Even right in Equatorial Guinea, which is closer to Paul Biya's region, in the south region, Issa Chiroma Bakari won 101 in Equatorial Guinea, and Paul Biya came with 40 votes. We will keep on giving our listeners and our readers what's happening, and those who are watching us right now on YouTube, wherever you're watching us, on Facebook, on Twitter, and everywhere, share this and let people know that something is going on Mimimefo Info and Cameroon News Agency and other platforms that we are currently broadcasting live now. Ato, you've seen the early results in some places, like in Kambe, in Dongamanton, a place like Idi now. You've seen results in some places in the southwest region falling in the hands of Issa Chiroma Bakari, the opposition. Should we say the revolution has really started?
The revolution has started. These elections are a trigger. So what La République does, like Bernard just suggested, is we saw reports of people who had voting cards, went to register, names were not on the list. We have people who were not allowed to vote, but we know where the people stand and we know whom the people want. And what we are seeing now, the post-voting, is the attempt by La République. They would not bother about, the smaller centers, the Idi now. They would give those to Chiroma to kind of, give the impression that, this is fair, this is that. So they would let some small centers with 100 people, 150, 200 people go to Chiroma. What they do is that they now come to the bigger cities, where you start seeing Yaoundé 1, Yaoundé 2, Douala 1, Douala 2, Douala 3. You go to, the bigger cities in Bamenda itself, Bamenda Central 4, Bamenda 2. That's where they now go in and start rigging, because it will be foolhardy to say he won every district, every subdivision, every polling station. And that is where they are going to come in now. We saw, we got reports of what I said happened in Agiate, where the CPDM and the gendarmes told the people that they can go and file their report, right? Sorry about that. It's just
it's okay.
That's where they are going to rig, and their response would be arrogance, the usual arrogance, telling the people, go and file your report. And so to me, it has started. I would send the producer some videos we got from Garoua, because that's where we think the main action, the spark is going to come from, is that when they would go ahead and try to steal the elections, there is going to be a reaction. And I think that's what we are waiting for, to see what would happen. We saw what happened in 92. We saw what happened in 2018. 2025 is the next test of the will of the people. And I think Tanganji and Gongo should be very careful because they are underestimating the will of the people and what the people will do to defend their votes this time around.
Okay, before Bernard comes in, I have Rebecca Enon Chong Tech Guru, who is in the background. Rebecca, you're welcome. You've been watching so far. Hello. And you've been monitoring the situation so far. Can we say you can now smile after
Look at
receiving
me.
results from the diaspora and
Look
other
at
areas?
this smile. I mean, listen, it's regardless of what happens, this is historic. And you know, living in this moment in history, I've been optimistic about this election for a while now, and I think that what is happening on the ground is a reflection of that type of new energy that we're seeing in the Cameroonian people that have been fed up, they're tired, they're not going to take it anymore, and they're better equipped to deal with the tricks that we know of. And what we're seeing is even in Yaoundé, in Bastos, in Bonapriso, in Chiroma is winning in the areas where even in the urban areas where we would have seen the CPDM take a stronghold, we're seeing incredible numbers. So we haven't seen everything. Obviously, you know, I think that many people are still trying to compile and get all the results from around the country so that we can have a better sense of the actual numbers that we're seeing. But it's something that I think even in anybody's wildest dreams, we didn't expect things to be like this. I mean, when you look at the numbers in Boya, in Limbe, I mean, these are not close. It's not even a semblance of a battle. And so it's an incredible time to be alive and to be in Cameroon.
And now we spoke a while ago with Kingsley about the DISO, and he revealed that you uncovered certain irregularities with LECAM's website. Are you sure the victories we are seeing of Issa Chiroma Bakari, are you sure tomorrow we will not see these victories overturned?
I don't
digitally
think
or anyhow?
No, I think that what the irregularities are in the numbers, right? So, but it's nothing that would change the results from what I can see so far. I've been, you know, knee deep, head in with all of the poll data over the last few days. And so we see that, for instance, we have some polling stations that have so many people voting in the same place, not just, so they just split it between A, B, C, D, but it's still a huge number of people in a single physical location. We have the difference between the national numbers, and then when you look at the numbers of each of the municipalities, when you start digging into then you start seeing some differences. But to be honest, I don't think that the differences are enough to change the outcome of an election. And so this is what we were looking for, and this is what we have been talking about since the beginning, is that we need critical mass. When you have critical mass, when the numbers are so large, even if you cheat, right, it won't impact the overall result. And so, yes, there is a lot of fraud going on, and there will continue to be fraud as the night goes on. But I think that what we're seeing now is that critical mass, and that will make the difference, I think, in this election. Okay, and should we wait for maybe the final touch from Rebecca and others as far as technology is concerned? Technologia, are you compiling something? Are you compiling something for us? Because we know you are working with the DISO team, and are you making an announcement this evening or tomorrow morning about a potential winner? Oh no, I would not do that. I would not do that because I'm just working from a technical aspect, right? So it's just like I'm a techie and I'm working on some technical stuff with the DSO team. But I think what we can do is make those results available and see and let people see. It's not up to us to declare who is the winner, but we can say, hey, these are the results that we have. And yes, I think that by the end of the night, we'll have a very good idea of how the vote went. I'm really waiting for the numbers from the north, because as we know, that's where the election, we expected to win in Douala and in the west, but yeah, it's really, I think we need to see those numbers. The surprise for me, there are two, has been the lack of support for Bello. So we went into this election, everybody saying that Bello and Chiroma have to go into a coalition because Bello will take votes. We have not seen that. Bello is not even on the radar. Like I mean, there's some cases where he's gotten zero. I've seen in most cases, Iran Iodi, who just came into the race for the first time, young man in his 30s, is actually ahead of Bello in many, many places. And so I think that's obviously a story there, is why did we give Bello so much credit? Of course, we again still have to wait for the numbers from the north, but we have not seen any level of national support for his campaign. And the second surprise for me has been SDF. Even in the strongholds, so in the northwest, southwest areas, in Douala, in the west, really dismal figures. And so I think that there's going to need to be some soul searching there, because it's this is the party of Chairman John Frunzi, and 1992, what happened. And so I think those are the two surprises for me so far. And also the extent of the vote difference between Chiroma and other candidates, especially Paul Biya.
Okay. Now you spoke about the opposition. I was about asking Bernard, the opposition, do you think that given the kind of results that we're having so far, do you think there should be an after-election opposition coalition surrounding Issa Chiroma Bakari?
In a normal world, yes. In a normal world, yes, because every indication is pointing to the fact that Cameroonians want change. This has been manifested clearly before the elections, and what we have as results now show that we want change. And the other opposition parties should take one thing critically important, and that is Cameroonians have made it clear that they want change through somebody who can stand to defend that change. So it puts pressure on Chiroma himself, because he should know that Cameroonians are overwhelmingly supporting him. But first of all, they have forgiven him, and then they're overwhelmingly supporting him because they consider him to be the cross bearer. And he should bear that cross, first of all, then Cameroonians will come over to support him. And the opposition has a responsibility and a duty to get into the fray. They shouldn't feel abandoned by Cameroonians. They should feel that Cameroonians have simply sent that message out, that they believe that the first cross bearer is Chiroma, and then the others can join Chiroma in the fight to protecting the vote. So the opposition parties shouldn't get disappointed. They should be joyful that Cameroonians have chosen somebody they feel can bear the cross, and they support that Cameroonian, who is Chiroma, to bear the cross, and we go in unanimity to defend that vote. And this is already happening in Garoua. The population is already defending Chiroma. So there is no question about Iodi, Cabral, Bello Buba, Joshua Osi, or whosoever not to join the train. But whatever the case, it is over. From what we are seeing, it is over. So if you don't join the train now to defend what we have, and it's over, then it's over with you on the wrong side. So you have on the one side, either the side of, as Eddie told us on Friday, either you come on the side of the status quo or you go on the side of change, and the change is already leading here. Cotton Sport is already beating Real Madrid about 10 goals to 0, even if it's on the PR side. So there is no way. You must support Cotton Sport at this moment, and I just think that's right. I just wanted to say that in my interview with Rebecca last week, what you did not hear because she told me after we had closed was remain optimistic. Remain optimistic because we can get this going. And you see all the smiles on her face because she's doing the technical work on the background and she has information that we are not seeing. So remain optimistic, people. The next thing is to be ready to defend your vote. Wait for guidance, wait for directives on how to defend your vote. But the people in Garwa are already leading the charge.
Okay, thank you very much. Rebecca, you want to comment on that? He has revealed something that...
No, I think, we are seeing the numbers coming in. And what's surprising me is there's no exception. I think Russia, Russia, so far, that's it. And if there are numbers that are different, you would think that they would want us to see them as well, right? Because the narrative right now is you can't beat this. There's no way, there's no mathematical equation that can change the outcome at this point. And so if they have numbers that are different, they better start sharing them. Because if not, we will, they can't wait 2 weeks for the Constitutional Council to decide that they won. I mean, we're seeing real numbers, and Cameroonians have gotten so much smarter since 2018. So much smarter. They're getting the proof. So we're not just getting the numbers from the polling station. First of all, they're not leaving the polling stations, right? Even when they're told to leave, they're like, we're not leaving, not this time. You will not do this to us. They're not leaving the polling stations. They're waiting for the results. They are noting the results. They are photographing the results. They're getting evidence. There are videos. They're going live on social media to report what's happening in their polling station. This is unprecedented. We have never seen this. We have never had the amount of evidence that we have. And I have not seen it. I mean, they have communications people. Where are their numbers to show that they won in somewhere? And so I think this is a very different election. And I don't think that the government, the CPDM, was prepared for what has happened. And I don't see how they're going to come back from this. I know they have lots of tricks in the, up their sleeve, and I think they're going to try something, but they really shouldn't. I was saying earlier that we need to send Atanganji for unemployment, and I think that if I were him,
I just wanted to add something to what
I would be packing my
said.
bags.
Yeah. Yes, go on.
Yeah, I'm on a platform where somebody came and said, what is being published now is just selective results. Granted, even if it is selective results, you claim you have representatives in all the polling stations. Why don't you publish your own selective results for us to see? Publish them, let's see them. Don't keep on accusing us of not publishing results. Yesterday we said you rigged. You said we don't have the data. Okay, now we are sending the data as they come in, and you say we are publishing and you say we are publishing selective results. No, just get your own results. Let's compare answers. Yeah.
All right. Now I just have this information coming from my editorial news team, saying that Paul Atanganji was live on CRTV and gave a warning that it is a red line that the opposition is about to cross, and that anyone that would declare himself winner this night will be the government will pass on an offensive very soon. Eric Chinje, do you think that there is something cooking so far after, or do you think that after watching the results coming in, the government is panicking?
Well, any government that has Beke on the other side should be afraid, and I just heard that the result from Vomeka showed that Issa Chiroma had more votes in Vomeka than President Biya, and of course from the Equatorial Guinea. also a country that naturally would go with a fan president, you know, and it's not the case. No, I think the verdict is in. And there's only so much wiggle room for the Atanganjis of the world. I've heard what he said on CRTV. That wouldn't count. This is not the time to try to frighten Cameroonians out of their heritage, out of their future. So Mr. Atanganji, somebody ought to tell him he's behind in the technology. They didn't expect this. They're prepared for everything except become aware of the technological age in which we are and the possibilities that technology offers the ordinary citizen in Cameroon. So they need to update where they are. But they're not going to change the facts. The facts are in. It's a clean sweep. And I don't know, we had it from all the polling stations in Yaoundé. Chiroma is in the lead. In Yaoundé, in all the polling stations except one, I'm told. So there's only so much the Constitutional Council and ELECAM will do what they have to do, but I'm sure even they too would want to be on the right side of this equation. You know, there's no coming back on the facts. People have voted. They voted for change. Mr. Chiroma is the third president of Cameroon, and we need to say it with confidence. We need to say it. And I think Mr. Chiroma should be getting ready to engage with everybody, including the CPDM, to engage with everybody to, you know, so that we can work together towards a brighter future. I know that he's working on, from what I'm told, he's working on his government, and that government should be announced soon. And they should start preparing to engage with their partners in the current government, because I'm not sure he's going to retain all of the ministers. Certainly not all of them, maybe one or two of them. But they should, you know, his people should start engaging even before the Constitutional Council makes its decision. That decision is to announce the results. It's not a decision to determine the results. It's to announce the results.
You are already very optimistic that Chiroma has won. Even though we are still...
I'm looking at the facts on the ground. I'm looking at trends. I'm looking at what's happening. Nobody's going to reinvent this story. It's all happening in front of us and in front of the world on Mondo Vision. So I think nothing is going to change. Mr. Chiroma is the third president of Cameroon, and we should get used to that. And those who are not getting used to it, well, we're sorry, you know, they'll be left out on the wayside.
Are you getting used to it already, Rebecca?
No. No.
I actually...
Do you know, I don't want us to get overconfident, right? As I said, they still have tricks. The night is still young. Not all of the polling station results have been announced. And so I'm not cautious. I'm just like working, right? So we'll get, you know, we'll celebrate later. The mistake we made in 1992 was
I was going to ask Rebecca, what percentage?
Celebrating early because we won, and I am not going to make the same mistake again. I'm going to keep working and working and working until the victory is secured. And so I think that's where I am right now. It's like, yes, the numbers are good, but I am going to fight to my dying end to make sure that that we secure this victory. I'm not going to have another 19
I wanted to ask
Bernard,
Rebecca.
please, before you come in, Bernard, we have a reporter in Bamenda who is on the line to Bamenda to give us an update on what's happening. Good evening. What's the situation right now in Bamenda?
Thank you very much. The situation is that of excitement, given that social media people have already been seeing the trends that are coming from polling stations and polling centers around the country. It's a general feeling of excitement amongst the local population, but it is also a feeling of sadness and attempts at doing justifications within the ruling elite. So far, Bamenda is closing down and everyone else is on social media making their comments and celebrating Issa Chiruma, even as they still await the Constitutional Council to give the official results, as it is the case of Cameroon. People feel that they already know the results, and the figures are so wide, such that no rigging can be able to take place. But so far also, results from polling stations up north are yet to reach the Bamenda population, and so they still have their fingers crossed. But some of them also have started making new governments that Chiruma must adopt if he wants to make Cameroon a better place. In Bamenda, many people are already fearing that the violence they've experienced for close to 10 years may erupt in other parts of the country, given that there's already a lot of excitement all over. So far, that is the temperature around Bamenda, and people are having their fingers crossed. It's going to be a very, very long night here in Bamenda.
Is there any result that surprised the people in Bamenda, or let's say in Mezam in general? Because this is an urban area where people expected that hundreds of people will either vote for Paul Biya or Issa Chiruma Bakari.
Yes, we've been seeing messages like even at the army camp, Issa Chiruma has won. Such messages have been circulating on different social media platforms. This means that no result surprises the population of Bamenda. People opted to even be polling agents on behalf of Issa Chiruma Bakari the moment Chiruma was in Bamenda and told the people of Bamenda that he was sorry for the utterances he made as Minister of Communication, and that they should forgive him so that they can collectively build a stronger and well-developed Cameroon that meets the expectations of every Cameroonian. So this made the local population to have some kind of soft spot for Chiruma, looking at his age, looking at the fact that he has been in government for over 2 decades, the government of President Paul Biya, and for him to come out and tell the people that he was sorry. They thought that Chiruma, in quotes, was the better evil that can happen to Cameroon.
All right, thank you very much. We have an indication that John Ako is on standby. The technicians backstage, please, can you indicate who John Ako is? I have several indications and people on the window frame. I don't know who is who. Meanwhile, Bernard, you wanted to say something before we move to Bamenda, Bernard.
Yes, I wanted us to keep our excitement in check, but I also wanted to hear from Becky the percentage of results that she's seeing already. Is it up to 50% reported, or are we already at 90%? You know, that determines where excitement should be.
No. No, we're I would say that we're still at, because what we're seeing is particular polling stations, and we're looking at polling stations that are in key areas, right? That are like, it's not all polling stations, it's polling stations that make a difference. And so no, we're not even at near 40% of results in right now. But we're the tendency, and we can see where we're headed and where the vote should have been close, it's not. And I think that's the indication is if we were only looking at Douala, the West, even Southwest, Northwest, if we were at North, if we were only looking at that, then yeah, we would be wondering, but the overwhelming numbers in Chiruma's favor are just, it's overwhelming. It's not even, I mean, I just didn't expect it to be this big. And in large polling stations, so polling stations that have like 400 registered voters are overwhelmingly going Chiroma, and the numbers are very, very large. The differences between Chiroma and Biya, who's still coming in second in most places, with Gabralibi making a decent, he's showing up. And then you have way behind everybody else.
All right, thank you. We have, there's a result where Paul Biya has really done extremely well in the Northwest region, unlike in Cambe. We're going to Messager in the Northwest.
Yeah, he was talking about Messager before he got
Right.
to that. Yeah, I just received a text from somebody whom I know who is within the Kumbu diocese area, Kumbu, and he says we should pay some attention to Messager, the rural areas, because he thinks that the results coming out of there are not good, they are dangerous, they could be manufactured. I forwarded that message